Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. How big is this place? In the Hokage world, in a primeval forest beyond sight, Jun is holding a 2 or 3-year-old girl, looking for a way out of the forest. And behind them, there was an old man who was crouching and walking slowly. If there was someone with Konoha, he should be able to recognize this old Madara, who was carved on the rock of his own Hokage, which was many years old. First Hokage. First generation, do you want to jump on the tree again? Although Jun also felt that his request was a bit unsatisfactory. After all, this first generation is already more than 90, but among the three, this old guy is still the most powerful. Chiang, except for him, no one really can jump on these big trees nearby to observe the situation. No, I flashed my waist when I went up in the morning. Senju Hashirama, the elderly, clutched his waist, feeling as though he was about to die. Oh, it seems that I still have to wait for Minato. After sighing, Jun entered the Hokage warehouse in his mind. The LCD monitor at the warehouse gate was counting down the upcoming new Hokage. Hokage warehouse, inventory 798,800. Waking up Namikaze Minato, Blacken version, 28 years old, peak period. Namikaze Minato of Blacken seems to be planning something terrible. The remaining wake-up time is 1 hour, 35 minutes and 19 seconds. In less than 2 hours, Namikaze Minato will be awakened, and this day is about to end. 3 days ago, because of a car accident, Jun came to the Hokage world and obtained a Hokage warehouse. However, the first one to wake up from the warehouse was basically no combat power. The 2-year-old Senju princess, the future 5th Hokage Tsunade. The appearance of Tsunade made Jun very desperate. He didn't have much food, and he was trapped in this forest. Now he is sending an older kid over. Isn't this embarrassing me, Jun? Fortunately, it didn't take long for the warehouse to wake up another first Hokage in his 90s. Although he has old arms and legs, Senju Hashirama's strength is still nothing to say, and there is no problem with hunting for a living. But when Senju Hashirama went up the tree to observe in the morning, he flashed to his old waist. At this time, the three of them lost their sense of direction again, and could only walk out of the forest based on their feelings. Are you sure you are heading south? Since Senju Hashirama's speed is too slow, Jun can only hold his juvenile body Tsunade back and support Senju Hashirama. Yes, there should be a city in the south. I don't know whether Senju Hashirama actually saw the town from memory, but Jun can only choose to believe him at this time, hoping that Senju Hashirama is not blind and dizzy. Grandpa, are you okay? Tsunade sat on Jun's arm, looked at Senju Hashirama, and asked. Senju Hashirama heard his granddaughter's concern, and his face instantly improved a lot. It's okay, I'm Hokage. How is Hokage? Oh. I wanted to show Tsunade Senju Hashirama, whose muscles and bones were still very strong. Grandpa. Tsunade rubbed his hands, frowned, with a look of concern. Who would pay me back if Grandpa was injured? It's okay. Although he was injured again, Senju Hashirama gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Alas, what evil did I do? Jun, standing in the middle, looked unlovable. Hokage, you are Hokage, why do I need someone who doesn't know how to do ninjutsu to take care of me? It's raining again. After walking a few steps, Jun found that there seemed to be drops of water dripping on his head. The rain had fallen down the dense leaves. What the hell is this place? It rains all day long. Jun never liked rainy weather very much, but the Tsunade he was holding seemed to be very happy. He was using his little hand to catch the raindrops. Let's rest for a while. Jun didn't want to rush on a rainy day, so he greeted the two of them and sat under a big tree. There was a depression in the tree that could block a lot of rain. It seems that the food is gone again. After the three of them sat down, Jun flipped through the backpack behind him, only to find that there was only a small piece of venison inside. Tsunade, did you do it? Won Jun had seen the backpack after the last meal. There was clearly enough food for 3 people. However, Tsunade, who was put down by Won Jun, has already ran aside to tease the butterfly. First generation, when the rain stops, I can only look at you again. Without food, only Senju Hashirama can do it now. Senju Hashirama clutched his waist and said, my waist. The 2 of them stared at them, but Won Jun didn't hold on and stood up by himself. Well, I'll go later. Manjun. Just after Manjun agreed to go out looking for food, Senju Hashirama called him and said, you hold this scroll, you can cast a wood style, and you can use it by tearing it apart. Although Senju Hashirama's body is not good enough, chakra is still full, and ninjutsu in his hands still has the power to destroy the world. Therefore, the work of drawing scrolls seems to be suitable for Senju Hashirama now. Won Jun took the scroll from Senju Hashirama and took a closer look. This scroll looks like a copycat. The shafts on both sides should be the branches that Senju Hashirama had just picked up on the road. In the middle, hey, this. Isn't this my clothes? Won Jun is too familiar with the pattern on the scroll. Isn't this just the t-shirt he put in his backpack? Okay, it's useless to put it anyway, it's good to make it into a scroll. Won Jun stuffed the assembled scroll into his backpack, and he went to find some food when the rain stopped. Boom! When the 3 of them stayed in the tree cave to avoid the rain, a loud noise suddenly came from nearby. It seemed that some fighting was unfolding near the 3 of them. Someone! Hearing the noise, Won Jun's first reaction was that he finally walked out of the damn forest. However, just after speaking, Won Jun frowned again. Are there ninjas? Won Jun looked at the 2 Hokages beside him. Tsunade, who was tired of playing, was sleeping on Senju Hashirama's lap. She was not awakened by the sound of God Tier Sutra. Senju Hashirama, who also did not respond to the sound, was holding his granddaughter and was living in retirement mode. Is it in the past? Won Jun asked, looking sideways at Senju Hashirama. Wait until Tsunade wakes up. Senju Hashirama pointed to Tsunade on his lap, and said to Won Jun. When will she wake up? She can sleep for half a day in one sleep. In the past 2 days, Won Jun has seen Tsunade's abilities. He woke up and froze everywhere, and couldn't wake up even when he fell asleep. When she woke up, others would have finished the fight and went back to eat. Because Tsunade is too capable of running, Won Jun and Senju Hashirama have looked for Tsunade twice in the forest, which is why Won Jun has worked so hard to hold her in his arms. Then I will go over and take a look. Won Jun was not ready to wait any longer when he finally had a chance to go out. Namikaze Minato can wake up in a few minutes, and he has Senju Hashirama's scroll in his hand. Won Jun believes that as long as he doesn't get too close, the problem shouldn't be big. Chapter 2. The loud noise was not far from Won Jun. After walking several hundred meters, Won Su had already reached the edge of a pit, and in the pit at this time, there was a guy wearing a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker. At war with a ninja. Kakuzu. Manjun, who was familiar with the Hokage world, recognized at a glance the ninja wearing Akatsuki's costume on the side of the battle. It was Kakuzu, one of Akatsuki's undead duo. And his opponent, looking at the emblem on the forehead protector, it should be Sand Shinobi from the Kingdom of Wind. A scratch on the forehead protector shows that this person is also a traitor. It seems that Kakuzu is making extra money. After understanding the identities of the 2, Won Jun knew that it must be Tsunagakure who had been chasing after Kakuzu for the bounty. Kakuzu has joined Akatsuki. It seems that the timeline should be after the Third Ninja War. Won Jun was thinking about the timeline, and suddenly a reminder from the Hokage warehouse sounded in his mind that Namikaze Minato of Blacken had been awakened. Namikaze Minato, Blacken version, has woken up, please pay attention to receiving it. After the prompt tone ended, Two options appeared on the screen at the warehouse gate, receiving and deferring. Without thinking too much, Won Jun clicked to receive it directly, and there were two cumbersomes around him. Now he can come to a peak Namikaze Minato. Although it is written in the Blacken version, it is more effective than those two grandchildren. But when Won Jun chose to accept, the space around him suddenly fluctuated, causing the surrounding trees to look distorted. The space distortion did not last long. When the surroundings returned to normal, Minato, dressed in a Konoha shinobi costume, appeared in front of Won Jun. "Mr. Won Jun." Namikaze Minato greeted Manjun as soon as he landed. After Won Jun nodded in response, he took a look at this note as Namikaze Minato of Blacken. The blonde Minato still had a smile on his face, and there was no sign of Blacken. Namikaze Minato, Blacken. Konoha's fourth Hokage possesses superb strength, and he is at his peak, capable of ignoring the world of ninja. Organization, Won Jun Team. Ninjutsu, S+. Physique, S. Illusion, A. Looking at the Namikaze Minato value given by the warehouse, Won Jun can only say that it is perfect. Compared to the childhood Tsunade who is all below D, and Senju Hashirama whose physical skills have fallen to B+, the arrival of Minato is simply a boost to Won Jun. Someone is fighting. After greeting Manjun, Namikaze Minato turned his eyes to Kakuzu and Tsunagakura who were fighting. Akatsuki. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face disappeared instantly when he saw the iconic costume of Akatsuki on Kakuzu's body, narrowing his cold eyes, staring at Kakuzu's clothes. Looking at Namikaze Minato's actions, Won Jun, the fourth Hokage of another time and space, seemed to have known the existence of Akatsuki, and at this moment, he was full of murderous aura. "Go on, Kakuzu will be handed over to you, but the two of you had better keep one, and you can ask the way later." Won Jun knew that Namikaze Minato really wanted to play, so he directly let Minato play. As soon as Manjun's voice fell, Namikaze Minato disappeared before Manjun's eyes. Boom! There was no sign that Kakuzu, who was in Jian, didn't even react. He was hit by a raise nan and broke two nearby trees before he stopped. Cough, cough cough. Fortunately, Kakuzu has 5 hearts. After breaking one, Kakuzu stood up and held up the tree, looking at the person who had just assaulted him. But as soon as he looked up, Kakuzu felt a strong sense of crisis behind him. Before he turned his head, the whole person flew out in an instant. "It's too strong." This is a sigh made by Won Jun and Sand Shinobi, who was hunted down by Kakuzu just now. Kakuzu is already one of the best in ninja, but in the hands of Namikaze Minato, there seems to be no room for resistance. This is the strength of 4th Hokage at its peak. "Who are you?" Kakuzu, who lost 2 hearts in a row, was already a little frightened. He didn't even see the other person, so he was beaten into this appearance. At this time, Kakuzu was clutching his injured arm, and Akatsuki's windbreaker broke apart, and it was no longer the comfort of fighting Sand Shinobi. Namikaze Minato. As if to make Kakuzu understand, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Kakuzu and introduced his name after Kakuzu finished speaking. Ah! After seeing his opponent, Kakuzu's pupils dilated instantly. Konoha's 4th Hokage. No, isn't 4th Hokage dead? How could it be here? Could it be Konoha? Kakuzu's brain is spinning fast, wanting to know why 4th Hokage is not dead, but appears in front of him alive. However, Minato didn't give Kakuzu too much time to think. At this time, the kunao with flying thunder god has spread all over the area. After introducing himself, Namikaze Minato didn't say much, but with a movement of consciousness, the whole person came behind Kakuzu, and then Super Raise Nan went straight into Kakuzu's back. Another heart of Kakuzu was wiped out by Minato. No. Kakuzu, who was played with applause by Namikaze Minato, roared vigorously, leaped hard under his feet, and prepared to head towards the nearby forest. Somehow, Namikaze Minato did not pursue Kakuzu this time, but stood still and watched Kakuzu escape. Hurry up, hurry up. Kakuzu is now full of thoughts about how to run faster so that he can escape the clutches of 4th Hokage. Sage Art Myojin Gate. Kakuzu, who was passing by Wanjun's position, glanced sideways, and a large wooden gate suddenly appeared above his head and slammed on him. In an instant, Kakuzu was overwhelmed by the Myojin gate that summoning came out of, leaving only his head, and he could see the surroundings. Are you still running? Namikaze Minato squatted and crouched down in front of Kakuzu, with a special smile on his face again. Oh, my back hurts. And just as Namikaze Minato asked, Senju Hashirama, who was holding the young Tsunade, also walked out of the forest. Senju Hashirama. Compared to Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of his own generation, shocked Kakuzu even more. Did you stab Hokage's den? And these guys, how could they appear here, aren't they all dead? Kakuzu. After handing Tsunade to Manjun, Senju Hashirama looked at Kakuzu, who was held down by his own summoning's Myojin gate. At this point, he was still an acquaintance. You are still alive. Hearing this, Kakuzu was speechless. Why can't you be alive? Aren't you already dead? And you, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 4th generation. Senju Hashirama heard this name and turned to look at Namikaze Minato. It's the 4th generation, whose disciple are you? Ms. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato also recognized 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Of course, Minato has also heard of this story many times. Jiraiya, is that Hiruzen's disciple? Still with Tsunade. Senju Hashirama still remembers the naughty white-haired child in his memory. Me. Tsunade, who was picked up by Wanjun again, looked at Senju Hashirama after hearing his name. Chapter 3. Senju Hashirama didn't know how to explain it. He didn't respond to Tsunade's words, and said directly to Kakuzu, when is it now? Kakuzu looked blank. When? Afternoon. I'm not asking you this, who is Hokage Konoha now? Senju Hashirama knelt down hard and asked again. You are Hokage, you ask me? You Konoha guys, Hokage is dead, but he said he was dead, but now he is going to ask himself who Hokage is. Although he was complaining in his heart, Kakuzu said, now Konoha is the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to the situation. It really is Hiruzen. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, Senju Hashirama was quite relieved. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was under Senju Tobirama, Hashirama had also trained Tobirama's disciples. And for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama has always been quite satisfied. Master 3rd generation. Namikaze Minato also said after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's name. Kakuzu looked at the two being missed, trying to escape without paying attention to each other, but he miscalculated the power of Senju Hashirama Myojin Gate. After moving for a long time, Kakuzu could not move a bit. Do you want to go? Namikaze Minato also noticed Kakuzu, who was wriggling under the door of Myojin, and kunao thrust into his head. Kunao pressed against Kakuzu's scalp, stuck it on the ground, and fell down along the Kakuzu. Yes, there is a strand of Kakuzu's hair. Kakuzu, who has only 2 hearts, looked at the kunao who was right in front of his eyes, swallowed. No. Are you from the Akatsuki organization? Namikaze Minato, who pulled kunao back into his hand, stared at Kakuzu, who was only showing his head. Although Minato still had a smile on his face, Kakuzu felt that the smile was a bit pervasive. Yes. He was wearing Akatsuki's trench coat, so Kakuzu did not deny it either. Boom! Just as Kakuzu had just finished speaking, Sand Shinobi, who had just been chased by him, flew upside down to the Myojin gate where Kakuzu was pressed. When Sand Shinobi hit the Myojin gate, Namikaze Minato's shadow clone also jumped behind Minato. Well, keep one, don't kill them all. Wanjun saw Sand Shinobi flying over, vomiting blood in his mouth, for fear that Namikaze Minato would kill the two people who will lead the way later. Although Namikaze Minato can find the way now, there are people who are ready to ask if it would be better. No problem. Namikaze Minato still looked at Kakuzu without looking back. But when Kakuzu listened to this conversation, it seemed that the person holding the child among these people was the leader. This person does not look like Senju Tobirama either. Now in Kakuzu's imagination, all the Hokages of the past must be alive, and Senju Tobirama may also be in suspended animation. So how long did Konoha hide? What is it for? Kakuzu's mind was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to ask these people in front of him. Are there anyone from Akatsuki's organization nearby? Namikaze Minato continued to ask Kakuzu, playing with kuna in his hands. There is one, it should be coming soon. Kakuzu glanced at the spinning kunao before selling his teammate. I'm dead, what can I do with the money I made? Anyway, the guy Haiden is also immune to death, and there should be no problem with these guys. Is it Haiden? Wanjun put the tumultuous Tsunade in his arms to the ground, and then came to Kakuzu's side and asked. Hey? How do you know? Kakuzu said Haiden's name as soon as he saw Wanjun, somewhat surprised. Guess. Just like Namikaze Minato, Wanjun smiled and said to Kakuzu, before turning his eyes to the direction where Kakuzu and Kakuzu had been hitting all the way. Over there was a small black spot at this moment, galloping towards the battlefield just now. Here. Namikaze Minato's shadow clone had already noticed Haiden, who was coming quickly. After seeing that Haiden was about to arrive, he reminded Wanjun and others. Kakuzu also heard Namikaze Minato's shadow clone's words, but at this time his body was fixed and he could not see the situation behind him. But he can be sure that Haiden will be caught sooner or later. Hey! Haiden, who was approaching quickly, also saw the Myojin gate standing next to the pit. What the hell is this? This damn Kakuzu, actually chased so far for such a bounty. Haiden complained about Kakuzu while rushing towards the weird Myojin gate. Someone. When he was about to reach the depression, Haiden also saw how many people were standing near the Mingshen gate. One of them was a child who was only a few years old. In the end, Haiden saw that they were being pressed by the Mingshen gate. That head is a bit familiar, Kakuzu. Call out. When Haiden was about to rescue Kakuzu, Namikaze Minato's karma was thrown at him first. Haiden's strength was even worse than Kakuzu's. When Kakuzu hit his shoulders, Haiden realized that he was attacked. However, Namikaze Minato did not give him a chance to continue to react. Minato kicked Haiden's head with the arrival of Kunao, kicking him in the direction of Myojin gate. Boom! Like the Sand Shinobi just now, Haiden was also hit on the Myojin gate. Wood-style binding. As soon as Haiden fell to the ground from Myojin gate, he was entangled by Senju Hashirama's wood style. Wood style? It's true Senju Hashirama. When Kakuzu saw Hashirama used wood style, he didn't doubt the authenticity of several people. Besides Senju Hashirama, who else could use wood style in the ninja world? Alright, all together. After catching Haiden, Namikaze Minato disbanded his shadow clone and returned to the door of Myojin. Damn, who are you? Haiden was caught and tried to break free of the wooden slats on his body, but the more he struggled, the tighter the wooden slats bound him. I'm Tsunade. The young Tsunade ran out from behind the Myojin gate, holding a bug that he didn't know where he was looking for. After hearing Haiden's question, he turned his head and smiled and said to Haiden. Shut up, I didn't ask you, Before Haiden finished speaking, he felt the wooden slats on his body shrinking faster, making him breathless. Tsunade. Kakuzu was taken aback when he heard Tsunade's self-reporting of his family's name. Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato were the same age, but Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sunin, couldn't be so small. "Grandpa, do you want it?" But Tsunade didn't know what the two of them were thinking. He took the beetle in his hand and came to Hashirama's side, raised his hand, and showed off to Senju Hashirama. "Haha, let's keep it for yourself." Senju Hashirama didn't reach out to pick up the bug, but smiled and touched Tsunade's head and said. Chapter 4. How many people are there in your organization? Where is the headquarters? What is the name of the leader? After catching Haiden, Namikaze Minato interrogated Kakuzu again. This. Kakuzu was embarrassed again. Namikaze Minato's question was too direct. If you let Zero know that it was the organization that he exposed. It seems you will not say it. Namikaze Minato saw Kakuzu's hesitant expression, knowing that the Akatsuki member was not ready to speak. At this time, the wooden strips that bound Haiden were relaxed, and the immortal body was finally able to say something. After seeing the forehead protector on Namikaze Minato's forehead, Haiden frowned and said, "You are Konoha's people." "Yes, it doesn't count." Wanjun walked to Haiden and glanced at the immortal guy. "I heard you won't die? How about starving for 10 days and half a month? You." Haiden was about to curse, and the wooden strips quickly gathered and sealed his head. Not only could he not speak, but his eyes were also sealed. Kakuzu saw the whole process of Haiden being cleaned up under Myojin. The other people seemed to know all the information about him and Haiden. Where did the other party know about it? But when he saw Namikaze Minato's kunao coming toward his head again, Kakuzu was not as scared as he was just now. "Even if I said, you won't let me go." Namikaze Minato was not angry that Kakuzu did not answer his question. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's good." Afterwards, Kumure went down and pierced Kakuzu another heart and was scrapped. Damn it! Kakuzu was anxious, with only his last life left, trying hard to break free from the shackles of the Myojin gate. But this ninjutsu comes from Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Although he is more than 90 years old, ninjutsu is still powerful. One more chance. Namikaze Minato stood up and stopped looking at Kakuzu. When Namikaze Minato asked Kakuzu, Wanjun also came to the injured Sand Shinobi. "Do you know where this is?" Sand Shinobi, who was defeated by Namikaze Minato's shadow clone, was horrified at this time. He recognized Namikaze Minato's iconic blonde hair. He had participated in the Third Ninja War and heard many legends of Konoha's golden glitter. But in the end of the legend, it all ended with Namikaze Minato's untimely death. But now, Konoha's fourth Hokage appeared in front of him alive. This is the country of rain. Not far to the south, it is the capital of the country of rain. Sand Shinobi replied to Wanjun while clutching his right leg injured by Namikaze Minato. Although he doesn't know who the black-haired person is, he just chased his own guy, but he mentioned Senju Hashirama. Although he doesn't know him, the legend of the god of ninja in the ninja world is even greater than that of Namikaze Minato. To be able to perform tasks with these two people at the same time, this person must be an unimaginable existence. Wanjun didn't know that Sand Shinobi was exerting his powerful brain replenishment ability. After learning that he was in the country of rain, Wanjun also knew why it rained from time to time when he was in the forest. The country of rain, the south is the country of fire. But if we are like this, it's better not to go to the country of fire. Wanjun glanced at Namikaze Minato. This guy's hair is too eye-catching. Walking in the country of fire within 2 days, news of Konoha's fourth Hokage's resurrection will spread throughout the ninja world. In the view of prudent Wanjun, it is better not to be too popular before overwhelming the strength of the entire ninja world. The land of rain seems to be pretty good. Thought for a while. Wanjun feels that the land of rain, except for a little more rain, seems to be pretty good in other aspects. It might be good for him and others to build an organization here. There is an Akatsuki organization. If I often encounter it, some are not so good. Let's go, let's take a look at the capital of the country of rain, and then make plans. After Won Jun made up his mind, he picked up Tsunade who was still teasing the beetle on the ground and said to Senju Hashirama. Minato, these people, I'll leave it to you. The guy who is pestered by wood style can be sealed up and see if he will die after being hungry for half a month. Others. Won Jun glanced at Sand Shinobi with Kakuzu, you can figure it out by yourself. Namikaze Minato nodded knowingly. This action shocked Sand Shinobi, and quickly climbed to Won Jun with his hands, my lord, I am very familiar with this place. I can lead you. I know them. Where is the base of the organization, my lord, take me. Oh? Do you know their base? Won Jun was interested, where did you know it? Seeing Won Jun finally stopped, Sand Shinobi gasped and said, the two people I met in the morning were at their stronghold. Are you sure it is their base? Won Jun asked. Yes, it must be. There are still several people wearing the same clothes. To survive, Sand Shinobi slightly modified some of the pictures he saw. In the morning, except for Kakuzu and Haiden, he only saw one at the entrance of the hole. People in costumes. That's it, that's okay, if you can keep up, just come. After saying that, Won Jun hugged Tsunade and walked towards the capital of the southern rain country. Behind him, apart from the slow-moving Senju Hashirama, one more lame Tsunagaku betrayed. Less than half a mile after the four walked out, Namikaze Minato also caught up, with an arm-thick scroll in his hand. Mr. Won Jun, the seal you want? Namikaze Minato, who caught up, went directly to Won Jun's side, and handed the scroll to Won Jun's hand. Is it sealed in a scroll? Won Jun thought that Namikaze Minato had sealed Haiden in place, but he did not expect that he brought him a scroll. In this case, Haiden must die too much, right? However, now Won Jun has no time to see if Haiden is still alive. After letting Tsunade in his arms put the scroll on the backpack on his shoulders, Won Jun said to Senju Hashirama, First generation, how much is my current chakra? Senju Hashirama, who heard Won Jun's question, turned his head and looked at Won Jun and said, it should be about the same as Chunin. Why is it still Chunin? After Won Jun awakened Tsunade, the warehouse gave him Genin's chakra amount. After Senju Hashirama was awakened, Won Jun's chakra amount directly reached Chunin's level, but now Namikaze Minato is coming, it seems that there is no growth in their chakra. Senju Hashirama said, it's more than before. It seems that it is fixed every time? Then it takes a while for Chunin to Jainin. Won Jun was a little disappointed. He thought that after waking up Namikaze Minato, his chakra amount would directly reach Jainin's level. Don't worry, you haven't learned clone technique yet. Senju Hashirama's waist has improved a lot, and he can already speak up straight at this time. The main reason is that Jian is too difficult. Won Jun, who has just learned ninjutsu, said that Jian is really difficult to learn. If you don't pay attention, you will make a mistake. As Senju Hashirama was talking, he walked to hug Tsunade in Won Jun's arms and said, it's already pretty good, isn't it just a day of learning? Chapter 5 Hokage Warehouse, Inventory 797,800. Waking up, Senju Tobirama, 8 years old, growing up. Senju Tobirama, who exists in a certain time and space, seems to have a good relationship with the Uchiha family and has endless potential. The remaining wake-up time is 19 days, 23 hours, 17 minutes, and 52 seconds. When Won Jun saw the time for the next Hokage to wake up in the Hokage warehouse, he was a little confused. The last Hokage Namikaze Minato, but it only took 2 days to get to Senju Tobirama. How could it be 20 days? Isn't it just a novice gift package before? But after this Senju Tobirama, it says that it has infinite potential, and there should be more room for improvement than the original second-generation project. Thinking of this, Won Jun looked at the introductions of Tsunade and Senju Hashirama, and he couldn't compare with Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama. Tsunade, childhood. Konoha's fifth Hokage, she is still in her infancy, and she has no combat effectiveness, but with two Hokage grandfathers, Tsunade doesn't seem to need to consider these mundane things. Organization, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu. Physique, E. Illusion, Dot. Senju Hashirama, Old Age. Konoha's first Hokage, a godlike existence in the ninja world, has been sitting in the position of Hokage for more than 40 years in his time and space. Because of his existence, the ninja world is peaceful except for the First World War. However, his 90-year-old body did not allow him to continue high-intensity battles. Therefore, in the 46th year of Konoha's establishment, he passed the position of Hokage to his grandson, Nawaki. Organization, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, S++. Physique, B+. Illusion, S+. If only from the data point of view, Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu has surpassed the limit of the data and is simply inhuman. But Won Jun turned his head and saw that first Hokage was moving, he could only shake his head and sigh. Sand Shinobi, who had stopped the injury on his leg, endured the pain and caught up with Won Jun's footsteps, and approached Won Jun's side and said, "My lord, it's coming soon, just ahead." The trees around Won Jun have gradually sparsed. Looking out from the gap between the trees, there is already the outline of the capital of the country of rain not far away. "Minato, let's find a few hat windbreakers. Your clothes with first generation are too eye-catching." When he was about to walk out of the forest, Won Jun stopped and turned to Namikaze Minato, who was supporting first generation. One of the two is a ninja costume with the Konoha logo, and the other is an armor from the Sengoku era. If you meet a ninja, you will be recognized immediately. Okay. Namikaze Minato just finished replying, a flash, and disappeared in place. Senju Hashirama, who was originally supported by Namikaze Minato, almost fell over inadvertently. This kid really has a personality similar to Jiraiya. As soon as Senju Hashirama's complaints were over, Namikaze Minato had already returned to the group with a few suits and hats. Too fast. Sand Shinobi stared at Namikaze Minato, who was returning. This is Konoha's Hokage. Namikaze Minato came back with a total of 4 sets of clothes, but Won Jun and Sand Shinobi didn't wear them. Even if they were seen, they would not be affected at all. The extra clothes were handed over to Sand Shinobi's hands. After the 2 Hokages were dressed, the 4 of them walked towards the capital of the Rain Country. Although it is the capital, the city gate is not lively, and there is no hustle and bustle that the capital should have. When entering the city, because there was Sand Shinobi, a ninja with a forehead protector, the few people were not obstructed, and went straight into the city of the Rain Country. There are few people. Won Jun looked at the deserted street, which was quite different from the lively scene in his imagination. By the way, did you bring money? Although Won Jun has money, the thing is not available in this Hokage world, so Won Jun put his hope on that Sand Shinobi. After Sand Shinobi heard Manjun's question, he began to fumble his pocket. After looking for it for a long time, he found out a shriveled wallet from Kabuto. "My lord, here." "Okay, you can pay directly later." Won Jun nodded in satisfaction. "Now, there should be no need to eat Ba Wang's meal. Let's go, find a place to live first." "Wait, let's go there and see how." Senju Hashirama seemed to have different opinions, pointing to the street on the left, and said to Won Jun. Won Jun looked in the direction of Senju Hashirama's fingers. On this deserted street, there seemed to be an unusually lively shop, and there was a long line at the gate. Won Jun looked up at the sign of the shop, which read the word casino impressively. "Forget it, you are not suitable for this, really, listen to me, go over here. Wanjun doesn't think Senju Hashirama's gambling luck is so good. This, from his granddaughter Tsunade, can be very good. Figure it out. However, Tsunade, who is in Wanjun's arms, seems to support his grandfather very much. I want to go too. Sure enough, it's two grandsons. Wanjun was shook his head in both hands by Tsunade, but he couldn't help but walk towards the casino under the guidance of Senju Hashirama. The speed of the few people is not fast. From time to time, people from the land of rain ran past them, still chanting words like big sheep. Big sheep? Isn't it? Wanjun subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the casino, the young Tsunade with bright eyes. This is not so coincidental, is it? Hey, look, that big fat sheep really deserves its reputation, and it's lost again. It's only been a long time since I went in, I'm almost lost. At the entrance of the casino, a crowd of people from the land of rain watching the excitement are discussing. At this time, Wanjun and several people also came to the entrance of the casino. Because of the ninja sand shinobi, ordinary people in the country of rain voluntarily gave up a way to several people. First generation, it's your granddaughter again. When Wanjun stood at the forefront of the crowd, they also saw Tsunade in the casino being killed by all parties. Well, this is like me. Senju Hashirama seemed a little proud. Minato, leave it to you, don't be recognized by her later. Because the Lord was right in front of him, Wanjun was not ready to show off the baby Tsunade, and delivered it directly to Namikaze Minato's hands. Offended, Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato still expressed enough respect for his teacher's teammates. After taking Tsunade with both hands, he opened the hem of the hat so that Tsunade could see the situation outside. At this time, Shizuan, who was accompanying the big sheep Tsunade, also saw the four Wanjun at the entrance of the casino. My lord, it's Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi. Tsunade frowned when he heard that there was a ninja and looked at the door. It's a traitor, leave him alone. After Tsunade finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the situation at the door, and returned his gaze to the dice on the table. Little, little, little. Big. You lost. This lord, are you still coming? The dealer's face was full of smiles, and today's revenue is almost half a month away. Come. Tsunade, an unbeliever, looked at Shizuan, ready to take the money for another round. However, Shizuan looked bitter at this time. No. It's gone. Chapter 6. Nothing. This time it was Tsunade's turn to stare. It didn't take long for him to sit down. The money was more than last time, and the time was shorter than before. What happened? Wait, Shinobi. Tsunade, who had no bet, suddenly remembered the shinobi at the door just now. He raised his head and looked at Sand Shinobi. Isn't that a reward for moving? Shizuan seemed to be aware of Tsunade's thoughts and quickly said, Tsunade-sama, no, we have to pay if we break something. Well, that's true. Tsunade regained his senses a little, and after weighing it up, he temporarily gave up the idea. Give me the money. Just when Tsunade was about to get up and leave because he had no money, Senju Hashirama stretched his hand in front of Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi was a little embarrassed and looked at Wanjun. Give it to him. After Wanjun nodded, Sand Shinobi handed his shriveled wallet to Senju Hashirama's hands. Senju Hashirama, who took the money, walked directly toward the casino. Halfway through, he just met the oncoming Tsunade. Hashirama quickly stretched out his hand and stopped him. What are you doing? After Tsunade was stopped, he glanced at the tightly wrapped Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, under the hat, smiled when he heard the words of the granddaughter of time and space, and then said, Want to gamble again? This voice? After Tsunade heard the voice of first generation, he was taken aback. This voice was too familiar to her. But Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and shook his head for himself. It's been many years, it's impossible. No money. Tsunade shook his head and refused Senju Hashirama's offer. Just use this. Senju Hashirama pointed to Shizune holding the pink piggy and said to Tsunade. As soon as Senju Hashirama finished speaking, before Tsunade could react, Shizune spoke first. Tsunade-sama, no, dolphin. I'm not talking about the pig, but the necklace it wears. Senju Hashirama, seeing that the other party seemed to be wrong, explained. Necklace. Tsunade looked back at the dolphin's neck. No problem, bet, how to bet? That's it, whoever rolls the big one wins. Senju Hashirama picked up a dice casually and placed it on the nearest table. Tsunade didn't talk nonsense, and took off the dolphin's necklace and put it on the table. Then he grabbed the dice on the table and threw it out. 2 o'clock, it really is a big fat sheep. The onlookers at the door all laughed when they saw the points that Tsunade had thrown. The big fat sheep was really a big fat sheep. Senju Hashirama at the table has the same idea as the person at the door. Tsunade has thrown 2 points. It is impossible for him to lose. It's time for me. Senju Hashirama picked up the dice thrown by Tsunade, and then threw it straight forward. After the dice had rotated on the table several times, they finally stopped slowly. After rolling 2 points, Tsunade, who was already desperate, didn't look at the points of the dice. After Senju Hashirama threw the dice, she walked straight to the gate of the casino. Master Tsunade! Master Tsunade! You won, you won! Before Tsunade walked a few steps, he heard Shizune yelling behind him. Shizune, who had never seen Tsunade lose, was once again when he won. What? Tsunade turned his head in astonishment and looked at the dice on the table. There was only 1 point on the side of the dice facing upward. 1 point? Did I really win? At this time, even Tsunade herself couldn't believe it. For so many years, except for her grandfather who had beaten her when she was a child, she had never tasted of winning. Really won? Tsunade quickly took 2 steps, came to the table, bowed his head and stared at the dice on the table. Really, I won. Haha, I won. Shouting, Tsunade snatched the wallet from Senju Hashirama. Thank you. Happy Tsunade did not notice the expressions of Manjun and Sand Shinobi at the door when he took the wallet from Senju Hashirama. It's over, the money to stay in the store is gone. Wanjun didn't expect that his first Hokage would actually lose to the legendary Big Sheep. This is really, in the same line. Money is gone. In Namikaze Minato's windbreaker, the young Tsunade saw that his wallet from Grandpa First Generation had been robbed, and was anxious. He pulled in Minato's windbreaker and tried to get out. Take back your own wallet. Seeing that Tsunade was about to go out, Namikaze Minato quickly hugged her and covered the mouth of the infant Tsunade with his hands. Tsunade-sama, you are offended. Tsunade, who was happy at this time, did not notice the movement at the gate. She was holding her purse. She picked up the necklace of dolphins on the table and called Shizune. She was ready to use the money she earned to have a big meal. To Tsunade today, in terms of it, it is a memorable day. Give way. Tsunade, who walked to the gate, was blocked by Namikaze Minato. But because Namikaze Minato was calming the noisy child in his arms, he did not give way to Tsunade in the first place. Seeing that Namikaze Minato didn't respond, Tsunade stretched out his hand and prepared to push Minato away. Hey! Tsunade pushed slightly hard, realizing that he hadn't pushed this guy in the same attire as the one he was betting on just now. The block Tsunade glanced at Senju Hashirama in the casino, and then at Sand Shinobi beside Namikaze Minato. Could it be strange? Thinking of this, Tsunade increased his strength, but in any case, he did not push Namikaze Minato, who was standing still. Master Tsunade. Shizune behind Tsunade also noticed something was wrong, and after a glance at Namikaze Minato, he said to Tsunade a little worried. Sorry, his stomach is uncomfortable, let's go here. Wanjun saw that the atmosphere was a little weird, and directly pushed Sand Shinobi into the casino, giving way to Tsunade. Shizuan, go. Tsunade, who had just won, was not ready to care about Namikaze Minato, called Shizuan and walked out of the passage that Sand Shinobi gave up. When Tsunade left, the crowd watching the big sheep at the gate of the casino gradually dispersed, leaving only a few people, Wanjun, at the gate. Let's go, too. After losing all of the team's property, Wanjun felt that he had to consider the next meal now. Or, sold that Sand Shinobi? Sand Shinobi, who walked outside the casino gate when he heard Wanjun's words, suddenly felt a bad feeling. When he turned around, he met Wanjun's gaze. Big, sir, what's wrong? It's nothing, let's go, find some money first. Wanjun looked at the darkening sky, greeted everyone, and left the casino. Release Tsunade, don't let it suffocate. After Wanjun finished speaking, Namikaze Minato released the infant Tsunade from the trench coat. As soon as Tsunade showed his head, he looked at Senju Hashirama, who was silent at the end, and said, Grandpa, you lost your money. Chapter 7. Under the torture of the childhood Tsunade's soul, Senju Hashirama walked more slowly. I'm still a little bit. After Tsunade asked Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato took out Kabuto and took out a pocket. Wanjun looked at Namikaze Minato with a strange look. You also came across, so why are you rich? Wanjun took the bag and found that there was a big bulging bag that was the currency of Hokage world. Money? How did you get it? It was found from the guy just now. The person in Namikaze Minato's mouth was Kakuzu, who had just fought a few people in the forest. Kakuzu is in charge of Akatsuki's finances and has the habit of making extra money. It is reasonable to have so much money on him. Okay, you don't need to sleep on the street. Wanjun took the bag, and this time, he said nothing to Senju Hashirama. Manjun, who had just collected the purse, saw Senju Hashirama leaning towards him. Don't think about it, let me put the money here. Surprisingly, Senju Hashirama didn't look at the purse, but leaned into Wanjun's ear and said, Someone is following us. Hey! After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Wanjun frowned slightly. Has anyone noticed his group? Can you perceive who it is? Ahem, it should be Tsunade. Senju Hashirama's shadow is hidden under the hat. Wanjun can't see his expression at this time, but it should be quite rich. Since I'm here, I'll meet her. Later you don't use wood style, Minato, or raise Nan. Wood style and raise Nan flying thunder god are ninjutsu for Tsunade. It's too familiar. As long as you use it, you don't need to guess, you can think of it being related to first generation and fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato stuffed the head of the infant Tsunade in the trench coat again, nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Wanjun. No problem. Senju Hashirama followed. After the discussion, everyone walked directly towards the gate of the capital of the country of rain just now, and Tsunade and Shizuan also followed all the way to the edge of the forest. After seeing Wanjun walking into the forest, Tsunade and Shizuan stopped. Shizuan hugged the dolphins and said with some worry, Master Tsunade, do you want to go? Didn't you just say that the other party is very strong? If you are alone. Although Shizuan hasn't finished speaking, the rest of the story is obviously not at ease. Tsunade. The other party is a little weird, and I saw a child in one of the cloaked windbreakers. Tsunade frowned, thinking about whether to continue the pursuit. The two stood there for a while, and finally Tsunade was still heartbroken and walked towards the forest with his legs raised. Shizuan, you are here waiting for me. But, Tsunade-sama, you're... Shizuan tried to catch up, but was stopped by Tsunade. Don't worry, I'm Tsunade. After speaking, Tsunade suddenly accelerated and rushed into the forest. And the reason why Tsunade, who has panicemia, is so eager to catch up with Wanjun is because when she was at the gate of the casino just now, she saw the head drilled out of the Namikaze Minato trench coat, exactly the same as when she was a child. The appearance of, and, that in his voice to the gambler. For all this, Tsunade must find out the reason, no matter who the other party is, she must take a look at the person under the hat. Who is it? Call. When Tsunade was still remembering the little face in front of the casino, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang in her ears. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato, who was wearing a windbreaker and a hat, jumped from a tree, rubbed Tsunade's arm with a leg whip, and hit the next big tree. The big tree that was hit by Namikaze Minato's right leg fell to the ground, and there was a scream of birds. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. Senju Hashirama, who was hiding behind a tree, was not idle either. His hands were imprinted, and he used the earth style that he didn't use very often. In order to avoid the attack of Namikaze Minato, Tsunade just fell to the ground, and Senju Hashirama's decapitation technique was just applied. One hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed Tsunade's foot. Tian Shao feet. In order not to be caught, Tsunade directly used his own strange power. The untrapped foot stomped on the ground, and the whole area collapsed directly. The surrounding trees also followed the direction of the ground collapse. Upside down. Wind-style wind blowing and cutting. Namikaze Minato, who was unable to succeed in the first blow, jumped directly into the air and threw several wind blades towards the collapsed area. With the cage level strength bonus, the wind blade directly cut the fallen trees to pieces. Earth-style dungeon hall none. After Namikaze Minato's wind style was cast, Senju Hashirama's earth style also followed. The ground next to the collapsed area jumped up with the cast of ninjutsu, quickly forming an inverted bowl-shaped enchantment, and Tsunade the entire blockade is inside. On a tree in the distance, Wanjun, who was watching the battle with the infant Tsunade, was holding him, and shook his head. This is too cruel. Grandpa takes an outsider to beat his granddaughter? It's necessary to have a newspaper to make headlines. Two adults, too strong. Sand Shinobi, who took Wanjun to the tree beside Wanjun, swallowed. Is this the right person? Master Wanjun, are we going down? Wait a minute, the opponent is not weak. In a bloodless war, Tsunade's combat power can still be expected, so Wanjun didn't rush to meet Senju Hashirama. Boom! Sure enough, after Wanjun finished speaking, I don't know if Senju Hashirama put water on the enchantment cast. Tsunade directly punched out of the earth wall and stood on the earth wall. At this time, she was covered with wood debris and dirt, and she did not look like a legendary ninja. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. After Tsunade rushed out of the enchantment, Senju Hashirama sealed the seal again, and saw a few dragon heads made of earth emerge from the ground around him instantly, opening his mouth, and rushing towards Tsunade. Senju Hashirama's earth dragon bullets are much stronger in appearance than others, and the size of several earth dragons is about to catch up with 10,000 snakes. 100 Healings Mark Solution. Knowing that Tsunade had encountered hard stubble, he couldn't take much care of it. He directly unlocked the 100 Healings mark on his forehead, and the huge chakra instantly rushed from the seal on his forehead to Tsunade's body. Boom, boom, boom. The earth dragon bullet approached quickly, and Tsunade also exerted all his strength, bombarding the earth dragon bullet that hit her with one punch. At this time, not only Shizun outside the forest, the people in the capital of the Kingdom of Rain, also noticed the forest that kept making loud noises and raising smoke and dust. Hey, hey! After smashing all the earth dragon bullets, Tsunade gasped heavily. She had never thought that a simple earth dragon bullet could actually push herself into this situation. However, Namikaze Minato didn't seem to be ready to give Tsunade a chance to breathe. Just after the earth dragon bomb was over, he kicked his feet, jumped out from Senju Hashirama's side, and galloped toward Tsunade. Chapter 8. Hey! Namikaze Minato quickly approached Tsunade like a flash of light. In Tsunade's eyes, Namikaze Minato's figure even began to appear. However, with years of experience, Tsunade still punched the left leg that Namikaze Minato swept over. Boom! Namikaze Minato, who was back shocked by the Tsunade, tapped a branch next to him, turned around, and returned to Senju Hashirama's side. It's so powerful! Namikaze Minato was also the first time to confront a strange force. He didn't have much preparation, his legs were slightly numb from the shock. Blood! On the other side, after Namikaze Minato left, Tsunade suddenly felt a pain in the arm of his left hand. He turned to look and saw that at this moment, a cut was made in his arm. The blood was slowly drained from the wound. After seeing the blood donated by himself, Tsunade felt weak, staggered under his feet, and fell onto the dirt wall summoned by Senju Hashirama. What's the matter? Namikaze Minato, who had just hit Tsunade just now, asked with some confusion. He didn't hurt Tsunade just now, and he was even knocked back by the opponent. Why did Tsunade fall? Although Senju Hashirama is not familiar with this granddaughter, he still cares a lot. After taking a look at Tsunade, who is wearing a mask of fear, he said to Namikaze Minato next to him, "Minato, go and see what's going on." "Okay, Master First Generation." Namikaze Minato nodded, and jumped in the direction of Tsunade. At this moment, at the edge of the forest, a shuriken flew towards Namikaze Minato in the air. Of course, this slow-speed shuriken cannot catch up with Namikaze Minato. When the shuriken came into the air, Namikaze Minato was about to fall next to Tsunade. "Let go of Tsunade-sama." The boss who threw the shuriken just now appeared, and it was Shizune who had been following Tsunade. At this moment, she was looking anxiously at the man in the hat next to Tsunade, knowing that Tsunade was afraid of her, for fear that Tsunade would have any accident. Hat. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly and picked up a leaf on the dirt wall. With a movement of his wrist, the leaf quickly flew towards Shizune. Before Shizune could react, a cut was made on the left sleeve. The shuriken should be thrown like this. After leaving this sentence, Namikaze Minato shot away and left Shizune's vision. Shizune didn't expect her opponent to leave like this, but she who cared about Tsunade didn't think too much about this issue. Putting down the dolphin and shuriken, she jumped towards the dirt wall. Wanjun on the tree in the distance, seeing that the battle seemed to be over, turned his head and said to Sand Shinobi, "Okay, let's go down. By the way, I don't know what your name is." "My lord, my name is Fujian Chi-shi," Sand Shinobi said respectfully after taking Wanjun down the tree. "Fujian Chi-shi? This name is very good." Wanjun praised Sand Shinobi's name on his face. While Manjun was chatting with Sand Shinobi, Namikaze Minato also brought Senju Hashirama over. After the two approached, Wanjun said, "Let's go, take a detour, or return to the capital of the country of rain." After Wanjun finished speaking, he led the four of them around Tsunade, which was still stuck on the dirt wall, walked out of the forest, and returned to the capital of the country of rain. After entering the city, Wanjun found a hotel at Will and let everyone stay first. "Mr. Manjun, are you going to visit the Akatsuki organization base?" In Manjun's room, the three of Senju Hashirama opened. Sand Shinobi and Namikaze Minato said first. "Go to the Xia organization base? We are a little bit short. Wait for a few more people, and it won't be too late." Wanjun thinks it's better not to take risks if you can't succeed in a battle. Wanjun felt that it was a good way to gather 5 Hokages and crush the Akatsuki organization in one fell swoop. However, the kind of Hokage like Tsunade in childhood is of course to be ruled out. Even if this kind of Hokage is given to Wanjun 20, he can only stare at Akatsuki. Then he kept his name silently for more than 10 years, and waited for the Tsunade to become cage level, and then asked Akatsuki to trouble him. Although Manjun said so, Namikaze Minato still didn't want to give up. We don't know too much about Akatsuki. If we want to win, intelligence is essential. I can check it out by myself. Speaking, Namikaze Minato took out a kunao from Kabuto, put it on the table in the room, and continued, if there is danger, I will come back immediately. Namikaze Minato, who has the Flying Thunder God technique, does have the capital to say such things, and maybe only he can get out of the place where Akatsuki's organization base is surrounded by powerful enemies. As for information, I have a lot of information, but if you want to go so much, just go and see, but don't force it. If Namikaze Minato went alone, Wanjun would be more assured. After all, if you can't be tough, you can still let's run. Good. Namikaze Minato nodded and replied. After the three made up their plans, they called in Fugen Kishi and drew the specific location of Akatsuki. Namikaze Minato left the hotel and rushed to the stronghold of Akatsuki. In the Hokage of Wanjun's team, Senju Hashirama is in his time and space, and he is said to be the one and only existence in the ninja world. Because of him, the ninja world has been peaceful for decades. But Namikaze Minato was different. He experienced the death of his disciple. The teacher was also killed by Akatsuki for protecting Minato's family, and third generation died for sealing 9 tails. In the days that followed, Konoha was even more panicked by Akatsuki, and Namikaze Minato of Blacken had hated Akatsuki from then on. Speaking of hatred for Akatsuki, no one in the team can compare to Namikaze Minato. According to Fujian Kishi, Akatsuki's base was not too far away from the capital of the Rain Country. Namikaze Minato, who was very fast, found the Akatsuki base hidden in a pile of rocks without taking too long. On the other hand, in the stronghold of Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito and Pain also learned the news of Kakuzu's death. You went to see the scene? No, Haiden. The two were asking the black-white Zetsu at this time. Chu risked half of his body out of the land, nodded and said, yes, only Kakuzu was killed. Haiden has the ability to immortal and should not have been killed yet. Pain also knows Haiden's methods. If it is not for special circumstances, Haiden is impossible to die. Let Ataka go there and check the situation, after all, it is not far from our base. Uchiha Obito said, looking in the direction of the capital of the Rain Country. In his heart, from the beginning of the morning, there was a faint feeling of anxiety. Itaki, who was mentioned by Uchiha Obito, happened to be in the base of Akatsuki at this time. At this time, he was near the gate of the base, staring with his partner Orochimaru. Chapter 9. The eyes of Uchiha's family are really enviable. After the two looked at each other for a while, Orochimaru took the lead to break the silence. The relationship between the two ninjas who also came from Konoha didn't seem to be very good. Envy. Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru blankly, then you want to try this eye. As soon as Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, Orochimaru turned around and walked towards the door of the stronghold. He, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha, was disdainful to answer this question. When the two of them walked towards the exit one after another, suddenly a head came out from the wall in front of the two of them. Zero asked you to terminate your current mission and go to the direction of the capital of the country of Rain to find Haiden. What are you going to do with him? Orochimaru has always been very curious about Ju. If this guy is caught by him, he must have taken a lot of money and didn't run away. Kakuzu, I'm dead. After leaving this sentence, he disappeared in front of the two of them. Kakuzu is dead? After Orochimaru heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Kakuzu and Haiden have been on Orochimaru's research list. However, the death of Akatsuki's personnel in battle happened from time to time, so the two of them were not too surprised. And when the two walked out of Akatsuki's stronghold, Namikaze Minato, who was hiding on the side, also happened to see them. Orochimaru-sama? Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Minato was stunned after seeing the appearance of the two of Akatsuki's organization. He never expected that these two would join Akatsuki's organization. However, Namikaze Minato was surprised for a moment. When he saw Uchiha Itachi rushing to the capital of the Rain Country, he also gave up to continue deep into Akatsuki's organization base, and instead followed Uchiha Itachi. There seems to be someone. Uchiha Itachi was walking through the forest, but he always felt that something was watching him behind him, and when he looked back, there was nothing. Someone. Orochimaru, who felt worse than Uchiha Itachi, didn't realize that someone was following him at all. And even if there are people, he doesn't think that the other person can threaten both himself and Uchiha Itachi. Although Orochimaru didn't care about it, Uchiha Itachi was still perceiving the situation behind him, but in the end he didn't find a trace. At this time, Namikaze Minato had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the capital of the country of rain, and informed Wanjun and Senju Hashirama that Akatsuki was approaching. After being informed of the situation, Namikaze Minato used Flying Thunder God again and returned to the back of Uchiha Itachi. Hey? What about people? Namikaze Minato, who returned, hurried 2 steps towards the capital, but couldn't find Uchiha Itachi. Did you find it? Since he may have been discovered, Namikaze Minato no longer hides his figure, jumps directly to the treetop, and looks in the direction of the capital. Still not. Namikaze Minato looked around, but couldn't find the two of them. The target had been lost. Namikaze Minato was no longer ready to stay in place anymore. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and he returned directly to the hotel where Wanjun was. There are really people. When Namikaze Minato disappeared, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the leaves, said to Uchiha Itachi beside him in the distance. Time and space ninjutsu? Look in the past, I'm afraid it's not that simple this time. Uchiha Itachi saw that the man disappeared strangely, and realized that the task this time seemed to be difficult. After speaking, the two rushed to the direction where Namikaze Minato just disappeared. When they arrived at the treetop, they didn't notice any abnormality. Get out of the way! Uchiha Itachi, who was observing the treetop, suddenly roared, moved his feet and jumped backwards. Before Orochimaru could figure out the situation, he was punched in the head by Namikaze Minato, who appeared again. Orochimaru, who was hit on the treetop, flew out, hit a nearby tree, and fell straight down. In an instant, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Itachi were the only two left on the treetop. I advise you to go back. Namikaze Minato deliberately lowered his voice and said. What he said about going back was not the Akatsuki organization base, but Konoha. In his time and space, both Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru are the mainstays of the village, so he does not want to kill them both. After speaking, Namikaze Minato did not attack Uchiha Itachi, but his body flashed and disappeared again. Hey, damn it, where's the man? Orochimaru, whose jawbone was discounted, jumped up from under the tree, speaking a little unclearly. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi did not go to see Orochimaru, but fell into thinking. Although he hadn't seen the man's ninjutsu just now, he thought of a legendary ninja from Konoha. When he was only 5 years old, he also longed for Hokage and admired 4th Hokage, who was called Shining. However, it was just longing and admiration. As Uchiha, he would never be able to sit in that position. Gone? Damn! Orochimaru was punched inexplicably, and he was a little annoyed that he hadn't even seen the opponent. It must have killed the Kakuzu gang. Don't go to the capital, let's take a look at the forest. Uchiha Itachi ignored Orochimaru, who was talking to himself, but pointed in the opposite direction to the capital of the Rain Country. What are you going there for? Orochimaru had just reset his jawbone, looking strangely at the direction Uchiha Itachi was pointing. Surely there was a battle over there, let's go see it first. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi rushed towards the forest without looking back. Orochimaru glanced suspiciously at Uchiha Itachi, who was galloping away, then looked back at the capital city of Rain Country, frowning, thoughtful. However, after thinking for a while, Orochimaru finally followed Uchiha Itachi and embarked on the route of searching the battlefield. After the two disappeared, Namikaze Minato appeared again, this time with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Such high! As soon as he fell, Senju Hashirama complained about the landing site. Namikaze Minato did not care about the height issue, but pointed to the direction where the two Uchiha Itachi disappeared and said, "The two went over there, one is Uchiha Itachi and the other is Orochimaru." Uchiha. Senju Hashirama heard these three words and came to his mind, Uchiha's rebelliousness? An Orochimaru boy? What is Konoha doing here? After knowing that both of them were rebels, Senju Hashirama's face was a little unsightly, and it could be seen that he was a little dissatisfied with Konoha in this time and space. They went to the battlefield just now. Senju Hashirama also saw that the direction was where Namikaze Minato and Kakuzu Hiden were fighting. Yes, I don't know if I will come to the capital again, I will stare at them. Namikaze Minato said. Chapter 10. The country of rain is still too small. Manjun sighed when he learned that Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru were searching for himself and others. After all, the Kingdom of Rain is only a small country, and perhaps some cannot tolerate the existence of two large ninja organizations at the same time. 3 adults, I am quite familiar with the Land of Rain. If you want to stay away from the Akatsuki organization, the border of the Land of Rain, the nearest place to the Land of Fire, is Sicheng, which is not bad. Most of them are people in the country of fire are far away from the capital. In this conversation, Wan Jun also called in Fuji Unchi Shi. At this time, it was Sand Shinobi from the country of wind. Sicheng. Wan Jun has never heard of this place name, but it is normal for some places in the Hokage world to have never heard of it. I know Sicheng. Senju Hashirama was a character who was running around during the Sengoku era. He knows all the cities in various places. This Sicheng is exactly where Senju Hashirama stopped when he was fighting in the Land of Rain. Place, just on the border between the country of rain and the country of fire. Is that so? That's not bad. Wan Jun is quite satisfied with the location of this city. He is far away from Akatsuki's stronghold and not far from the country of fire. If he has nothing to do, he can still visit the country of fire. Sand Shinobi Fuji Unchi Shi's proposal was unanimously agreed by the 3 Wan Jun. Are we going back to Konoha? The juvenile Tsunade, who was playing on the side, heard the words fire country, ran over, climbed onto Senju Hashirama's lap, and asked everyone. Senju Hashirama stroked Tsunade's blonde hair and smiled and said, "Haha, don't go back now, Tsunade wants to go back. I think Grandpa Tobirama." Tsunade put his hands on the table and patted. "What about Tobirama? This is simple. It won't be long before he will come to accompany you." Wan Jun continued after Tsunade said. After waking up at Namikaze Minato last time, the Hokage warehouse has already woken up second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although this Senju Tobirama is only 8 years old, it is also your true second grandpa in Tsunade. Really? Tsunade said with bright eyes. That's still fake, you can see your grandpa Tobirama in more than 10 days. Wan Jun assured Tsunade. Namikaze Minato heard Manjun mention second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and asked, "Is second Hokage coming too? Where's the third generation lord?" Third generation, there is no news yet, but there will be some in the future, don't worry. Wan Jun believes that the 800 Hokage warehouses will not miss Dr. Ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the first generation to the 7th generation are awakened, Wan Jun feels that he can open a Hokage exhibition hall. He should be able to live well by collecting tickets. And looking at Senju Hashirama's introduction, the second generation of his world is not Senju Tobirama, but his grandson Nawaki. In this way, Nawaki may also be awakened. So since Hokage warehouse can have second Hokage Nawaki, do Jiraiya and Orochimaru have a chance to be in Hokage's position? Mr. Manjun, they found the position of Kakuzu. Manjun, who was thinking of his Hokage army in his mind, was suddenly interrupted by Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, who constantly uses Flying Thunder God to switch between forests and hotels, has been observing the movements of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Since we are going to Sicheng, let's give Xiao organization a surprise. After deciding on the base, Wan Jun didn't miss the capital of the Kingdom of Rain anymore, but before leaving here, Wan Jun still wanted to leave Xiao organization some gifts. Although he and others could not directly crush the entire Akatsuki organization, the other party could not keep Namikaze Minato, who owns Flying Thunder God, let alone the Senju Hashirama ninjutsu turret on his side. Namikaze Minato seems to have guessed Manjun's thoughts. Mr. Manjun mean. Go and see Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. I really want to see these two people. Wan Jun stood up and said, then we come back to live for one day and go directly to Sicheng. As the captain of the team, of course, there is no objection to Manjun's words. Namikaze Minato is already itchy, and Senju Hashirama, it doesn't matter what it is, just follow the big team, Tsunade. This Hokage can be ignored. Fugen Kishi, you stay here. This time, Wan Jun was not going to bring Fugen Kishi. Sand Shinobi, who was injured in his leg, had no effect on the situation. And Wan Jun is not worried that Fujian Qi will run away after he and others leave. Before coming to the capital city of the Rain Country, Namikaze Minato has already dropped Flying Thunder God on Fujian Qi, so no matter what, this guy runs to nowhere, there is no way to escape Namikaze Minato's pursuit. Fujian Qi, who received the task, was still very happy and quickly stood up and said, "Okay, my lord." "Well, you go to the next door first." After Wan Jun finished speaking, he asked Fugen Kishi to leave the room, and then winked at Namikaze Minato. The three Hokage and Manjun returned to the forest. In this battle, Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama were also in charge. They brought Tsunade, mainly because they were afraid that the Princess Senju would be abducted and sold by Fujian Qi. In the previous battlefield between Namikaze Minato and Kakuzu, the Rashomon of Senju Hashirama has long since disappeared, and the traces of wood style have also been erased. Only the bloodline left by Kakuzu and Haiden is left in the entire area. At this time, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru were squatting beside Kakuzu, observing the former member of the organization. It seems to be solved easily. Orochimaru observed Kakuzu's injuries. Most of them were fatal in one blow, and Kakuzu didn't seem to even make any resistance moves. Who can make Kakuzu even have no chance to resist? Uchiha Itachi looked around. There was not much trace of fighting here. Except for a pit that was smashed out in front of his eyes, there was nothing to observe the traces of the battle. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. When Uchiha Itachi was observing the surroundings, he saw no traces of Namikaze Minato used by Namikaze Minato in the depression. Kunao. After Orochimaru heard Uchiha Itachi's words, he stopped studying Kakuzu, turned his head, and looked at the depression. Before Orochimaru turned his head, a figure suddenly appeared on Kakuzu's corpse and kicked him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly pulled out Kunao and waved to Namikaze Minato, who appeared suddenly. However, before Uchiha Itachi's suffering hit Namikaze Minato's body, a huge dirt wall stood in front of Uchiha Itachi. Is there anyone else? Uchiha Itachi realized something was wrong when the earth wall appeared. The man disappeared just now. Did you go to find a helper? Ah! While Uchiha Itachi was still spinning his head, Orochimaru's painful cry suddenly came from the other end of the earth wall. Chapter 11. Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to take care of Orochimaru, who was being attacked. At this time, he was watching the earth dragon bombs cast by Senju Hashirama attack him. Senju Hashirama's earth dragon bullet is very fast, and since the opponent is not his granddaughter, it is more powerful than it was when he dealt with Tsunade just now. Fire style Ha-Long fire technique. Uchiha Itachi faced the flying earth dragon and quickly formed seals. A huge fire dragon flew out of Uchiha Itachi's mouth and flew in the direction of Senju Hashirama. And Uchiha Itachi's body was instantaneous, leaving the attack range of the earth dragon bomb. Boom! Senju Hashirama's earth dragon bullets directly bombarded the earth wall that was summoned just now, and this tall earth wall fell under the attack of several earth dragons. On the other side of the wall, Namikaze Minato, the moment the wall fell, left the place and returned to Senju Hashirama's side. Uchiha Itachi's dragon fire did not have a chance to get close to Senju Hashirama, and was blocked by Senju Hashirama's earth style. However, Orochimaru was not so lucky. He was kicked by Namikaze Minato. As soon as he turned his head, the dirt wall fell directly and pressed him down. The earth dragon bullets also rolled over in the direction of the collapse of the earth wall. After several earth dragons disappeared, Uchiha Itachi reappeared on the collapsed earth wall, looking at the unidentified figures wearing hats under the big tree in the distance. 3 people. After seeing the number of each other, Uchiha Itachi's heart sank. If the opponents are all top-notch existences, then there is basically no possibility for him to escape. But why did the person who knows space-time ninjutsu just let him and Orochimaru leave? Why are you catching up now? Is it just to get people to catch it all? Ahem, bah. While Uchiha Itachi was thinking, Orochimaru grabbed the clod of dirt and climbed up from below in the ruins of the dirt wall next to him. The Akatsuki windbreaker on his body was damaged. Hey, where are people? Orochimaru, who finally emerged from the ruins, came to Uchiha Itachi and asked. Uchiha Itachi pointed his right hand to the direction where Senju Hashirama and others were standing. 3. Orochimaru frowned before hearing the number of people Uchiha Itachi said. He is not stupid. If the 3 of them are all with the intensity of the guy who just attacked him, this battle would be very dangerous for him. Drag them, and 0 should come over. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he ignored Orochimaru, his hands quickly sealed, and the whole person began to rush in the direction of Senju Hashirama. In the windbreaker behind him, pure black crows also began to gush out. After leaving Uchiha Itachi's windbreaker, these crows went straight into the sky and scattered around. Senju Hashirama in the distance saw it very clearly. Uchiha Itachi like this, it is clear that he is going to find reinforcements. However, Manjun was not prepared to fight more. Manjun believed that when Uchiha Obito and Pain arrived, several of them had already disappeared here. Let me come. When Uchiha Itachi was about to approach, Namikaze Minato volunteered, although he didn't know that he thought Vice Admiral Konoha as a treasure, and added Uchiha Itachi of his team after Obito and Kakashi died. Why did he defect? But Namikaze Minato was obliged to deal with Renren. Just now let go of the 2 in the forest. Out of familiarity with the 2 and trust in Uchiha Itachi, he didn't make too much effort. However, this is no longer his own world, and those who betray Konoha should also be punished. Okay, don't bother them, they will still be useful in the future. Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, J. Akatsuki can be regarded as a semi-undercover, which is different from those of Kakuzu. I see. Namikaze Minato nodded, then kicked his feet and jumped out instantly. Although Uchiha Itachi was dispatched earlier, Namikaze Minato came first and came to the center of the confrontation first. Disguised as a ninja, he threw a punch at Uchiha Itachi. Puff! Namikaze Minato's hand hit Uchiha Itachi's body, but only a burst of smoke burst out. Shadow clone. Fire style how fireball. Right above Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi, who was hidden among the scattered crows, suddenly appeared and a giant flame ball was blown towards Namikaze Minato on the ground. This blaze was even more fierce than the dragon fire just now. After touching the ground, it exploded instantly, and after the collision, a fire tornado rose up straight into the sky. Can I learn this? In order to prevent Uchiha Itake's illusion, Manjun also wore a windbreaker with kabuto, looking at the battlefield from behind the black cloth. At this moment, he is standing next to Senju Hashirama, and he is quite fond of the Haoyan ball, which has a very good visual effect. Of course you can, wait until you have Jainin Chakra. Senju Hashirama has never seen anything big, and he doesn't care about this level of ninjutsu. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, Tsunade, a young man held by Wanjun, also grabbed Wanjun's trench coat and said, I want to learn too. What are you learning? I haven't learned yet. Wanjun said with a light tap on Tsunade's head. Seeing Wanjun's attitude, Tsunade's face went dark, and he stretched out his hand in Wanjun's trench coat and said to Senju Hashirama, Grandpa, I want to learn. Okay, study, no problem. Senju Hashirama, in his 90s, is so caring for his childhood Tsunade. Whatever you want, as long as it is available in the world. After hearing Senju Hashirama's affirmative reply, Tsunade took his little hand back, and after making a grimace at Manjun, did he continue to look at the fireworks display in the depression. Wind-style great breakthrough. The fire tornado in the field had not dissipated yet, and everyone heard the sound of Namikaze Minato from below the fire tornado. The attack power of great breakthrough itself is not great, it is mainly used to contain the opponent, but at this moment, Namikaze Minato used this ninja. The flames generated by the flaming ball all slammed into the air along the fire tornado that rose to the sky. Uchiha Itachi in the middle rushed. Water-style water dragon bomb. Uchiha Itachi, who was falling, had no way to avoid the incoming flames, so he could only perform the seal operation. Fortunately, it is in the forest and the country of rain. The amount of water around is pretty good. Under the impact of the water dragon bomb, the flames could not rush to the side of Uchiha Itachi. But Namikaze Minato had already come to Uchiha Itachi's drop point. As soon as the flame disappeared, Namikaze Minato jumped up and came behind the falling Uchiha Itachi. Then he lifted his right leg and pressed it down quickly, hitting Uchiha Itachi on the back. Boom! Uchiha Itachi, who was hit to the back by Namikaze Minato, accelerated the speed of the fall, and slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Should I slip away? Orochimaru watched the fierce battle between the two, squatting on the ruins of the earth wall and thinking about it. Chapter 12. With this idea in mind, Orochimaru began to find a way to escape. The two men in black hats must not be able to go there. The only one who can leave quickly is behind him. Just as Orochimaru was looking for a way out, the battle between Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Itachi changed. After Namikaze Minato kicked Uchiha Itachi down, it didn't end there. Instead, Uchiha Itachi, who leaned over and continued to rush to the ground, stretched out his right foot and stepped on it fiercely. However, Uchiha Itachi was supposed to be hit on the ground just now, but it was just a stone. The stone was crushed by Namikaze Minato's kick and ejected to the surroundings. The body of Uchiha Itachi has returned to the vicinity of Orochimaru. However, although Uchiha Itachi escaped and was hit to the ground, the blow on his waist was real. After returning, Uchiha Itachi also held his waist. Forced into this situation by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi was not ready to hide one. The manjiki in his eyes appeared instantly, and then he rushed towards Namikaze Minato again with force. That guy has manjiki Sharingan, and he can also make seals with one hand. Senju Hashirama beside Wanjun can see Uchiha Itachi's housekeeping skills and can avoid Namikaze Minato's streaks. Uchiha Itachi is indeed dependent on one-handed knot printing. Regarding the one-handed knot printing, Wanjun was not surprised. In his previous life, he had discussed it with others many times. Wanjun is more concerned about the tech expert in the Hokage world, How come Orochimaru hasn't moved? It looks like I'm going to leave. Senju Hashirama glanced at Orochimaru, who was thinking about it, and said. Hiruzen here doesn't seem to be good at teaching disciples. Senju Hashirama also spit out third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen as he spoke. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Wanjun agreed. The three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen have all kinds of poisons. In terms of teaching disciples, Konoha's third Hokage does not seem very good. Don't let him go. This time Manjun must give Orochimaru the parting gift. Senju Hashirama nodded and said, no problem. After agreeing to Manjun, Senju Hashirama began to seal, Earth-style Huankanuma. After Senju Hashirama was sealed, the land around Orochimaru instantly became muddy, and the ruins of the earth wall he was on began to descend rapidly. Hey! Orochimaru noticed the problem at the first moment the ruins descended. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Senju Hashirama. He knew that the other party was not going to let himself go, so now he could only fight. Orochimaru's heart slammed, bit his finger, his hands were sealed and pressed down, summoning 10,000 snakes. After the operation, a burst of smoke rose up around Orochimaru, and after the smoke dissipated, a huge purple snake-shaped monster appeared in everyone's eyes. Why did you call me again? Sacrifice. Before Wan Shi had finished speaking, he turned his head facing Orochimaru suddenly and looked in the direction of Senju Hashirama. This chakra is... Wan Shi couldn't believe that he could perceive that person's chakra again. Moreover, this chakra seemed to shock him when he appeared. What's the meaning? Don't let yourself reveal the news? Or let yourself roll back. Wan Snake, who was suddenly attacked by Senju Hashirama's chakra, filled his mind with the message Senju Hashirama wanted to prompt. Wan Snake. Orochimaru saw Wan Snake suddenly look at each other, and there was no movement, a little inexplicable. He had never seen Wan Snake like this. I have something to do. Let's forget about the sacrifice this time, Orochimaru. I'll see you next time if you have the chance. Although I couldn't fully guess what Senju Hashirama meant, Manshi felt that running was always right. This? At this time, Orochimaru's turn is dumbfounded. What does this mean? The 10,000 snakes who just came out of summoning just ran away like this? What was the reason that Wan Snake disappeared as soon as he was summoned? Could it be that it sensed the strength of the other party? Thinking of this, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the two men standing under the tree opposite. How powerful is it to scare the snake back directly? Is it someone stronger than the Zero of Akatsuki? The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more he felt the other party was terrible. Summoning was useless now, and running away probably wouldn't work. The only thing left is to fight side by side with Uchiha Itachi, which is the only choice. However, it seems that Minato is not ready to give Orochimaru even the last chance. Uchiha Itachi, who turned on Manjiki, was hit by Namikaze Minato, who was assisted by Senju Hashirama, and fell in front of Orochimaru like a broken kite. However, although Uchiha Itachi was hit, his injuries were not serious. After landing, he stood up again. Cough cough. Standing up, Uchiha Itachi coughed twice, wiped the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and blood was left on the sleeve of Uchiha Itachi's right hand. Boy, give it up, you can't win. Senju Hashirama, who once defeated Madara, the Uchiha family's carry handle, does have the capital to say this. Whether it is Uchiha's illusion or Susanoo, it is not threatening to Senju Hashirama. Stop, we will let you go. Manjun next to Senju Hashirama also spoke at this time. Okay. Contrary to Orochimaru's expectation, Uchiha Itachi actually agreed to the other party's proposal, stopped Jiyin and stood still. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly when he heard this. They seem to be Konohagakure people, right? Orochimaru heard this and thought, isn't this nonsense? Could the thing on our foreheads be Tsunagakure's emblem? However, Orochimaru did not say this sentence at this time. and now it is time to not irritate the other party. I heard that Konoha is not good. Senju Hashirama couldn't stop talking about Konoha. Uchiha boy, betrayal is not good. Uchiha, an existence who fell in love with the Senju clan during the Sengoku era. I know. Uchiha Itachi said while staring at Namikaze Minato, who was walking towards Manjun because of the truce. Senju Hashirama was about to say something, but was interrupted by Wanjun. First generation, should we leave a name? Name? Well, let me think about it. Senju Hashirama has not given any other names except for his children and Konoha. Master First Generation, Mr. Manjun, how about letting me come? Namikaze Minato, who had just walked beside Manjun and heard the name, became interested. Although his personality is different, Namikaze Minato is still the same for the name. Love. No, just forget it. Wanjun didn't want Namikaze Minato to take out a strange name, and immediately stopped Minato, who was eager to try. I'll think about it myself. Chapter 13. The level of Namikaze Minato's name, Wanjun has seen before, is really not that good. Therefore, although Minato strongly suggested it, it was rejected by Wanjun. Somebody is coming. While Manjun and Namikaze Minato were discussing the name of the organization, Senju Hashirama suddenly looked in the direction of Akatsuki's stronghold and said. After Manjun heard Senju Hashirama's words, he turned his head and looked, but the trees were a bit too high, and Manjun couldn't see anything except the branches and leaves in front of him. How many people? Manjun, who couldn't get the information visually, could only ask Senju Hashirama. 2, maybe 3. Senju Hashirama replied. Is it Pain and Uchiha Obito? I don't know if it was Uchiha Itachi's crow that worked, or the news of the past. At this time, the reinforcements of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru should be the leaders of these two Akatsuki organizations. Since the other big bosses have come to the scene in person, it is time for him and others to leave. Mr. Wanjun, I think of a name, Ninja Wushuan Purgatory Mobility Light. When Wanjun took 2 steps forward to tell the other party the name of the organization, Namikaze Minato still didn't give up and got to Wanjun. Said beside him. You, listen to me, forget it. The name Namikaze Minato took, Wanjun is really powerless to complain. Are you taking the name of the move? Or take the name of the organization? After being rejected by Wanjun again, Namikaze Minato could only sigh and walk to Senju Hashirama. But what Namikaze Minato didn't expect was that Senju Hashirama went on to slap again at this time. Why is your kid's name so long? While Namikaze Minato was hit hard here, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru were facing the earth-style swamp of Senju Hashirama just now. Didn't the other side say that there is a truce? Let's go straight away. Orochimaru doesn't want to stay here anymore. Judging from the current situation, it must be impossible to fight. Now that the opponent is not ready to fight, then the two of them will always go. No problem, right? However, Uchiha Itachi still did not move, letting the ruins under his feet sink, and said slowly, the other side seems to want to say something. What do you care about others at this time? Orochimaru looked helpless, but Uchiha Itachi didn't leave, and he couldn't act alone. He could only accompany him to stand in place, watching Wanjun who was walking forward. When Wanjun walked a distance of 2 meters forward, he stopped, looked in the direction of Orochimaru 2 people across Kabuto, and said, Tell your leader, the country of rain is not your family's final say, we. Before Wanjun could finish speaking, Namikaze Minato continued from behind, we are ninja warriors. First generation, let him shut up. Wanjun really can't stand this Blacken's Namikaze Minato. You said that Blacken is fine. There are still so many words. The most important thing is that the name is still so useless. No problem. Senju Hashirama nodded and looked directly at Namikaze Minato. Although Senju Hashirama is over 90 years old, he is Konoha's first Hokage after all. This fourth Hokage still respects first generation very much. Under Senju Hashirama's gaze, his mouth stopped immediately. Okay, let's continue. We don't call ninja warriors, we call battlefield view. As Wan Jun spoke, he was interrupted again, but this time, it was not fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato behind him, but Akatsuki Pen and Uchiha Obito who had just arrived on the battlefield. Boom! The Shuradeo controlled by Pain directly rushed to Wan Jun's position with a strange arm rocket, but it was blocked by the earth wall cast by Senju Hashirama who had reacted. I found you! Uchiha Obito, whose alias is Afei, squatted on the earth wall, looked at the three Wan Jun people below, and said with a smile. Earth style cutting. After Senju Hashirama rushed out of the trial Namikaze Minato, he nodded again, squatted down, and pressed his right hand on the ground. A crack began to rush from Senju Hashirama's palm to the earth wall made by the earth wall. The earth wall that had just resisted Shuradao's blow was extremely strong, and was cut by the earth flow, and fell to both sides. Uchiha Obito, who was standing above the earth wall, could only leap forward, leave the earth wall, and rush towards Senju Hashirama. It's you! Namikaze Minato's eyes were red when he saw Uchiha Obito. He would never forget the night Nine Tails attacked the village. Half of Konohagakure, third Hokage, and his wife were all caught by this guy. Ruined. Hurry up, Japan will be long. Seeing Wan Jun above Namikaze Minato, he quickly shouted, at this moment, you can't get angry. Namikaze Minato heard Manjun's shout, and Minato, who had already punched Uchiha Obito, paused, hey. With a cold snort, Namikaze Minato gave up the fight with Uchiha Obito, swept his left foot and was evaded by Uchiha Obito's time-space ninjutsu. The whole person leaped back and stood between Wan Jun and Senju Hashirama. Don't worry, we will come back. When Namikaze Minato put his hand on his body, Wan Jun assured him, when we come back, it is when Akatsuki's organization is destroyed. Yet, Namikaze Minato still didn't speak, but returned a syllable in a short answer. The guy with the spiral mask just now had too much impact on him. That person is the enemy he has been looking for, but now with the help of first Hokage and Hokage that will appear in the future, Namikaze Minato believes that what Wan Jun said will not take long to be realized. Just don't wake up too many young Hokages like Tsunade. Namikaze Minato, who was sinking his heart, began to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, Pen's Shuradeo also launched another attack. When his strange wrist hit Wan Jun's feet, a flash of light suddenly lit up among Namikaze Minato. When the light ended, Minato also attacked. Disappeared in place. And Uchiha Obito, who had no action after confronting Namikaze Minato, his face under the spiral mask was staring in a daze in the direction where Namikaze Minato disappeared. This is not impossible, impossible. In the year Nine Tails attacked the village, he was already dead, and he couldn't be alive. How could he be alive after he cast the ghoul seal? But what's the matter with that flash? Afei, what's the matter? Shuradeo didn't succeed again, so he could only come to the side of Uchiha Obito and asked. Hey, it's okay. Go and ask Orochimaru what happened just now. Uchiha Obito was still immersed in the flash of light just now, and his mind was still a little confused. Okay. Shuradeo nodded, and walked towards Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru who had already jumped out of the Yellow Spring Marsh. Chapter 14. A soil-type ninja, a physical ninja? Space-time ninjutsu. Pain's Shuradeo frowned after hearing the words of the two Orochimaru. Both the earth element and the physical arts are fine, but for time and space ninjutsu, both of them are very strong, and their strengths are extraordinary. Uchiha Itachi was also thinking about the battle just now. The two ninjas at the other side seemed to have no killers, which is why he did not use Manjiki Sharingan. Can you tell which Shinobu village is from? Shureideo continued. Uchiha Itachi thought for a while, and said, I don't really see it. It may be Iwagakure's rebellion. What kind of organization do they say comes from? Iwagakure? Impossible. Iwagakure doesn't have such a powerful person. Uchiha Obito, wearing a spiral mask, also came to the two at this time, denying Uchiha Itachi's guess, time and space ninjutsu. Seeing that everyone couldn't guess why, Shura said, since the opponent knows space-time ninjutsu, it is difficult to find them. What organization did they just talk about? It seems to be Ninkai. Orochimaru interjected, but Orochimaru couldn't remember the words behind. It should be called battlefield observation. Uchiha Itachi's answer was completely different from Orochimaru's. Two names. Uchiha Obito was confused by the completely different words the two said. Could it be possible that the other party failed to take two names? However, Pain's Shureideo didn't care about this, and waved his hand. It seems that we need to increase manpower when going out to perform tasks. The other party should be facing us. Just in case, we will have two tasks together in the future. The death of Kakuzu and the disappearance of Haiden made Pain realize that the current two-person structure is a bit unable to withstand the opponent's attack. They must be found, and this organization must not be allowed to destroy our plan. And when Pain and others were talking about Won Jun's inexplicable opponents, Won Jun and others had already returned to the hotel. As soon as he landed, Senju Hashirama asked Namikaze Minato, do you know that person? Senju Hashirama was referring to the person wearing the spiral mask from Akatsuki. I will never forget this guy. Speaking of the masked man, Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed fiercely. This expression is completely different from the slightly sunny Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama looked at the situation of Namikaze Minato and seemed to have a deep hatred with the Akatsuki organization. After he sat down, he said again, I don't have this Akatsuki organization there. What did they do with you? Regarding first-generation Senju Hashirama's question, Namikaze Minato was just about to say something, but after taking a look at Sand Shinobi in the room, he stopped again. I understand. Fujian Chi-shi saw that these adults all looked at him and understood the meaning, turned around and left the room. After Fujian Kishi left, Namikaze Minato told Senju Hashirama and Manjun what happened in the world he was in. It was supposed to be the battle where Uchiha Obito was smashed in half, but all three of his disciples were killed. Immediately after becoming fourth Hokage, Nine Tails attacked the village and led to the death of third Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Since then, Namikaze Minato has been looking for the trace of Akatsuki. That's it. After listening to Namikaze Minato's story, Senju Hashirama understood why this fourth Hokage behaved like this. It shows how important the peace of ninja world is. Namikaze Minato is now in front of the window of the room, turned his head, and looked at the talking Senju Hashirama. Only when there is only one ninja village in the entire ninja world, can there be long-term peace. Hey! Senju Hashirama seemed to realize something was wrong upon hearing Namikaze Minato's words. What do you mean? Except for Konoha, there is no need for one to stay, and the other shinobu village. There is no need to exist. Namikaze Minato's face reappeared with a smile when he said this, but Senju Hashirama felt like a cold winter. In his opinion, Konoha's Hokage shouldn't be like this. Compared to Namikaze Minato at this time, his successor Tsunade is so inclined towards the collaboration of the ninja world. From Namikaze Minato's words, Won Jun heard that the leader of the World Awakening Organization does not seem to be Uchiha Obito. It seems that Uchiha Madara has many choices. Destroy all the ninja villages? Or is the ninja world unified? These two, I am afraid it is not easy. Now Won Jun finally knows, when he awakened Namikaze Minato, what the introduction said, this fourth Hokage's plan. It turned out that this is what I always thought about. Fourth generation. Senju Hashirama wanted to persuade this Hokage who seemed to be lost. Before Senju Hashirama could speak, Namikaze Minato said directly, "Master First Generation, this is my Shindo." Oh! First Generation shook his head and sighed. Since Namikaze Minato has said so, he can't persuade him anymore, only hope that Konoha's fourth Hokage will slowly change. After all, the world is different. Don't talk about this, tomorrow morning, we will go directly to Sicheng. I don't know if Kakuzu's money is enough for us to buy a house. Wanjun doesn't want to live in a cave like Akatsuki. They are not a traitor who is caught by everyone. There is no need to hide in the mountains. I want a big house. The young Tsunade, who has not spoken all the time, sat on Senju Hashirama's lap, making gestures of a big house with his hands. With Tsunade's speech, the atmosphere in the room was not so tense. Senju Hashirama was not concerned about Namikaze Minato, and instead went to tease his granddaughter. Boom! Just as a few people were discussing, the door of the room suddenly rang. Who? Namikaze Minato took out kunao and moved to the direction of the door instantly. My lord, it's me, Chi-shi. Following Namikaze Minato's question, Fujian Chi-shi's voice sounded outside the door. Hearing this familiar voice, Namikaze Minato put down his guard and put away the kunao in his hands. Come in. After Namikaze Minato opened the door, he retreated to the table. Several adults, I saw Konoha-san just now, just downstairs, but it looks very weak. Fujian Kishi hurriedly walked into the room with food in his hand. Although he joined this powerful organization that doesn't know his name, his strength is still the same. When he encounters a cage level strong, he has no effect except running errands and reporting a letter. What a coincidence! Wanjun didn't expect to meet Konoha-san again. Fujian Chi-shi looked like he was meritorious, and said with a smile, Yes, sir, we are going down. Forget it, ignore her. All the people in the room are Hokage, and one of them is the man's grandfather. Is it possible that you still want to beat him up again? Chapter 15. Tsunade, who was helped into the room by Shizuan, didn't know that he was upstairs, the ninja who attacked him in the forest before. At this moment, she was leaning on the stool in the room, looking at the wall with her eyes, and said nothing. Master Tsunade, are you okay? Shizuan asked what Tsunade looked like. After following Tsunade for so long, it was the first time she saw Tsunade like this. I never won in a casino. Tsunade did not answer Shizuan's question, but said to himself, the grandpa who taught me always wins, but he will lose to me at home. That is the only time I can win. But today, I won. Why? His voice still looks like this. Tsunade's self-talking made Shizuan a little scared. After closing the door, he walked to Tsunade, squatted down, and looked at the Princess Konoha who was also a teacher and sister. Shizuan, do you believe that people can come back from the dead? Tsunade lowered his head, looking at Shizuan and said. This. Shizuan was speechless for a while. If she could be resurrected, she wouldn't want her uncle Kato-dan to be resurrected. Shizuan did not answer, but Tsunade laughed, I know, no, okay, let's rest. Tomorrow, I have to go to the casino. I finally won the money today, but I can't let go of this good luck. As he spoke, Tsunade's tone suddenly changed back to what Shizuan was familiar with. Shizuan was relieved now. Wanjun and the others upstairs didn't know that Tsunade below had just considered resurrection. After a night's rest, several people set off for Sicheng. Because they were going to the casino, Tsunade and Shizuan left the hotel early, so Wanjun and the others did not meet the two enemies of yesterday. From the capital city of the country of Rain to the city of Sicheng on the border between the two countries, at the speed of a ninja, in fact, one day is more than enough. However, because there were Senju Hashirama and the young Tsunade in the Manjun team, as well as Sand Shinobi who had not healed from the injury, the journey of one day was abruptly delayed for 3 days. Hey, it's finally here, it's not easy. When Su Cheng finally appeared in front of Wang Jun, the captain of the squad could finally bid farewell to the road and sleep. My lord, there are ninjas. Just as Wang Jun took the lead and continued to walk towards Su Cheng, Fujian Kishi said, pointing in the direction of Su Cheng. Wang Jun looked in the direction pointed by Fujian Kishi. On the corner of the city wall, there were 2 ninjas standing there, facing each other, not knowing what they were discussing. Looking at the ninja vests on these 2 people, it should be Chnan's upward strength. You threw away the forehead protector of rebellious ninjas. What are you afraid of these ninjas doing? Wang Jun didn't care about these ordinary ninjas. As long as Akatsuki didn't come in groups, no one in this place could threaten his team. Fujian Qishi touched his forehead under Wang Jun's reminder, but the forehead protector seemed to have been thrown away. The forehead protector without the sign of rebellion really didn't have to be afraid of these ninjas. And, even if you bring it, aren't there these adults and ninjas beside you, what are you afraid of? Thinking of this, Fujian Qishi didn't feel sore in his waist and his legs. It was the first time he was so energetic since he left Tsunade. You guys wait. Just when Wang Jun and the others were about to enter the city, the 2 ninjas they were talking about just now suddenly came over and stopped Wang Jun and the others. Konoha. When he saw the emblems on the heads of the 2 ninjas, Wang Jun was stunned. This is the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. Why did Konoha's ninjas come here? Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama, who were walking behind Wang Jun, also found Konoha's emblem at this time. They came to this world for a few days. Except for the 2 rebels of Akatsuki's organization, they saw Konoha for the first time. Ninja. You came from the capital of the country of rain, right? Have you seen this person? The Konoha shinobi who stopped Wang Jun took out a piece of paper and showed it to them. The drawing on the paper was just a few days ago. Uchiha Itachi who fought with Manjun team. Wang Jun didn't expect to meet the wanted Uchiha Itachi within a few days of the battle. After staring at the wanted list, he shook his head and said, "No, have you seen it?" Fujian Kishi didn't see Uchiha Itachi because he was guarding the hotel, so after scratching his head, he said, "No. That's no more." Wang Jun smiled and said to the 2 ninjas from Konoha, "Can you take the hat?" The Konoha shinobi who did not get the information he wanted to collect the wanted list, but the 2 did not leave, but glanced at the windbreaker hats of Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama, and said, "No." Wang Jun no longer wanted to talk nonsense with these 2 Konoha shinobi. After answering, he bypassed the 2 directly and walked towards Su Cheng. Fujian Qishi gave a blank glance at the ninja of fire, the enemy of Tsunade, and said, "My lord said, I don't know, let's go." If we were, one of the Konoha shinobi people just wanted to reach out to stop Wang Jun, the civilians are not on their equal dialogue list. But as soon as the ninja stretched out his hand, he was squeezed by Namikaze Minato who was following him. "What are you doing? Let go." Seeing that his companion was restrained, another ninja quickly took out Kunao and said. Senju Hashirama was a little unhappy when he saw the appearance of the 2 of them. This is not the Konoha shinobi appearance that Senju Hashirama wanted to see. Konoha's ninja should look like Konoha. After that, regardless of Namikaze Minato, he went directly to Su Cheng with Wang Jun, and Fujian Kishi, after seeing Wang Jun and Namikaze Minato, also chose to follow Senju Hashirama's pace and left the scene. Namikaze Minato, but Fujian Qishi is the most feared person in this team. Go back and tell you Hokage, I will visit him. Namikaze Minato said after Wang Jun and his group left. Because Namikaze Minato's aura is too strong, the 2 Konohachinen didn't know what to say. They were in an attacking posture, looking like they wanted to find their place. Namikaze Minato wanted to see the strength of the 2, let go of the wrist of the Konoha shinobi, and stood still, looking at the 2. The ninja who was pinched by Namikaze Minato's wrist just now, after being released, immediately lifted his right leg, supported with his left foot, rotated, and kicked it towards Namikaze Minato's head. However, the next thing is very simple. The two ninjas didn't hurt Namikaze Minato at all, but they were knocked down to the ground. After being kicked down, he went directly to Sacheng. Leaving the two sitting on the ground, they looked at each other, and finally agreed that each other was too strong, so it was better not to keep up. It's better to go back and report to the captain first. The two stood up, and after patted the dust on their bodies, they ran towards the country of fire. Chapter 16. The city of Su, which Wan Jun and others entered, is obviously much smaller than the previous capital of the Kingdom of Rain, but because it is on the border of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Rain, businessmen from the two countries often stay here, so the population is still very large. Compared with the deserted capital, Sacheng has what a city should be. Konoha's ninjas seem to be quite a lot in this city. Not long after Wan Jun entered the city gate, he met 3 more Konoha shinobi. If it is in the country of fire, it is not surprising that there are so many Konoha shinobi people, but it is clearly within the territory of the country of rain. Although it is very close to the border of the country of fire, Konoha seems to have regarded this as his own territory. This place has already been controlled by the fire country by default. Fujian Qi added next to Wan Jun. Wan Jun can understand this matter. Konohagakure of the fire country is the only one in the ninja world, and his super strength allows him to get a lot of benefits. This Sacheng is just a microcosm of the radiation of the power of the nation of fire. This time when he came to Sacheng, Wan Jun was mainly looking for a place to be a stronghold, so a few people went around Sacheng under the leadership of Fujian Kishi and found a courtyard for sale. Because the money was not his own, Wan Jun spent it unambiguously, and he bought the house without mentioning the price. Unexpectedly, the first house I bought was actually in the Hokage world. Wan Jun stood in the courtyard under his own name and exclaimed. However, Namikaze Minato was not interested in this house. After entering the house and taking a look, he leaned close to Manjun. Mr. Manjun, will we go to Konoha soon? Konoha. Wan Jun didn't expect Namikaze Minato to ask this question. With the appearance of this 4th Hokage, he would be recognized before he approached Konohagakure. If he was wearing a hat while hiding and tucked, Wan Jun would not think that his party would be able to enter Konoha smoothly. I also want to go and see what happened to Konoha here. Senju Hashirama didn't know when he also came to the two of them. Hearing Wan Jun and the two talk about Konoha, he also said next to him. Wan Jun also understood the thoughts of these two people. After all, both of them had Hokage on their names, and it would be excusable to want to go back. We have nothing to do. We can take a look at it later, but let's talk about it after Tobirama comes. Wan Jun was not in a hurry to go to Konoha, and second Hokage Senju Tobirama was about to be awakened. More than 10 days later. Alright, I'll talk after Tobirama comes. Well, there are only 4 rooms here, so I have to prepare one for Tobirama. Speaking of Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama is more concerned than Konoha. Tsunade, who has been following behind Senju Hashirama, has long been thinking about his second grandfather, so after hearing Tobirama's name, he also put down the stone in his hand that he picked up from nowhere, and said, Grandpa Tobirama is coming. When will you come? It's coming, it's coming. Senju Hashirama said to Tsunade with a smile on his face. When Senju Hashirama left with the same smiling Tsunade, Namikaze Minato continued, I want to meet Naruto. At this time, Wan Jun knew why Namikaze Minato was so eager to return to Konoha. There was a person he had always cared about. Well, okay, after we settle down, we will go to Konoha first. Wan Jun couldn't refuse Namikaze Minato's request. However, when this 4th Hokage knew that his son was in this Hokage world, Konoha has been discriminated against, even deprived of her identity as the orphan of 4th Hokage. I don't know how she feels. With the personality of Blacken's Namikaze Minato, wouldn't it be with Konohagakure's people directly? However, with Senju Hashirama in his party, he should be able to persuade Minato. Yet, just as Manjun was thinking about what would happen when he went to Konoha, Namikaze Minato nodded and returned to the room. There are a total of 4 houses in this courtyard, 1 firewood room, 1 for Wanjun Namikaze Minato, 1 for each person, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade 2 grandsons living in 1 room, and the remaining one was not reserved for Sand Shinobi Fu. Kenkashi was reserved by Senju Hashirama for Tobirama, who could only come to this world after more than 10 days. Forced to be helpless, Fujian Chi-shi could only tidy up the firewood room and barely put down a bed in it. And just as the Hokage team was picking up the courtyard that had just arrived, outside the city, a 5-person ninja team was also discussing Wanjun and others. How many ninjas did you think Sacheng went into? The leader, if Wanjun was present, would recognize him at a glance. It was Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The son of Hokage, who had just retired from the Guardian 12 Guards, did not stay at home for a few days to rest, but immediately joined the team that was hunting down Uchiha Itachi. At this time, he just rushed to Sacheng. Do you know which Shinobu village is from? Sarutobi Asuma lit the cigarette he was holding before continuing to ask the two of them. Because Wanjun and his party didn't wear the forehead protector, the two Chunin didn't know the origin of each other, so they could only shake their heads and said, the other party didn't wear the forehead protector, Master Asuma. No forehead protector. Sarutobi Asuma frowned when he heard it. In this case, the other party is really suspicious. But one of them, I seem to have seen it on the wanted list, it should be Sand Shinobi's betrayal. One of the 2 ninjas has a good memory. Although Fujian Kishi threw Tsunagakure's forehead protector, he was still recognized. Out of the identity of betrayal. Sand Shinobi's betrayal. Sarutobi Asuma spit out smoke, shook his head and said, forget it, it shouldn't be the person we are looking for. Our mission is very special, so don't make things happen. By the way, has Anbu from the country of rain come back? Sarutobi Asuma, who had gone to Sacheng to look for Wanjun and others, dispelled Sarutobi Asuma, and continued to ask. Come back, they also met Tsunade-sama in the capital of the country of rain, but according to the news, Tsunade-sama seemed to be very weak. Another ninja in charge of intelligence in the team replied to Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma hasn't heard the name Tsunade for a long time. The granddaughter of first Hokage and his father's disciple, has been away from Konoha for too long. Is Mr. Tsunade also in the land of rain? Maybe I can get some news from Mr. Tsunade. Let's go directly to the capital of the land of rain. You two, please stay in Sacheng. Although the other party is Sand Shinobi, it's still watch it and report their whereabouts when I come back. After smoking the cigarette in his mouth, Sarutobi Asuma threw the cigarette butt away, took the other 3 in the team, and ran towards the capital of the country of rain. Chapter 17. Money, it seems that there is not much. In the newly bought courtyard, Wanjun and the others have cleaned up the house, but have to face a new problem again. After purchasing this courtyard, the money Kakuzu carried with him, there was not much left. Money is very profitable, we can take on the task, no matter how bad it is, we can also catch the rebellion. Namikaze Minato said while sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. While speaking, he also glanced at Fujian Chi-shi who was standing next to him. Namikaze Minato's look, this look frightened Fujian Chi-shi. My lord, I'm not worth a lot of money. Don't worry, I didn't say that I will sell you. Wanjun calmed Fujian Chi-shi. Now in the team, there is only such a coolie, and Namikaze Minato can't scare this guy away. After hearing Wanjun's words, Fujian Chi-shi was relieved. He knew that Wanjun was in charge of this team. My lord, there is a special place in Sicheng to take on tasks, usually for the rebels. In order to show that he is still useful to the team, Fujian Qi hurriedly said what he knew. Oh? There are also here. Namikaze Minato is not familiar with this. There is a mission office in a small place like Sicheng. Facing Namikaze Minato's question, Fujian Kishi cautiously said, Yes, my lord, Sicheng also has them, but they are all tasks that Shinobu village is unwilling to take. Oh? For example, Senju Hashirama became interested in this kind of task. For example, Sharingan from Uchiha's family, Kirigaku's 7 ninja swords, scrolls of forbidden technique in each village, and tail beasts. Fujian Kishi introduced all the high-level tasks in the task station. Uchiha size. Senju Hashirama said after hearing this, staring at Fujian Kishi. Does anyone in this world dare to publish missions against the Uchiha family? Recently, there was Hyaga's Byakugan before, but I haven't seen it for a long time. As a veteran renminbi, Fujian Kishi is familiar with this type of task. However, this kind of news made Senju Hashirama wonder how weak is Konoha here to allow other ninjas to watch the blood of the Konoha family. I think the Mist Shinobi 7 can be considered, and there are ninjutsu, first generation. Do you know a lot of ninjutsu? Hokage, there must be a lot of forbidden technique on him. But Senju Hashirama doesn't seem to be going to discuss this topic, that's forbidden technique. Okay. Won Jun just thought about it. Won Jun still wouldn't do the act of selling forbidden technique as an adversary. After a round of discussions, the Hokage team finally set its goal on the Mist Shinobi 7 swordsman, and Fujian Qi, who happened to meet old acquaintances in Sicheng, learned of Hoshigaki Kisame from the Mist Shinobi 7 swordsman. In the territory of the Country of Fire. And Hoshigaki Kisame, who happens to be a traitor, in addition to getting the reward for the mission, he can also get an extra bounty. However, the information obtained from the road by Fujian Qi seems to be inaccurate. Namikaze Minato entered Sicheng and searched for a few days, but did not find the Hoshigaki Kisame who defected to Kirigaku. Namikaze Minato thought that the report of Fujian Qi was false news, and almost sent this sand shinobi in exchange for the bounty. However, although Hoshigaki Kisame who defected from Kirigaku was not found, Namikaze Minato still caught several rebels from several Xionin villages in the next few days. And because of this income, Won Jun's Hokage team did not stop cooking. Tobirama should be coming soon, right? More than 10 days later, Senju Hashirama asked Won Jun about Senju Tobirama again. I will be here soon. Because this is the day Senju Tobirama was awakened, Manjun has been asked by Senju Hashirama several times today. In fact, in addition to Senju Hashirama, I hope that Senju Tobirama will come. In fact, it is Tsunade who is looking forward to Senju Hashirama's arms. She has asked more questions than Senju Hashirama. Just when Senju Hashirama and his grandchildren were a little impatient in waiting, Won Jun suddenly received a reminder from the Hokage warehouse that Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama could already be awakened. After receiving the prompt, Won Jun immediately entered the Hokage warehouse. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Won Jun saw the display on the warehouse door saying, Senju Tobirama, young, has woken up, please pay attention to receiving it. Accept the suspension. Although the warehouse gave 2 options, Won Jun didn't even think about it, and directly asked to receive it. Senju Tobirama, juvenile. Konoha Hokage, which is still in its growth stage, has greater potential than Senju Hashirama. Like his elder brothers Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he formed a bond with Uchiha's girl Izuna when he was young. With the collaboration of these 4 people, Black Zetsu was sealed before Konoha was established, and because of these 4 great powers, there is only one shinobu village in the ninja world Konoha. Organization, Won Jun Team. Ninjutsu, A+. Physique, A. Illusion, A+. After Wanjun clicked to receive, Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and it was his brother, Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who was facing him. Brother? How are you? Although Senju Hashirama is over 90 years old and his hair and beard are all white, Senju Tobirama recognizes the person in front of him at a glance. It is his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the future of the Senju family. Haha, Tobirama is here, Tsunade, look, your second grandfather, haha, it's not much bigger than you. Senju Hashirama looked at Tobirama, who was only half of his height, and suddenly laughed. But Tsunade is a little confused. Is this kid his grandfather? Second grandpa? Who is this? After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, Tobirama only noticed the Tsunade in his arms and asked suspiciously. Haha, this is my granddaughter, Tsunade. Senju Hashirama put Tsunade on the ground and let the strange Tsunade walk towards Tobirama. Senju Tobirama looked at the little girl walking towards him, still unclear. So, brothers in another world have granddaughters? Then the second grandfather in her mouth is me, right? But, I'm only 8 years old. Second grandpa. After approaching, Tsunade still saw a trace of his grandpa Tobirama on Tobirama's face. Although the opponent is not much taller than himself, it may be true. Is it the new ninjutsu invented by my grandfather? Tsunade, right. Senju Tobirama, a young man, faced Tsunade, shaking a bit. This is the first time Tobirama has acted like this. When Tobirama spoke, Tsunade smiled on his face, raised his hands, and looked at Senju Tobirama. When Tobirama Tsunade interacted with each other, Wanjun also saw the next Hokage that was about to wake up in the Hokage warehouse. Wake up soon. Chapter 18. Hokage Warehouse, Inventory 796,800. Waking up, Orochimaru, female, 29 years old, peak period. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lover, is the Konoha technology expert known as Snake G. The remaining wake-up time is 39 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 49 seconds. Wanjun looked at the date displayed on the warehouse door. It was 40 days, which was double Senju Tobirama's 20 days. Wait, girl. After seeing the gender of this Orochimaru Hokage, Wanjun was stunned for a moment. Is Orochimaru a woman? What kind of world is this? However, Wanjun was not shocked for too long. After all, these Hokages are from other parallel worlds, and some weird Hokages are also relatively normal. Since Orochimaru hasn't officially woken up yet, there are not many introductions to Orochimaru, so Wanjun left the space directly after looking at the door of Hokage warehouse. At this time, in the courtyard, Senju Tobirama was holding Tsunade, who was smaller than himself, and chatting with Hashirama. I've vacated a room for you. It's over there. Do you want to go and take a look? Senju Hashirama pointed to the row of houses on the side of the courtyard and introduced Tobirama. Senju Tobirama looked in the direction of the room, but was a little dissatisfied with Hashirama's arrangement. Am I a single room? Yes. Senju Hashirama nodded and said. Brother, aren't we all one room? Why do we have a single room now? Senju Tobirama curled his lips and said. Knowing that Senju Tobirama was dissatisfied because of this, Hashirama explained, well, because Tsunade lives with me now, it will be too crowded if you go. Tsunade. The name Senju Tobirama is still a bit unfamiliar. After thinking about it for a while, I remembered the owner of this name, the granddaughter in my arms who I don't know when. Hey. At this moment, Tsunade just looked at Tobirama with a smile, making Tobirama not know what to say for a while. Oh. Senju Tobirama sighed, then, forget it. Obviously, listening to Tobirama's tone, he was still very reluctant, but no matter how, the little guy in his arms had already called himself grandfather. Wait, someone is watching us. Senju Tobirama, who had just compromised, suddenly sensed that a ninja was watching him on the roof of a nearby house. As soon as Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he immediately put down Tsunade, jumped, and rushed to the house. Hey, hey! What? Before the two of them could react, Tobirama had inserted kunao into their necks. Senju Tobirama from the Sengoku era will not have any soft-heartedness. For the enemy, it must be a fatal blow. This is the survival criterion of the Sengoku era. Boom! The two killed ninjas were thrown into the yard by Senju Tobirama. Looking at the appearance of these two men, Wanjun should be the Konoha shinobi who intercepted himself and others at the gate of the city a few days ago. Tobirama, this is Konoha's ninja. Although Senju Hashirama was quite disliked by the two men's manners, they were Konoha's ninjas after all, and his brother killed them directly. Konoha? What is that? Senju Tobirama, who has not yet entered the ninja era, looked blank. He had never heard of this word. Which family is it? As Senju Tobirama said, he went to see the forehead protector of the two ninjas, but he didn't recognize the emblem on it. Oh! Only then did Senju Hashirama remember that his younger brother didn't know Konoha or other things about the ninja world, so he could only tell Tobirama about the current situation in the ninja world. After hearing Senju Hashirama's introduction, Tobirama realized that the two ninjas he killed were actually from the ninja village he established later. This. Senju Tobirama didn't know what to say at this time, but they had already started, and the two Konoha shinobi who lay down could no longer be resurrected. Even if this village was founded by myself and my brother in the future, it can only do so. Where is Izuna? Is she in the village? After learning that Konoha existed, Senju Tobirama asked the girl from the Uchiha family. Senju Hashirama didn't expect that his brother would ask this question. He looked at Tobirama a little strangely and said, Izuna? What do you ask him to do? Don't you all kill you when you meet? Ahem, I'll just ask. Tobirama's face was a little uncontrollable when his brother said so. After taking a look at the nearby Fukin Kishi, he directly raised his leg and walked towards the room that Senju Hashirama gave him. You guys shouldn't be in Izuna. Wanjunki knows that Tobirama's world Izuna is a woman, so the conversation between Hashirama and Tobirama is completely out of Fengma. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama asked in a puzzled way, what do you say? Here, Izuna is a female, don't you understand? Wanjun winked at Senju Hashirama and said. Understood. Senju Hashirama's lips twitched, and he immediately understood. He is in his 90s, no matter how he doesn't know anything about the world, he can be regarded as a person here. It seems that my brother has grown up. While Senju Hashirama was still smiling to himself, Manjun said to Fukin Kishi next to him, find a place to bury these two Konoha ninjas, and be careful not to be seen. There is also Tsunade in the yard, although at the first moment the Konoha shinobi was thrown by Senju Tobirama, Tsunade was held in his arms by Senju Hashirama. No one knows how long the princess can rest in peace, so please go early. The disposal point is also good. Fujian Qi was still immersed in a crash state where an 8-year-old child had the strength of Jainin. When Wanjun shouted this, a jealous spirit quickly replied, okay, my lord. Fujian Qi moved very quickly, in 3 or 2, he fought the two Konoha shinobi on his shoulders, and then with a light jump, he jumped on the wall and hurried towards the mass graves in Blacken. After Fujian Kishi left, Wanjun said to Senju Hashirama, first generation, can I use Jainin level ninjutsu now? When Senju Tobirama was awakened, Wanjun felt that the amount of chakra in his body increased again. Previously, neither Senju Hashirama nor Namikaze Minato taught Manjun about destructive ninjutsu because there was only Chunin level chakra. This also led to the current Wanjun, except for the clone transformation technique, these 3 ninjutsus, he didn't know much about other ninjutsu. It's almost there. Senju Hashirama sensed it and found that the chakra in Wanjun's body had indeed increased a lot. Can I learn Raise Nan? By the way, don't I need to do chakra attribute testing? Wanjun felt that it should be done in accordance with the regulations, so that it would be more ritual. However, Senju Hashirama gave Wanjun an unexpected answer, you don't need to test chakra, we will, and you can learn it. Chapter 19. Anything can be learned. Senju Hashirama's words surprised Wanjun. He thought he wanted chakra attributes, and then taught him in accordance with his aptitude. But what Wanjun didn't expect was that Senju Hashirama told himself that he could learn everything. According to the meaning of these words, wouldn't it be possible to even wood style? Wanjun was about to ask, but Senju Hashirama first said, yes, it's okay. Your chakra comes from a few of us, so you can learn as long as we can. Then, wood style? Flying Thunder God. Wanjun was particularly interested in these two ninjutsu, so he asked Hashirama directly. Senju Hashirama nodded, and replied, it's all right, wood style, Flying Thunder God, and the ninjutsu that Tobirama thought about. However, Tobirama is only 8 years old and shouldn't know those ninjutsu. The second Hokage Tobirama mentioned by Senju Hashirama is also a veritable great inventor like Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, Tandem Paper Bombs and other ninjutsu are all from this Hokage. However, only wood style can make Wanjun very satisfied. For a while, he can't learn too much. Then I learn wood style first, how about it? Wanjun, who got a definite answer, immediately said the ninjutsu he wanted to learn. Wood style, that is the limit of blood succession, if you can learn directly, it will be a big profit. No problem, but, didn't you make an appointment with Minato to go to Konoha? After Senju Hashirama agreed, he suddenly remembered what Manjun had discussed with Namikaze Minato 2 days ago. After Senju Hashirama said this, Wanjun also remembered what Namikaze Minato had proposed to Wanjun after he caught a Konoha rebel the day before yesterday. Namikaze Minato, who is eager to return to Konoha to visit Naruto, has said this several times. Really, then, you can only study again when you come back. But, first generation, you really don't plan to go back to Konoha this time? Senju Hashirama said during several previous discussions between Wanjun and Namikaze Minato. Because he will not go to the Land of Fire in the near future, Wanjunke has this question again. Well, I'll think about it again. This time, Senju Hashirama's answer was a bit beyond Wanjun's expectation. Hashirama, who had always refused, actually changed his attitude. I don't know if it was because of the arrival of Senju Tobirama that Hashirama changed his mind. That's okay, I won't leave until tomorrow, so let's watch when Minato comes back. Going to Konoha is not a task, so Wanjun is not in a hurry. As long as Senju Hashirama wants to be together, it doesn't matter if it is 2 days later. And when the two were talking, Fujian Chi-shi had also completed the task Manjun gave him, and the 2 Konoha shinobi who were killed by Senju Tobirama had been dealt with by Fujian Chi-shi. My lord, it's all right. Fujian Chi-shi, who completed the task, jumped off the house and said to Wanjun. Wanjun turned his head to look at Fujian Chi-shi, and asked, well, I haven't been seen by anyone, right? No. As the former Jainin of Tsunade, Fukin Kishi is not as strong as Namikaze Minato and others, but the basic abilities are still guaranteed. That's good, you go ahead, Minato should be back soon. At Wanjun's order, Fujian Kishi went directly into the courtyard's kitchen. This ninja, who was once Jainin, was not only responsible for the chores in Wanjun's Hokage team, but also included chefs, cleaning and other services, which can be regarded as all-rounder. However, Fujian Chi-shi also enjoys it. He knows the identities of Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama. To be able to work under this kind of legendary ninja, Fujian is still very willing. And the main reason is that Senju Hashirama put a seal on the history of Fujian Kishi. The life and death of this Tsunagaku rebellion was completely in the hands of the master, in the hands of Wanjun and others. Wanjun calculated the time more accurately. When Fujian Shi prepared the meal, Namikaze Minato just rushed back to the courtyard. Namikaze Minato, who returned to the team, was first pulled by Senju Hashirama to meet Tobirama, and in the face of this reduced version of second generation, Minato also showed enough respect. Who would call this his teacher's teacher? For this disciple, Senju Tobirama was also more interested, and asked him some topics about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konohagakuer. Is it just one of the 5 big hidden villages? Senju Tobirama is obviously not satisfied with Namikaze Minato's answer. Even if there is Shinobu village, he thinks it should be the dominant family after the alliance between his Senju family and the Uchiha family, rather than the current ninja village hegemony like the Sengoku era. The Uchiha family is gone. This is the news that Senju Tobirama got from Sand Shinobi Fukin Yoshihiro. His news is more powerful than Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato's Konoha's impact on Tobirama. Where is Izuna? Where is Izuna from Uchiha? Senju Tobirama asked eagerly. However, Fukin Kishi, who is not very familiar with Konoha, and Izuna, a Uchiha family member, does not seem to be very familiar with it. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't say why. Senju Tobirama had no choice but to look at Senju Hashirama with a plea for help. Because Senju Hashirama has received a lot of information from Manjun, he also knows that this world is different from his own. Senju Tobirama's world seems to be different from his own. Izuna here is different from the one you know, Uchiha family. It's not the Uchiha we know. Is that so? Senju Tobirama was a little regretful. He still had the illusion of seeing Uchiha Izuna, but he didn't expect it to become an illusion. It's okay, Tobirama, Izuna may still have a chance to come and find you. However, you are only 8 years old, so I miss some Uchiha girls. Cultivation is important. After Senju Tobirama kept asking questions, he finally couldn't bear it. Lived, and said. In Manjun's Hokage warehouse reminder, this 8-year-old Senju Tobirama has the potential to surpass Senju Hashirama. Your potential is not used to cultivate and improve your own strength. You are thinking about what Izuna is doing all day long. Can you really see her again? Senju Tobirama, who was only 8 years old, automatically ignored what Manjun said later, and looked at Manjun with a pure face, thinking of getting an affirmative answer. When you are as strong as first generation, you will be there. Wanjun also rarely explained to Senju Tobirama, and after a haha, he continued to eat. But Senju Tobirama, who was sitting across from him, took this to heart. As long as I surpass my brother, is it all right? Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama put down the rice bowl in his hand and turned to look at Senju Hashirama, who was feasting. My brother is already this age, shouldn't it be too difficult to surpass him? After all, he has never been able to compare to his own. However, that's brother, if you really surpass him, will he be sad? What do I do? Chapter 20. How to do. Senju Tobirama was silent, holding his own rice bowl and froze there, fighting between heaven and man in his mind. Mr. Manjun, can I follow Konoha to see it? Senju Tobirama, who couldn't think of a reason, stopped thinking about strength, put down the bowl and asked Manjun. Although he knew that there was no powerful Uchiha clan in this world, he still wanted to visit Konoha, Konohagakuer, which he built with his brother Senju Hashirama. Of course, there is no problem. Wanjun didn't care. The plan to go to Konoha was originally proposed by Namikaze Minato. It is not impossible for a few more people to travel. Moreover, if Senju Tobirama joins, this fellow Hashirama will certainly not fail. Sure enough, when Manjun agreed to Senju Tobirama, Hashirama, who was already full, immediately said to the side, "Well, if Tobirama wants to go too, then I'll go check it out." "Tsunade, do you want to go?" "Where to go?" Juvenile Tsunade was tinkering with his chopsticks in the bowl. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, he stopped and asked with his head up. "Go home," Hashirama said to his granddaughter with a smile. "Go home?" Tsunade looked dazed. "Isn't it just bought here, where to go back?" Senju Hashirama knew that his granddaughter didn't understand, but he didn't explain it either. "Anyway, just hug it and go. Since first generation is going to go too, let's all go, Fukin Kishi, then you should also prepare, and tomorrow we will leave for Konoha." After Senju Hashirama agreed, Wanjun directly said to Fukin Kishi. "Since first generation is also going to Konoha, Tsunade will definitely not stay. In this way, there will be no other people in this courtyard except Fujian Chi-shi. Therefore, the rich and strong Chi-shi who exists as a nanny can only travel together and go to the country of fire." Okay, sir." Fujian Chi-shi replied while eating. Where to go does not have any effect on Fujian Chi-shi, anyway, cooking on the road, just as a nanny, fighting such things, it is no longer his turn. The monsters in this group of squads don't give themselves any time to take action. Even an 8-year-old child is stronger than himself. He doesn't know who else he can protect except for the little Tsunade. NS. By the way, sir, should we also get some handsome clothes like that Xiao Xiao organization? After everyone had eaten, Fujian Kishi stopped and asked Wanjun when he was tidying up the table. Road. Clothes. Wanjun hadn't really thought about this question. However, not waiting for Wanjun to think about it, Namikaze Minato, who was about to walk out of the room, turned back and said, "Mr. with Konoha." The aesthetic level of Namikaze Minato really cannot be appreciated by Wanjun, so before he could finish speaking, Wanjun waved his hand and said, No, I think about it, you can go ahead. Don't use this? I think it's pretty good. Namikaze Minato doesn't think there is anything wrong with the dress he designed. It's golden, so good, with some patterns, isn't it good looking? With this question in mind, Namikaze Minato walked out of the hall, leaving only Manjun and Senju Tobirama sitting on a stool in a daze. After Namikaze Minato disappeared completely, Senju Tobirama turned his head to confirm, and then he stretched his head and said to Manjun, "Mr. Manjun, I have an idea, how about using blue clothes?" Then, Senju Tobirama, who is good at inventing, still has a great talent for design, at least, much better than Namikaze Minato. After Senju Tobirama finished all the design, Wanjun said, "It's not in a hurry. Let's just say that now. When I come back from Konoha, I will get this." Because he was leaving for Konoha tomorrow, Wanjun didn't have time to care about the team's clothing. It would be nice to put on a black windbreaker for the time being. "Ah, is that so? Okay." Senju Tobirama was a little disappointed when he learned that his design could not be realized immediately. "Then I will take care of Uni-san, he seems to have a bad waist." After speaking, Senju Tobirama also stood up, walked out of the hall, and walked to Senju Hashirama's room. When Senju Tobirama left, Wanjun didn't stay in the hall anymore, and he had to prepare what he would take out tomorrow. However, Wanjun didn't have much to bring, and most of the preparation work fell on Fujian Chi-shi. After Senju Tobirama slept in Hashirama's room, the entire courtyard could still see Fukin Kishi. "My lord, good morning." Early the next morning, when Wanjun got up and walked out of the room, he happened to see Fujian Chi-shi with a dark circle under his eyes. "Aren't you sleeping?" Wanjun said in surprise. "This is a new house they bought, and there shouldn't be much to prepare. I slept for a while, but as soon as I fell asleep, Master Tobirama was cultivating." Fujian Chi-shi Yuku couldn't tell. After packing up his bags last night, he was about to fall asleep when he heard it outside the house. The sound of shuriken breaking through the air. And the target of the shuriken was exactly on the side of his room, so Fujian Chi-shi could only lie half-wake up against the sound. Bed together this morning, it became like this. Hey? What about Tobirama? Wanjun did not see Tobirama's voice in the courtyard. Master Tobirama walked for a while, he said he went to practice ninjutsu outside the city, and he should be back soon. Fukin Kishi replied. As Tobirama wants to practice water style, it is not suitable for practicing in the courtyard. If the ninjutsu continues, it is estimated that this large residential area will be flooded. And as Tobirama said, when Senju Hashirama walked out of the room, Tobirama jumped into the courtyard. After Tobirama entered the courtyard, Wanjun glanced helplessly at the courtyard gate. This thing seemed to have become a decoration. Except for himself and Hashirama, no one came in and out through the gate. Brother! Tobirama fell to the ground and greeted Senju Hashirama for the first time. Going out to practice. Senju Hashirama saw Tobirama like this, knowing that this kid ran out to practice ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama nodded and said, "Yes, brother, my ninjutsu is still inadequate and needs to be consolidated." These words were heard by Fujian Chi-shi next to him. They were no longer human words. You are so strong and not enough, so what is it for yourself? I am also Jainin anyway, how do I feel like Genin? It's still too weak. It's not long since I got to Jainin. Senju Hashirama gave another blow to Fukin Kishi. Jainin. In the Sengoku era where Tobirama was located, there was no clear classification of ninjas. Chapter 21. Jainin is a level of ninja. Wanjun explained to Senju Tobirama. Tobirama nodded without understanding, and said, "That's it. Don't talk about it, it's almost done, let's go." Wanjun didn't care if Senju Tobirama really understood it. After all the personnel were gathered, he commanded everyone and started the journey to Konoha. Among the crowd, Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama, who are easily recognizable, are still wearing windbreakers and hats, while Senju Tobirama, because he is still young and is not worried about being recognized, so he did not change his clothes, so he wore regular uniforms and swaggered through the market. And from Sichang to Konoha, the distance is much farther than the capital of the country of rain, and the time will naturally be longer. Because of Tsunade and Senju Hashirama, everyone will only be on the way for half a day, so it took a day, but it didn't. How far out? The speed of first generation is still as slow as ever. After everyone checked into a hotel in town, Wanjun complained. In this team, only Wanjun can complain about Senju Hashirama. As a junior Namikaze Minato, even if he thought so in his heart, he would definitely not say it. Tsunade and Tobirama, and first generation are all in the same family, and they would not say such things. The rich and strong Chi-shi who existed at the bottom didn't even have the qualifications to say this. Therefore, after Wanjun complained, everyone looked at Wanjun and did not answer. You have to be considerate of the elderly, this is already fast. Senju Hashirama held Tobirama in one hand and Tsunade in the other, speaking with a smile, and didn't think there was anything wrong with being slow. I'm nothing. Wanjun said this, but looked at Namikaze Minato on the side. Among the group, it is estimated that Minato was in a hurry to go to Konoha. My lord, there are several Konoha ninjas outside. I haven't seen so many before. Fukin Kishi, who had just gone out to buy food, walked into the room, put the food on the table, and said. Just now Fukin Kishi has seen 2 teams of Konoha ninjas in this small town. In a small town, there must be something wrong with the number of ninjas so dense. Fujian Chi-shi divided the food into parts with doubts on his face, but Wanjun, who was sitting behind him, knew why Konoha was dispatched on such a large scale. Judging from the previous experience outside Sicheng, it is likely that Uchiha Itachi just wiped out the Uchiha clan not long. These Konoha ninjas are searching for the former Uchiha clan genius ninja. That must be something wrong. Namikaze Minato was still very concerned about Konoha, and after hearing what was said by Tokino Kishi, he stood by the window and looked out. At this time, on the roof of the tallest building in the town, an Anbu of Konoha was standing at this time, looking around the town. Anbu is here too. Namikaze Minato saw the Anbu for the first time. Anbu? What is that? Senju Hashirama heard the name Anbu for the first time. In his world, there is no special assassination tactical unit established by second Hokage. After Senju Hashirama's question, Namikaze Minato remembered that there was no Anbu in the first generation, so he explained, "This is the Konoha special unit established by Lord Tobirama of the second generation. It is responsible for defending the shadows, preventing the invasion of Konoha, and detecting an assassination. A kind of army." Other shinobu villages have followed suit after Konoha established Anbu. So Tobirama did it. Senju Hashirama looked sideways at Senju Tobirama who was playing with Tsunade, and nodded with a smile. It seems that Tobirama, as a Hokage, is more competent than himself. What? Brother, did you call me? As soon as the word Tobirama came out of Senju Hashirama's mouth, Tobirama stood up and looked at Senju Hashirama. Seeing that his younger brother reacted so strongly, Senju Hashirama waved his hand quickly and said, "No, you can play with Tsunade." After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, Tobirama squatted down again and tinkered with Tsunade on a windmill-like toy. In Tobirama in the Sengoku era, when there was very little fun, at the urging of his father Senju Butsuma, every day besides cultivation was cultivation, and there was very little contact with this kind of things. The most fun thing he could come across was the stones thrown with his brother and the two Uchihas. After Tobirama played with Tsunade again, Wanjun turned the topic back, so it seems that Konoha's defense level is a bit high during this period. I don't know if I can sneak in easily. There should be no problem. If it is only to search for Uchiha Itachi who defected, Konoha itself may not increase the level of defense. Namikaze Minato gave a different view. They seem to know the direction of Uchiha Itachi's defection. It will focus on searching for places bordering the country of rain. That's not bad. Wanjun continued after Namikaze Minato's analysis. If he can still get in and out of Konoha normally, Wanjun feels that this journey is not in vain. The already hungry Tsunade threw the windmill in his hand, stood up, looked at the food on the table, and said to Tobirama in front of him, "Second grandpa, I'm hungry." Senju Tobirama felt distressed when he saw the windmill that was thrown to the ground by Tsunade, but his granddaughter said so, he had to stand up and say, "Okay, let's eat first." After speaking, Senju Tobirama, who is not too tall, carried Tsunade onto the stool and sat next to Hashirama. First, he put a piece of food in front of Hashirama and said, "Brother, yours." "Yet." Senju Hashirama said with satisfaction as he looked at Tsunade who was eating up. With the granddaughter of Tsunade and the younger brother of Tobirama, he feels that he doesn't have to fight anymore. This seems to be good. But Tobirama is different. What he is thinking about is how to take good care of his elderly brother and quickly improve his strength so that Izuna can come to this world as soon as possible. Wanjun didn't know that Senju Hashirama had already made up his mind to go home and kept holding his granddaughter, nor did he know that Tobirama was still thinking about the girl from Uchiha's family. At this time, Wanjun was thinking about where he should go after entering Konoha. Is it Hokage Rock? Or the Hokage Building? Consolation Monument? Or is it the legendary Yul Ramen? Namikaze Minato's thoughts are much simpler. He just wants to know how Uzumaki Naruto is now in Konoha. In this world where there is neither Kushina nor her own, Naruto must be very lonely. And as the bottom of the rich and strong Chi-Shi, thinking about what food to buy tomorrow? Do you want to buy more toys for Tsunade-sama? Master Tobirama seems to like it too, give him some. On this not peaceful night, when the ninjas scurrying outside the house, everyone went to sleep with their own thoughts. Chapter 22. Hurrying is very boring, especially when there are children like Tsunade. From time to time, I have to stop and run around, causing the whole team to stagnate. However, because of the free time on the road, Wanjun also has time to learn some ninjutsu with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato. Although Wanjun's chakra volume has just reached Janin's standard, he still has no problem casting some intermediate ninjutsu. Manjun also learned 2 of Senju Hashirama's wood style. As Hashirama said, Manjun is not restricted by the limits of blood inheritance. He who owns the Hokage warehouse can directly learn wood style. Tobirama, hug your granddaughter, don't let her run around again. After the team stopped again because of Tsunade, Wanjun couldn't stand it again, and hurriedly asked Senju Tobirama to stop Tsunade, who was too active. After receiving Wanjun's task, Tobirama walked to the side of Tsunade who was picking flowers, hugged Tsunade on his shoulders. Although Senju Tobirama is not much higher than Tsunade, Tobirama's strength is still great, and the weight of a young Tsunade does not seem to have any effect on him. Second grandpa, let me go. Tsunade, who was hugged by Senju Tobirama, was very unwilling. She hadn't played enough yet. Don't play for now. After we get to Konoha, I will take you to play. Senju Tobirama said while turning the Tsunade he was carrying around to hold him. Really? Tsunade beamed with joy when he heard Tobirama's words. Senju Tobirama didn't know what Tsunade was thinking, but he nodded and said, of course, the second grandpa counts. Then, let's go to the casino. I know where the casino is, second grandpa, I will take you there. Speaking of the casino, Tsunade's eyes were full of gold. Oh! Senju Hashirama, who listened to the two talking, sighed and covered her forehead with her hand. How could this granddaughter learn this if she didn't learn well? Compared to the funny Senju trio, Namikaze Minato is much more serious. He just came back from the investigation and came next to Manjun and said, Mr. Manjun, there is a city in front of him. Let's rest there. This should be the closest city to Konoha, right? After the popular science of Namikaze Minato and others, Wanjun also roughly knew some information about the geography of the Land of Fire. Yes, after passing this city, it will take us a day to reach Konoha. Namikaze Minato nodded and replied. Finally arrived. Wanjun, who had been walking for almost 10 days in a row, had weakened feet. After reaching Konoha, he felt that he could lie down in the room for 2 days. However, I saw an acquaintance in the city. Namikaze Minato walked beside Wanjun and whispered. Acquaintance? After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Wanjun paused. He who can be called an acquaintance by Namikaze Minato is definitely not a small person. Who is it? Mr. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato is also very emotional when he speaks of this name. This is one of Konoha's son who has cultivated himself as a Hokage, but he is actually more qualified to be a Hokage than himself. Jiraiya. Hearing this name, Wanjun was taken aback. Did he hit the bar with Konoha's son? First, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and now around Konoha, and met Konoha's son's last person, Jiraiya. However, this time, there was no conflict between the two sides, so Wanjun felt that the battle should be impossible. I didn't find you. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, No, Mr. Jiraiya is looking for inspiration. Speaking of Jiraiya's inspiration, Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed, and there was a pause when he spoke. But after Namikaze Minato said that, Wanjun understood what Jiraiya was doing. Toad Sage, who has inherited the fine tradition of third generation, must be looking for materials or something. Don't disturb him, let's live on the other side of the city. Wanjun didn't want to cause any riots around Konoha. If there was a fight, Konoha would not be so easy to get in. Okay. Namikaze Minato also knew that there should be no trouble at this time, so he agreed. Although Minato still wants to see his teacher, compared to Naruto, it can be slow. And most importantly, he cannot tell Jiraiya his true identity. In this way, Jiraiya will definitely be wary of his contact. The closer you get to Konoha, the fewer ninjas are searching for Uchiha Itachi. When Wanjun entered the city, there was no ninja standing at the gate of Konoha like the previous few days. The atmosphere here is relatively more demanding. A lot easier. And because Konoha is on the side, the safety is unquestionable. The strongest village in the ninja world still has a very powerful deterrent for some rebels. Well, it's not bad. As soon as he entered the city, Senju Hashirama saw a shop selling around Konoha. The shops in it were all affixed with Konoha emblems. Wooden shuriken kunao, portraits of the legendary ninja of Konoha, etc., are all on sale. Tobirama, look, you will be like this from now on. Senju Hashirama found the portrait of Tobirama at a glance in this shop. Senju Tobirama, white-haired and blue-armored, clasped his chest with his hands on his chest, with a pair of red eyes looking straight at him. In front of the shop. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Tobirama raised his head and looked at the portrait, but after seeing the portrait, Tobirama frowned. Is that the Konoha emblem on his head? I still think the emblem of our Senju is Senju. A little better. Obviously, Senju Tobirama at this time does not yet agree with Konoha's existence. In his eyes, it is still his own family Senju above all else. I think it's not bad. Senju Hashirama patted Tobirama's head and said. After speaking, Senju Hashirama also took Tsunade from Tobirama, pointed to a portrait in the store and said, "Look, our princess is also there." What? Tsunade was obviously more interested in wooden weapons. Although he looked up after Senju Hashirama's prompt, he glanced at it, and then he saw that it was a wooden shuriken in his hands. "My lord, this, 150. The shopkeeper said to Senju Hashirama, staring at the shuriken in Tsunade's hand, rubbing his hands in front of him, with a smile on his face. At this time, Fugen Kishi consciously walked to the side of Senju Hashirama, took out 150 from his wallet, and handed it to the store. "Hey, thank you, sir." The shopkeeper who received the money hurriedly bowed and returned it to the shop. "Don't play, let's go find a hotel to stay in." Wanjun, who was already a little immobile, said to everyone. He hasn't practiced physical skills, except for Senju Hashirama, he can't compare with Minato and other ninjas. One by one, he walked all day and played. Chapter 23. In the city where Wanjun is located, near a bathhouse, a guy with white hair is doing something shameful. "Master Jiraiya." Just when the white-haired man was watching attentively, behind him, an Anbu ninja of Konoha suddenly jumped out. The white-haired man who was called turned his head, and it was Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sunin. "Hey? Didn't you see that I was doing business? What's the matter?" Obviously, Jiraiya was very dissatisfied with the interruption of this Anbu. Jiraiya's words made Anbu a little embarrassed. "Lord Third Generation asked me to come to you." "Hey? The old man? Why are you looking for me?" Jiraiya's expression became normal when he heard that Third Generation was looking for him. After hearing Jiraiya's question, Anbu conveyed the words of Third Generation to Jiraiya. The news brought by this Anbu was sent back from the country of Rain. Sarutobi Asuma, who was in charge of the search mission in the country of Rain, found Tsunade in the capital of the country of Rain. Tsunade, on the other hand, told Sarutobi Asuma about his attack. Asuma recalled Sacheng's affairs and quickly reported the news to Third Generation. For this new organization, Third Generation also attaches great importance to it, so it plans to recall Jiraiya to find out about the Rain Country organization. Is that so? Jiraiya put the binoculars in his hands aside and began to think. "Go and tell the old man, I'll go back to Konoha in 2 days, and talk about it then. Then, Jiraiya waved his hand and said, okay, you can go now, I'm going to do business. After that, regardless of whether Enbu left or not, Jiraiya picked up the binoculars again and squatted down. Wan Jun didn't know that Jiraiya and his group would go to Konoha at the same time the next day. When he and Senju Hashirama arrived outside Konoha, how to get in Konoha became a problem. There is nothing wrong with Minato's transformation technique, and Tobirama and Tsunade are a bit difficult. Senju Hashirama looked at the Hokage rock in the distance and said to everyone. With the transformation technique of Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, Konoha shinobi will naturally not be able to see through. But Tobirama has not yet grown up, and Tsunade is even a child. Although these two people are not afraid to be recognized outside Konoha, they have many acquaintances when they arrive at Konoha. The ninjas of the older generation have all seen the infant Tsunade, and Senju Tobirama's iconic white hair and appearance are also easy to recognize. Leave them outside the village. Without disturbing Konoha, Wan Jun could only think of this one way. Before Wan Jun and the others made a plan, Tsunade stopped doing it when he was young. Didn't it say that he would go to Konoha to play? I'm going. This. Senju Hashirama felt a little difficult when she heard his granddaughter say this. Can you go around? Because of Tsunade's fierce opposition, there are 3 more members of the Senju family here, accounting for half of the entire team. Wan Jun can only consider other ways. It's a bit difficult. As a Hokage person, Namikaze Minato is very clear about Konoha's defense. There are basically no loopholes left around Konoha. Then go straight in. Senju Tobirama doesn't think it's hard to get into a shinobu village, isn't it the equivalent of a larger family? This suggestion is good. Senju Hashirama immediately echoed the suggestion of his own brother. Well, since all of you, as Hokage, think that you can rush through, of course I, Wan Jun, don't have any opinions. In this way, at the suggestion of Senju Tobirama, everyone walked around to the back of Konoha, near the training ground behind Hokage Rock. Let's go in from here, I'll lead away the guards. Namikaze Minato, the fastest in the team, naturally took on the task of leading away the guards. Regarding Namikaze Minato's initiative to ask, everyone has no opinion. After all, except for Minato, Senju Hashirama can perfectly solve the garrison. But the speed of Hashirama, let's not talk about it, this guy now has nothing to do with other tasks besides directly killing others. Hey! As soon as he finished speaking, Minato was instantaneous and disappeared in place. There are 3 ninjas in the security team responsible for the defense of this place. Because there is no alarm all year round, the 3 are gathering together and chatting. When the 3 of them were chatting about which ramen in the village was delicious, a stone suddenly hit them in front of them. Someone. Although the 3 of them were not very alert, they were still well-trained ninjas, and the sudden appearance of stones made the 3 of them jump up from the branches in an instant. Xinqiang, go and take a look. The captain of the 3 said, pointing to the bushes not far away. Okay. Chnen, known as Xinqiang, grabbed Kyawu, nodded, kicked his feet, and rushed into the grass. How about Xinqiang? The captain who was still on the branch asked aloud after arriving in Xinqiang. Nothing happened. When he walked to Xinqiang beside the grass, he didn't find anything suspicious. Wow! Just after Xinqiang finished speaking, another stone flew out from the side again, hitting the leaf next to the captain of the garrison team. There is an enemy. The captain who saw the stone again immediately made a fighting posture and rushed to the direction where the stone flew. When the 3 guards rushed to the bush where the stone finally flew out, Namikaze Minato appeared at the position of the stone through Flying Thunder God. After falling, Namikaze Minato didn't stop, moved his feet, and came behind the 3 of them. The 3 Konoha's ninjas did not make any sound, and then lay down on the ground. Okay, Minato has been settled, let's go. After seeing the 3 Konoha shinobi falling down, Wanjun greeted the other members of the team and walked to Konoha's training ground. After the 3 members of the guard team awoke, they immediately reported the incident to the guard team, but apart from seeing 2 stones, the 3 of them didn't even know what the other party looked like and how they sounded. And when the security team had no clue, Wanjun's team had already arrived on Konoha's street. Except for Hokage Rock with a few more avatars, it's no different. Senju Hashirama, who walked on the streets of Konoha, felt the long-lost familiarity. Is that me? Because of the portrait, Senju Tobirama recognized the second one of Hokage Iwa, which should be him. Yes, it's you, and the fourth one is Minato. Senju Hashirama explained to his brother with a smile. Namikaze Minato has no interest in these, everything here is no different from the world he used to be. Mr. Wanjun, I want to find Naruto first. Go to Naruto? Then let's go together. Wanjun didn't dare to let Namikaze Minato act alone. No one knew what Blacken's Minato would do after seeing Naruto. Although Wanjun had vaccinated Namikaze Minato before, after all, he had not seen a real person there. Good. Chapter 24. By the way, we don't know where he is. The group of people who were about to look for Naruto suddenly discovered a very serious problem. They didn't know where Naruto lived at this time. The room where Namikaze Minato lived in this world before he died was Konoha's public property. Minato's own house was destroyed when Nine Tails attacked the village, so Minato could not know the location of Naruto. My lord, let me ask. Fujian Chi volunteered to the side. However, Wanjun did not agree with his opinion. Although Uzumaki Naruto was called a demon fox in Konoha, it does not mean that Konoha's senior management did not take this Nine Tails Jinchuriki seriously. There must be a surveillance anbu around Naruto, and a few outsiders in Konoha directly inquired about Naruto's residence, which is no different from telling Konoha that I am here to look for you Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go to Yulramen, there should be some information. Without disturbing Konoha anbu, all Wanjun can think of is the handmade Yulramen. Rather than asking Naruto directly, Fukin Kishi asked about Yulramen on the street, but did not attract anyone's attention. After asking for the address, several people went straight to the door of the handmade ramen shop. Is it handmade ramen? I haven't eaten it for a long time. Senju Hashirama said with a smile when he saw the sign of Yulramen. It's just that this shop is a little bit small. We have a whole building for Yulramen. Wanjun glanced at Senju Hashirama who was talking. Hearing what he said, he hit the time and space of Hashirama, it was developed. Let's go in and take a look. Wanjun still wants to be curious about hand-playing this character in Konoha's legend. He can survive several battles to destroy the village, and he cannot be said to be a hidden cage-level powerhouse. Of course, this is just Wanjun's unilateral speculation. Father, there are guests here. The beating daughter, Changpu, who was only 10 years old, lied on the table and saw Wanjun and others entering the store, and quickly turned to his father and shouted. A few guests, please sit down. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was no one in the ramen shop, and he turned around and greeted with a call to be calamus. Fearing that Tsunade and Tobirama would be recognized, Wanjun specially used a smaller windbreaker for them to wear. And Minato and Hashirama, because they were afraid of being noticed, they used the transformation technique after entering Konoha, becoming 2 middle-aged men. Boss, come to 6 bowls of ramen. After Wanjun sat down, he said directly to his opponent. Customers want miso, soy sauce, or tonkatsu ramen. So many customers came at once, and they were very happy. They wiped their hands on the apron and asked Wanjun before the stage. Wanjun pointed to the ramen painting on the wall and said, just this one bowl per person. Okay. After Wanjun set his hand, he put his apron down and turned around to start making ramen noodles. The manager, this ramen shop has been open for a long time. In order to find out about Naruto's news, Wanjun began to get close to his hands. After hearing Manjun's question, he made ramen while replied, "It's been many years." At that time, Lord 4th Hokage was still there. When talking about 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato's body was visibly shaken. He hadn't heard this name for a long time. It's a pity, if it weren't for that year, oh. Speaking of 4th Hokage, I couldn't help but sigh. Ahem, I don't know the manager's name. He touched and mentioned Namikaze Minato. This had to make Wanjun speak out to stop him from continuing. At this time, it is better not to stimulate Minato too much. I'm called Xiao Da. As he spoke, Xiao Da had already made a bowl of ramen, turned and walked over. Which customer will use it first? I. Tsunade, a young man sitting on the bench just flush with the table, couldn't wait. He slapped the table eagerly with both hands, for fear that others would eat his ramen. As the second grandfather of Tsunade, Senju Tobirama, of course, would not sit back and watch. He stood up, took the ramen from the hand, and put it in front of Tsunade. It's hot, do you want Grandpa Second to blow it for you? Hand beating was taken aback by Senju Tobirama's claim just now, Grandpa Second? What is this name? The adults next to them don't know how to control the two children. However, this was someone else's business, and it was not easy to deal with it. After the ramen was picked up by Tobirama, he turned around and went back to work. 6 bowls of ramen did not take too long. However, when the last one to get the ramen, Tokishiki just moved his chopsticks, Tsunade pushed the bowl forward and said, "I want more. Mr. Handbeater, give her another bowl." Wanjun is already used to Tsunade, a foodie, and his opponent beats while eating. Good. Some people like their ramen so much, of course they are happy with their hands. They turn around with a smile and continue to be busy. Mr. Handbeat, I. Just as Xiao Da turned over, the curtain of the ramen shop was gently lifted, and a Konoha ninja walked in. But as soon as he stepped into it, he seemed to be shocked by the lineup in the ramen shop. It was the first time he saw so many people. "Irika, why didn't you come so late today?" It was an old acquaintance who was hit by hand, and his eyes widened slightly. "Still the same?" "Yes." After a minute Irika nodded in reply, he sat down in the corner of the store for himself. "How is it today? There must be a lot of ninja school opening, you must be busy, haha." With acquaintances, the means obviously became more. Irika slumped on the table and said listlessly, "Oh, too much. Being a teacher is really tiring. By the way, the one from Uchiha's house, and how is Naruto today?" After placing the new ramen in front of Tsunade, Tadara did not rush to continue working, but instead leaned in front of Irika. Speaking of Naruto, Irika's face instantly changed, "It's still the same. Are those kids bullying him again?" Xiao Da obviously still cares a little about Naruto. Irika didn't know what to say, but just nodded. Next to the two, Namikaze Minato's ears stood up when the word Naruto appeared. Hearing the word bullying, he turned his head unconsciously, squinted his eyes, and looked at Irika. After hitting Irika's short reply, his face smiled instead, "Oh, it's okay, later Naruto will come and I will invite him to ramen to celebrate today's school day, haha." Chapter 25. He probably won't be here today, after all, alas. Irika sighed, remembering what happened to Naruto at the gate of the ninja school when the school started today. Tada also knew about Naruto's situation in the village, so he didn't ask any more, and turned around to prepare ramen for Irika. What happened to him today? Minato moved the stool next to Irika, regardless of the half of the ramen that was left in the bowl, and asked. Namikaze Minato's sudden approach made Irika a little surprised. He lifted his head from the table and said, "Who? Naruto." When talking about Naruto, Namikaze Minato's tone was already a bit bad. He had already heard from Iruka's conversation with Xiao Dai that Naruto didn't seem to be doing very well in Konoha. Naruto. Iruka didn't expect anyone to care about Naruto besides hand fight. Same as when I first came in the first half of the year, today I was said to be a demon fox at the gate of the ninja school again, alas, but... Before Iruka's words were finished, Namikaze Minato stood up with a choke, and was about to pass the ramen over to Iruka's hand, almost dropping the bowl in his hand on the table. Shui! Sit down first. Manjun, who quickly grabbed Namikaze Minato, almost called Minato's name in front of Iruka. What's the matter? Iruka was still a little confused about the situation. After hearing Naruto's incident, how could the person in front of him be like a different person? Minato, who was held down by Wanjun, let out a sigh of relief after calming down the anger in his heart, and then sat down slowly. Let me ask. Wanjun moved the stool between Minato and Iruka, and sent the handmade ramen to Iruka's face to face, before continuing, it's not long before we came to Konoha. I don't know much yet, I just heard of the demon fox. That's it. Iruka, who has a relatively simple brain circuit, can barely believe Wanjun's words. We want to ask, is the ninja school already open? Wanjun didn't directly ask about Naruto, but instead asked about the ninja school. Speaking of ninja school, Iruka was interested. Yes, school only started today. I also said that we let our kid go to the ninja school. It seems that I missed it. While talking, Wanjun pointed to Senju Tobirama, who was still taking care of the infant Tsunade. Hey! Iruka, who was eating ramen, turned his head and glanced at the tightly wrapped Senju Tobirama. New enrollment is not available now, this period is registered in the first half of the year. You only have next year, and you have to test chakra attributes. You may not be able to directly enter the ninja school. It turned out to be like this. Wanjun nodded in agreement with a look that he didn't understand anything. The two of them just chatted with each other, and when Iruka finished the ramen, the two were considered to be acquainted with each other. Okay, I have to go. After eating, Iruka stood up and was about to leave. Wanjun also stood up at this time, and sent Iruka outside the warm curtain. As he walked, he said, we just came to Konoha. I don't know where to go for Konoha. A good place to go. Iruka frowned, thought for a while, and then continued, Hokage Rock, and the forest over there, it's okay. Iruka is not a person who runs around, so I only answered 2 questions to Wanjun. Where are the Senju and Uchiha clan? Before we came, we had a lot of admiration for the 2 Konoha founding families. You are the teacher of the ninja school. There must be someone from these 2 families under your section. Wanjun step by step, ready to ask Naruto's location. Haha, but there is. Iruka scratched his head embarrassedly. Uchiha's family is over there, alas, he is the only one left. By the way, there is also Nara's family, over there, Akamika's family. Naruto. Speaking of her disciples, Iruka is as precious as every family. Although she has just entered school, Iruka has a very thorough understanding of her future disciples. That's it, thank you very much. We will visit these big families at that time. Wanjun smiled and thanked Iruka before returning to Ramen's shop. After entering the store, Wanjun came to Namikaze Minato first. Let's go, I found Naruto's location. Minato, who couldn't help it, nodded slowly, stood up, and followed Wanjun out of the ramen. Senju Hashirama had already eaten them a long time ago, so after seeing Wanjun leave, they followed. Here. Manjun, who got his position from Iruka's mouth, led everyone around the street, and finally saw the room he had seen in the anime. That's it. Naruto. Namikaze Minato looked at the small and shabby room, and his face sank. Without waiting for Wanjun to continue talking, Minato moved his feet and he came to the door of the room with the Uzumaki mark on the door. Kushina. Minato looked at the Uzumaki family emblem on the door, and unconsciously thought of his wife. This Minato, didn't you say you don't want to be in a hurry? Chi, take me up. Because there must be Anbu around, Wan Jun had already said before he came here that he should not act rashly. He didn't expect that after he came here, Minato still didn't hold back. And Wan Jun, who was a bit inferior in physical skills, could only let Fujian Chi bring himself to Minato's side. Hashirama and Tobirama, with their granddaughter Tsunade, are slowly walking up the corridor one step at a time. Boom! As soon as Wan Jun fell next to Minato, Namikaze Minato had knocked on Naruto's door. At this time, the surrounding Anbu immediately became vigilant. The life and death of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is related to the safety of Konoha. Who? Just coming back from the ninja school, a listless Naruto appeared in front of Minato. As soon as Naruto appeared, Minato's face changed abruptly. Just now through the door, he already felt the chakra that belongs to Nine-Tails in Naruto's body. This, Minato said, is understandable. After all, the Uzumaki family does have extraordinary talents on the seal. However, the scene in the room after the door was opened, brought anger in Minato's eyes. He, fourth Hokage's son, treated his child like this in the village where he even sacrificed his life in this world. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused at this time. The people in the village didn't pay much attention to him. Why did they even find their own home today? We are your father's friends. Wan Jun knelt down and said to Naruto with a smile on his face. Naruto said suspiciously, "Father's friend? My father is..." Hey! Minato can still understand all the previous things. It may be due to the village's considerations, but that is not the reason why Naruto doesn't know who his father is. Oops! After seeing Minato's reaction, Wan Jun realized that something was wrong, although he had reminded Naruto that what happened was not so good. But now, after seeing these with his own eyes, the impact on Minato seems a bit beyond Wan Jun's expectation. At this time, Minato broke out completely after hearing "Who is my father?" Minato turned his head, with chills in his eyes, and looked at Konoha Anbu, who was on guard. Namikaze Minato, devoted everything to Konoha, and I shouldn't have given Naruto the pain in return. Chapter 26. Namikaze Minato. When Naruto opened the door, the sleeping Nine-Tails suddenly sensed that the familiar chakra, the guy who sealed himself back again. Oh! Nine-Tails, who sensed the existence of Minato, was so angry that he roared and prepared to control Naruto to attack Minato. Wrong! Nine-Tails, who was just about to control Naruto, suddenly felt two familiar chakras again. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. What's going on? Aren't these two old guys dead? Am I going to bear with me? Yes, that's how it should be. Wait and see what's going on. Perceiving the existence of Senju Hashirama, Nine-Tails consciously quieted down, although he didn't know how the first Hokage, who had been dead for so many years, appeared again. However, the shadow that the god of ninja left on it at the beginning is still profound. The eldest brother among the tailed beasts has no thoughts to move around. Go out and get another beating, why bother? And at this time, Namikaze Minato, who was looking at Anbu coldly, didn't know the Nine-Tails sealed in Naruto's body. At this time, his thoughts were shaking violently. Minato. Just as Wan Jun called out Minato's name, this fourth Hokage jumped out in an instant and went straight to the nearest Anbu. It's the enemy. Hurry up and notify Master Hokage. Anbu, who was targeted by Minato, realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted to his teammates next to him. And just as Namikaze Minato rushed out, the three of Senju Hashirama also came to the floor where Naruto was. When Hashirama saw that Minato was about to do something against Konoha Shinobi, Senju Tobirama next to him quickly said, "Quick, stop him first." Senju Tobirama got his brother's instructions, jumped, jumped over the fence, and went straight to Minato. However, Senju Tobirama, who was only 8 years old, was significantly worse than Minato in terms of strength. By the time he rushed to Namikaze Minato, Minato had already pinched the Anbu's neck. "I want to see you, Hokage." Namikaze Minato's hands pressed hard, and Anbu ninja instantly felt that his neck was out of breath. "Stop!" Another Anbu member saw that Minato had stopped a Jonin-level colleague with just one blow, and shouted, but his body did not move rashly. He is weaker than the Anbu in Minato's hand. He feels that going up is also to deliver food, so let's look at the situation first. At this time, Tobirama also rushed to Namikaze Minato's side. Seeing that he hadn't killed him, he felt relieved. "I'll say it again, I want to see you, Hokage, don't let me find him." Minato threw the Anbu in his hand and threw it at the Konoha shinobi next to him. Boom! Because Minato threw too hard, after receiving Anbu, the ninja stepped back to stabilize his figure. Actually, there is no need to signal from Minato. Just now, Anbu, who was originally a trio, has already rushed to the Hokage building. However, in the Hokage building at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not in his office. This third Hokage is hosting Jiraiya back to the village at his home. And at this time, it is the dark side of Konoha, Shimura Dans, who is presiding over the work of the Hokage building. "Hokage? Where's Hokage-sama?" Anbu rushed into Hokage's room and looked around, but did not find Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What's the matter?" Shimura Dans, who is now showing with one eye, saw Anbu suddenly break in, stopped the conversation between Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, raised his head and asked Anbu. "I'm looking for Mr. Hokage." Anbu did not directly report to Shimura Dans, because Sarutobi Hiruzen had already explained the Uzumaki Naruto matter, and must report directly to him. Moreover, Shimura Dans has just been removed from the title of Hokage assistant by third Hokage. At this time, Anbu is even more reluctant to report directly to Danzo. But when Danzo heard Anbu's words, his face suddenly became unhappy. He didn't like others to ignore his presence, especially when discussing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mitokado Homura is temporarily here for the job. Say quickly, don't delay the mission. Hokage-sama talked to Jiraiya at home, so let's talk about it before going over. Peacemaker Mitokado Homura also said to the side. Uzumaki Naruto met an intruder there and was at war. After leaving these words, Anbu hurriedly left the Hokage building and galloped towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. What? The three people in the Hokage building all know the importance of Uzumaki Naruto to the village, and they all startled from their stools. Danzo, hurry, go over. Udaten Koharu looked panicked, she didn't want Konoha to suffer another Nine Tails attack on the village. Danzo did not reply, and walked out of the Hokage room belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen alone with a gloomy expression. Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails. Hiruzen, I want you to know that my Shindo is not wrong. Shimura Dans walked out of the Hokage building step by step, not fast, but the pace was very firm. And Naruto, who is in the center of Uzumaki, didn't know that Konoha was changing because of him. At this time, he only knew that that ninja was so handsome. Are you all ninjas? That's amazing. I have been in the ninja school for half a year, and I haven't even learned the transformation technique. Uzumaki Naruto still wants to worship these ninjas who flew over, especially, these ninjas who are willing to communicate with him. Of course, we are all ninjas, but except for her. Wanjun said as he pointed his finger at Tsunade who was jumping around Senju Hashirama. Naruto looked at the infant Tsunade wrapped in a small windbreaker. He felt better, and smiled and said, Is it a child? I'm younger than me? No, I'm younger than Hinata. Wanjun didn't say that this was your grandmother's character anymore. Instead, he pulled Tsunade over and said to Naruto, You go first and play, let's take care of something. Naruto didn't want to leave. The ninja's battle was his favorite, and he was close in front of him now, but the other party wanted to let himself leave. "You're in, I'll teach you a ninjutsu later, how about?" Wanjun knelt down and raised Tsunade to Naruto. Hearing that the other party wanted to teach himself ninjutsu, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up and he took Tsunade from Manjun. "Okay, I'll go in right away." After speaking, Naruto turned and walked directly into the room. I felt the chakra of 9 tails in his body. "This is Konoha's Jinchuriki, right?" Senju Hashirama, who has been motionless among the crowd, said after Naruto brought Tsunade into the house. Wanjun nodded, walked to the fence, and said to Hashirama, "Yes, and it's Minato's child." Jinchuriki. These words reminded Senju Hashirama of his wife, a member of the Uzumaki clan as Naruto, and Jinchuriki from 9 Tails. Chapter 27. Isn't that Danzo? When Senju Hashirama was remembering his wife, he suddenly saw a roof not far away, and a familiar figure was rushing towards him. However, why did this disciple of Wajian, Nawaka's capable man, be blinded? When Senju Hashirama was still thinking about Shimura Dan's eyes, Danzo had already rushed to Anbu's, staring at Namikaze Minato who used transformation technique with one eye, and said with a black face, "What's the matter? Master Danzo?" When the two Anbu saw Danzo, they were a little surprised. "These people tried to contact Jinchuriki and attacked us. They should be from the outer village." After hearing the introduction of the two, Danzo glanced at Minato and Hashirama Manjun and others who were still in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "I don't care who you are, but this is Konoha." After speaking, Danzo shook his hand and flew straight towards Minato with his shuriken. Ding! Minato waved the kunao in his hand and swung the shuriken Danzo had thrown away. "Where's Hokage?" "I'm talking about seeing Hokage, not you, Shimura Dans." "Hokage?" After hearing the words Hokage, Danzo was once again stimulated. Why, wherever he went, it was all Hokage Hokage. "You don't need to see him, and he won't see you." "Won't see me?" Minato frowned. "That, okay." Minato's words were already filled with anger, the shuriken in his hand was so tightly held by him, his eyes were staring at Danzo, as if he wanted to burn him through with anger. Danzo, who was stared at by Minato, felt a little hairy somehow, but still said stiffly, "This is Konoha, don't want to take the demon fox from here, Konoha." However, before the words were finished, the two words Yahu stimulated Namikaze Minato again, and saw him kicking his feet, and the whole person rushed towards Danzo. "Master Danzo!" After seeing Namikaze Minato rushing over, the two Anbus took the lead to stand in front of Konoha's high-level person. However, the two Anbus did not form any resistance to Namikaze Minato's advancement. After the wind swept, the two people then he flew out in two directions. "Hey!" Kunao Danzo's arm crossed, and his sleeves were separated, revealing the arm that Minato had just cut inside. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato's kunao was placed on Danzo's neck. "Just now, what did you say?" Although Danzo was shackled by Minato, he didn't have stage fright. One eye rolled in his socket. "It seems that you are really here for the demon fox, ah." Danzo was interrupted by Minato again, and this time, kunao pierced Danzo's arm directly. "I'm sure, it's for the demon fox in your mouth," Minato said, increasing his strength in his hand. "But, he is not a demon fox. He is the son of 9 Tails Jinchuriki and the son of 4th Hokage. He should be Konoha. The hero is Konoha's future, not the demon fox." Water. Manjun, who was watching the battle in front of Naruto's house, wanted to call Minato, but he stopped just as soon as he shouted a word. The name Minato can't be screamed in Konoha. Thinking of this, Wanjun turned his head and looked at Senju Hashirama, who hadn't moved yet, and said, "First generation, this is something in your own village. I don't care about it." "Haha, it's okay." Senju Hashirama smiled cheerfully like a crowd of onlookers, with no intention of stopping. They will take care of it themselves, and Tobirama has already gone up, so be it. You can't expect me to go up and stop Minato, right? When Senju Hashirama spoke, he was holding on to his waist. He didn't use Hashirama's strength to go upstairs just now. Okay, it's up to them. Anyway, this is Konoha, and it has nothing to do with Manjun, and he just learned a few ninjutsu. It is impossible for him to rush to fight team battles. Stay next to Senju Hashirama to watch the drama is what he should do. Fire style great fireball technique. Wind style suppress. Just as Manjun was talking to Senju Hashirama, he just quit the two Anbus who were hit by Namikaze Minato, returned to the battlefield, and used ninjutsu from two directions to cast towards Minato and Danzo. Boom! The two ninjutsu quickly slammed into the location where Minato was, and the fire took advantage of the wind to instantly ignite the entire roof. After the flames dissipated a little, the two Anbus only saw Danzo with his clothes burnt in the middle, but did not see Namikaze Minato. Hey! Anbu, who was searching for Minato, only heard a crisp sound in his ear, and then the mask on his face had fallen to the ground. I'll say it one last time, Hokage. After taking off their masks easily, Minato stood on Naruto's roof and said to Anbu and Danzo. At this time, Danzo's body was burned by the flames, and the right hand holding Sharingan was already looming. Although Danzo wanted to use Sharingan's abilities, this was Konoha. Uchiha size would cause him a lot of unnecessary trouble, so Danzo could only grit his teeth and endure it. However, because of the fighting here, Konoha's attention has been drawn, and many ninjas have begun to gather where Minato and Anbu are fighting. The speed of the ninja was very fast, and within a few minutes, 4 or 5 Konoha shinobi had appeared near Minato. Everyone at this moment looked at Danzo and Minato, wanting to know what happened just now. This guy is going to catch the demon fox, hurry up and catch him. Danzo, who was burned by flames all over, clutched his wound and shouted to the surroundings. Call out! Danzo had just finished speaking, and a kunai flew directly to his throat. Boom! When Kyuwivyu hit Danzo, only a brick was left in the place just now. Hey, hey! In the street below, Shimura Danz, who reluctantly used the body replacement technique, exhaled. If it hadn't been prepared earlier, he would have been killed by that unknown guy. Call out! Before Danzo's rejoicing was over, there was another sound of breaking through the air. This time, Minato didn't give Danzo time to react. Kuwu hit Danzo's right chest, and then a golden light flashed. Minato knocked him into the air with a whirling kick. Fell heavily in the middle of the street. When the villagers in the street saw this scene, they screamed and ran away, leaving a large empty area. I said, don't, call him a demon fox. Namikaze Minato walked towards Shimura Danz step by step, and the kunai in his hand turned around, making Danzo chill. Earth-style earth formation wall. Ninfa random lion hair technique. Just when Minato was about to get rid of Danzo, 2 familiar voices rang in Minato's ears. Minato raised his head when he heard the sound and looked at the 2 people who were still flying in the air. Master 3rd Generation, Mrs. Jiraiya, you, finally came. Chapter 28. The flash just now is a bit familiar. Jiraiya stopped Namikaze Minato from approaching Danzo and said while standing next to 3rd Generation in a light attire. 3rd Generation was also looking at Minato, who was blocked by the earth wall. Just now, Minato stabbed Danzo with a flash of light, and he also saw it. I saw it, it should be Flying Thunder God. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is called Drive Ninja by the ninja world, he is very familiar with all kinds of ninjutsu. If it wasn't for both himself and Jiraiya to read it wrong, what the person just used was definitely the ninjutsu invented by 2nd Hokage Flying Thunder God technique. After 3rd Generation finished speaking, he glanced at Jiraiya. Flying Thunder God, that's Konoha's forbidden technique, no one can use this ninjutsu alone except for the second generation item and the fourth generation item. This is Flying Thunder God, who is the opponent and why would he use Konoha's forbidden technique, and it seems that the opponent is already very proficient with Flying Thunder God. Konoha's third generation lord. Namikaze Minato did not continue to attack Danzo, who was still lying on the ground after third generation and Jiraiya appeared. At this time, he jumped to the roof opposite the third generation and looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am Konoha's third Hokage. Third generation stood on the roof with his hands behind his back, and the ribbon on the hat danced in the wind, looking like a master. I wonder why you are looking for me. On the other hand, Jiraiya crouched on the roof on the other side, looking at Namikaze Minato ahead. I want to take Uzumaki Naruto. After third generation asked, Minato went straight to the topic. This question went beyond third generation's expectations. He didn't expect that when the opponent came up, he would take Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. Dreaming. Before third generation could reply, Danzo, who was lying down, shouted first. However, although Danzo's attitude is not good, he answered the question that third generation prepared to say, so Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have much to say. It seems that you refused, but I am not prepared to seek your opinion. Namikaze Minato calmly looked at the master third generation who had sealed Nine Tails with a ghoul seal, and his teacher, Jiraiya. I will take him away myself. Of course, Nine Tails can't be given to anyone. Third generation replied. But his father seems to be Konoha's fourth Hokage, but you are not ready to deal with him. Namikaze did not take action immediately, but stood still and continued to ask. It seems that you know a lot. Third generation squinted at the strange character. This is Konoha's own business, and it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, how did you get Konoha's Flying Thunder God? Third generation is more concerned about this issue at this time. Flying Thunder God has never been spread outside. Except for Senju's own direct subordinates of Hokage, even big families such as Uchiha and Hyuga have no information about Flying Thunder God. But the opponent, a character who had never heard of, used Flying Thunder God skillfully. Nothing to do with you. Minato's anger is rising. He didn't want to fight Konoha, but this is not his world. Here, it was not third generation that sealed Nine Tails, but another self, another Namikaze Minato, who sealed Nine Tails with his own life. But the result was an even worse ending. Naruto was thrown in this corner of Konoha. He didn't know that his father was Konoha's fourth Hokage, or even known as the Demon Fox. I don't need it. Think of this as Konoha. It doesn't belong to me. Wind-style wind blade. The negotiation didn't go in the direction Minato expected, so he didn't want to talk anymore. His reason was overwhelmed by anger. At this moment, the only thing left in Minato's mind is to take away the idea of Naruto. When Namikaze Minato's wind style was cast towards third generation, Tobirama rushed up again. Just now Tobirama saw Minato and third generation chatting, and thought the matter would end there, but after a few words, the two sides fought again. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. Fire-style Flaming Bullet. The voices of third Hokage and Jiraiya sounded in unison, and ninjutsu slammed into Minato's wind blade from both sides. Boom! Brother, let you go back. When the three ninjutsu collided and made a huge roar, Tobirama also came next to Minato and shouted loudly. Sorry, Master Second Generation. After Namikaze Minato heard Tobirama's words, he didn't turn his head back, and dashed directly from the smoke to Jiraiya's direction. Ninfinital Jizo. Feeling Minato rushing towards Jiraiya, she immediately wrapped her body with her hair. Knowing Jiraiya's ninjutsu, Minato didn't directly attack Jiraiya's extremely hard hair with his feet, but kicked the roof under Jiraiya's feet. Boom! After a loud noise, Jiraiya, who was still wrapping herself in her hair, fell straight down. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The third generation of Ninja Doctor, who is familiar with the five-line ninjutsu, skillfully switched ninjutsu, a great fireball, ejected from his mouth, and went straight to Minato. Water-style water dragon bomb. Tobirama on the side was not idle either. Although Hashirama asked him to call Namikaze Minato back, he was his teammate after all, and he still had to help when he needed to help. And Tobirama's water style is very different from ordinary people. Although he only has the strength of Jainin now, the talent of water style is still different from ordinary people. After Tobirama summoned the water dragon bomb out of thin air, the water dragon expanded sharply. After the water dragon bomb poured out the third generation's great fireball, the momentum remained unabated and rushed towards the two Konoha shinobi who were coming. In order to prevent Konoha's ninja from being injured, third generation did not stop in his hands, and hurriedly sealed his hands, water-style water barrier. Third generation borrowed the water flow summoned by Tobirama just now, and directly erected a water wall, directly absorbing the already greatly reduced water dragon bomb. The opponent is a bit strong, old man. Jiraiya, who fell off the roof, has jumped up again. At this time, he is next to third generation, carefully staring at Senju Hashirama and Wanjun in front of Naruto's door. The opponent now has only 2 people, and it seems that they are all cage-level strengths. And at the door, there are still 3 people. If the strength is the same, Konoha, you go save Naruto, and you can't let them intercept Nine Tails. At this time, third generation also realized that things seemed to be out of control. The opponent's strength was much higher than predicted. But after hearing third generation's words, Jiraiya hesitated. If he made a surprise attack, he would have to leave third generation alone against the opponent's 2 cage levels. This would be too dangerous. But third generation didn't care. Go. If I'm gone, you will be Konoha's new Hokage. Old man. Jiraiya didn't expect that this time when he returned to Konoha, this kind of thing would happen. Quick! Third generation snapped, and then summoning out of the Saruman, kicked his feet and rushed towards Senju Tobirama. The strength of this little man seems to be worse. If he can be solved first, the situation should improve. Chapter 29. Water-style water-severing wave. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rapid approach, Senju Tobirama certainly wouldn't sit and wait for death. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a high-pressure water jet was suddenly ejected from his mouth, blazing towards the third generation. Third generation didn't fight against Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, but turned around in the air and panned to the left. In his hand, the huge stick made of ape demonized and swung directly towards Senju Tobirama. Boom! When the Sarutobi Hiruzen in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked Senju Tobirama, he saw a burst of white smoke, and then a brick fell on the spot. Hiruzen, its body replacement technique. After the stick in third generation's hand missed the attack, he suddenly said, Needless to say, third generation also knew that Tobirama used the body replacement technique, and when the attack failed, third generation's feet stepped on the roof, turned around, waved the ape in his hand, and turned towards the air behind him. Attack the past. The third generation attacked the place where Senju Tobirama body flicker technique appeared. As soon as Tobirama appeared, he saw a stick on his head smashed down at him, and subconsciously stretched out the kunao in his hand to resist the ape demon. Boom! Although third generation is old, Tobirama's strength has not yet reached cage level. The difference in strength caused Tobirama to be smashed by the stick and landed on the wall below Wanjun. Kishi, go take a look. Seeing Tobirama was beaten by third generation, Wanjun turned his head to the side and said to Fugen Kishi. Okay, sir. Wanjun ordered. Fujian Qi acted immediately. After Wanjun finished speaking, Fujian Qi Shivian jumped out of the fence and fell next to Tobirama. Master Tobirama. Fuken Kishi squatted beside Tobirama and asked Tobirama who was still inlaid in the wall. Fortunately, Tobirama was still able to move, raised his left hand to swing, and said, I'm fine. Fujian Chi-shi sees Tobirama look weak, you don't seem to be okay. But these adults, his ordinary Jainin can't figure it out. Since you said it's okay, then it's okay. Tobirama didn't want Fujian Chi-shi to help, so he had to stand up and prepare to return to where Wanjun was. However, Fujian Chi-shi just stood up, and Jiraiya, who was about to snatch Naruto back after the division of labor with third generation, has already raided next to him. I just do miscellaneous. Before Fujian Chi-shi had time to show his identity as a messenger, he was smashed out by a raise nan of Jiraiya. Earth-style Talong gun. Because Jiraiya was too close to Senju Tobirama and its lethality was too high, Senju Hashirama finally couldn't help it. His hands were imprinted upstairs, and a sharp rock suddenly bulged under Jiraiya's feet. Jiraiya, who wanted to continue attacking Tobirama, was forced to jump by the sudden rock and flew into the air. Earth-style rock pillar prison. After Jiraiya jumped away, Senju Hashirama didn't mean to stop. Just now, it was still on the ground with a rock gun. Stone pillars suddenly rose up, trapping Jiraiya in it. Master Jiraiya. The Konoha shinobi who was watching the battle saw that Jiraiya, one of the Sunnins, was trapped and began to join the battle group. These Konoha ninjas, there are many people that Wanjun knows well. Might Guy, Moonlight Hayate, Yuri Hong, and others are among them. First generation, it's up to you, it's Konoha's own business. Wanjun wouldn't get involved in this kind of cage-level battle, just eat melon seeds and watch the excitement. Just after Wanjun finished speaking, Naruto's head stuck out from the door, and Tsunade also followed Naruto's appearance, sticking out his head from under Naruto's creek. What's going on outside? There was so much rumbling in the battle that Naruto couldn't play well with the infant Tsunade. Why are there so many ninjas? Third generation. Naruto, who stretched his head, first saw the ninjas coming from all around, and then found Sarutobi Hiruzen in battle uniform. Wanjun turned his head, reached out to hold Naruto's head, and said, "Quickly go in." "I won't go in." Naruto had seen this kind of scene, so don't take a good look at how it works, so after breaking Wanjun's hand, he rushed to the edge of the fence. Is it a ninja from the outer village? Third generation, come on. Because Minato was fighting with third generation, and he didn't hear Naruto shouting to third generation for cheering, otherwise, it must be Naruto who was killed first. "You kid, tell you to go in." Hearing Naruto's cheering, Wanjun was speechless for a while. If your father heard him, your kid would definitely be beaten. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. When Wanjun dragged Naruto into the house, Senju Hashirama used his powerful Earth Dragon Bomb again. Several huge Earth Dragons rose from the ground, followed the street, avoiding houses, and attacked the surrounding ninjas. The battle between third generation and Minato has also become fierce. Fortunately, both sides have some scruples about the surrounding civilians and have not used too large-scale ninjutsu. Wow, Manjun sir, or let's go first. Jiraiya came to a note of Rasengan's Fujian Kishi, and he supported the wall and walked back to Wanjun's side and said in pain. "Here is the nest of Konoha, the strongest forbearance village. Although I don't know why your former Hokage went to Konoha to fight, but I can't stand it. It's time to go." Wanjun rarely agreed with Fukin Kishi's opinion. If he continues to fight, he is afraid that Hashirama and Minato will directly demolish Konoha. First generation, you give Chi-shi a treatment, then Chi-shi goes down and takes Tobirama, we take Naruto. Wanjun has already paid attention, as long as Naruto is taken away, the problem will be solved. Hey? Is this? Hashirama was directing the Talong bomb, and nodded when he heard Wanjun's words. However, it's okay to leave. Minato is a bit too impulsive. For Hashirama, Konoha has always been Konoha. This belongs to him, the Shinjuku village belonging to the Senju family. It is better not to destroy it or not to destroy it. Well, then you can directly restrain those Jainin, Chi-shi, and Tobirama and I will take Naruto away. Later, you and Minato Tsunade will use Flying Thunder God to come over. Wanjun, who has already planned, said to Hashirama and Chi-shi. Neither Hashirama nor Fugenkishi opposed Wanjun's plan. After being cured by Hashirama, Chi-shi jumped off the fence again and carried Tobirama who opposed his actions back upstairs. Okay, let's go. Wanjun grabbed Naruto and rushed towards the outside of the village using the body flicker technique, which is not too skilled. And in order to cover Wanjun and the others, Hashirama no longer hid it, saw him looking up at the fighting Minato and third generation, and several Konoha Jainin, and shrugged, that's all. Yes, you can't recognize me, right? But if you recognize it, it doesn't matter. Hashirama didn't mind others recognizing himself, so after thinking about it, Jian, a legendary ninjutsu, reappeared in the world of ninjutsu. Wood style the tree world is coming. Chapter 30. After Senju Hashirama yelled wood style, huge trees rose from the ground and instantly enveloped a small Konohagakure. All the Konoha shinobi who rushed for reinforcements were instantly covered by Hashirama's wood style. Fugenkishi and Wanjun followed the specially made passageway made by Senju Hashirama and rushed directly to the outside of Konoha village. Wood style. Third generation, who was fighting Namikaze Minato, saw the sudden appearance of the tree world, and suddenly stopped. The blood of the Senju clan is limited, and the only one that third generation has actually seen and used is first Hokage Senju Hashirama. How is it possible? Like most Konoha shinobi people, third generation looked incredulous. He never thought that he could see this tree world come again. Not only third generation, but Danzo, who was lying on the ground, stared dumbly at the taller and taller trees. Wood style. Wood style. He knew that Orochimaru was studying the cells of first generation, and his arm came from Orochimaru. Is this the result of Orochimaru? And when third generation was stunned, Namikaze Minato didn't stop. After Ukiwa forced away the moonlight blast that was attacking him, he jumped forward and came to the side of third generation. Master Hokage. Moonlight Hayate couldn't keep up with Minato's speed, and could only shout from one side. Third generation was shocked when he heard the sound. When he recovered, Minato had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Third generation, who was unable to dodge, was hit by Minato's left arm with a palm, soared back for a certain distance, stepped on several roofs, and then stopped. Hokage-sama. Hatake Kakashi, who had just arrived from the tree realm and came in for reinforcements, rushed to the side of third generation, and helped third generation, who was already a little unhappy. Naruto. Save Naruto! Third generation stared at Namikaze Minato, and said to Kakashi without looking back. Jiraiya is trapped by the other person who uses wood style and cannot get out for the time being. Now, he can only entrust this task to Hatake Kakashi. Naruto. Kakashi, who hadn't figured out the situation, looked at Naruto's residence, where there were only Senju Hashirama and the short Tsunade beside him. The other party is here for Naruto. Yes, they went out in that direction, you catch up. Third generation didn't want to say much, and pointed Kakashi in the direction where Wanjun disappeared. Kakashi also knew that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was taken away, and there was no delay, so he had to let go of the third generation, bypass the battlefield between Konoha Shinobi and Minato, and chase in the direction of Wanjun. However, things were not as simple as third generation and Kakashi thought. Senju Hashirama noticed him when Kakashi appeared. At first, he thought that the white-haired boy was Hatake Sakumo, but when Kakashi left next to third generation, he could see Kakashi's appearance clearly. It should be Sakumo's nephew. As Senju Hashirama's most dependent assistant, Hatake was quite familiar, so he recognized Kakashi from the Hatake family at a glance. Wood-style tree boundary wall. In order to allow Wanjun and Fugenkishi to leave smoothly, of course Senju Hashirama can't let Kakashi catch up. So, I blocked Kakashi's path directly with vines. However, Kakashi didn't want to get entangled with the caster of wood style. Although he was very surprised about the existence of wood style, he was not surprised when he had seen Yamato. Maybe, it's another guy with first-generation cells. Guy, stop him from casting ninjutsu. Since the vine has been chasing Kakashi, he has no way to continue forward, so he can only shout backwards. Good. Might Guy yelled and got out of the siege of Minato. He rushed towards Senju Hashirama with force under his feet. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Before Might Guy rushed halfway, a wooden dragon suddenly smashed in from Senju Hashirama's direction and prepared to bite Might Guy in his mouth with his mouth wide open. Lilian Hua. Just when the wood dragon's teeth were about to touch Might Guy, he saw a green light burst out of his body, his speed suddenly increased, and he rushed out of the wood dragon's area. Boom! It's dangerous! Might Guy said with some fear after looking at the wooden dragon hitting the ground. Is this the wood style used by Master First Generation? Sure enough, if it weren't for Lian Hua's instant acceleration, he might be locked. At that time, I am afraid that only the peacock or the day tiger can come out. Thinking of this, Might Guy also glanced at Jiraiya, who was trapped by earth style. Even Lord Jiraiya can't break through the other party's blockade, this person's strength, I'm afraid. Hey Guy, what are you doing in a daze? Come on! Kakashi, who was almost entangled in vines, yelled at Might Guy, who was stupefied below. Forward! Might Guy, who was more nervous, realized that he was still in battle and he didn't think about wood style anymore. After opening Lilian Hua, he bypassed Senju Hashirama's vision, pressed against the wall, and touched Naruto's residence. However, Might Guy's Senju Hashirama has already been discovered, and of course he will not let him approach him so easily. Wood-style blast spear technique. With the sound of Senju Hashirama, several vines grew out of Hashirama's body and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they grew into big trees. They jumped out of the corner and jumped into the air to give Senju Hashirama a blow to the Might Guy. Grandpa is amazing. Tsunade, standing next to Hashirama, clapped his hands after Hashirama overpowered several Konoha shinobi. Haha, Tsunade will be so strong in the future. After being praised by his granddaughter, Hashirama touched his head and laughed. Really? The young Tsunade was quite easy to be fooled. Hearing Hashirama said this, he also followed Hashirama's appearance, touching his head with one hand, and laughing with the other hand on the waist. Hey, I didn't ask you to learn this. Hashirama and his grandchildren were chatting and laughing leisurely, but Minato was fighting fiercely. Because they were all Konoha shinobi, Minato didn't make any heavy moves, and only relieved the opponent's combat power, then stopped attacking. At this time, next to Minato, there are Jainins waiting for Konoha in the Moonlight Gusts and Yurihong. Number 4, Naruto has taken away, we can go. Hashirama estimated the speed of Wanjun and others. By this time, he should have reached the outskirts of Konoha, picked up Tsunade, and shouted to Minato. When Senju Hashirama first yelled, Minato hadn't reacted yet, who was number 4. But the voice came from first generation, so he looked back and saw Hashirama beckoning to him, only to realize that he was calling himself. Okay. After a simple reply, Minato immediately got out of the battle group, leaped back and came to Hashirama's side. Chidori. Kakashi, who was impatiently chased by the vines, had given up chasing Manjun and others. With thunder in his hands, he leaned over and rushed towards Hashirama and Minato. Wind-style wind blade. Before flying thunder god, Minato sent a wind blade to this disciple who had died in battle. Congratulations to him for being alive in this world. The wind blade just flew out, and Might Guy, who was trapped by Hashirama's violent spear technique, suddenly smashed the tree and jumped out. Toward the peacock. Chapter 31. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Just when Might Guy rushed out of the restraints and headed straight for Hashirama and Minato, Senju Hashirama quickly formed a seal, a huge wooden golem, rising up the ground along the growing trees, and threw a punch at Might Guy. Boom! Might Guy's feet and wooden golem's hands slammed into each other sturdily, and he was able to grab the wooden golem of tailed beast bomb, directly bombarding Might Guy out and hitting the bottom of Hokage Rock. A guy! Kakashi, who was falling fast, saw the Might Guy who was instantly knocked off, and some wondered whether he should continue to hit the opponent. However, at this time, Kakashi couldn't allow Kakashi to think too much. The speed of the fall was too fast. When he finished chanting Guy's name, the whole person had fallen on top of Namikaze Minato's head. Boom! Before Kakashi could see what was in the opponent's hand, he was bounced into the sky. It can only be this way. In the air, Kakashi put his left hand on his forehead protector, and then gently pushed to reveal Sharingan hidden inside. It's up to you again, Obito. Sharingan? Kakashi has Sharingan. After knocking Kakashi into the air, Namikaze Minato has been paying attention to his disciple who died in battle. When Kakashi revealed Sharingan, Minato was stunned. When did the Hotake family get Sharingan? This world is really different. I don't know how Obito is. It's now, Thunder Tigers kill all. Kakashi, who uses Sharingan, felt that he saw the loophole in Minato, and Vice Admiral Reikari turned into a giant wolf in midair and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. Hey! After feeling the threat, Namikaze Minato instantly used Flying Thunder God to take Hashirama and Tsunade to the other side of Wooden Golem. Minato, we should go. Senju Hashirama didn't want to continue fighting in Konoha. The longer the battle, the more damage Konoha would be destroyed. Although he has tried his best to control his ninjutsu, there will always be some accidents. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Minato nodded. Now that Naruto has been picked up, it doesn't make much sense to stay in Konoha. I see, Master First Generation. Damn it! Third Generation saw his Jainin defeated by the opponent one after another, clutching his shoulders. The opponent's strength is too strong, and the current strength in the village does not seem to be able to defeat the opponent. And what is going on with this wood style? At the beginning, Third Generation also thought of First Generation Senju Hashirama, but if it is the First Generation, you will definitely not beat yourself up like this. Then, is it Orochimaru who researched it? Although Shimura Dance has been collaborating with Orochimaru, Third Generation also has its own eyeliner at the root. Denzo's every move is under the watch of Third Generation. Therefore, Orochimaru studied the First Generation cell, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly learned about this situation after he rebelled against the village. Hiruzen. Danzo, with extensive burns on his skin, gritted his teeth and came to the side of Third Generation. At this time, he was covering his right hand with a few cloth strips, trying to hide Sharingan in it. No way, Naruto has been taken away. Third Generation shook his head. It seemed that everything could not be stopped. If the opponent wanted to destroy Konoha directly, he could only save Konoha with his life. Get ready, fight, Danzo. Yet, compared to the personal grievances with Third Generation, Konoha is the common belief of the two and the belief inherited from Second Generation. At this moment, Danzo is not ready to hide Sharingan. However, just as Danzo reached out to remove the bandage on his arm, a golden light flashed from the position of Hashirama and Minato on the wooden golem. After the light, the two disappeared. Run! Seeing the other party leave, Danzo was relieved immediately, not sure whether it was his joy for Konoha's survival or his unrevealed Angzanyu Sharingan. However, after losing, Danzo fell abruptly on the roof. The injury just now was so serious that Danzo could not hold it anymore. After instructing Ichnin to take Danzo away, the Third Generation silently watched the tree world, which covered a small half of Konoha, descended. Who is it? Kakashi. After thinking for a moment, third generation directly called Kakashi, who put down the forehead protector again. Master Hokage. After hearing the call of third generation, Kakashi jumped to the side of this Hokage. Take Ibis, Genma, and Ebisu to catch up. Don't fight, just find their place. Third generation is still worried about Naruto. It is not only the son of fourth generation, but also Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. If Nine Tails is released, the disaster it brings is not only for Konoha. Kakashi also knew the seriousness of the situation, and nodded slightly after receiving the task. Yes. Here, third generation is laying out a chase plan, and Wanjun has already run out of Konoha's range, but the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto they caught seems to be reluctant. Let go of me, let me go, who the hell are you? Naruto desperately broke free from Wanjun's shackles, but tried several times, but failed. We have already said that it is your father's friend. Wanjun ran forward with Fujian Chi-shi, explaining to Naruto as he ran. Father. Hearing the word again, Naruto was lost in thought. Father? Who is the father, and why do these people always talk about him? My father. While Uzumaki Naruto was thinking about who his father was, Fukin Kishi, who was carrying Minato Flying Thunder God, suddenly flashed a golden light. After the golden light, Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade appeared in Fu at the same time. Beside Jian Chi-shi. I'm back? Hey, I don't have to run anymore. With the power of Minato and Hashirama, Wanjun is not ready to continue running. Even if the opponent catches up, he doesn't need to be afraid of anything. Are you too? Naruto's eyes lit up after seeing Minato and Hashirama. When he held out his head just now, he had seen these two people, especially Hashirama, that would style. Boom! As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Namikaze Minato lifted the transformation technique by himself, and a familiar face appeared in Naruto's eyes. Fourth Hokage. Naruto, who was put down by Wanjun, was completely stunned. This face was so familiar. He would look at Hokage Rock every day. Everyone on it was familiar to him. This face must be fourth Hokage. Boom! As Namikaze Minato lifted the transformation technique, Senju Hashirama also lifted his transformation. For Senju Hashirama, he is still not used to it. He doesn't use this type of ninjutsu often. What's the matter? Chew. If Namikaze Minato can still be accepted by Naruto reluctantly, the appearance of Senju Hashirama will short-circuit Naruto's mind directly. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chapter 32. Chew, is that really first-generation lord? Although Hashirama has wood style in his face, he still has a slight gap with the wall portrait in his 90s. That's why Naruto asked. Well, if that's right, I should be the first generation. Having been in this Hokage world for so long, Senju Hashirama also barely knew some of the conditions in this world. His role as Konoha's first Hokage has not changed. But he only lived about 50 years old, which is too miserable. Tobirama would be good to take over. However, Nine Tails can actually attack Konoha. This is something Senju Hashirama can't understand. A pet, a guy with no combat power, can kill a Hokage? First generation, it's really first generation. After hearing Hashirama's answer, Naruto ignored the people around him, rushed to the side of Senju Hashirama, turned around. It's true, it's not made of stone. Ahem. Namikaze Minato, who is Naruto's father, has no face at this time. Your dad is here. What does it mean to be around others? Ah, Lord fourth generation, you must have done it too. Naruto seemed to notice Minato's dissatisfaction, turned around with a smile, and said. You can't be called fourth generation. Wanjun, who carried Naruto all the way, said to Naruto, squatting on the side of the road. Hearing Manjun's words, Naruto turned his head in confusion. Fake. Haha, It's not fake. Wanjun was amused by Naruto's words. It's true, fourth Hokage. After getting Wanjun's affirmative answer, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that fourth Hokage in front of him was a dummy. At this time, Namikaze Minato was watching Naruto's movements with an unusually calm expression. He slowly squatted down and looked at Naruto. I am not only Konoha's fourth Hokage, but also your father. What? Naruto was taken aback by Minato's words. Father? My father is fourth Hokage, is it fake? He is your father, Konoha's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. First generation smiled and put down Tsunade in his hand, and rubbed his left hand on Naruto's head. This child is suffering a bit. Really? Naruto was stunned, staring blankly at the Hokage-sama who had admired countless times before him. Fourth Hokage, he is his father, so why does the village always treat himself like this? Why call me a demon fox? Why everyone ignores me? Why? Tears flowed out of Naruto's eyes unconsciously. He didn't even know why he was crying. He only knew that he didn't want to say or do anything. Naruto. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Namikaze Minato embraced him with distress. Why are you leaving me? After being hugged by Namikaze Minato, Naruto's eyes became redder, and his hands were too late to wipe the tears like rain, and the nasal mucus fell and dripped onto Minato's clothes. When asked by Naruto, Namikaze Minato didn't know what to say. Is it saying that I am not the fourth Hokage of this world, or I am sorry? Father. Before Namikaze Minato could think of any answer, Naruto hugged Minato. Wanjun really couldn't see the sensational scenes of the two fathers and sons of Minato. He stood up and said, Okay, don't do this, you will show me crying. Konoha will be chased out soon, let's go first. Go further. My lord, wouldn't it be enough to kill them? Fujian Kishi just saw these ninjas fighting with Konoha, you are so strong, just give Konoha directly. You go. Wanjun glanced at Fujian Kishi, you can say that, even if Namikaze Minato had this meaning, Senju Hashirama would not do it. Haha, let me just talk about it. Fujian Kishi gave a haha and raised Tobirama again after being treated by Senju Hashirama. Let's go, Minato. Wanjun saw Namikaze Minato held by Naruto before he got up, walked around him and reminded. Minato nodded, picked up Naruto, who was still sobbing, and looked in the direction of Konoha with no trace of color in his eyes. I will be back, Master Third Generation. After speaking, Namikaze Minato turned around and chased him in the direction of Wanjun and others. It doesn't seem to be a smooth trip to Konoha. Senju Hashirama took Tsunade and walked next to Manjun and said. He thought that Minato was just as simple as meeting his son, but now it seems that it is more than that. This Naruto is Jinchuriki from Nine Tails, and he seems to be not doing well. What does Hokage think now? Senju Hashirama couldn't do this kind of operation anyway. However, he had Tobirama as a garrison in the early stage of his role as Hokage, and Hotaki Sakumo as his assistant in the later stage. It's okay, at least Minato brought Naruto out. Wanjun looked back at Minato, who was silently walking at the back, and said. But we now have 3 children alone. Wanjun looked at Senju Tobirama supported by Tokage Kishi and Tsunade held by Hashirama. Now there is another Uzumaki Naruto, and his Hokage nest is about to become a kindergarten. I'm not a kid. Senju Tobirama didn't seem to be satisfied with Manjun's name. After pushing away Fujian Kishi's holding his hand, he said to Manjun. Isn't Grandpa second a child? It's not much taller than me. Tsunade tilted his head and looked at Senju Tobirama and said, Why are we not much different, but you say you are not a child? Suspicious Tsunade raised his head and asked Hashirama, Then I am not a child, Grandpa. Of course you are a kid. Hashirama said with a smile. The second Grandpa too. Tsunade still didn't plan to let Senju Tobirama go. Well, so is it. To Hashirama, Tobirama is indeed a child. However, Tobirama quit, brother. Tobirama just wanted to refute his brother's words. His perception ability is different from that of ordinary people, but suddenly he perceives that the 4 chakras are approaching at high speed. Someone is coming, in the direction of Konoha, 4 people. It came very quickly. Wanjun looked back, but he didn't see Konoha shinobi. Leave the flying thunder god directly, but we seem to have a lot of people now. Wanjun looked around his team. Now there are 3 people in the Senju family, 2 in the Namikaze family, plus Fujian Chi-shi and himself. There are 7 people in total. Flying Thunder God brings so many people at the same time, the cost of chakra is still quite large, and Namikaze Minato has just gone through the war, chakra should not have recovered much. Kill them. Senju Tobirama, who was so angry and had no feelings for Konoha, took a fighting pose, facing Konoha. Chapter 33. Tobirama. Because Senju Tobirama was injured just now, Hashirama didn't want him to fight, so he came to Tobirama and said, "Brother, I'm okay, let me go." Tobirama was upset about the defeat just now, trying to get some face from the pursuer. Senju Hashirama saw that his younger brother insisted so he didn't persuade him anymore. After the two had communicated, Hitaki Kakashi took Ebisu and the 3 of them, and they happened to appear in the eyes of a few people. When the 4 Konoha Jainin came in front of several people, Hashirama and Minato transformed themselves again at Wanjun's request, and changed back to what they were in Konoha. The 4 Jainin who rushed over saw Senju Hashirama and others stop, and hurriedly braked, keeping a distance from Wanjun and others. From the battle just now, they also knew that the other party was not easy to deal with, and their strength was far greater than the 4 of them. "Are you here to take Naruto back?" Manjun walked to the side of Tobirama and said in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi didn't reply to Manjun's question, but took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag and pinched it in his hand. When Ebisu and others behind him saw this, they also put on a posture to be desperate. "Go back, you can't fight it." Naruto had already succeeded, and Manjun didn't want to fight again, so he still persuaded Kakashi. However, Kakashi didn't seem to appreciate it. He squeezed Kyuu's right hand and flew directly in the direction of Wanjun. Seeing this, Tobirama raised his leg and kicked. When he encountered the flying kunao, he kicked the kunao aside. So uncomfortable. Wanjun was startled by the sudden rush of Kyuu. Before he finished speaking, "You attacked me. Then don't blame me for being beaten up later." After a while, Wanjun retreated directly to Hashirama's side, and when he retired, he said to Tobirama, "Tobirama, don't appreciate it, go straight." "Okay." After receiving Wanjun's answer, Tobirama rushed to Kakashi's direction, and, while running, printed on the road, water-style water horn technique. When the last seal was completed, Tobirama's mouth instantly sprayed a trumpet-shaped stream of water, spraying it towards the Kakashi 4. Kakashi, who is opening Sharingan, directly uses Sharingan's copying ability, and his hands are printed with Tobirama, water-style water horn technique. The 2 water styles were almost completed at the same time. However, from the scene, Tobirama's water style is at least 3 times thicker than Kakashi's. Tobirama's water horn directly defeats Kakashi's water style, and the remaining power is unabated, hitting Kakashi's feet violently. Boom! Ebisu, among the 4, was directly hit by the aftermath of the water horn because he couldn't dodge, and flew in the direction of Konoha. Water style mist shinobi technique. After the battle just now, Tobirama also saw Kakashi's Sharingan. In order to prevent Kakashi from continuing to copy his father's ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama directly used the mist shinobi technique, with the help of the water style just now, so that the surroundings were enveloped in dense fog. Wind style great breakthrough. After Tobirama's mist shinobi technique was activated, Ibis, who had escaped the water horn, made a seal directly in the air, spitting out a strong wind and thick fog blowing to the ground. Ninja Senbunyu. While Marino Ibariki was using wind style, Shiranui Genma silently separated several clones and shot ninja yum at Senju Tobirama from several directions. Senju Tobirama, who was only capable of Jainin, still underestimated the strength of his opponent. When several ninjutsu attacked him, although in the thick fog, Tobirama was still a little weak. Damn it! Water-style heaven weeping. Feeling helpless, Senju Tobirama could only use his current master's most powerful ninjutsu. The water needle instantly covered the entire battlefield after Tobirama's seal was completed, and then flew to the ground under Tobirama's control. Withdraw! Kakashi, who realized that this ninjutsu was powerful, yelled at Ibis and Genma beside him. However, he himself did not retreat as he said. Instead, holding Chidori in his hand, he continued to rush towards Senju Tobirama. Xianjian, tu Liubi. Okay. Hearing Kakashi's command, Shiranui Genma, his hands still imprinted as he withdrew. After running a short distance, a wall of earth flow rose from behind Kakashi, covering the running Kakashi rushing forward. Relying on the earth flow wall of the Genma, Kakashi was able to quickly approach Senju Tobirama. However, Hashirama, who saw that Senju Tobirama was a bit unhelpful, had already begun to seal. When Kakashi's Chidori was about to touch Tobirama, a wooden shield directly blocked Kakashi's path. Go back, kid from the Hokage family. Senju Hashirama, who came to Tobirama's head on the wooden dragon, said to Kakashi, sitting on the wooden dragon's head. Speaking of the Hokage family, Senju Hashirama suddenly remembered Hokage Shimo, who was his assistant and half of his disciple. By the way, you belong to the Hokage family. What does Hokage Shimo have to do with you? Hey! Kakashi, who just smashed the Chidori on the wooden shield, raised his head after hearing Hashirama's, looking at this guy who can use such a powerful wood style. Now this ninja world, does anyone know his Kakashi? Is this guy humiliating himself? Don't want to say? If you don't want to say, then forget it, let's go back, that little guy, will take it away. Seeing Kakashi, Hashirama didn't seem to want to say it, so he didn't go into it and said directly. Really do not know? Seeing Hashirama look like this, Kakashi doesn't seem to know that Hokage is his father. It is my father, Nine Tails is very important to Konoha, please let me return Naruto. Hey! Knowing that Kakashi is Hokage Sakumo's son, Hashirama just wanted to talk, but Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi, and put kunao on Kakashi's neck. For me, Naruto is more important. The importance of Nine Tails to Konoha by Kakashi just now stimulated the calf protecting Minato. If Kakashi hadn't been his disciple, Kakashi had already gotten into Kakashi's neck. I don't care what Konoha thinks, Naruto, I took it away. If Konoha chases you again, don't blame me for being rude. After Minato left this, he turned around and jumped on the wooden dragon summoned by Hashirama. Go back and tell third generation that neither Nine Tails nor Naruto belong to Konoha anymore. Namikaze Minato actually missed a word. He, Namikaze Minato, will no longer belong to Konoha after today. Starting today, his Namikaze Minato is no longer Konoha's ninja, let alone fourth Hokage. And many more. Kakashi under the wooden dragon stared at the familiar figure above, suddenly his complexion changed, and eagerly said, You are, teacher, master fourth generation. Chapter 34. He is number 4, not. Hashirama was just about to help Minato answer this question, but was stopped by Minato's hand, Master first generation, let me say it myself. After speaking, Namikaze Minato turned around and looked at Kakashi, the genius ninja who had sacrificed for Konoha in his time and space. I am Namikaze Minato. Minato, who decided not to conceal anymore, immediately released his transformation technique after saying this. The iconic long golden hair of 4th Hokage appeared in Kakashi's eyes again. Really? Kakashi looked at Namikaze Minato incredulously. He never thought that his teacher could be resurrected, and he could still appear in front of him alive. Master 4th generation. Like Kakashi, Ibis, and others, who ran out of the Tobirama sky cry, also looked back at Namikaze Minato, who had lifted the transformation technique in shock. You are not. Kakashi said with a trembling corner of his mouth. He still couldn't believe that his teacher was still alive. I'm still alive, okay. Namikaze Minato's eyes looked at Kakashi without a trace of emotion. He had decided to sever his relationship with Konoha, and no longer miss Konoha. That was not what I meant. Kakashi just wanted to explain what he said, but Namikaze Minato raised his hand and stopped. I know what you want to say, but now it's different from before. This place doesn't belong to me, and Konoha here doesn't belong to me anymore. Once, Konoha was everything to me. After Nine Tails attacked the village, Akatsuki and I fought countless times and left countless scars. I was once pierced through my left shoulder, and I was almost cut off my right arm. But I never regretted it, because I was fighting for Konoha, for the predecessor Hokage, for my teacher and my disciples. But here is not the same, here, it does not belong to me. Namikaze Minato spoke word by word, not too sensational, and not too much blame. It seemed that he was just telling a story. He just cut off contact with Konohagakure in this world. Teacher, listen to me, the village didn't want to. Kakashi wanted to continue to explain something, but Namikaze Minato was not ready to give him this opportunity anymore, turned his back and stopped looking at Kakashi. With Hashirama's sai, the wooden dragon grabbed Tobirama, carried the three of them, and slowly left. Although Minato and Hashirama did not stop Kakashi, these Konoha ninjas did not continue to catch up. Kakashi, what should I do? This chase unexpectedly discovered that 4th Hokage was still alive, which made Ibis wonder how to think about whether it was Konoha's disaster or luck. Kakashi glanced at Ibis. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was already obvious, and he didn't know what to do. It's better to go back and report it to Master 3rd Generation. Seeing that both of them couldn't make up their minds, Shiranui Genma just suggested. That's all. Kakashi nodded and agreed with Genma's opinion. After unifying their opinions, the three set up Ebisu, who was already unable to act, and rushed back in the direction of Konoha village. They're gone. On the wooden dragon, Hashirama, who was still observing Kakashi and others, said to Minato beside him. Although Hashirama reminded Minato, Namikaze Minato did not look back at the Konoha 4 who had left. Everything there has nothing to do with him. Oh. Hashirama sighed, and said nothing. When Mulong carried the Hashirama 3 back to Wanjun's side, Naruto rushed to Minato's side eagerly. Before the tears from the corners of his eyes were dry, he rushed to Minato, "Father." Seeing Naruto's whole appearance, Minato smiled again rarely. The entire Nine-Tails seal seems to be unreliable. Without the interruption of the Konoha shinobi, Hashirama can observe the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. When he senses the seal on Naruto's stomach, he frowns and said. Hashirama said, Nine Tails in Naruto's body suddenly panicked, "You old fellow, don't think of any bad ideas. This seal seems to have been left on purpose." In fact, Namikaze Minato also sensed this seal. It did not completely seal Nine Tails, but leaked some chakra. This will affect this child, I can completely seal it, and it will not hinder Naruto's normal practice. Hashirama still has some ways to seal Nine Tails. Oh. No. Nine Tails, who heard this in Naruto's stomach, couldn't help it. You guys, you will break your ideas when you meet yourself. Do I have any hatred with you? However, before Nine Tails erupted, Hashirama's hand fell on Naruto's body. Little guy, you still don't make trouble, I don't need to seal you, but you don't mess with me either. What? Naruto didn't know what Hashirama was talking about. He thought that Hashirama was speaking to himself. It's okay, I didn't tell you. After Hashirama smiled and said to Naruto, he went to take his granddaughter again. Although Hashirama is gone, the Nine Tails inside Naruto is very angry. Who am I? I am Nine Tails, the tail beast is the strongest? Why is it so? Because there was no Konoha shinobi chasing, the few people did not hurry too quickly. Wanjun and others walked towards the nearest city while browsing the nearby scenery. On the other hand, Kakashi, who rushed back to Konoha, is also reporting news about 4th Hokage to 3rd generation. What are you talking about? It's Minato. The 3rd generation, who was being treated by a medical ninja, stood up from his feet. Are you sure it's Minato? Yes, it is Minato, teacher. As Minato's disciple, Kakashi, I believe in my own eyes. Minato. Minato. 3rd generation spent the medical ninja out of the room, and paced around in the room freely. How could it be him? It's impossible. At that time, 3rd generation watched Minato and Kushina die in the hands of Nine Tails. It is logically impossible to resurrect. Could it be 2nd generation's impure world reincarnation? Not right, impure world reincarnation should have obvious characteristics. This is not impure world reincarnation. 3rd generation is thinking hard, trying to find the answer to why Minato is still alive. Hiruzen, if it's Minato, would the other one be 1st generation adults? Mitokado Homura was also in the Hokage room at this time. At this time, he stopped the 3rd generation who was in a circle, and proposed a way for everyone to be one of them. Surprising topic. 1st generation? Impossible. Even if 1st generation is alive, it is impossible to leave Konoha. 3rd generation waved his hand and rejected Mitokado Homura's words. But for 4th generation. With the Naruto incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't guarantee whether Minato had an opinion on Konoha, so he concealed his identity. If it's really Minato, how about I go? Jiraiya had already been released the Earth-style cast by Hashirama, and was sitting next to Mitokado Homura. In fact, he doubted the identity of the other party earlier than Kakashi, but he just couldn't be sure. You go? I'm afraid it won't work. Minato's organization is all about Konoha. It's definitely not something that can be dissuaded by one person. 3rd generation didn't want Jiraiya to fall into the opponent's hand. Now Konoha has lost 9 tails. If you can retain more combat power, you can retain more. Chapter 35. Kakashi, you go out first. When Jiraiya continued to prepare to volunteer, Mitokado Homura first said to Kakashi in front of the gate. Kakashi glanced suspiciously in the direction of Mitokado Homura, but saw Yuta and Kohara beside Homura nodded, and the 3 who were Hokage didn't make a sound without stopping, so he turned and left Hokage's room. What do you mean? Jiraiya guessed Mitokado Homura's thoughts. As soon as these Konoha elders knew the existence of Minato, they kicked Kakashi out of the high-level meeting. I'm Minato's teacher, am I going to quit too? Jiraiya stood up, not showing face to the top people. Seeing Jiraiya on the side, 3rd generation quickly said, Jiraiya, we are also for Konoha's safety. I will find Minato by myself. Jiraiya didn't go to see 3rd generation, but after a self-consciously said, he opened the door and walked out. Hiruzen, this. Yuta Kohara said to 3rd generation with a ugly expression after Jiraiya left. At this time, Jiraiya is more powerful than Kakashi, so these 2 Konoha leaders want to keep Jiraiya. After all, they are now facing an unprecedented crisis. The opponent's organization with Namikaze Minato is extremely powerful, and now it has taken away Nine Tails Jinchuriki from the village. Konoha's situation is now very bad. Hiruzen, should you ask Asuma to persuade Tsunade to come back? Didn't Asuma meet Tsunade in the Rain Country? You can ask him. Mitokado Homura knew that Jiraiya could not be prevented from leaving, so he hit the target. Sarutobi Hiruzen's other apprentice said, "It's really not good, I think the big snake." "Stop talking." Third generation interrupted Mitokado Homura, "I'll take care of it myself." Hiruzen. Yuditen Koharu wanted to say something to Mitokado Homura, but was stopped by Hiruzen again, waved his hand, and motioned for the two to leave the room temporarily. It is not the first time that the two of Homura have seen third generation look like this. Nine Tails attacked the village and Uchiha not long ago had a genocide, and third generation's attitude was not very good. Knowing that they could no longer persuade, Mitokado Homura could only leave the room silently, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the room. Minato. Third generation stood by the window, looking at the Hokage rock outside, recalling the night when Nine Tails was sealed. "I knew it, alas." Third generation sighed. He never dreamed that Minato would be resurrected. And when Konoha finished discussing Minato, Wanjun and his entourage also came to the city where they had stayed before. "Should we stay overnight, or go directly to Sicheng?" After Konoha's incident was over, Wanjun and others stayed here for nothing. "Let's stay for another day, I don't think this kid is in good shape." Hashirama was next to Wanjun, looking at Naruto who was still a little weak and said. Regarding Naruto on Minato's back, Wanjun Road did not observe much. After Hashirama finished speaking, he also turned his head to look. Sure enough, although Naruto had a smile on his face at this time, he didn't seem to have any strength. "Well, let's take a day off here." Wanjun nodded and agreed with Hashirama's suggestion. Anyway, even if Konoha's people catch up again, at most Jiraiya or third generation Kage level will lead the team. This lineup is no longer a threat to everyone. And most importantly, the female version of Orochimaru will appear in a while. According to the introduction of Hokage Warehouse, this Orochimaru is 29 years old and is at its peak. After this Hokage Orochimaru appears, there will be 3 Kage levels in the team at the same time, and there will be no loss in the face of any force. As Wanjun expected, everyone was not attacked by Konoha's pursuers that night. Jiraiya is different from Kakashi, and the pursuit speed is not fast. Without Konoha's pursuit, Wanjun and the others returned to Sicheng very smoothly. When they arrived at Sicheng less than a day away, Orochimaru also came to the day to wake up. Orochimaru, female, has woken up, please pay attention to receiving it. After receiving the prompt from the Hokage warehouse, Wanjun immediately stopped the team and went directly to the Hokage warehouse. For the characters who awakened, Wanjun always refused to come, so after entering the Hokage warehouse, he directly chose to receive and summoned him into the real world. Orochimaru, female. Konoha's 4th Hokage, a disciple of 3rd Hokage Shimura Dan's, is called Konoha's future. Like 2nd Hokage Tobirama, he is a rare ninjutsu research and development genius, and he has quite high attainments in other aspects besides ninjutsu. Organization, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, S. Physique, S. Illusion, A+. When Orochimaru wearing glasses appeared in front of everyone, Namikaze Minato's eyes widened first. This is Orochimaru-sama. In his impression, Orochimaru is a man, and looking at this person, why does he have a shy expression? Is this the world wrong or am I wrong? Old Hashirama 1000 years Tobirama, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato in his own childhood can understand, this is just a problem with age. But when things came to Orochimaru, why did they change? Master 1st generation? Minato. Snake G, who just came to this world, was a little uncomfortable. In her memory, she was still studying the cells of 1st Hokage, so why did she suddenly come here? What's even more strange is that I don't have any idea of going back to the place before. Really Master 1st generation, right? Snake G was just a little shy at the beginning, and when she saw that most of these people were acquaintances, she was a little calmer. Hashirama, who has been asked this sentence by several people, is a little impatient. Am I so fake? Really, I am Hashirama. Great. If Hashirama-sama is here, my research will not be so laborious. Although she is already a Hokage, the snake girl is still studying Hashirama's cells in a concealed manner. Even her teacher has already Shimura Dans, who retired, did not tell. Although the ruthless teacher who watched the various blood inheritance boundaries was very hungry for the first generation cells, Hokage the snake still concealed it. What are you talking about? Hashirama didn't understand what Snake G meant. What? You still want to study me? Stay away from my brother. Tobirama on the side saw that Orochimaru seemed to be looking bad, and immediately blocked Hashirama's body. Had it not been for the perception of Hokage's warehouse, Tobirama would have said that it would have been a kunao who pierced Orochimaru's body. At this time Wanjun did not come to persuade him immediately, because he was still in the Martian warehouse, looking at the unexpected character on the screen outside the warehouse. Wake up soon. Chapter 36. Hokage Warehouse, Inventory 795,800. Waking up, Uchiha Itachi, disabled, 22 years old, in an adjustment period. Konoha's 5th Hokage, the disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. After the 4th generation attacked Akatsuki and died, with the help of Uchiha Shisui, Kagami, and others, they defeated Danzo and others and took the place of Hokage. However, he seems to be facing an unprecedented crisis. The remaining wake-up time is 79 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 37 seconds. This time, the newcomer Hokage's time lengthened again, reaching a length of 80 days. Pressing this down, Wanjun doesn't know how long will he get those 800 Hokages. Disabled, what does the adaptation period mean? After watching enough time, Wanjun fixed his gaze on the introduction behind the name of Hokage Uchiha. It's the first time that Wanjun, who has the suffix of Uchiha Itachi and the adaptation period, met him. If you only look at it literally, this Hokage should have been injured in the battle? Are you in the post-injury adaptation period, or are you directly disabled and adapting? Alas, forget it, don't think about it. After this Uchiha Itachi who became Hokage comes, he will know everything. Wanjun didn't want to guess any more, so he directly exited the Hokage warehouse and returned to the real world. When he came back, he happened to see Tobirama preventing Snakeheim from approaching Senju Hashirama. Don't say it, there is such a charm of the snake girl. Wanjun looked at Orochimaru, who looked at Hashirama's eyes, and looked at the snake girl with admiration. Master Manjun. After seeing Manjun appearing, Orochimaru finally ended the state of staring at Senju Hashirama. Wanjun responded to the female Orochimaru after clicking, and then said, Orochimaru, it's good, looking at the information, your research seems to be very good. Master Wanjun should call me Snake He, they all call me that. Orochimaru said with a smile. Snake G. Let's talk about it later, I'm a little uncomfortable now. Wanjun looked at Snake G, this person's face was similar to that of the Akatsuki Orochimaru he had seen before, and Wanjun couldn't say anything. Haha. Orochimaru saw Manjun like this, smiled and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, then looked at Namikaze Minato next to him. It's Minato, where is your teacher Jiraiya? In her world, Jiraiya basically followed her, and now there is no such person suddenly. Orochimaru is still a little uncomfortable. Ms. Jiraiya. Speaking of Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato remembered the one he had met before in Konoha. What's the matter? Orochimaru asked with some confusion. After Namikaze Minato conceived the language for a while, he said, Mr. Jiraiya, we are no longer an organization with us. What? His kid betrayed the village. Orochimaru frowned after hearing Jiraiya's news. That's not true. Strictly speaking, you are separated from Konoha here. Won Jun saw that Namikaze Minato couldn't tell why, so he could only go out and explain to Orochimaru. Although Won Jun had already said so, the level of research on the problem was beyond Won Jun's expectation, and he kept asking questions about the team leader. Master Won Jun, I still don't understand. Master Won Jun, are there enough rooms in Sicheng? Master Won Jun, I hope to get an independent research room. This day's journey back to Sicheng was the most painful day Won Jun felt. This Orochimaru Hokage looks shy, but he is really a talker. He talks for 2/3 of the day, and sleeps the rest of the time. And not only Manjun, but Minato and Tobirama also had very big opinions on this Hokage. They wanted to have some Hashirama's hair in a while, and then they wanted to fiddle with Naruto's belly. If it weren't for being in a small team and Won Jun was persuading him, the snake girl would not know if he would be beaten by an adult. Orochimaru, you can stop, and you will be in Sicheng immediately. Once there, I will make a room for you as a research room. Won Jun, who couldn't stand it, could only promise Snake Ji first. Fujian Qi on the side opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end he still didn't make a sound. Why was it always me who was hurt? I live with Snakeheim. Of the entire team, only Tsunade now has a good opinion of Orochimaru. Haha, good. Snake Ji looked at the reduced version of Tsunade and laughed. In the past, Tsunade bullied herself. Now, you are so young, I can't let this opportunity pass. Tsunade, don't blame me. Another time-space Tsunade, after Hokage Orochimaru mysteriously disappeared, took over the position of Hokage. At this time, sitting in Hokage's position, she felt a bit of chill inexplicably. Okay, here it is. While everyone was talking and laughing, Su Cheng finally appeared in Won Jun's eyes again. However, now that he has little money, he is not too happy. The population of his team is increasing rapidly, but the money in Kabuto is on the contrary, there are few left. I knew I left Kakuzu. This guy still has a way of making money. After spending all of Kakuzu's money, Won Jun realized the importance of this money bag and hoped that Hokage Warehouse could send a money bag over in the future. Bar. Originally, when he was on the road just now, Won Jun wanted the scientific research snake girl to find a way. But when he knew what Snake Ji was studying, he immediately dismissed his thoughts. Development and application of S-level ninjutsu. First generation cell research. Are human tests reliable? The extraction of the Mantissa chakra. How to split the tail beast and make it smaller. What kind of stuff is this? No wonder Snake Ji stared at Hashirama and Naruto all day long. It turned out to be for this. So on the way, Won Jun just rightly told the snake girl to give up these studies for the time being, so as not to be blocked by unknown people when he was away. Although Orochimaru fully agreed, Won Jun didn't look like he would listen to her. Forget it, you can just die. After returning to his room, Won Jun lay down on the bed and left the Orochimaru thing behind. In the courtyard outside Won Jun's house, Fujian Qi gave up his room, and Snake Ji got her own laboratory as she wished. Senju Tobirama gave up his room awe-inspiringly, and then moved all his belongings into Hashirama's house. In this way, you can live here first. Senju Hashirama saw Fukan Kishi standing in the courtyard with a package, silently watching the heavy man who divided the house, a little unbearable, stepped forward and pointed to a corner of the courtyard. Fujian Qi looked in the direction of Senju Hashirama's fingers. For a moment, you are a first Hokage, also playing with me? That's not a clearing. Wood-style Lianzhu's house. Chapter 37. When Senju Hashirama's four-pillar house ninjutsu was completed, a room was instantly added to a corner of the originally empty courtyard. From the outside, it seemed that the room was not small. Isn't it too big? Fujian Qi didn't expect that he still had this kind of treatment, and said with some excitement. This house is spacious at first glance, much larger than Won Jun's room. It's okay, too. Senju Hashirama finished speaking, and walked directly to the room that had just been summoned by ninjutsu. Fugen Kishi took his own package, followed Senju Hashirama, and walked into the room together. 3 rooms. After entering the room, Fujian Qishi saw that the room was not as spacious as he thought. The whole room was divided into 3 parts, a hall and 2 bedrooms. At this time, Hashirama next to Tobiraki pointed to the smaller one, and said to Tobiraki, "I will leave this to you, and leave the other to Tobirama. This guy also likes to be a little bit strange when he gets older." Strange things, there are some laboratories in Orochimaru, so leave one for Tobirama. Leave this hall for Tsunade and Minato's children. Hashirama said, sitting on the rocking chair made of wood style in the room. Well, it's quite comfortable. Hashirama feels comfortable now, but Fujian Kishi looked at the room that first Hokage left for him, crying without tears. What's the difference between this size and the wood shed that Orochimaru had robbed before? After feeling sad, Fujian Kishi turned his head and looked at the laboratory reserved for Tobirama by first generation next door. This size is more than double the size of his own room. Forget it, who told me that I was just a messenger? After shook his head, the helpless Fujian Qishi walked into his own room holding his own things. Just after Fujian Qishi walked into his hut, Wan Jun, who heard the noise outside the house, came to the courtyard and looked at the wooden house that appeared inexplicably. He guessed it was Senju Hashirama's handwriting. Squeak! Wan Jun pushed open the wooden door and saw Senju Hashirama lying on the rocking chair. First generation. Wan Jun walked to the side of Hashirama, squatted down, and shouted next to Hashirama. Hey? What's the matter? Senju Hashirama, who was lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed and rested, opened his eyes after hearing Manjun's words and looked at Manjun sideways. I didn't learn much ninjutsu on the road before, and now I am back, shouldn't it be time to teach me some wood style? After seeing Konoha Shinobi's battle, Wan Jun's desire for strength became even more fierce. After Orochimaru came, he felt that his chakra had gone a step further. Some ninjutsu that he couldn't use before should be able to learn. Of course, no problem. Of course, Hashirama would not object to Wan Jun's request, and he also sensed that Wan Jun's chakra had once again improved, and now most of his ninjutsu can be learned by Wan Jun. Let's go, anyway, you're still idle anyway, don't waste your great time. Wan Jun, who was suddenly interested, stood up and urged Hashirama. Senju Hashirama saw that Wan Jun's willingness was so strong, so he had to leave the chair and stand up. Go outside the city, it's too small here. After leaving the 4-pillar house room made by Senju Hashirama, Wan Jun looked at the courtyard a little smaller and said, "Now this yard is not suitable for use as a training ground for Manjun. The space here is now occupied by Senju Hashirama's 4-pillar house. By the way, first generation, how about you say that we are a construction team? Anyway, your wood style is also exposed. It doesn't matter if you continue to use it. Moreover, you just waste chakra, safe and environmentally friendly, and the most important thing is that it can still make money." Manjun, who was walking in front of Senju Hashirama, said after opening the front door of the courtyard. "I am an old man, you still let me work as a construction worker." Senju Hashirama said as he walked past Wan Jun who was holding the door behind his back. After Wan Jun took the door, he caught up with Senju Hashirama. "What is a builder? We are for the benefit of the people. Chakra will bring life and death or not, don't you think it is not good to build a house to glow and heat? Brother doesn't have time. I don't know when, Tobirama has followed behind them. This Konoha's second Hokage, some of his elder brother who was not at ease, entrusted Tsunade to Orochimaru and followed him." Wan Jun didn't argue with Tobirama. He knew that arguing with this brother was a very stupid thing. Even if you want Senju Hashirama to do construction work, you have to persuade him in private. Konoha's ninja seems to have left. Wan Jun, who was walking on the street, said, looking at the crowded streets. When they left Sachang before, there were quite a few Konoha shinobi who were searching for Uchiha Itachi. At that time, Senju Tobirama, who did not know the situation, also killed 2 Konoha shinobi ninjas. It may be because of Konoha. Senju Hashirama is still willing to talk about Konoha. They had just had a big fight in Konoha, and Konohagakure transferred most of the ninjas back in order to prevent the second attack, which is also common sense. After finishing speaking, Hashirama didn't wait for Wanjun and Tobirama to answer, and then said to himself, the Konoha here is too weak. Even 9 tails can ravage the village, and there are so many rebellious things. Faced with such a simple one, the invasion will be in a hurry, alas. Obviously, this ninja god is quite worried about Konohagakure in this world. How can this kind of strength be mixed in the ninja world? Brother, Konoha is nothing. Tobirama, whose impression of Konoha was still in Hashirama's words, continued next to Hashirama, who was shaking his head and sighing, how are we Senju? Senju? I forgot to ask. Hashirama said, turning his gaze to Wanjun. Among the people, only the captain of this team knows the world best. Suddenly Manjun, who was being watched by 2 Senjus, paused. I met Tsunade when I was in the capital of the rain country. I am not familiar with Konoha's Senju, but Nawaka here? Wanjun didn't know how to tell this sad news to Hashirama, who was in his 90s. After he said it, he wouldn't have a heart attack and fall down, right? What happened to Nawaki? Hashirama seemed to realize something, but his feelings were not fluctuating too much. He was accustomed to life and death, and he didn't take these things seriously anymore. In the Second Ninja World War in this world, he was already killed. Under Hashirama's questioning, Wanjun could only answer, Tsunade's phobia also started at that time. While they were talking, the 3 of them had already walked out of Sacheng, which was not too big, and came to a small river near Sacheng. Senju Hashirama, who heard the news of Nawaka's death, stood by the river, looking at the falling leaves on the side, speechless for a long time. Chapter 38. Wanjun didn't bother Senju Hashirama. At this time, let him be quiet for a while. Although Senju Tobirama didn't know why his elder brother heard the name Nawaki, he still stood on the side consciously and waited quietly, just like Manjun. Oh! After standing for a while, Senju Hashirama sighed, let's go. After Hashirama finished speaking, without waiting for Wanjun to reply, he walked towards the open space in front of himself. Sarutobi Asuma had stayed in this place before, and the 2 Konoha shinobi who were killed by Tobirama reported to Asuma here. It's right here. Hashirama looked around, only this place was big. Looking at Hashirama like this, Wanjun seemed to have seen the death of Nawaki in this time and space. After all, life and death are too common for a ninja. I will teach you 4-pillar house today. I don't know if it is because Wanjun said about the construction workers or what, the first ninjutsu that Hashirama was going to teach today was 4-pillar house. I'll show you how to get the seal first. Hashirama said, putting his hands on his chest, and slowly starting to get the seal step by step. Wanjun had been taught Jaiin by several Hokages in the team before, so he also knew the Indian style demonstrated by Hashirama. Although the group demonstrated by Hashirama was very slow, the effect was still outstanding. When the ninjutsu was completed, a 2-story building appeared directly in front of the 3 of them. This is much better than the houses in Sacheng. If it's not too far from Sacheng, it would be nice to live here. Because of the large open space, Hashirama's wood-style 3-bedroom and 2-hall technique has a very large display space here. If it is too far from the city to be convenient, Wanjun wants Hashirama to get a villa or something to live here. Tobirama has become accustomed to Hashirama's wood style. He turned his head around and said, yes, there is nothing good in Sacheng anyway. Isn't it good for us to build a shinobu village by ourselves? Build a shinobu village. Tobirama's sudden suggestion made Senju Hashirama's eyes bright. He always felt at a loss when he came to this world. Even if he returned to Konoha before, he couldn't feel the familiar feeling of the past. Therefore, Tobirama's proposal made Senju Hashirama suddenly energetic, and it seemed not bad to build another shinobu village. Mr. Manjun, what do you think? Hashirama looked at Manjun, who was still learning Jiyin, and asked. Wanjun was finishing the last seal of the four-pillar house at this time. After hearing Hashirama's words, he turned his head and looked at it. The seal in his hand was also finished. Hearing the sound of the trees breaking the ground, Wanjun didn't rush to answer Hashirama's words, but looked at the wood-style room he had displayed. The wood-style room that Wanjun got out is located right next to the room that Hashirama ninjutsu summoned just now. Too bad, isn't it? Tobirama looked at the house that had just come out, and said naturally. It's not to blame Tobirama for complaining. It's mainly Wanjun's ninjutsu-made house. It's crooked, the roof is missing a bit, and the door is also slanted on the door frame. Compared with Hashirama's ninjutsu, it's really far behind. This is the reason your brother called. Wanjun pushed the unsightly house onto Hashirama's body, and then destroyed the house without leaving a trace. At this moment, Wanjun turned around, looked at the two people in Senju's house, and said, "What did you just say? Let's build a shinobu village, how about it?" Tobirama didn't get too wordy, and went straight to the point. Build a shinobu village. Hearing this, Wanjun thought for a while. The proposal seemed to be pretty good, it's just that there are fewer people. Now the few big ninja villages in the ninja world were not established by one or two people, they were all alliances of big families. Although his strength is still passable, the number of people is really small. Adding Tsunade and Naruto to the squad, there are only 8 people, and it happens to form 2 ninja squads. Hashirama and Minato lead one team, which happens to be. But you can think about it. First, organize the model, and then think about where to find someone. Ninja village can't be built in a day or two, so Wanjun is not in a hurry. Yes. Hashirama also knew that the establishment of ninja village should not be rushed for a while. At that time, he also united several ninja families to successfully establish Konoha. With Shinobu village, the Sengoku era came to an end, and the United States began to move towards peace. Maybe he and others build a powerful shinobu village in this world, and they can also lead the world to a peaceful path. Of course, this is only Senju Hashirama's good wish. In Wanjun's team, not everyone wants the world to present a Hashirama-style peace. For example, Namikaze Minato, or for example, Snake G. They also look forward to peace, but the process and methods are quite different. Okay. Let's not talk about it for the time being. Tobirama, you teach Mr. Wanjun a water style. I am a little tired, and I will go back. I don't know if it is because the establishment of Ninja Village aroused Hashirama's interest, or the news from Nawaka before. It made Hashirama a little unsatisfactory. Anyway, Wanjun didn't see whether he was happy or not from Hashirama's face. Although Tobirama wanted to accompany Senju Hashirama back together, but before he left, Hashirama also arranged a task, and Tobirama could only watch his brother leave. Because of Hashirama's departure, Tobirama was obviously absent-minded, but the speed of teaching ninjutsu was much faster. Someone is coming. As soon as Senju Tobirama taught Wanjun the Great Waterfall technique, he felt a chakra approaching them. Hey! Wanjun was taken aback, but now there were only 2 of him and Tobirama. Suddenly an enemy came. Wanjun was still a little uneasy. Although Senju Tobirama already has the strength of Jainin, he is only 8 years old after all, and his previous record in Konoha was not ideal. Come! Before Manjun finished thinking, the ninja that Senju Tobirama felt had already arrived in front of Manjun. When the man saw Wanjun and Tobirama, he stopped, turned his head to the back and said, "Is this the chakra you perceive?" No one exists behind this person, so Tobirama is a little confused. In his perception, there is only a ninja in front of him. Hoshigaki Kisame. Young Tobirama didn't know this person, but Wanjun knew him very well. Hoshigaki Kisame's appearance, Wanjun, can be recognized directly without even having to remember it. His head is too recognizable. Manjun, who is familiar with Hoshigaki Kisame, also knows that what the other party said just now was not for people to hear, but for Samehada who can absorb chakra behind him. It's you too. Although Hoshigaki Kisame didn't know why these two people attracted Samehada's attention, since they got here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. Chapter 39. Hoshigaki Kisame, who has not yet joined Akatsuki at this time, has been operating on the border between the country of rain and the country of fire recently. This is also the news that Fukin Kishi got before going to Konoha. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame, staring at Wanjun, stretched his right hand back and pinched Samehada in his hand. In the eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame, the older Manjun is obviously more threatening. As for the white-haired child next to him, it's just an addition. My big sword wants to taste your chakra. Hoshigaki Kisame took Samehada in front of him, pointed forward, and pointed in Wanjun's direction. Senju Tobirama was very dissatisfied with Hoshigaki Kisame's actions. Does that mean completely ignoring me? Unforgivable. Water-style water-rushing wave. Senju Tobirama was quite dissatisfied and slapped his hands. A tornado made of water appeared out of nowhere, and the water that engulfed the river next to it rose rapidly. When the current came into the air, he suddenly changed its direction and hit Hoshigaki Kisame. What? Hoshigaki Kisame, who was holding Samehada, was surprised. Why is this kid so good at ninjutsu? Boom! Before Hoshigaki Kisame could finish thinking about it, the water flow precisely controlled by Senju Tobirama hit the target. The entire land centered on Hoshigaki Kisame was plowed directly by the water flow. Water style is probably not very useful. Manjun, who is familiar with the attributes of Hoshigaki Kisame, said to him after Senju Tobirama shot the water waves. This Hoshigaki Kisame is a master of water style, and he still has Samehada in his hands. The effect of water style basically has no effect on it. Sure enough, Hoshigaki Kisame jumped out in the water that hadn't dispersed just after Manjun had finished speaking. With his hands in mid-air, Hoshigaki Kisame began to seal, water-style water burst. The water flow created by Senju Tobirama just now was absorbed by Hoshigaki Kisame, and now it is returned to Manjun as a few. Water-style water barrier. Senju Tobirama's seal was very fast. After 2 or 3 strokes, a wall of water appeared around him, wrapping himself and Wanjun in it. On the other hand, Wanjun was preparing the great fireball. When the water wall disappeared, Wanjun's seal had already been completed, fire-style great fireball technique. Manjun, who predicted the landing of Hoshigaki Kisame, immediately sprayed the great fireball out as soon as the water wall disappeared. The flame hit the undissipated water droplets and aroused a burst of smoke. Boom! The battlefield once again roared, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who had just experienced the impact of Senju Tobirama water style, ushered in Manjun's great fireball. However, the great fireball alone will not do much damage to Hoshigaki Kisame. When the flames dissipated, the scene of Hoshigaki Kisame holding Samehada sideways in front of him appeared in Manjun's eyes. Not a knife. Because of the great fireball attack, the strip of cloth covering Samehada has been burned, exposing Samehada's body inside. Senju Tobirama looked at the wriggling blade of Samehada and said in confusion. Manjun released the ninja surgery once and felt pretty good. He was not busy answering Senju Tobirama's question. Instead, he started Jaiyu again, preparing to launch an attack on Hoshigaki Kisame. Wood-style silent killing binding technique. This is one of the few wood styles that Manjun has learned. When Manjun's knot print was completed, a wooden strip suddenly stretched out from the grass beside it, pressed against the ground, and quickly rushed towards Hoshigaki Kisame. What the hell? When Hoshigaki Kisame's feet were entangled, he lowered his head and looked towards his feet. Wood? Wood style. Wood style. Although Hoshigaki Kisame is a traitor, but when he was in the village before, he had also studied at a ninja school, and he had some understanding of various blood inheritance boundaries. And wood style is one of the most valued among many blood succession boundaries. Thinking of the Hoshigaki Kisame here, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Wanjun. Impossible, this is not Konoha's first generation, is it a member of the Senju clan? At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame was facing his opponent squarely. With a wave of same hata in his hand, he interrupted the wooden stick that was binding him up. Senju. Yes, it is Senju, Senju, who died in Senju's hands. You should be honored. As a true member of the Senju clan, Senju Tobirama answered first. Really? Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. Senju, I haven't killed it yet. It's an honor to be you, remember, my name is Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame said, raising same hata and rushing towards the two of them. Same hata kiss. Water style water continuous bouncing. When Hoshigaki Kisame slammed same hata downward, Senju Tobirama raised his hand, and a steel-like water bomb fell from the sky, covering an area in front of him. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was swinging, had to switch from offensive to defensive, placing same hata above his head, avoiding Senju Tobirama's water bomb. You kid, it's a bit interesting. Hoshigaki Kisame straightened up after casting the water bomb and smiled and said to Senju Tobirama. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Hoshigaki Kisame. However, in the face of Hoshigaki Kisame's provocation, Wanjun responded with two ninjutsu. Water style water dragon bite. Wood style thorn kill technique. The voices of Manjun and Senju Tobirama sounded at the same time. Manjun's thorn kill was cast first. Several wooden stakes surrounded Hoshigaki Kisame, and the small wooden slats in the middle began to talk about its constraints again. Senju Tobirama's water style formed a big uzumaki under his feet. After Wanjun framed Hoshigaki Kisame, the water uzumaki rose sharply, forming a water dragon, roaring towards Hoshigaki Kisame. The chained Hoshigaki Kisame was unavoidable, same hata in his hand was also entangled with wooden slats, so he could only take the attack abruptly. Hey, haha! Hoshigaki Kisame, whose clothes were a little broken after the water flowed, smiled without anger. Same hata. Under Hoshigaki Kisame's control, after Kisame's voice fell, the same hata in his hand began to quickly swallow the wooden strips that entangled it. After a while, the entire wooden strips that bound same hata were swallowed clean. And same hata still looked underfed, and the blade was directly facing Wanjun's direction. It seemed that Wanjun's chakra had something attractive. Hoshigaki Kisame's break free was even more violent. With a strange body, he violently applied force all over his body, and the wooden strips that bound him broke apart and collapsed to the surroundings. Water style boom. Hoshigaki Kisame, who broke free, is no longer ready to make a fuss, and is ready to directly turn the battlefield into an ocean. Interrupt him. Senju Tobirama, who sensed the powerful chakra flow, realized that something was wrong and said hurriedly. Wanjun also saw Hoshigaki Kisame, who was quickly printing, "You found this by yourself." After speaking, Wanjun directly took out the sword in his hand in kabuto, threw it forward, and threw it in the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame. Wanjun's throwing speed is not fast. Same hata next to Hoshigaki Kisame believes that he can easily block the sword. But when same hata just touched the shuriken, a golden flash suddenly lit up. Chapter 40. When the golden light flashed, Hoshigaki Kisame's face still had an inexplicable expression. Could it be possible that there is a hidden mystery in this Kyowu? What ninjutsu with? When the golden light flashed and Namikaze Minato's figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, Hoshigaki Kisame knew that he was right. But at this time, Minato's foot had already volleyed into Hoshigaki Kisame's hand. After interrupting Hoshigaki Kisame's knot, Namikaze Minato tapped Kisame's hand, and the whole person jumped up again, avoiding the bite of Samehada next to him. Bah, who is this? Hoshigaki Kisame spit out the blood that was kicked out, staring at Namikaze Minato who had already landed. After speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Kunao who was tied to something on the ground. It was Kunao who brought that person through, right? I seem to have heard of this ninjutsu, but what is it? While Hoshigaki Kisame was still thinking about it, Namikaze Minato had already come to Manjun and asked, Mr. Manjun, this is... Didn't first generation come out with you? When he landed just now, Namikaze Minato was a little strange. It stands to reason that if first generation is there, he is not needed here. First generation has just left for a while, but I didn't expect this guy to come, maybe because of wood style. Wanjun explained to Minato. That's it. Namikaze Minato nodded. The opponent should be one of Kirigakure's 7 knives, but looking at the forehead protector, it seems to be a betrayal. After talking to Manjun, Minato began to pay attention to his enemies. They appeared in a hurry just now, so Minato hadn't had time to observe the battlefield. The water style on the other side is not bad, and the knife is also weird. Be careful. Senju Tobirama exhorted before Minato took the shot. Although Tobirama looked like an 8-year-old child, Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded to Tobirama and said, I see, Master second generation. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the whole person rushed towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Halfway through, he threw a few kunao around Kisame. I remember it. Hoshigaki Kisame noticed these supreme ninjutsu this time. This way of fighting reminded him of the existence of the once smashing ninjutsu Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. That ninja called the Golden Shimmering Konoha 4th Hokage. Damn it, how could it be him? After realizing the strength of his opponent, Hoshigaki Kisame regretted hearing Samehada's words and came here. However, although the opponent is strong, Hoshigaki Kisame is not a weak one. Today, I will see how strong you 4th Hokage is. Ah! Hoshigaki Kisame yelled, picked up Samehada and waved at Namikaze Minato who was rushing towards him. Wow! Boom! Hoshigaki Kisame's attack failed unexpectedly. After a golden flash lighted up, Namikaze Minato finished blowing on Hoshigaki Kisame's right side, and kicked Kisame's shoulder with another kick. Damn it! Hoshigaki Kisame was a little annoyed when he was hit again. It was the first time that Kisame had encountered this feeling of seeing his opponent but couldn't touch it at all. Boom, boom. Every time Hoshigaki Kisame attacked, Namikaze Minato was flashed past, and every time he missed, he would be attacked by Minato's physical skills again. Fortunately, Hoshigaki Kisame's body was still strong, and he was not beaten to the ground after several blows. Damn it, Samehada, stop him. In this case, Hoshigaki Kisame wouldn't be able to use ninjutsu, but Minato would interrupt him every time he prepared for the seal. Now he can only let Samehada resist Minato and buy himself a chance to seal the seal. Oh! Samehada snarled, responding to Hoshigaki Kisame's words. After Samehada responded, Hoshigaki Kisame threw the big knife in his hand, and then quickly sealed his hands, preparing to make his fighting environment better. Wow! Boom! Facing Namikaze Minato's attack, Samehada swelled in a circle, blocking Hoshigaki Kisame's body and covering his knot. This little guy, it's interesting. Namikaze Minato was interested in Samehada, who had been blocking him, and said with a smile looking at the weapon that protected him. But don't you think that this will stop me? The smiling Namikaze Minato had already rubbed Rei's Nan in his hands, and Flying Thunder God also started directly after Rei's Nan rubbed it, but this time, the golden flash did not stop, but kept flashing around Samehada. Oh! Samehada, who suddenly lost his target, was a little panicked. Perceiving Minato's fast-moving chakra, his head kept moving. Boom! Samehada, who was already a little flustered, was easily bypassed by Minato, and Rei's Nan hit Hoshigaki Kisame's chest firmly. It's over. After Hoshigaki Kisame fell, Namikaze Minato crouched beside him. Do you want to continue? Cough, cough, cough. After Hoshigaki Kisame coughed 2 mouthfuls of blood, he looked at Minato blankly, and did not answer Minato's question, but talked about other things. My luck these days, first Uchiha Madara, now Konoha's 4th Hokage again, haha, haha. The defeated Hoshigaki Kisame lay on the ground, turned away from Minato's gaze, looked up at the sky, and laughed instead. Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato was taken aback when he heard the name from Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth. Uchiha Madara, what era is that from? It can't be alive, right? Haha, who knows if it's real Uchiha Madara, I knew it would be so I promised that masked man. Hoshigaki Kisame said motionless, feeling weak. Is it really Uchiha Madara? Minato frowned slightly. Didn't Mr. Wanjun say that the masked man was his acquaintance 2 days ago? How did this guy become Uchiha Madara? After Hoshigaki Kisame was subdued, Wanjun also walked around Samehada. What did he say? This guy said Uchiha Madara found him. Minato raised his head and said to Wanjun. Uchiha Madara. Manjun was a little confused when he heard the name, but after thinking about it, he must be Obito pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Wanjun directly asked Hoshigaki Kisame, is it an organization called Akatsuki? How do you know? Hoshigaki Kisame thought that the Akatsuki organization that recruited him was mysterious enough, but looking at the current situation, the organization that owns Konoha 4th Hokage is even more terrifying. After all, Uchiha Madara didn't know whether it was true or not, but Namikaze Minato really defeated himself. I know more than you think. Wanjun smiled and said to Hoshigaki Kisame. By the way, I have an Akatsuki organization right now. Would you like to take a look? Speaking of Akatsuki organization, Wanjun also remembered Haiden who was sealed by Minato before, so he directly took out the scroll that sealed Haiden and said, Minato, untie it and take a look. Wanjun also wanted to know whether Haiden, who was sealed, was still alive after so long. Chapter 41. Namikaze Minato took the seal and didn't say much, and directly opened the scroll that was sealed with Haiden. Boom! When the seal was lifted, a puff of smoke rose, and Haiden, with his clothes somewhat broken, lay on the ground. Because of being sealed for too long, Haiden's whole body was shriveled like an ordinary skeleton, and Akatsuki's windbreaker was worn on him, completely unfitting. Hey, hey, cough cough. Haiden, who was suddenly unblocked, took 2 breaths and then coughed. If anyone who didn't know the situation passed by, he would definitely be shocked by the coughing skeleton. I'm not dead yet. Wanjun was taken aback by Haiden's actions. How long has this seal been since Haiden is still alive? This is completely beyond common sense. Not only Manjun, but also Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama beside him were surprised. Is this guy a human? Not to mention other things, but not to eat or drink for dozens or hundreds of days, and he didn't die? Hoshigaki Kisame, who was lying on the ground, didn't know Haiden's situation, so he didn't know why Wanjun was surprised. But he recognized Haiden's clothes. Isn't this clothes the same as the clothes worn by Uchiha Madara, who recruited him before? Looking at this situation, the other party is really fighting against Uchiha Madara's organization, including Konoha's 4th Hokage. Then, this organization was formed by Konoha secretly? Is it specifically to fight the Uchiha Madara? If this is the case, then I can figure it out a little bit. This is another confrontation between Konoha and Uchiha. But, hell, why do you guys pull yourself up as a Kirigakure traitor? Wouldn't it be good to do one by yourself? However, no one came to answer his questions, and Won Jun focused all his attention on Haiden at this time. You kid can live a lot. Won Jun squatted beside Haiden and said, looking at Haiden who was shaped like a skeleton. Water. Haiden didn't care about Won Jun's words, but said to himself. However, Won Jun and the three did not care about Haiden's request, but put him aside. The Uchiha Madara you said was an organization with him. Won Jun observed Haiden for a while, then returned to the side of Hoshigaki Kisame and asked Kisame, pointing to Haiden's clothes. Hoshigaki Kisame had seen Haiden a long time ago, so he replied directly, yes, it's this kind of clothes. I met this nearby 2 days ago. Near here. Won Jun frowned and asked after hearing Hoshigaki Kisame's words. Hearing what Hoshigaki Kisame meant, Obito had already come here. I don't know if he came by searching for Won Jun and others, or if he happened to pass through Sicheng. Yes. Hoshigaki Kisame replied. Minato, go back, and bring the two of them. Since Obito has arrived near Sicheng, it's better not to wander outside. Maybe this time Obito will bring a group of people from the Xiaocheng organization to find the place. Woolen cloth. In fact, Won Jun guessed right. When he and Minato and Tobirama returned to Sicheng with Kisame, Obito and Nagato were on a small slope south of Sicheng. Obito and Pain are now on the boulder on the top of the hill, and not far behind, there are Konan, Sasori, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. I heard from the intelligence that I appeared here last month, so let's search here first. Obito stared at the small Sicheng in the distance, and said to Pen beside him. The opposite is not weak. Pain has fought against Won Jun and others, so he also understands the strength of the opponent. I always have an unknown hunch that our mission can't continue without solving them. After Obito fought Minato, he has been sorrowing about the flying thunder god that appeared in that battle. This ninjutsu has been lingering in his mind. If this problem is not solved, he will not be able to sleep at ease. Pain didn't care how many ninjas, even if there were 2 or 3 cage-level people, could stop Akatsuki. Not to mention all the members, there are 6 cage levels standing here today. In the entire ninja world, how can anyone stand against him? Well, let's search here for another day, and there will be no more in one day. Let's disband first. Our task is important. Pain doesn't want to put down the work of collecting 9-tailed beasts because of this person who has only appeared once. It's not worth the loss. After Pen finished speaking, Obito nodded and agreed with Pen's words, one day, let's go if it doesn't work. After speaking, Obito wiped the void with his right hand and disappeared in place. At this time, the people behind did not bother Pain and Obito who were talking, but quarreled behind them. Sasori is not accustomed to Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi doesn't have a good impression of the former Konoha executive. So now Orochimaru is fighting with Sasori, looking like he is about to do something. Okay, you two. After Obito left, Pain returned to Konan and stopped Sasori and Orochimaru who were still facing each other. Get ready and search again near Sicheng. Although Pain was not going to waste time anymore, since that Uchiha had requested so, he had to continue searching. Go again? Didn't you just go the other day? Sasori said angrily after arguing with Orochimaru. He didn't want to waste time around here. With this skill, you might as well make more puppets. The last day, after searching today, we will leave. Pain said to several people. Orochimaru grinned, but the smile made people look rather uncomfortable. Then, I'm in charge of Sicheng. Okay. Pain directly agreed to Orochimaru's request. It didn't matter to him who was in charge of what area. He didn't value this task, so he arranged it casually, and everyone separated directly and dispersed towards the vicinity of Sicheng. Nagato. Konan did not leave at this time, but approached Pen. What's the matter? Yahiko, the heaven controlled by Nagato, turned his head and looked at Konan and asked. When Konan saw Nagato turn his head, the familiar Yahiko's face came into view again. Nothing. Then let's start. Tomorrow, we will go back. Nagato smiled slightly at Konan, then jumped and disappeared in front of Konan. Oh! Konan sighed as he watched Nagato leave. Nagato seems to have obeyed the Uchiha Madara's words. This is no longer the Nagato he knows. Konan looked at the sky, watching a white cloud drifting by. Yahiko, what would you do if you were still alive? Just as Konan was thinking about the past with Nagato Yahiko, Snake Ji in Sacheng also happened to go out. Her research needed a lot of things, and the equipment in the courtyard was not complete, so she had to buy some things. At this time, Orochimaru had just entered Sacheng. Chapter 42. Because Sacheng is far away from the major ninja villages, there are not many ninja-related shops in the city, so Snake Ji has encountered a lot of difficulty in choosing her own things. Fortunately, most things can be replaced in ordinary stores, and the most important Hashirama cell requires the cooperation of other members of the team. This Orochimaru and Hokage, a parallel time and space from the origin, is not too interested in ninjutsu training. If she focuses on training a little bit, ninjutsu will not be able to reach the S grade. Go back and find Master First Generation. Now most of the things of this snake girl have been purchased, and the most important thing is the Hashirama cell. But Master Second Generation doesn't seem to be easy to handle. Well, why do you look familiar? Just when Snake Ji was carrying a large bag and preparing to return to the courtyard, she saw a familiar figure appearing on the street. From behind, this person and herself except for the clothes, there is no difference. At this time Orochimaru didn't know that in Sacheng, a guy with the same name as him was watching him. Now Orochimaru is not thinking about the mission of this trip, but Uchiha attack is Sharingan, the blood succession boundary, is what Orochimaru has always wanted. Joining this Xiao organization is just to better obtain one's own goals. After finishing this vote, Orochimaru is not going to stay in the Akatsuki organization anymore. It's not in his plan to catch the tail beast or something. Wait, why do I have a familiar feeling? Orochimaru, who had been thinking about Uchiha Attacker's eyes, was walking casually on the street. When passing a block, he suddenly noticed something wrong nearby. Feeling something, Orochimaru cheered up and looked around, but found nothing. What the hell was it just now? Who are you? Just when Orochimaru was about to leave because he had nothing to gain, a female voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey! Orochimaru was startled, but he didn't perceive the presence of anyone behind him. After hearing the sound, Orochimaru turned his head abruptly, and half a step behind him stood a man of the same height as him. This person is Konoha Hokage who Wanjun awakens from parallel time and space, Osnakeheim. You! Orochimaru looked at the woman who looked almost like him, and was taken aback. How could she look so alike? It turned out to be you. On the contrary, Osaki-ji had an expression that understood. She knew that there was another Orochimaru in this world, but what she didn't expect was that she would meet the master of this world so quickly. Orochimaru didn't know why the other party said it was you, but he knew that this person must have something to do with him. Maybe it's the same as the Hashirama cell I studied? Moreover, this person seems to be a woman. Thinking of Orochimaru here, the corners of his mouth curled up on both sides and said, interesting. After that, regardless of whether it was in the city, a shark snake hand directly moved towards the snake girl. The group of snakes that had been hidden in Orochimaru's cuffs suddenly rushed out and attacked Snake Ji's face. It's really impolite. Snake Ji complained about Orochimaru's sudden attack, and turned to the left, avoiding the attack. Then don't blame me. Snake Ji said, putting the things in her hands on the ground, and then she folded her sleeves. Ninfa Shul King Snake Hand. This. Orochimaru watched the exact same ninjutsu being displayed from the opponent's hand. Some of them couldn't figure out the situation. It doesn't matter if they look like me, why do they still have the same ninjutsu? Although a little shocked, Orochimaru still has cage-level strength after all, a sea-level ninjutsu, and the shulker snake he is most familiar with, and there is still no threat to him. When the two met, the names of the nearby Secheng dramas had already fled the scene. This kind of battle between ninjas was not something they could observe. One was accidentally killed, but there was nothing to say about it. "Who are you?" Orochimaru said fiercely, staring at the guy who threw the shulker's hand at him. Using the same ninjutsu, and looking similar to himself, this guy must have been staring at him for a long time. "Guess." Snake G smiled and said. This Snake G is different from the gloomy Orochimaru. When she smiles, she feels very close like Minato, and the glasses on the bridge of her nose make people feel harmless. "Hey!" Orochimaru was not going to play this kind of trick, you guessed it, a ninjutsu with Snake He, and threw it at Snake He again. "Ninfa, kill the snake." As Orochimaru's voice fell, several large snakes appeared out of thin air and rushed in the direction of Snake G. Hee. Seeing the ninjutsu, Snake G smiled. Orochimaru used these ninjutsu, he was all too familiar with it. Ninjutsu, destroy the snake. The ninjutsu exactly the same as Orochimaru appeared again, and the big snakes on both sides were entangled in the open space between the two. At this time, Orochimaru realized the seriousness of the problem. The person opposite, apart from gender, seemed to be a reissue of himself, and the ninjutsu used was actually exactly the same. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. At this time, Orochimaru will of course use unique ninjutsu. Now this ninjutsu belongs to the summoning technique. There is only one 10,000 snakes. The guy on the opposite side can't summon the 10,000 snakes just like himself. The 10,000 snakes were scared away by Hashirama last time, but it was the first time they appeared on Orochimaru's side. As soon as they appeared, they first perceived the enemy, and after confirming that it was not Hashirama, they said to Orochimaru, 200 sacrifices are a must. NS 200. Orochimaru looked at Wan Shi. Why did this greedy guy increase the price? Usually there are 100. Plus the 100 from last time. Wan Shi didn't immediately enter the battle, but first negotiated with Orochimaru. Last time you didn't say don't. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, there was a loud noise from Snake G's side. After the smoke passed, a white giant snake suddenly appeared opposite the purple-striped Wan snake. It seems that there is still a difference. Snake G stood on the head of the white giant snake and said while looking at the 10,000 snakes on the opposite side. And the white giant snake under her feet also said at this time, Master Snake G, where is this? After Orochimaru glanced at the white giant snake under Snake G's feet, he set his gaze on Wan Snake again. Compared with Wan Snake, the summoning beast of Snake G is much more docile. The voice of this huge white snake is also biased towards women, which is in sharp contrast with the man who is bargaining with Orochimaru on the opposite side. Chapter 43. Look at people, don't sacrifice, and speak nicely, then look at you. Although Orochimaru didn't say anything, he thought that was about it. As long as you win, the people in this city will pick whatever you want. In order to allow Wan Shi to continue to serve himself, Orochimaru still chose to compromise. And many more. Regarding what Orochimaru mentioned about the sacrifice, Wan Snake did not immediately reply, but was staring at the huge white snake opposite. From its breath, it could feel that the other party was of the same kind from Earth Dragon Cave, but this white guy didn't have any impression of himself. Who are you? Wan Shi moved forward 2 steps, staring at the white giant snake and said. However, the big white snake from summoning by Snake G didn't seem to be ready to take care of 10,000 snake. At this time, it didn't say a word, just waiting for Snake G's order. Attack the guy on the ground. Snake Ji, who was standing on the head of the white snake, pointed to Orochimaru in Akatsuki's clothing on the ground, and said. After Snake Ji gave instructions, the white snake's head slammed down and quickly bit Orochimaru. Summoning Triple Rashomon. Facing the sudden attack, Orochimaru quickly took seals and summoned 3 huge walls in front of him. Boom! 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 The 3 Rashomons summoned by Orochimaru didn't have much effect. Under the attack of the big white snake, they broke with one touch. 10,000 snakes! At this time, Orochimaru also jumped on Wan Shi's head. Do you know the snake on the other side? The giant snake at summoning opposite the Snake Ji's place, depending on the situation, should have come from the Earth Dragon Cave. I don't know, but there is a similar smell. Wan Snake was also very confused at this time. It itself wanted to know what the situation was. The breath of the same kind. Orochimaru squinted slightly and looked to the other side. His research spirit exploded, and his interest in Snake Ji became more and more intense. Go on, Wan Snake, if you catch it, you'll know. I think so too. Wan Shi spit out Shinko in his mouth, and had the same thoughts as Orochimaru. After talking about one person, one snake, Wan Snake rushed forward and bit the big white snake that had just straightened up. Hiss! In response to Wan Snake's attack, the white snake did not show any weakness, with its mouth wide open, and rushed towards Wan Snake. The straight half of the 2 giant snakes are entangled in the air, and the summonings standing on the heads of the 2 snakes are also testing each other on it. Shulker, Snake, and other ninjutsu were thrown on it. All of a sudden, many snakes of unknown origin suddenly appeared on the nearby streets. However, I don't know if it is similar in strength or for what reason, the 2 tricks did not cause much harm to each other. In other words, the moves are too familiar to both parties. As soon as the other party makes a move, they immediately thought of a solution, which caused both parties to be in a deadlock for a while. Hiss! After fighting for a while, the 2 giant snakes finally separated, and Wan Snake's body at this time now has a lot of scars from the bite of the white snake. On the side of the white snake, he didn't taste anything cheap, and he was covered with scars. Master Snake Ji, what should I do? After realizing that the other party was not so easy to deal with, the white snake asked Snake Ji. Snake Ji looked at Orochimaru on the head of the opposite Wan Snake, and smiled again. Don't worry, our helper should be here soon. Helper? The white snake was puzzled. In its sense, this is not the world before. In this unfamiliar world, what helper can there be? Did Lord Snakeheim recognize friends in this world in just a few days? When Snake Ji was talking to the white snake, the Wanjun team, dragging Haiden and Kisame, had already rushed to the gate of Sicheng. Before entering the city, they saw the 2 big snakes fighting inside. Without thinking about it, Wanjun knew that this must be a civil war between Snake Ji and Ant Snake. However, instead of looking for the tail beast, the Xia organization went to Sicheng to find the trouble for herself and the others. Mr. Manjun, do I need to go over and help? Minato, who was carrying Samehada, asked Manjun sideways. It's not far from the courtyard. First generation should be faster than us. At this time, Wanjun's hand was dragging Samehada, who was beaten up. Because of being beaten by Minato, the current Samehada is still very quiet. Don't be in such a hurry, let's go over slowly. Maybe the 2 people are getting in touch with each other. With Senju Hashirama in front, this first generation man must have joined the battlefield before himself and others. With the help of the god of ninja, Wanjun believes that he does not need to wait for others to hurry, and Orochimaru has been beaten and obedient of it. But this time Wanjun didn't seem to be right. When they came to the battlefield, Senju Hashirama didn't help Snake Ji fight together. Instead, he stood on the side of the battlefield and watched the battle between the 2. Master First Generation. Minato first saw Senju Hashirama standing in the corner watching the play, and walked over to say hello. Hey? What's the matter with you? Senju Hashirama turned his head, looked at the three men dragging two men and one weapon, and asked. Encountered an enemy just now. Wanjun put the heavy samehata aside and pointed to Hoshigaki Kisame and said to Hashirama, this guy will come after you are gone. Fortunately, there is Minato's flying thunder god symbol, otherwise I can't beat this guy. Although Hoshigaki Kisame was carried by Namikaze Minato, he was still conscious. After hearing the words of a few people, he turned his head to look at the person called First Generation, but his sight was blocked by Wanjun. First Generation, Minato. These names shocked Hoshigaki Kisame, who could not move. If he was just guessing, now the other party has directly confirmed it for him. First Generation, Konoha's first Hokage? If you were alive, how old would it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that all of this is fake? But what happened to Flying Thunder God? But, haven't I met someone who claims to be Uchiha Madara before? If it is true, then what is Manjun who can command Konoha's first generation, fourth generation? It stands to reason that if you can become the leader of these people, your strength must be so strong that you can't match it. Could it be that the battle with yourself just now has always been a show? Unmovable Hoshigaki Kisame has been thinking about the identities of the people around him. In his opinion, the world has suddenly become crazy. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, and two powerful organizations, this is something he couldn't even think of when he was in Kirigakure. While Kisame was thinking quickly, Senju Hashirama also turned his gaze to Kisame, is this the blue guy? He looks weird. Chapter 44. It was caught at the training site just now. By the way, why didn't first generation go up and help? Wanjun didn't directly answer Senju Hashirama's question of Hoshigaki Kisame, but pointed to Snake Ji and Orochimaru who were still fighting. Aren't these two fighting vigorously? Just take a look. Senju Hashirama wasn't anxious at all, with an expression on his face. Senju Hashirama said this, Wanjun also looked up, and the two guys controlling the giant snake were still throwing the same ninjutsu at each other, and they cracked each other, making it the same as performing. Is Orochimaru alone? Wanjun had been watching this battle for a while, but he didn't find other Akatsuki members around him. Only this one, I haven't seen anyone else yet. Senju Hashirama, who arrived earlier than Wanjun, said. He had already observed the surrounding situation in advance. There is indeed only one Akatsuki member of Orochimaru nearby. The presence of only one member made Wanjun more puzzled. It stands to reason that Xiao organizes outings in at least two groups. Today, I saw only Orochimaru in Sacheng. Could it be that this guy has withdrawn from Akatsuki's organization? Let me go. As the member with the highest attendance rate of the team, Minato once again volunteered to say to Wanjun. At this time, he no longer concealed his identity, and was about to meet Orochimaru who had betrayed Konoha. Of course, now he is not ready to set up a door for Konoha's situation, but wants to know some news of this time and space Konoha's high level. Okay. Wanjun nodded and said, he didn't want the battle between Snake Ji and Orochimaru to last too long, after all, no one knew if there were other Akatsuki members around. The longer this battle lasts, the greater the probability of attracting other Akatsuki members. After Wanjun answered, Namikaze Minato put Hoshigaki Kisame aside, and jumped directly at the head of the white snake controlled by Snake Ji. And Hoshigaki Kisame, who was thrown into the corner by Minato, saw Senju Hashirama's face. Although he didn't know what Konoha's first Hokage looked like, it didn't prevent him from remembering this face. If he could leave, he could also go out and inquire. However, Hoshigaki Kisame's gaze caught Senju Tobirama's attention. While Kisame was staring at Hashirama, Senju Tobirama put Haiden directly on the ground, walked to the side of Kisame, and squatted down and said, "What are you looking at my brother doing?" "Your brother?" Kisame was taken aback when he heard this call. Although Senju Hashirama has a good face and looks like he is only in his 50s, how can he be the brother of a few-year-old hairy boy like you? Why, do you have an opinion? Tobirama's expression was not friendly. You better close your eyes. When Tobirama spoke, he took out the kunao in the ninja bag and dangled in front of Kisame's eyes. For the sake of his own eyes, Hoshigaki Kisame had to give up his observation, closed his eyes, and started thinking for himself. Senju Hashirama, who was monitoring him, stood up satisfied after seeing Kisame closing his eyes, and looked at Namikaze Minato who was fighting Orochimaru. This is not the first time that Namikaze Minato from different time and space has met Orochimaru. He had already fought against each other when he was in the forest of the Rain Country, so he was considered a half-acquaintance. It's you, fourth generation. When Namikaze Minato appeared on the head of the white snake, Orochimaru on the opposite side opened his eyes wide. The guy opposite, he knew Orochimaru very well. When fourth generation was working, he himself hadn't betrayed the village. If fourth generation did not die because of Nine Tails, Orochimaru's situation might be very different. But everything is gone. Konoha's colleagues have now become enemies. Impossible, you can't be alive. After Nine Tails attacked the village, Orochimaru personally visited the site where Nine Tails was sealed. But I am still alive, am I, Lord Orochimaru? Namikaze Minato showed a consistent smile, which made people look very kind. If it wasn't for Wanjun to know Minato's information, he would definitely not be contacted by Blacken. After hearing Minato's words, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Really you? Wait, the person in the forest last time was you. Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something, his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at Namikaze Minato. I should have thought of that flying thunder god a long time ago. Orochimaru-sama is as smart as ever. In this time and space of Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru did not defect. In Konoha, he also held a high-level position. Although it is not Minato's right-hand man, he also provided considerable help to Minato. Now that Orochimaru does not belong to Konoha in this time and space, it is good news for Namikaze Minato. After all, he has automatically separated from Konoha. Teacher really took great pains. Orochimaru didn't know Konoha's situation, so he only thought it was a scene that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato did together. Even Jiraiya and I lied together. Actually, third generation doesn't know either. Minato continued. Namikaze Minato's words made Orochimaru interested. If third generation doesn't know it, then the story is quite interesting. It seems that it has something to do with your organization. In Orochimaru's view, the organization that Namikaze Minato is in must be similar to Akatsuki's organization. Behind the scenes, he must be planning something, but I don't know whether these people are good or bad. You can say so. Namikaze Minato's arrival is indeed related to the Wanjun team, so Minato's words are not wrong. Sure enough. Orochimaru, who thought he was right, smiled and continued, then what do you mean? Are you going to kill me, or come to win me? Since the opponent is Konoha's fourth Hokage, and there is another ninjutsu guy next to him, Orochimaru feels that there is basically no chance of winning this battle. Is Orochimaru-sama willing to come over? Namikaze Minato was already in the spring breeze, and nothing changed because of Orochimaru's words. Of course. Orochimaru paused, then added three more words, impossible. In this case, don't blame me, Master Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato finished speaking, throwing at the kunao he had been holding in his hand, and then the whole person jumped up and jumped towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who is familiar with Namikaze Minato's fighting style, of course knows the effect of the kunao thrown by Minato, so he did not ignore the kunao, which is not strong, but also divided a shadow clone, one facing Namikaze Minato, the one who faces the kunao with the flying thunder god symbol. Raise Nan. Chapter 45. Although Namikaze Minato said raise nan on his mouth, he didn't hold this ninjutsu in his hand, but rather hung a few kunao. Hey! WDM Minato's kunao was thrown out by him, and they were distributed around Orochimaru. Spiral. Flash. Super Wheel. 3 Dance Roar. Orochimaru, who was still guarding Rei's Nan, suddenly heard a long list of names. When Minato's voice fell, Orochimaru's surroundings were suddenly surrounded by a golden flash of light. Boom! Orochimaru's clone was kicked directly by Namikaze Minato and disappeared, and the Lord himself also received a punch from Minato. And the 3-style attack of the spiral flashing super round dance roar has not stopped. Minato's hands and feet have been greeted Orochimaru. Let's go up too. The snake girl opposite Orochimaru, seeing that Namikaze Minato had suppressed Orochimaru, also commanded the big white snake under her feet and attacked in the direction of Wan Shi. Because it was affected by Namikaze Minato's attack, Wan Snake was also taking Orochimaru to dodge, and did not pay too much attention to the white snake on the opposite side. When the white snake bit it, Wan Snake gave it a violent meal, desperately wanting get rid of the attack of the big white snake. Damn it, Orochimaru, I won't be with you anymore. People like Wan Shi don't share the joys and sorrows with the summoning, so after finishing speaking, he banged and returned to the Earth Dragon Cave. Orochimaru, who was once again abandoned by Wan Shi, lost the support of Wan Shi at his feet. With Namikaze Minato's foot, he flew directly in the direction where Wan Jun and the others were. Boom! Orochimaru, who was kicked, hit the wall of the private house next to Wan Jun, and slammed directly into the room. However, even so, Namikaze Minato did not intend to let Orochimaru go. Because he had already left the mark on his body, Minato went directly to the Flying Thunder God and came to Orochimaru's position. Before he landed, he kicked out of the house with another kick. Boom! After a loud noise, Orochimaru fell firmly in front of Hashirama. However, looking at Orochimaru's appearance, it seemed that he didn't suffer much damage. The whole person was very numb, and he stood up directly. Wood-style silent killing binding technique. Now that Orochimaru fell in front of him, Wan Jun didn't waste the opportunity to practice his hands. He directly knotted his hands, and a wooden stick emerged directly from the ground, rushing forward, and entangled Orochimaru. Wood style. Orochimaru, who has been studying Hashirama cells, is very familiar with wood style. This blood inheritance limit is only stronger than Sharingan, but this blood inheritance limit is not so easy to take, so Orochimaru also the goal was set on Uchiha. You actually know wood style. Orochimaru, who was tied up, didn't panic. Instead, he became curious about how Manjun could use wood style. You are not from Senju. For Konoha Senju and Uchiha, he, Orochimaru, dare to say that no one is more familiar than him. Before, he had studied Konoha's several big families, and knew the people of the 2 big families very well, so Orochimaru recognized at a glance that Wan Jun was not a member of the Senju clan. Can't people from Senju's family use wood style? Wan Jun smiled and said. These words left Orochimaru speechless. Among his research objects, there was a wood style user cultivated by Hashirama cells, although it was just a fusion of 2 escape techniques, and it was not too powerful. You are the guy in the forest before. When Manjun met Orochimaru and Uchiha Itagi in the forest before, but he didn't transform, so Orochimaru recognized Manjun without thinking about it. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the intelligence. You are Hiruzen's disciple, Senju Hashirama, who was standing in the corner, also said after Manjun finished speaking. Orochimaru listened to it, and the whole person was stunned. First generation? How could it be first generation? Orochimaru was not calm, he was the one who stole Hashirama cells, he knew that Hashirama could not die anymore, how could he still be alive? Is there anything wrong with Konoha? Senju Hashirama still has many opinions about Orochimaru's rebellion. Even if Konoha in this time and space has little to do with him, after all, he has the same root. Although Namikaze Minato and Naruto had happened before, Senju Hashirama was still a little bit towards Konoha. This. Orochimaru didn't know what to say at this time. He didn't move the restraints that he could break free. Instead, he just stood there. Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, the guy who can use the same ninjutsu as himself, the appearance of these people is too weird for him. Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation? No, there is no impure world reincarnation on the other side. It must be a living person. How could it be? How could first generation Senju Hashirama be alive? There must be something wrong. This is the Orochimaru you are talking about. Senju Tobirama, who frightened Hoshigaki Kisame for a while, stared at Orochimaru, who had heard the daimyo several times in the courtyard. Orochimaru heard the sound and saw that there was nothing wrong with it for the first time, but after a while, Orochimaru's eyes changed. Senju Tobirama. This name, for Orochimaru, compared to Senju Hashirama, he has a clearer understanding of Tobirama when he grew up in the Tobirama era. Although the body of the white-haired person in front of him has become smaller, Orochimaru still recognizes this. My teacher's teacher, Konoha's second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Why? Why are these Konoha's shadows still alive? Wait, if these people are really Konoha's shadow, then the owner of the white snake just now. Dedicated to the study of various blood inheritance boundaries, Orochimaru of Hashirama cells, the biggest purpose is immortality, but now the few people in front of him have surpassed his cognition. Perhaps, these people already know the mystery of immortality. Immortality, what Orochimaru has been pursuing, seems to be near. It's nothing special, let's kill it. Senju Tobirama is still the same Sengoku style as before, and it's done with one kill. It's not impossible. With Snake G here, Wanjun felt that Orochimaru's existence was not that important. I don't know if it was because Namikaze Minato walked out of the wall, or because of Manjun and Senju Tobirama's words, Orochimaru took a step back unconsciously. Why, still want to run? Tobirama threw kunao on the wooden strip tied to Orochimaru's body. At this time, Snake G also relieved the white snake's summoning and returned to everyone. Sir, how do we deal with this? Orochimaru? Or, leave it to me to study and study. Chapter 46. Take it back to study. Tobirama was also interested in research, so after Snake G proposed this, he looked at Orochimaru with his eyes. It's not impossible. Orochimaru, who was bound by Manjun's wood style, didn't want to be taken back for anatomy by the two people in front of him, so when Manjun was discussing with him, he violently broke free of the wooden slats and jumped back. Wood-style skyfall cover. Before Orochimaru ran far, Senju Hashirama, who had been motionless, put his hands together and shot a ninjutsu. Everyone saw a big pot falling from the sky, directly hitting Orochimaru, who was about to run out of the attack range of a few people. Catch it back! There must be members of Akatsuki's organization nearby. Take it back and ask it first. Of course, Wanjun couldn't release Orochimaru at this time, so he agreed with the suggestions of Snake He and Senju Tobirama. After receiving Wanjun's reply, Snake G happily walked to the place where the sky was capped, ready to capture Orochimaru directly. It seems that some Akatsuki organization has already been found. Although Senju Hashirama doesn't like the Akatsuki organization here, it is always good not to conflict. He still likes the current pension life. Just like Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama's thoughts are completely different. He now hates Akatsuki more than ever. That just killed them all. With the addition of Snake G, the team's combat power has improved a lot. As long as Senju Hashirama can do his best, it will not be a problem to draw with or even defeat Akatsuki. Let's talk about it. Let's go back first. Yes, don't forget these two. Manjun said, and pointed to Hoshigaki Kisame and Haiden next to him. This brought back 3 people related to Akatsuki at once. I'm afraid that only my team can do it. Under Won Jun's command, Minato and Tobirama took Kisame and Haiden, respectively, and walked towards the courtyard. And Senju Hashirama accompanied Snake G to transfer Orochimaru. If Snake G misses, there is still Senju Hashirama Kabuto. When Won Jun returned to the courtyard, the infant Tsunade was leaning on the door frame, watching the situation outside. When Tsunade saw Won Jun coming back, he quickly opened the door and ran towards Won Jun. Behind the gate, Fujian Kishi, who was in charge of looking after the infant Tsunade, had to catch it, but when the gate opened, he saw Won Jun's figure, and stopped the action to catch Tsunade. Master Won Jun. Haha, you are back. 2 big snakes ran into each other outside just now. The infant Tsunade jumped into Won Jun's arms and said with gestures with both hands. Compared to his young second grandfather, Tsunade still prefers Won Jun. Haha, that's your sister Snake G fighting, let's go in first. Won Jun hugged Tsunade and walked into the courtyard first. After Senju Hashirama, Snakeheim and Orochimaru left one after another, Fujian Kishi, who had been worried, finally let go of his heart. The battle outside really scared him. Had it not been for Senju Hashirama's seal, he would have run away over the wall. Chi Shi, you drag this guy to Snake G's laboratory. After entering the courtyard, Won Jun pointed to the skinny Haiden and said to Fujian Chi Shi. Fujian Chi Shi heard the sound and saw Haiden, who was just like a skeleton, and was taken aback. Here, is it dead or alive? Alive. Before Won Jun could speak, Tobirama threw Haiden to the ground and said. Live. After an exclamation, Fujian Chi Shi moved closer to Haiden and looked at Haiden. Haiden's eyes were indeed still moving slightly. This is actually still alive. Dragon first, don't put it in the courtyard. Won Jun put Tsunade's head away, so that she didn't look at Haiden, who was a little scary. Under Won Jun's urging, Fujian Chi Shi quickly dragged Haiden on the ground and walked towards Snake G's room. After Haiden was dragged away, Won Jun just put Tsunade on the ground. The young Tsunade is still very curious. Although Haiden was dragged away by Token Kisame, Hoshigaki Kisame was thrown into the corner. Tsunade suddenly became interested when he saw the blue-skinned Kisame, ran forward, squatted next to Kisame's head, and stared at Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes just like that. Hoshigaki Kisame was observing the courtyard, but was suddenly blocked by Tsunade. Second grandfather, this thing is so strange. The squatting Tsunade shook the double ponytail behind him and shouted back to Senju Tobirama. I don't know, should it be a fish? Senju Tobirama, who was only 8 years old, was actually very curious, but he didn't show it in front of his nominal granddaughter. After hearing Tsunade's question, Senju Tobirama followed the way of Senju Hashirama, carrying his hands on his back, and slowly walked over. I'm not a fish. Hoshigaki Kisame became anxious when he heard this, and shouted. How about stewing it? Senju Tobirama didn't seem to hear Hoshigaki Kisame's words, and while walking, he said to Namikaze Minato on the side. You guys! Hoshigaki Kisame, who felt that he was being humiliated, tried to stand up and fight back, but his injuries were so serious that he was hit by Tsunade as soon as he lifted his head. He defeated the strange fish with one hand, making Tsunade extremely happy, laughing, and ran towards Senju Tobirama. Second grandpa, I won, that fish can't beat me. Tsunade waved his small fist in front of Senju Tobirama and said with a smile. Manjun was standing behind Senju Tobirama, looking at the young Tsunade waving his fists, and thinking about the strange power of this world. 5th generation, Manjun couldn't imagine how this young Tsunade would grow up. Squeak! Just when Tsunade was about to show off to Won Jun, the gate of the courtyard was opened again. Won Jun turned his head, and the gate was the snake he and Senju Hashirama who came back a step late. On the shoulder of Snake G, Orochimaru, who was beaten by Hashirama or Snake G, was carried on her shoulders. Just now I have sent you a person in. That guy seems to be incapable of dying, so you should study and study by the way. The immortal guy Wan Jun said was the Xiao organization that was first caught by Wan Jun and his team. Member Haiden. Hearing the words will not die, Snake G did not move, but Orochimaru's eyes lit up on Snake G's shoulder. What about this? Don't send it in. Senju Tobirama was still obsessed with Hoshigaki Kisame, pointing to Kisame and said. This. Wan Jun turned his head and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. Just forget it, I'll ask him something later. Senju Tobirama saw that Manjun said this, and was not interested in Kisame lying on the ground. He pulled Tsunade and walked towards the wooden house built by Senju Hashirama with wood style. Are you really going to study him? After Senju Tobirama and Tsunade left, Wan Jun pointed to Orochimaru on Snake He's shoulder and talked about business. Chapter 47. Try it first. Snake G finished speaking and walked into her laboratory carrying Orochimaru. Wan Jun has to take care of these things too, as long as he doesn't blow up the courtyard, Wan Jun is still not going to take care of Snake G's research. After the courtyard gate was closed, Wan Jun came to Hoshigaki Kisame and squatted beside his head in the same posture as Tsunade before. Just now you said Uchiha Madara called you, right? Wan Jun looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and asked, you can see that guy's clothes just now, he was with Uchiha Madara. Hey! Manjun said. Hoshigaki Kisame remembered the clothes of Uchiha Madara at the time, which was exactly the same as the captured Orochimaru. However, after a little memory, Hoshigaki Kisame pretended to be nonchalant and continued, so what? You haven't seen it yet, we are better than the Uchiha Madara you said. Speaking of this, Wan Jun specifically pointed to Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato behind him. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes rolled, Wan Jun said it quite well. Seeing this, the strength here is indeed comparable to Akatsuki's organization. But, what about it? How does the strength of both sides have anything to do with my Hoshigaki Kisame? Seeing that Hoshigaki Kisame didn't reply, Wan Jun continued to say, Uchiha Madara recruited you, so let's consider it with us. What? Hoshigaki Kisame didn't expect that the few people who had beaten themselves wanted to recruit themselves. Why did you beat me if you wanted to recruit? Others Uchiha Madara, but they all say good things, but it is good for you to throw ninjutsu first when you meet. Why? Not going to agree. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame, Manjun still didn't answer his own question, so he could only stand up. I'll leave you to Orochimaru for research. What if I agree? Although Hoshigaki Kisame is Kirigakuru's betrayer, he also knows the name Orochimaru. If you agree, you can join Uchiha Madara and the others. After Hoshigaki Kisame let go, Manjun smiled and said to him. Manjun's words immediately made Hoshigaki Kisame a little confused. Are you recruiting yourself or helping your opponents recruit? Don't understand what I mean? You joined us, and then joined Uchiha Madara, do you understand now? Manjun's meaning is already obvious, this time recruiting Hoshigaki Kisame, there is no other meaning, just to let him enter the Akatsuki organization, so that he can know the other party's various trends. Do you want me to be an undercover agent? Hoshigaki Kisame was not stupid, and he guessed what Manjun meant. Wan Jun nodded slightly and said, that's right. If you agree, even if we are a member of our organization, you should know that Konoha's first generation, second generation, and fourth Hokage are all organized by us. As Manjun spoke, he pointed to Minato and Hashirama behind him. You have already met fourth generation Minato, this one, Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If Hoshigaki Kisame was just a guess, now Wan Jun's answer has helped him confirm it. Konoha's generations of Hokage are all in the same organization, and most importantly, Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama is among them. The strength of this person is more than Uchiha Madara. In this case, I think about it. Although Wanjun had already revealed his whole cards, Hoshigaki Kisame still didn't want to answer immediately. Manjun is quite satisfied with Hoshigaki Kisame's answer. If Kisame agrees in one bite, he will have doubts, but now, Manjun is relieved. Okay, give you a day, you can do well. Think about it. After Wanjun finished speaking, he said directly to Namikaze Minato, Minato, this guy will put Tobirama in the lab that Tobirama hasn't used yet. Since Hoshigaki Kisame wants to think about it, let's close it for 2 days. When Wanjun was dealing with a few prisoners, Uchiha Itachi, also wearing Akatsuki costume, was looking at the courtyard where Wanjun was in a tall building in Sicheng. First generation, second generation, fourth generation, and an Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi was recalling the information he had observed through Sharingan. The appearance of these 4 people also shocked him. When Hoshigaki Kisame was towed away, Uchiha Itachi also ended the surveillance and began to rush to the top of the hill where Akatsuki was before. Although he didn't know that Konoha's Hokage was still alive, he still had to do what should be done. Because he belongs to Konoha. When he was about to arrive, Uchiha Obito and Pain had already returned there before him. How is the situation? There seems to be some fighting in Sicheng. Pain asked him as soon as Uchiha Itachi stopped. Uchiha Itachi didn't think much, and said, Orochimaru has defected. Oh, Snake, Maru, defected. Pain squinted his eyes slightly and said to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, I ran towards the country of grass. Uchiha Itachi had already figured out how to answer, so he answered without stopping. Ran. Pain repeated Uchiha Itachi's words again, thinking about what it was all about. Orochimaru, that's normal. The masked man on the side said with a chuckle. He was already prepared for Orochimaru's defection again. This guy is not their fellow traveler. Pain is different from the masked man. After a brief thought, he said sharply, catch it back, he knows our plan, and I don't want traitors to appear in the organization. Don't need it for now. The masked man answered, the task is important. After hearing this, Pen glanced sideways at the masked man, then silently turned around and stopped looking at Uchiha Itachi. This action is considered to be the default of the masked man. After the 3 of them finished their conversation, Konan and Sasori also returned to Pain's side one after another. What? Orochimaru ran away. Konan said in a daze after Uchiha Itachi introduced the situation again. Although Konan didn't have much contact with Orochimaru, in his opinion, this guy didn't look like he was going to defect. Compared to Konan's incomprehension, Sasori's mood is quite the opposite. Sasori, who used to team up with Orochimaru, has never been able to understand Orochimaru. It's okay for this guy to run away. In this way, I can rarely see this a few times. Guys. After the Orochimaru defect incident referred to by Uchiha Itachi, Pain and the others had no heart to search the vicinity of Sicheng anymore, and the whole team began to return to the stronghold near the capital of the country of Rain. And when he left, Uchiha Itachi didn't mean to pay attention to Sicheng at all. The whole person followed Pain and Konan blankly. And Uchiha Obito, who was behind him, kept staring at Uchiha Itachi. After watching for a while, he looked back in Sicheng's direction. Chapter 48. After a day of thinking, Hoshigaki Kisame finally agreed to Manjun's proposal and joined Manjun's team. For Hoshigaki Kisame's character, Wanjun was more at ease, so he directly returned Samehada to Hoshigaki Kisame and let him leave the courtyard. And the task given to Hoshigaki Kisame is also the undercover Akatsuki organization, which informs the members of the Wanjun team of the members' movements. After Hoshigaki Kisame left, Wanjun focused on the lab of Snakeheim. Inside, there were 2 guys hidden in Orochimaru. This was the first time Wanjun entered Snake Ji's room. When the door was opened, Wanjun first saw a long table near the door. On it was Haiden, who had recovered a little bit. At this time, Haiden's complexion was much better than yesterday, at least, there was more flesh on his body. Won Jun did not go to multi-manage Haiden, but continued to walk inside. Orochimaru, who was sealed by Hashirama, was tied to the beam of the house. Master Won Jun. Snake Ji, who was observing Haiden, raised her head after hearing the sound of the door, and greeted Won Jun next to the door. Orochimaru is nothing, right? Won Jun walked to the side of Snake He and said. It's okay, I didn't call or make trouble. After greeting Won Jun, Snake Ji continued to focus on Haiden. This person's ability to survive for such a long time really made her very interested. After hearing Snake He's introduction, Won Jun nodded, that's good, Orochimaru is harder than the guy you are studying now, you can pay attention to it. No problem. Snake Ji didn't lift her head, cut Haiden's arm with a knife, and then said. Ah! Haiden yelled after being cut, perhaps because of his weakness. Haiden's voice was so small that Won Jun could hardly hear him. It's okay, then I'll. Attention, the wake-up mission, Uchiha Itaki, disabled, is facing threats and there is a risk of wake-up failure. Will you assist? Won Jun was talking, but a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Won Jun, who had never had this situation before, was taken aback for a moment. What's the situation? At this time, Won Jun didn't care about the presence of outsiders in the laboratory, and his consciousness quickly entered the Hokage warehouse in his mind. As soon as Won Jun entered the warehouse, he saw that the screen outside the warehouse was flashing red, as if he had encountered a crisis. Won Jun, who was taken aback by the scene, quickly leaned forward to the screen. At this time, it was written in 4 large characters, "Wake up the threat, do you want to help?" What the hell is this? Won Jun, who awakened several Hokages, was the first time he saw Hokage warehouses and other functions. However, because of the risk of failure to wake up, Won Jun still clicked the word assistance instinctively. Through assistance. Please choose a helper. When Won Jun clicked on the assistance, the screen in front of him changed again, and the screen that was flashing red was replaced by a list of screens. Won Jun's name is written on the first line of the list, and it has been checked. It cannot be cancelled depending on the color of the check. This meaning is already obvious, Won Jun must participate in the assisting task. In the upper right corner, there is the word 14, which means that Won Jun can still take 3 people there. Below Won Jun's name, Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, and others are listed impressively. What Manjun didn't expect was that there were actually Hoshigaki Kisame and Fukin Kishi's names in this list. Those who have already joined the team count. Won Jun didn't expect the team to have this effect. 3. A Hokage world, then Senju Hashirama must bring it. Minato, there is Flying Thunder God, and you have to bring it too. Won Jun was on the first 2 lists, but it didn't take much time, but the third one, Won Jun is a little bit troubled. In terms of strength, Won Jun must bring Snake Ji or Hoshigaki Kisame. However, Snake Ji is also responsible for the safety of the courtyard and the work of monitoring Orochimaru and Haiden. Hoshigaki Kisame is even more impossible. He was ready to be an undercover agent. He had already left Sicheng at this time. Maybe he was on Obito's line, so he couldn't take it away. In this way, it seems that only Fujian Chi-shi and Senju Tobirama can take away. It's Tobirama. After tangling for a while, Won Jun finally pointed his finger on Senju Tobirama's name. Fujian Chi-shi is also responsible for Snake Ji and Tsunade's daily life. This guy is gone, Won Jun doesn't know what Tsunade can eat. When Won Jun chose Tobirama's name, the screen changed again. Confirm to return. Confirm. After Won Jun directly clicked to confirm, his body in the real world flashed directly and disappeared in front of Snake Ji and Orochimaru. Hey? Flying Thunder God again. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Why do people in this organization feel so strong? Orochimaru didn't know the situation, but Snakeheim knew. Seeing Wanjun's disappearance, Snakeheim suddenly smiled. Sure enough, it's okay. Snake-Ji thought to herself. Yesterday, when she fought Orochimaru, she had already ordered her white snake from summoning to find Jiraiya and Tsunade in her time and space. Now it seems that what she did is really right, and there is really a way to return to the original world. However, because of the Hokage warehouse, Snake-Ji will not seek to return to the original world, but her scientific research spirit is too strong, so she has the idea of communicating the two worlds. Manjun, who had already entered the Uchiha Itachi world at this time, didn't know that Snake-Ji had set his thoughts and goals on him. At this moment, he was standing on Konoha's Hokage rock, and looking around, most of Konoha in front of him had been destroyed. Wanjun didn't know how many times Konoha looked like this. Konoha attacked the village, Pen attacked the village, and he had already hurt his eyes in the anime. But this time, Wanjun hasn't seen him. Konoha's defense is the Uchiha clan led by Hokage Uchiha Itachi, and the offense is also a member of Akatsuki's organization. From Hokage Rock, the side of Uchiha Itachi below has clearly shown a disadvantage, and the entire team is losing ground. Elsewhere in Konoha, the team led by Shimura Dance and Orochimaru on Konoha's side could not defend against the frontal attack. Master Danzo, it's been a long time. Opposite Shimura Dance of this world, the masked man of Akatsuki suddenly stopped attacking, and now the opposite of Danzo said. Shimura Dance, who was called by her name, stared at the opponent, but did not reply. Maybe you have forgotten a little person like me. The masked man said, slowly putting his hand on his face, and pressing it lightly, the entire mask disappeared instantly. Shimura Dance couldn't help but say, it's you, Yakushi. After seeing the face on the other side. Chapter 49. It's you, Yakushi Nanoyu. Shimura Dance immediately recognized the person who took off the mask, who was the spy member of his former roots, Yakushi Nanoyu. Master Danzo still recognizes me. Nanoyu, who has no glasses, said slightly, and Rinnegan's eyes made Shimura Dance feel furry. Aren't you dead? Danzo still remembers the information about Nuyu's death, but it was killed by Kabuto who he sent out. Yakushi Nanoyu was not surprised by Danzo's shock at all. If it weren't for the former head of the roots opposite him, how could he Yakushi Nanoyu become what he is today? I'm dead, but I'm alive again. I'm here to tell you Lord Danzo, Nine Tails, we want it. After Yakushi Nanoyu finished speaking, he dashed forward, his entire right hand inserted into Danzo's chest. This root, who had been planning for Konoha all his life, truly fell on Konoha's land. Danzo. Orochimaru, who was fighting with Sasori, yelled and rushed over after seeing Danzo being dropped by Yakushi Nanoyu. In this time and space, the two are not only collaborators, but also belong to the coexistence of interests of the third-generation family. Therefore, Orochimaru still pays more attention to the battle on Danzo's side. However, the people of Akatsuki's organization did not stop the attack because of Orochimaru's reaction, and a large wave of ninjutsu continued to throw at Orochimaru. The Akatsuki organization in this time and space is different from the leadership of Uchiha Obito. Under the leadership of Yakushi Nanoyu, everyone in the Akatsuki organization is determined and then moved. When they are dispatched, they are all out of the nest, several hidden villages. All of the tail beasts have been caught by Yakushi Nanoyu. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Konoha's 9 tails were the only ones left, and they were not under Akatsuki's control. It's so miserable. Manjun, standing on the Hokage rock, looked at the Konoha shinobi who were crushed and beaten below, and he couldn't bear to look straight. Akatsuki's combat power was more than a win. More than a dozen cage-level combat powers were not something Konoha could resist. This Uchiha Itachi should be your disciple, right? In the introduction of Uchiha Itachi, Wanjun saw his connection with Namikaze Minato. Unsurprisingly, this world should be in the same vein as Blacken Minato. At this moment Namikaze Minato, who watched Akatsuki's aggressive invasion of Konoha, had a dark face and murderous eyes. Yes, I'm on it now, Mr. Wanjun. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he threw the karma in his hand towards the battlefield, and he himself instantly disappeared in place. How come this Konoha is worse than one? Senju Hashirama said after Minato disappeared. Senju Hashirama is even more dissatisfied with Konoha in this time and space than on the plane where Wanjun is. Looking at the following situation, Konoha is about to fall. I'll just say Konoha is useless. I will definitely not want this Konoha in the future. Tobirama said after Senju Hashirama said it. Also followed the road. After this Senju Tobirama arrived at Wanjun from the original world. He hadn't dealt with Konoha very much, so he didn't have any special feelings about Konoha's encounter below. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama definitely disagrees with his brother's words, you are here to guard, and I passed. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, he patted his chest with both hands, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. After Senju Hashirama finished shooting, a giant tree appeared under Hokage rock, and when it came to Senju Hashirama, it had become a giant wooden golem. Wood style. Yakushi Nanoyu, who was just about to continue attacking Orochimaru, was taken aback when he saw the huge wooden golem that suddenly appeared. Although she can use wood style after injecting Hashirama cells into her body, she can't use it like the one used by Senju Hashirama. Is there anyone from Senju who knows wood style? Just when Yakushi Nanoyu hesitated, Orochimaru had already returned to Hokage Uchiha Itachi with Shimura Danzo who had been killed in battle. Danzo is dead. Uchiha Itachi, who had just repelled Pen, turned to look at Orochimaru and asked. At this time, Hokage Uchiha Itachi, his entire left arm had disappeared, and Mangekyou's eyes were bleeding with blood. The Hokage clothing on his body had long been damaged, revealing the close-fitting Uchiha emblem. It seems that I can't resist it anymore. Uchiha Kagami also came to Uchiha Itachi at this time and said to Itachi. If you can't resist it, you must stop it. This is Konoha. Although Uchiha Itachi was cut and bruised, he didn't mean to shrink at all. Where is Shisui? Shisui is still fighting with Akatsuki's people over there. Uchiha Kagami pointed to the distance and said to Uchiha Itachi. Hey! Just as the two were talking, a familiar figure suddenly crossed between them. Teacher! Master 4th generation! Uchiha Itachi said with an incredible expression after a short pause. Although Namikaze Minato has only a short time to go to Wanjun's world, more than 10 years have passed since this time and space. Therefore, the appearance of 4th Hokage made Uchiha Itachi so surprised. Itachi, thank you for your hard work. Namikaze Minato walked slowly towards Akatsuki's direction. When passing by Uchiha Itachi, he reached out and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Teacher! Uchiha Itachi called out this name again, as Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito and others were added to the Minato team after the death, and he admired this 4th Hokage. As for the reappearance of his teacher, Uchiha Itachi finally felt relieved. After being a Hokage for so many years, Itachi finally realized that it was not easy to do this film. He was in the fight with Shimura Danzo with the help of Shisui and Kagami, so the original 3rd generation line was not very friendly to him. Among Konoha, the only people who can really help him are the Uchiha clan led by his father. Now, I can finally let go. Uchiha Itachi grinned at the corner of his mouth and laughed, the blood flowing from his eyes made his smile a little scary. Uchiha Kagami, who was standing in front of him, just wanted to remind Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi just stumbled backwards. The burden on his shoulders has been carried for too long. The struggle with Akatsuki, the struggle with the high-level Konoha, the struggle with the major families. Uchiha Itachi's heart is tired. I can finally put it down. The fallen Uchiha Itachi, the teacher thinking in his mind has finally returned, the burden is finally put down, the younger brother who is still in the rebellious period. Wooden golem? What is that? When he was about to fall to the ground, Uchiha Itachi saw the huge wooden golem in the direction of Hokage Rock. Itachi. 5th generation. These two sentences are the last words Uchiha Itachi heard before closing his eyes. Chapter 50. When Uchiha Itachi was about to touch the ground, Orochimaru was still holding on to the fallen Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Kagami drove over, Orochimaru had put Uchiha Itachi on the ground smoothly. In fact, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi don't deal with each other. They belong to different factions, one is Uchiha, and the other is 3rd Hokage, so they don't have much contact. But now Namikaze Minato is back, and Chimura Dans, the bright-faced leader of the 3rd generation series, has also died, so Orochimaru has also released some of his kindness. Thank you. Uchiha Kagami squatted next to Itachi. Although he didn't look up, he still thanked Orochimaru. However, after Orochimaru put down Uchiha Itachi, he didn't pay attention to this 5th Hokage anymore. He stood up, and now only the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who had disappeared inexplicably, was in his eyes. He actually came back with a guy who knows wood style. What the hell did Konoha's 4th Hokage do these days? Namikaze Minato didn't know that Orochimaru behind him was still speculating about himself. At this time, he had directly confronted the local leader of Akatsuki, Yakushi Nanoyu, the new leader who emerged after Uchiha Obito's death. I didn't expect 4th Hokage to be alive. Yanao was not surprised to see Namikaze Minato's appearance. She just defeated Konoha's 5th Hokage with unprecedented confidence. Although Namikaze Minato had led Konoha's ninja to hit the nest of Akatsuki before, it was not that he led Akatsuki to Konoha in the end. As long as you are not dead, I will definitely be alive. Namikaze Minato hates the masked man in his own time and space. The leader of Akatsuki who led him on the path of Blacken has been his goal all the time. After speaking, Namikaze Minato directly squeezed Rei's Nan in his hand, kicked his feet, and rushed directly to Yakushi Nono. Nono, who has fought with Namikaze Minato many times, is of course familiar with Minato's various moves, so he escaped Minato's attack by simply avoiding it. You're still the same as before. Nono, who escaped the attack, did not forget to mock Minato. But, did you get a helper this time? The helper Yakushi Nanoyu said was the wooden golem who pointed to Akatsuki quickly approaching. Although she couldn't see who was standing on wooden golem's head, she also knew that it must be related to Senju or Hashirama cells. Kill you, I only need one. Namikaze Minato looked at Nono, and threw out a kunao expressionlessly. Come again. Yanao, who has suffered several losses, of course will not neglect Minato's kunao. She saw her hands forming a seal, and a sudden gust of wind blew Minato's suffering aside. I won't suffer this loss again. However, as soon as Yanai finished speaking, Minato had jumped into the air, Ninfa Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Namikaze Minato in midair threw kunao again, but this time because of the Shadow Clone bonus, Nooyu's eyes were full of weapons flying towards her. This, I've used it, and after so many years, you are still the same. Before Uchiha Itachi became Hokage, Nooyu had fought Namikaze Minato countless times. In her opinion, after so many years, it was hidden. The ninjutsu used by 4th Hokage is actually the same. Minato's current performance really disappointed Nooyu. When Namikaze Minato first appeared, she was still nervous. She was afraid that Minato, who had secretly practiced back, would give herself a big move, but now it seems that everything is first by herself. Send too much. Wood-style thrusting spear. Yakushi Nanoyu, who has Hashirama cells, used it directly except wood-style. A giant tree appeared in the smoke, blocking the middle of Nanoyu and Minato. Because of this wood-style isolation, all of Minato's shurikens fell through, and he couldn't touch Nono at all. However, before Yanai was happy, the kunao made by the snake girl in the tree suddenly exploded, directly exploding the giant tree made by Yanai. Nono, whose right foot was fixed because of thrusting spear, could only watch Minato squeeze Rei's nan from the popped hole. Boom! Just when Nono was about to be bombarded in the head by Minato, Pain, who was not far away, suddenly summoned the Gedo statue and slapped Namikaze Minato. However, Gedo statue did not hurt Namikaze Minato. Just when Gedo statue's hand was about to touch it, Flying Thunder God instantly activated and returned to Wan Jun's side. Minato, who had returned with Flying Thunder God, didn't stay longer, didn't say anything, jumped directly, and pounced in Akatsuki's direction again. Manjun-sama, let me go too. Senju Tobirama, standing next to Manjun, was already itch. You didn't look at the characters below. Didn't you go to deliver food? Just sit here. Wanjun gave Senju Tobirama a white glance. This kid is capable of Jainin and wants to jump down to find Xiao organization. Trouble? Everyone on the other side is cage level. What else can you do besides getting a knife? If you don't know, you will be planted in it. I don't know how to explain it to your brother at that time. Oh. Senju Tobirama sighed, it was too difficult for him not to participate in the battle. While the two were talking, Senju Hashirama had controlled the wooden golem and smashed the Gedo statue's head to the ground with a punch. Boom! Although the Gedo statue was knocked down, Hashirama's wooden golem did not stop, practiced swinging with both fists, and directly smashed the Gedo statue to be level with the ground. This. Yakushi Nanoya watched the Gedo statue in front of her being smashed by Hashirama. This scene had too much impact on her. She had never seen the Gedo statue be given to her. Beat it like this. Whether it was Tsunagaku's encounter with One Tail before, or the Cloud Shinobi village, which Akatsuki sent out to attack, there was no such encounter. Who is this? Just now Yakushi Nanoya only thought that the other side was a blood heir bounder of the Senju clan, but now it seems that it is definitely not the case. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Seeing that the Gedo statue was abused, Tiandaopen hurried to Gedo statue and used the Shen Luo Tianzheng with the intention to bounce the wooden golem away. However, the ever unfavorable Shen Luo Tianzheng failed here at wooden golem. Pain looked up at wooden golem, who had just stepped back half a step. He didn't know what to do for a while. The opponent's strength was somewhat beyond the expectations of all Akatsuki members. Quick! Retreat first! At this time, Yakushi Nanoya also maintained his consistent rationality. Since his opponent is strong, then retreat temporarily. The capture of Nine Tails is not in a hurry. However, Senju Hashirama, standing in front of them, did not want these Akatsuki members who attacked Konoha to leave. Wood style the tree world is born. Chapter 51. Standing on the head of wooden golem, Senju Hashirama slapped both hands, and the area where Akatsuki was located quickly grew a huge tree, enveloping all Akatsuki members. First generation. Its master first generation. After the birth of the tree world, Konoha's ninja has realized who the comer is, and who can use such a powerful wood style. Besides Konoha's first Hokage, who else can be? Master 4th generation and Master 1st generation are back, we are sure to win. Because of the return of the two generations of Hokage, the morale of the Konoha shinobi has risen, and the remaining ninjas quickly rushed towards the area of the tree world birth, wanting to destroy the Akatsuki organization in one go with the help of Senju Hashirama. However, the cage-level powerhouses of Akatsuki cannot be dealt with by Chunin Jainin like Konoha. Although they were constrained by the Hashirama wood style for a short time, as soon as these Konoha shinobi entered the forest, they immediately encountered Akatsuki's strength. Counterattack. Fire style, wind style, water style. The explosion sounded in the woods at the same time. The first group of ninjas who entered the woods were all wiped out by Akatsuki in a short time. Wood style wood clone. Senju Hashirama, who stood on the head of wooden golem, certainly couldn't let Akatsuki organize the ninja who slaughtered Konoha, so he directly separated more than a dozen wood-style clones. These avatars are different from Hashirama itself. Although they look the same, they have a very good waist. As soon as they appeared, they jumped off the wooden golem and rushed towards the members of Akatsuki's organization. At this moment, Namikaze Minato also returned to the battlefield, and directly attacked the Heavenly Path Pen who was still at the foot of wooden golem. Boom! Pain, who was inspecting the Gedo statue, was hit by a raise nan from Minato and hit the wood-style tree not far away. After knocking Tiandeo into the air, Minato used the Flying Thunder God just now to return to Yanai's side again, and the whole person quickly moved forward on the ground. Raise nan in his hand directly waved at Yanai's legs. Because no Naiya was close to Hashirama's birth in the tree world, all aspects of his retreat were blocked, so at this time, no Naiya could only fight against Minato Raise nan. Boom! In terms of hard power, No Now is still behind Minato, so this collision between the two sides ended with No Now's legs being destroyed by Raise nan. After being cut off by Raise nan of Namikaze Minato's legs, Nanoyu lay directly on the ground. The lower body made by Hashirama cells was already healing her body. However, Minato certainly wouldn't let Nanoyu recover, and saw that the Hashirama cells that had just grown out of his hand were cut off without a single wave. Ah! Yanayu yelled, staring at Namikaze Minato fiercely, it disappeared for so many years, so you went to resurrect first generation. None of this has nothing to do with you. Namikaze Minato was expressionless, looking at Yakushi Nanoyu quietly, the opponent he had tracked for years. This should be our last battle, but this time you lost. It won't be me who loses, but... Although her legs hurt severely, Yanai said with the pain. Konoha was the place of pain for her, not that she wanted to be like this, it was Konoha that made her what she is now. Before No Nayu finished speaking, Minato didn't make any stops on his hands, and Kyowa directly fell on No Nayu's throat. It's over. Yanai. Pen, who was smashed under the tree, saw that Yanai was killed by fourth generation. The purple Sharingan was instantly congested and covered with red bloodshot eyes. Don't worry, there will be you. After killing Yakushi Nanoyu, Namikaze Minato stood up and looked in Pen's direction. All Akatsuki members will have such a day, including you, Rinnegan's kid. Chakra Dragon. Anxiously, Pen stood up straight on the tree, forcibly controlled the Gedo statue to crawl out of the soil, and spit out a long dragon composed of chakra towards Pen. Call out! At the speed of Minato, it is absolutely impossible to be touched by this chakra dragon. Moreover, the wooden dragon on the head of the Gedo statue will not allow its opponents to use ninjutsu unscrupulously. When the chakra dragon just swept the area where Namikaze Minato was standing, the wooden golem controlled by Senju Hashirama was strong. Gave Gedo statue a punch. Boom! The head of Gedo statue was smashed into the land of Konoha village again, leaving only the body, still outside. Damn it! Seeing that the Gedo statue was completely useless in front of the opponent's wood style, Pain had to reuse ninjutsu to resist the attack of the wooden golem in front of him, planetary devastation. After Pen used planetary devastation, the black chakra of both hands rose into the sky, and began to attract surrounding rocks and trees. Hey! Senju Hashirama on wooden golem saw this scene and controlled wooden golem's right hand to shoot on planetary devastation, but instead of slapped Rinnegan's banned book, he stuck it directly on wooden golem's hand. Upon seeing this, Senju Hashirama directly let wooden golem's left hand cut to his right hand, and directly cut off wooden golem's right arm. Then, with force on his foot, the cut right arm was completely kicked out of Konoha's range. It's interesting. Senju Hashirama grinned as he looked at Pen who had released planetary devastation. However, although Hashirama has a smile on his face, he is not going to let the guy who invaded Konoha. No matter where Konoha is, no matter who launched an attack on Konoha Shinobi Village, Senju Hashirama, he will never let it go. Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. In order to quickly control the members of the Akatsuki organization, Senju Hashirama directly used ninjutsu in addition to dealing with the tail beast level. In the forest made by wood-style, each wood-style giant hand broke out from the ground and reached out to the Akatsuki members. Past. Because Senju Hashirama's wood clone was delayed just now, none of the Akatsuki members were able to get out of the wood-style forest, so laughing Buddha Jutsu quickly locked these members. Boom, boom, boom. Deidara, who was fighting Senju Hashirama wood clone, was exploding happily, but as soon as a bomb was detonated, the giant hand of laughing Buddha Jutsu covered him. Deidara! Sasori yelled, and controlled the puppet to pull Deidara towards him a little bit, so that he could escape the attack of the giant hand. This man is too strong. Deidara rarely praised his opponent, however, it's not artistic at all. Are you still art? Think about what you should do. Sasori has realized that this battle may not be possible. The Akatsuki organization, who has always been unfavorable, has finally met his opponent. And depending on the situation, the other party is going to kill them all in one swoop and wipe out the entire Akatsuki organization. Could it be that other shinobu villages are all bait? To capture 9 tails this time and kill us all? Chapter 52. Facing Senju Hashirama's powerful wood style, everyone in Akatsuki clearly overwhelmed. In just a while, these powerful cage-level players were all driven to the middle of the tree world by laughing Buddha Jutsu. What to do? Deidara tried to blast away with a bomb, but the trees grew faster than he could destroy them. When one blasted one, 2 of them would block their way. Moreover, the hands of laughing Buddha Jutsu continued to hit them, and the space for everyone to move became smaller and smaller. Is it really Konoha's first Hokage alive? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the figure shaking on wooden golem's head and said. Everyone, Kakuzu, who is most familiar with Konoha first Hokage, has the most say at this time. After Hoshigaki Kisame finished speaking, Kakuzu looked intently at wooden golem. Although the clothes of the man on it were different, his figure and hair were indeed somewhat like the man he had fought with. How is it? Haiden, who had heard of Kakuzu's previous deeds, asked from the side. It seems, kind of like it. Kakuzu's current location is just right, and the distance from Senju Hashirama before, Kakuzu dared to continue, it should be, Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. That's troublesome. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned and looked at the giant wooden hands that were attacking them. On Akatsuki's side, because the Gedo statue was crushed and beaten by the wooden golem, and there was no Susanoo of Yu Chiba, he couldn't find the power to fight against the huge wooden golem for a while. And when these Akatsuki members were anxious, Namikaze Minato, who had already settled the Heavenly Way pen, was standing on a giant tree not far from Akatsuki members. That's right, all together. Namikaze Minato didn't expect to return to his own world this time, but still encounter such a good thing. His opponents, all came to the door. After speaking, Namikaze Minato dived straight forward, and when he was in the air, he threw a handful of kunao around the members of Akatsuki's organization. This is, Konoha's 4th generation is also here. Compared to first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the Akatsuki members are more familiar with this 4th Hokage, after all, they have been fighting for several years. Why did it all come all at once? What about their 2nd generation, 3rd generation? Don't show up. Hoshigaki Kisame said helplessly. It seemed that he was caught by Konoha this time. Yawn. While Hoshigaki Kisame was talking about 2nd generation, Senju Tobirama on Hokage Rock suddenly sneezed. Hey, it's too idle. When you get to cage level, you can go. Wanjun smiled and said to Senju Tobirama. It was really uncomfortable to stand on the sidelines and watch the battle. Even Wanjun himself wanted to show his hands, but now it's better to hand it over to Hashirama and Minato on the battlefield. Cage level. Senju Tobirama sat on his brother's rock head, thoughtfully. By saying this, Wanjun only comforted Senju Tobirama, who was unable to play. After all, this guy is only 8 years old. He still has to go if he wants to reach cage level. I can't say I have reached cage level, this guy is still Jainin. Senju Tobirama's thoughts did not last long, and he was shocked by the explosion in the area of the tree world, and raised his head. At this time, a huge amount of smoke has risen in front of wooden golem. Look like this, the power of the explosion just now not small. After the explosion, in the middle of the forest, a powerful stream of water appeared again, extinguishing the flames caused by the explosion. However, after the water flow extinguished the flames, it didn't mean to stop. The momentum was even more fierce, and it hit the wooden golem. But all this is not a big deal for Senju Hashirama. When the tsunami-like water was about to cover the wooden golem, another huge wooden mission surged under wooden golem's feet. Sage Artwood style Shinsu Senju. It's really magnificent. Wanjun couldn't help sighing as he looked at Shinsu Senju, who was getting bigger. After summoning a few more Hokages himself, he can reach cage level strength. Then he won't talk about Shinsu Senju, wooden golem, this kind of ninjutsu can always go out to Kabuto. Yes, it's almost over, right? Now that Shinsu Senju has appeared, Wanjun feels that this battle must be coming to an end. No matter what time and space it is, there are probably not two people who can fight against Kyunshu. Sure enough, under Shinsu Senju's attack, the resistance in the area of the tree world's birth gradually decreased, and by the time Shinsu Senju lowered his final punch, the entire area had become quiet. Alright. Senju Tobirama, who was bored, saw that the battle had stopped and stood up, ready to return to the previous world. He didn't really like everything here. It should be, let's go down. After Wanjun finished speaking, his hands were sealed, and he used the body flicker technique that he had just learned a short time ago, and he slid under the Hokage rock. Because of the sufficient chakra, Wanjun has been using instantaneous, and came to the side of Uchiha Itachi, who was still lying on the ground. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who had solved the opponent, was already standing next to his apprentice. However, the ninjas in Konoha nearby became alert when they saw Wanjun coming. Wanjun is an unfamiliar face. The Konoha shinobi who have just faced a crisis are already starting to seal. Stop it, it's my companion. Namikaze Minato raised his hand and waved, and said to everyone beside him. At the sign of Namikaze Minato, these Konoha shinobi people put down their hands that had been raised in mid-air. Is it okay? Wanjun, who came next to Namikaze Minato, first asked about Itachi, this Hokage, but Wanjun was about to wake up. He didn't want to wake up yet, his Hokage was folded. Akatsuki's hands. It's not a big problem, but chakra ran out of strength. Then, one of his hands was cut off and his eyes were overused. Orochimaru, who was examining Uchiha Itachi's injury, introduced Uchiha Itachi's injury to everyone. After hearing the news that Uchiha Itachi was not a big problem, Wanjun was relieved. It's good if people can survive. There are still 2 Orochimaru in Wanjun's home. It's not a problem at all to have a broken hand. Some of the Hashirama cells are that it's not easy to reshape one hand. It's just the eyes. It's a problem. If it doesn't work, you can only go to the ferret who wished the world. Anyway, a gene should not have a repulsive effect. By the way, what about that guy Rin-Egan? After Itachi's safety was confirmed, Wanjun asked Namikaze Minato on his side. Pen is not the main body. If Nagato is not caught, Pen can resurrect through the Hades. Repaired. Under the tree over there. Namikaze Minato turned his head and pointed to the tree not far away before turning his head to look in Pen's direction. However, at this sight, Minato was stunned, the person is gone. Shisui, go find him. Before Uchiha Shisui under the command of Namikaze Minato had time to leave, he heard the voice of Nagato from inside the tree world birth. Weidao Wheel Revolving Heaven Technique. Chapter 53. When the voice of Nagato sounded, Wanjun thought that one of the owners of Rin-Egan would resurrect his Akatsuki members, but Wanjun guessed wrong. It was not the Akatsuki members who had just died from the underworld, but an unexpected character, Uchiha Madara. Madara. Senju Hashirama, who was standing on top of Shinsu Senju, looked at the familiar figure in the natal area of the tree world, and said in surprise. He didn't expect that in this time and space, he could still see this Uchiha figure. Unexpectedly, after so many years, I could still see you. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, who had just been resurrected, saw Shinsu Senju in front of him before he could be happy. Is this really the future? Why did you meet this old guy just after resurrection? How could it be you? Aren't you dead? Dead? I'm still alive. Senju Hashirama smiled and said to Uchiha Madara. Although this Madara and the world he lives in are not the same person, the face is always the same, so Senju Hashirama is also happy to chat with Madara. The last two sentences. Impossible. Uchiha Madara roared and shouted, he himself was resurrected after hard work, and Senju Hashirama has no reason to be alive. After so many years of painstaking planning, when I woke up, I encountered my strongest opponent, and now I am waiting for myself with Shinsu Senju. Uchiha Madara now slapped Nagato's heart to death. Can I pick when your kid is resurrected? However, now that he has reappeared in this world, no matter who the opponent is, Uchiha Madara must carry out his plan. Even if you are still alive, don't want to stop me. After a brief surprise, Uchiha Madara also calmed down. Whoever stood in front of him must be swept away. Haha, which time have you won? In the world of elderly Hashirama, Senju and Uchiha have a good relationship. The two have not had too much battle loss, which made Konoha strong for decades. You. Uchiha Madara here is not a good temper in the world of old Hashirama. Susanoo summoned it immediately after being said of the pain. This is Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, who just came to Wanjun, saw Susanoo suddenly appeared, and instinctively looked at Uchiha on that end. However, Uchiha looked like Madara in his impression. But it was very different. This is how it looks like an adult, but how come it is a man? Men. Wanjun heard Senju Tobirama's tone. Madara in his world seemed to be female, men are normal. What? Men are normal? Senju Tobirama gave Manjun a blank look. For a man, isn't Izuna in this world? Senju Tobirama thought of this, and shook his head, trying to shake out the picture in his mind. And while Senju Tobirama was still thinking about the beautiful Uchiha Madara, who was controlling Susanoo, did not go in the direction of Senju Hashirama at this time, but turned around and pinched Nagato who had resurrected him in his hands. You. Nagato is resurrected. Uchiha Madara originally wanted this Uchiha Madara to avenge the Akatsuki members, but now it seems that Uchiha has targeted himself. It's time for the things to return to their original owners. Uchiha Madara looked at Nagato and Susanoo's hand and said with a smile. However, before he laughed twice, Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped. Why is there only one? Where is the other Rin-Egan? Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to increase the strength of his hand, and said sharply that he could not accept only one Sharingan. Nagato saw that Uchiha Madara turned from happy to angry, and couldn't help but smile. You, don't think about. Before Nagato finished speaking, Susanoo used his hand to directly suffocate the weak Nagato. Madara, this is not what you should do. Senju Hashirama saw that Uchiha Madara killed Nagato in front of him, and was a little unhappy, and quickly controlled Shinsu Senju to attack Madara's Susanoo. Of course, Uchiha Madara knew that he could not resist Hashirama's ninjutsu, and took Susanoo to jump out of the range of the tree world birth. While in the air, Uchiha Madara had already taken down Rin-Egan from Nagato. Gedo statue. As soon as Rin-Egan was installed, Uchiha Madara began to summon the Gedo statue. However, unlike before, the Gedo statue did not break out of the ground, but climbed up from the side of Shinsu Senju, and then rushed to Uchiha Madara step by step. Boom! Before the Gedo statue took 2 steps, he was beaten by Shinsu Senju next to him and disappeared into the ground again. Hey! Uchiha Madara didn't expect to receive the first ninjutsu used by Rin-Egan, so it failed. Gedo statue has been summoned by Rin-Egan users just now, then, it seems a bit troublesome. It can only be this way. Uchiha Madara had to find another way after the Gedo statue was shot into the soil, and his current goal was the row of ninjas watching the battle standing outside Konoha village. Thinking of Uchiha Madara here, he hurriedly controlled Susanoo under his feet to Konoha. He was on the Gedo statue just now and only saw 8 eyes opened, that is to say, 9 tails has not been subdued yet. And 9 tails, it must be in Konoha. He's here. Wanjun, standing on the private house, looking at Susanoo rushing to his side, said. Let me come. Regardless of the opponent's strength, Senju Tobirama took out a handful of kunao from Kabuto and was ready to rush to stop Uchiha Madara. But before Senju Tobirama could do anything, the Uchiha tribe on the side, Uchiha Shisui, had already taken the lead and ran in the direction of Uchiha Madara. While on the road, Uchiha Shisui was not idle, and like Madara, he summoned his own Susanoo. 2 Uchihas, 1 green and 2 Susanoo, bumped into each other at Konoha's city wall. Stop! Uchiha Shisui had used a lot of chakra in the previous battle, so after fending off Madara for a while, Susanoo's feet could no longer hold. Boy, you have to practice hard. Uchiha Madara stood and lifted Shisui's Susanoo aside, and stepped directly into Konoha. Shisui. Itaki, who had begun to wake up, happened to see the scene where Uchiha Shisui was overturned. Although he and Shisui are not in the same blood, they are also brothers and sisters, so after seeing this scene, Itaka tried to straighten his body. Itaki, you still don't move. Uchiha Kagami pressed Itaka's shoulder and said. But Uchiha Madara had already entered Konoha at this time. As Hokage, how could he sit back and watch? Chapter 54. You are like this now. Just lie down. Manjun, who is very confident in Senju Hashirama, is not afraid of the arrival of Uchiha Madara. Shinsu Senju is approaching behind this Uchiha ancestor. And more importantly, Wanjun doesn't want Uchiha Itaka to get injured again. After all, it won't be long before this guy will join his team and will change directly from Hokage to logistics staff, but it will be troublesome. After Senju Hashirama caught up with Uchiha Madara, Manjun, who was not too concerned about the battlefield, pointed to the place where the tree world was born, and then said, I think we should look for our eyes now. Eyes? Senju Tobirama asked unconsciously. Follow me. Senju Tobirama from the Sengoku era doesn't know much about Rin-Egan, but Manjun knows the function of this thing. Now Uchiha Madara has only 1 eye, and ye now must not have that one yet. Being taken away, now is the best time to take this Rin-Egan away. Senju Tobirama glanced at Susanoo, who had been pinched by Hashirama Shinsu Senju, and agreed, then, let's go. According to the current situation, he doesn't need to take action anymore, and it is better to go to the front with Wanjun to go around, rather than stand still and watch the show. Let's go. As Manjun said, he went straight in the direction of Minato and Nono just now, while Senju Tobirama followed him and rushed to the battlefield just now. Heavenly Pen. After arriving at the battlefield just now, Wanjun first saw the destroyed pen, because without the existence of Nagato, now Pen has no chance to enter the repair shop to resurrect. You know. Senju Tobirama, who arrived behind Manjun, looked at the guy in the same costume as Orochimaru before, and asked Manjun. Won Jun nodded, and replied, well, I know it, but I'm not familiar with it. After an unfamiliar sentence, Won Jun left pen directly and looked for Yanai again. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was still fighting on the other side, was suddenly thrown in front of the two Won Jun. Boom! The huge Susanoo slammed on the trees made by wood style, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Your brother was right and threw it. Seeing Uchiha Madara, who was less than 10 meters away from him, Won Jun swallowed, and said to Senju Tobirama with his head sideways. However, Senju Tobirama thinks differently. Now that the opponents are running in front of him, this opportunity should not be wasted. So, after a short period of thought, Senju Tobirama kicked his feet, and the whole person rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Hey! Man Jun just wanted to call Senju Tobirama, but this guy was really fast. Before Man Jun's voice fell, Senju Tobirama had rushed to Susanoo's head. Wood-style silent killing binding technique. In a hurry, Won Jun used the most familiar wood style again. However, this wood style did not go to Uchiha Madara, but to Senju Tobirama, who was already standing on Susanoo's head. At this time, it is definitely impossible to deal with Uchiha Madara, but it is necessary to bring Senju Tobirama back. However, before Manjun's wood style reached Senju Tobirama's position, Uchiha Madara kicked him back. After Uchiha Madara kicked this kick naturally, he felt that the kid just now seemed a bit familiar, so he turned his head and looked in the direction of Won Jun, Senju Tobirama. Wait, Senju Tobirama? There is another wood style user? Tobirama is still alive? Still so small? What is going on in this world? At this time, Uchiha Madara has fallen into self-doubt. Isn't he still resurrected, just in the illusion? However, Senju Hashirama did not immerse Uchiha Madara for too long. He who was in control of Shinsu's Senju had already rushed over, stretched his hands forward, and directly pinched Susanoo. Are you okay? After Uchiha Madara was under control, Won Jun helped Tobirama, who had kicked a kick, and asked. Cough, cough, cough. Senju Tobirama, who was kicked out of breath, coughed and didn't have the energy to reply Manjun. Don't scare me, you kid. Seeing the appearance of Senju Tobirama, Won Jun was a little anxious. Don't wake up Uchiha attack at this time, but Senju Tobirama was folded inside. Cough, I. Senju Tobirama said, but blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't say it. Seeing Senju Tobirama like this, Won Jun took out the kunai with the Flying Thunder God charm, squeezed it, and prepared to call Namikaze Minato over. When Namikaze Minato's iconic golden glitter was on, Won Jun still remembered Senju Tobirama's words, you kid, if you dare to run Susanoo's head with kunai, who taught you? Mr. Manjun. Namikaze Minato, who had just arrived, first glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was caught by Shinsu's Senju, and then greeted Manjun. He always thought that his opponent was the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't expect that behind the scenes would be Uchiha Madara, the powerful ninja who established Konoha together with first generation and finally judged it. Manjun hugged Senju Tobirama, take Tobirama behind. Namikaze Minato took a look at Tobirama's state, and it was indeed no longer suitable for being on the battlefield, so he nodded and said, okay, where is Manjun? Don't you go back together? Not for the time being, I'll call you when I'm going back. In Won Jun's Kabuto, there are a lot of Kyuuki with Flying Thunder God charms. Although Won Jun said so, Minato was still a little worried. Although Uchiha Madara had been caught, he couldn't guarantee that he would have no means to resist. So Namikaze Minato said before leaving, okay, Lord Second Generation. I will come back again after sending it back. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, after another flash of light, both of them disappeared before Won Jun's eyes. Senju Tobirama was impulsive, Uchiha Madara was also caught by Hashirama, and Won Jun searched for Yakushi Nanoya quickly. It turned out to be here. Because Yanaiyu and Pain are not far away, Vank didn't take too long to find the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Sure enough, there is one more. Mr. Manjun is looking for her. Manjun, who took out his unpreparedness and dropped Rin-egan, was interrupted by Namikaze Minato. Is Tobirama okay? After seeing Minato, Wanjun asked about Tobirama's situation first. Master second generation is okay. Now all of Konoha's medical ninjas are on the front line, so as soon as Senju Tobirama was sent back, this Konoha's second generation ninja received the best treatment. Among them is Tsunade, one of his granddaughters, Konoha Sunin. Chapter 55. Really adult second generation. Uchiha Itaka's eyes couldn't see clearly, and he could only vaguely see a white child lying next to him. Probably. Of course, Uchiha Kagami is quite familiar with his teacher, but the one lying in front of him seems to be so small. However, both first generation and fourth Hokage can reappear, and it doesn't seem to be unacceptable that my teacher becomes smaller. First generation, second generation, fourth generation are all back. Uchiha Itaka looked at Shinsu Senju, who was holding Uchiha Madara with blurred eyes. The big stone in his heart was finally put down, and now he finally does not need him to carry the wood by himself. Yet. It's all back, you rest first, first generation Sama will take care of it. Uchiha Kagami pressed Itaka, who wanted to get up, and comforted. With Uchiha Itaka's temper, as long as he can fight, he will not give up, so Uchiha Kagami can't let him go to fight again. How is it now? The Itaka, who was pressed down again, although he did not insist on standing up, he still cared about the situation of the battle. It's about to win. First generation lord is known as the god of ninjas. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's face. Before the other four ninja villages fell one by one. Although Konoha also sent assistance, it did not have any effect. The final news was that all ninja villages were killed. Report that the tail beast was pulled out. The 5 ninja villages did not think about united combat, but they all failed because they did not have a strong leader. Now Konoha has defeated the Akatsuki organization that swept across the world of ninjas alone, which also relieved the remnants of the 4 big ninja villages who had taken refuge in Konoha. When Konoha was already thinking about what to do after the victory, Wanjun and Namikaze Minato had also recovered Rin-egan from Nuhu. What will Mr. Wanjun do with this? Namikaze Minato asked Wanjun after installing Rin-egan. If you can bring it back, let Snake G take a look first. Wanjun naturally knows the role of Rin-egan. This thing is equivalent to a plug-in. With it, the strength immediately rises several layers. However, Wanjun didn't dare to just put it in his eyes when he was not fully prepared. The first generation is almost over. After this battle, we should be able to go back. Wanjun put Namikaze Minato's sealed Rin-egan into the bag and looked at Uchiha Madara, who had been beaten by Susanoo. Are you going back? Namikaze Minato fell silent when he heard the news from Wanjun. This world truly belongs to him. Although his will has been subtly changed through the Hokage warehouse, Namikaze Minato, who has come back to this world, still has some nostalgia. Here is the world that belongs to me. Seeing Namikaze Minato like this, Wanjun guessed the thoughts of 4th Hokage. I can't bear it. It's kind of. Namikaze Minato smiled faintly and said, since the battle is almost over, I'm going to see Naruto. Naruto in this world, as a line of Uzumaki, was also one of the best candidates for Jinchuriki after Kushina's death. Therefore, the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki is still Naruto. However, because of the lack of various experiences, this Naruto does not control Nine Tails in place, and hates Minato's Nine Tails, and is not very cooperative. So up to now, Naruto's strength is not too strong. Let's go, I'll take a look too. Speaking of Naruto, Wanjun also became interested. He also wanted to see what Naruto in this time and space would look like. After Wanjun finished speaking, Namikaze Minato directly led the two of them back to Senju Tobirama with a flying thunder god. Master 4th Generation. The Konoha shinobi who surrounded 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and the current Hokage Uchiha Itachi all greeted Namikaze Minato after they saw Namikaze Minato. Minato was different to Konoha's ninjas than to Hoshigaki Kisame Hiden. After hearing the hello, he smiled back to these ninjas. Teacher. The battle was about to be won, but Uchiha Itachi was a little afraid to face his teacher again. When Namikaze Minato still existed in this time and space, Konoha had been chasing Akatsuki to fight, but after Minato disappeared, the situation reversed. The defeated Akatsuki organization began to counterattack. Konoha, who could only protect himself, could only watch Tsunade being killed by Akatsuki, followed by Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and now Konoha. Uchiha Itachi felt that the result of all this was because of himself, his incompetence, that led to the collapse of the entire front. Itachi, you have done a good job. Namikaze Minato didn't want to criticize anything about his disciple. Even if he chased Akatsuki before, it was dangerous, and it did not say that it was an overwhelming victory. Therefore, Minato had already anticipated the current situation. Recover well, you will continue to be Konoha's Hokage. Namikaze Minato touched the already grown-up disciple as usual. Kage-sama, take him to the ninja hospital. Regarding Namikaze Minato's arrangement, Uchiha Kagami nodded. Compared with other Konoha shinobi, Kagami cares more about Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi strongly opposed him, but he had no energy, he was directly carried away by Uchiha Kagami. After Itachi was transferred, Namikaze Minato asked his former guard, who was on the same side, similarly, do you know where Naruto is now? My lord, in the refuge, let me lead you there. Ningzu Itong can be said to be one of Konoha's most welcome return of Namikaze Minato. He is a former member of the 4th generation guard team and one of Minato's confidants. Good. After Namikaze Minato responded, Wanjun also checked Senju Tobirama's injuries and found that he did not cause serious injuries, so he rushed to Konoha's refuge with Minato. Because the war has come to an end, people in the refuge have flocked to the door. The official website Shinsu Senju and Uchiha Madara battle. Among these people, there happens to be Namikaze Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki itself is a big family, and Kushina died on the night of Naruto's birth because of Akatsuki's attack, so Minato directly named his last name Uzumaki. Father. Uzumaki Naruto in the crowd recognized Namikaze Minato who was jumping to his side in the sky. If you see it, I will say that my father will come back, haha. This Uzumaki Naruto is still outgoing, and after seeing Namikaze Minato, he showed off to the people around him. Because this Naruto grew up during the reign of Namikaze Minato, the surrounding Konoha residents also welcomed him. It's really Lord 4th Generation. Master 4th Generation is back. Chapter 56. After Namikaze Minato and Wanjun fell, the surrounding crowd naturally gave way to Minato. Father. Uzumaki Naruto rushed out of the aisle that he gave up and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. It's taller. Namikaze Minato's mood has stabilized a lot, and after putting Naruto holding him down, he smiled and patted his head. Naruto, who was put down, did not care about the fighting outside at all, nor did he think about why his father went out for so long, but directly asked, Daddy, can you go back? Namikaze Minato glanced back. First generation had already disarmed Shinsu Senju, indicating that the battlefield had really come to an end. Minato also nodded and said to Naruto and the people around him, go home. Yet. I won. Master 4th Generation is really amazing, he solved the enemy as soon as he came back. The residents of Konoha talked and walked towards the outside of the refuge in an orderly manner. Although Konoha had withstood this blow, he defeated the enemy. After so many blows, Konoha stood up again. Therefore, these Konoha residents were not very upset and sad, but on the road relaxed talking about the fourth generation and the huge wooden golem outside Konoha. The danger is removed, do you want to return? Just when Namikaze Minato was about to return to his home with Naruto, Wanjun's mind sounded a reminder of the Hokage warehouse. If you don't choose, you will return on your own in 30 minutes. Wanjun, who entered the Hokage warehouse, saw a row of small characters below the options on the display. Since the return could be delayed, Wanjun didn't worry anymore, and he didn't simply click on it, and he returned to reality directly. Mr. Wanjun, what's the matter? Namikaze Minato knew that when Wanjun was not moving, he must have done something, so after Wanjun returned, he asked him. In a while, we're going back. Wanjun glanced at WDM Minato and then at Naruto before saying. Wanjun also considered that Minato had just met his child during the delayed return this time, and he couldn't let others separate again immediately, so he didn't make a choice. After Minato heard the news, he fell silent. If you return to that world, you don't know how long will you be able to return to your own place again. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato put Naruto in his arms. Let's go home. Naruto, who doesn't know what happened, still grinned. Okay, but father, we don't live in the same place before, you come with me, we live here now. Naruto said, and ran out first. Although the village asked him to avoid the battle, the son of 4th Hokage already possessed the strength of Jainin. But even so, his speed is definitely not as fast as his father who has a flashing title. On the other hand, Wanjun, who has a steady stream of chakra, has been using the instant body to follow behind, and he is not left behind. That's it. After arriving at a small building, Uzumaki Naruto stopped, pointed to the small building and said to Manjun and Minato behind him. This building is similar to the small building where Naruto lived when Wanjun went to Konoha in the main world. So after Naruto pointed this way, Wanjun thought that the treatment of Naruto was the same as that of the main world. Which floor do you live in? However, Naruto's next sentence quickly solved Wanjun's confusion. Which layer? This is all mine. It's all yours. Wanjun was paused by Naruto's words. Good fellow, this is what Hokage's son should be treated. Yes, it's all mine, but I live on the top. As Naruto said, he already took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Namikaze Minato's face turned black. Ahem, you won't clean up. Not only Minato, but Manjun was also shocked by the scene inside. The floor was filled with unused things. In this way, Wanjun didn't know how to settle down. Hey! Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly after being spit out. Fighting for too long, I didn't come to rush to clean up, the upper part is fine, first go up. After Wanjun and the two people who followed Naruto came to the top floor, the scene they saw was much better than below, at least, they could settle down. Father, look, you can see the whole Konoha here. As soon as Naruto came to the room, he ran to the east window and pointed out the window to Minato. Minato heard the sound and walked over. The view here is really good. The Hokage rock is right in the middle of the window, and the 5 statues of Hokage came directly into Minato's eyes. Minato, time is almost here. Wanjun didn't want to disturb the couple's reunion, but the half-hour delay was already approaching. You stay here, I will go out to talk with Mr. Wanjun. Minato, who heard Wanjun's greeting, patted Naruto on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards Wanjun. With their backs to Naruto, the two of them walked out of the bedroom and came to the balcony on the top floor. Mr. Manjun, can I go back later? Namikaze Minato came to the balcony, leaning on the railing, and looking sideways at the statue of Uchiha Itachi on the Hokage rock. Wanjun has already thought of Namikaze Minato's question, and he will definitely have this idea when he returns to his own world. If you go to the earth by yourself, maybe the same idea will come up. This. Awakener Namikaze Minato Blacken proposed to stay in World 04, do you agree? Manjun, who was still thinking about rejecting Namikaze Minato, received news from the Hokage warehouse again. Wait, let me think about it first. Wanjun said to Namikaze Minato before entering the Hokage warehouse again. The Awakener proposes to stay. The maximum number of people staying in this world is 01, and the stay time limit, 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. Proceeds from stationing are temporarily managed by the warehouse and can be taken out after conquering. This time, the information Hokage warehouse gave Wanjun was much larger. The Hokage that oneself awakens can be stationed in other worlds, and most importantly, can be conquered, but how to trigger this option? Wanjun thought that the Hokage warehouse could only awaken Hokage in various parallel worlds, but now it seems that there are still many things that can be developed in this warehouse. After a brief browsing, Wanjun returned to the real world and nodded to Minato and said, yes, but up to 90 days. After 90 days, you have to come back. Okay. Minato doesn't actually have too many requirements for the number of days delayed, even if it is only 1 day, Minato feels that it is already very good. And what made Namikaze Minato I want to stay is not only Uzumaki Naruto, but also his disciple, Uchiha Itachi, who has been seriously injured, and a small half of the destroyed village. This village belongs to him. Chapter 57. After Wanjun agreed to the stay of Namikaze Minato, the delay time has also arrived. The return has been automatically confirmed. As soon as the voice of Hokage warehouse rang, Wanjun had already returned to Hokage warehouse. On the screen in front of the warehouse, the danger of Uchiha Itachi that was about to wake up also showed that it had been resolved. In fact, Wanjun was a little confused when the warehouse was talking about World 04. It stands to reason that these awakened Hokages should have been made directly out of thin air by this so-called Hokage warehouse, but now it seems that they actually have their own real world. What the hell is going on? Wanjun didn't rush back to the main world, but now in front of this screen, thinking about it. Do you have these worlds first, or the Hokage warehouse first, and then these worlds? Although Wanjun's mind is full of doubts, there is no systematic explanation or genie in the Hokage warehouse. The only communication between brother Wanjun's warehouse is the screen in front of him. Oh, forget it, please ask first generation first when you go back. After thinking for a while, Wanjun couldn't figure out why, so he shook his head and prepared to return to the main world. You are carrying world item 04. Remove the temporary tube. Wanjun thought of returning in his mind, but received the warehouse prompt again. Thing? Because it was an entity that returned from World 04 this time, Wanjun quickly reached out and took out Rin-Egan, who had previously been removed from no Neiyu. This is the only item in the Minato and Itachi worlds. Take out. Wanjun did not hesitate and chose to take it out. To take out the item Rin-Egan, the Awakener Uchiha Itachi needs to be added to the wake-up queue again. Do you want to take it out? What? After seeing this sentence on the screen, Wanjun frowned. According to the meaning of Hokage warehouse, taking out Rin-Egan, he also needs to skip Uchiha Itachi and Rikyū. The value of this thing is really not small. Before, Wanjun also thought about taking out more things from these parallel worlds, such as tail beasts, such as Sharingan Byakugan and so on. It now appears that these things need to be exchanged at an equivalent value. And the only thing that can be exchanged is the shadow that is about to wake up. Change, or not? Now it has become another question that Wanjun is thinking about. Take out. After a brief ideological struggle, Wanjun finally chose to take out Rin-Egan. What is still in the Hokage warehouse is that Uchiha Itachi does not disappear directly, but rejoins the queue. The number of Hokage will not decrease. Confirmed to take out, Uchiha Itachi can Rikyū, the new Hokage is being adjusted. This time, the Hokage warehouse did not immediately show who the next Hokage is, but the rare display is being adjusted. You just adjust slowly, I'll leave first. After Wanjun left a sentence, he directly exited the Hokage warehouse, and reappeared in Snake G's laboratory as a whole. Master Manjun, you are back. Snake G, who was standing in front of Orochimaru, turned her head after hearing the movement behind her, and just saw Manjun returning. Yeah. Wanjun nodded and said, "Are you going to study Orochimaru?" "No, I'm quite curious about him. I just said a few words, where did you go, sir?" Snake G said, facing Wanjun, and came over. "I didn't go anywhere, but I got something back. You can take a look first." Wanjun said, and handed Rinnegan in his hand to Snake G. Snake G unwrapped the cloth strips that wrapped Rinnegan, revealing the fresh Rinnegan inside. Rinnegan. As soon as Snake G saw this thing, her eyes flashed. "I was thinking about taking out the eyes of the little guy Jiraiya brought out to play, but the toad just didn't agree." Rinnegan. Orochimaru, who was tied up inside the house after being sealed, buried his head when he heard Manjun and Snake He talking, but his eyes flashed with longing. "Rinnegan, those eyes are the same as those of Pen, they are even bigger than Sharingan. Besides, Jiraiya actually was in the same group with them, wouldn't it be said that Konoha knew it too? However, the other party has first generation, fourth generation, and it is normal to have a relationship with Konoha. But, this eye. Look first, can this thing be used directly?" Wanjun and Rinnegan exchanged it for a Hokage. They must first study it, but it can't be wasted. "I want to use these eyes. These eyes should have evolved from Sharingan. Uchiha's people can use them, and the Uzumaki clan can barely use them." Although Snake G failed to take Nagato from Jiraiya in her world, she could study it. But there are still a lot of necessary homework. But for adults, it's not impossible, adults chakra, but there is a steady stream. Snake G put Rinnegan on a table and continued, "But can you study it for me first? For this rare Rinnegan, as a technology expert, she will not let go of any material." "Okay, you study first, but don't break it." Wanjun's strength is growing very fast. With chakra provided by the warehouse, it is only a matter of time before he grows into a ninja like Minato Hashirama. These things, Sharingan Rinnegan, just advance the strength of the future for a while. Before walking out of Snake G's laboratory, Wanjun still pointed to Haiden and Orochimaru to remind her, these two people should be careful not to let them run away. "Don't worry, sir." Snake G smiled and responded. After speaking, Wanjun slowly closed the door. At this time, brothers Hashirama and Tobirama had already walked towards him. "Why didn't I see Minato?" Senju Hashirama came to Manjun and asked about Namikaze Minato. He still wants to be optimistic about this junior. He stayed in that world temporarily. Wanjun replied. Hearing this, Tobirama suddenly raised his head, "Can I go back? Doesn't that mean I can stay in my world too?" "When?" Senju Tobirama couldn't wait for the news of Minato's stay. "You have to be there before, so wait." Wanjun said with a smile, knowing that Senju Tobirama couldn't wait to see those Uchiha. These awakened Hokages have all modified their subconscious minds, but when they encounter such a particularly strong desire, they will unnaturally reveal them. "You kid, go look at Tsunade." Just as Tobirama wanted to continue to ask, his brother slapped his head and said. Just killed a Uchiha Madara who didn't agree with him. Hashirama's mood was not upset. Tobirama was taken such a shot by Hashirama. He raised his head and glanced at his brother, curled his lips, raised his leg and walked towards Tsunade's room. Chapter 58. After Tobirama left, Wanjun continued to say to Senju Hashirama, "Minato will stay there for the time being and will be back in a while. Will you stay there?" "Okay, I just need him there." Senju Hashirama also saw what Konoha had become before. At this time, one more Minato would really be better. After Hashirama finished talking, he just wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped, and said to Wanjun, "By the way, what about that kid? It's the kid named Naruto." "Well, I'll go to him later. Minato will not be long before letting him play with Tsunade Tobirama for a while." Manjun, who doesn't know how to bring a child, wants to meet someone like Tobirama Naruto the last time. Baby. Thinking of this, Wanjun didn't want to go to Naruto anymore. He directly called Fujian Chi-shi, who walked by him, and asked the tool man of the team to tell Naruto. After Fujian Kishi took over the task, as Wanjun thought, Naruto, who had just met his father for a short time, broke up and prepared to find his father. Fortunately, there was Tobirama outside. A hand knife directly stunned Naruto, and Fujian Chi-shi moved back to the room. Because Minato was not there, the Wanjun team's bounty gained this ability, and it suddenly dropped a lot. Because of the World War where Minato was in, first generation said that he was tired every day. Although Wanjun did not see how much he eats less, he must not let this ninja god go out to do reward missions. To do it. After putting aside the Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the only one who can fight against most of the people who have been rewarded is Snake G. However, this research expert has never left the laboratory after having Haiden and Rin Egan, and the daily meals are still sent to him by Fujian Chi-shi. In this way, the only ninjas that Wanjun can send out to perform the task are the only two Jonin-level players, Fukin Kishi and Senju Tobirama. However, the two of them don't look like something can be done. One is the tool man of the squad, Fujian Kishi. Without this, the squad will do more trivial matters out of thin air every day. As for Senju Tobirama, Wanjun didn't want to send it out. Although he would become Hokage when he grew up, and Konoha second generation, who was also very capable, he didn't win much after Wanjun awakened. This Senju's second Hokage was either second by Jiraiya or almost by Kakashi. The most recent time was when he was kicked out of internal bleeding by Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, there are a large number of medical ninjas in the world of Senju Hashirama and Minato. Otherwise, this guy was simply scrapped. Could it be that I'm the only one to go? After thinking about going there for a long time, Wanjun felt that the only job he could do was to go out to find money. Chi-shi, what do you want to do now? Wanjun, who hadn't figured out how to solve the funding problem for a long time, still found Fujian Chi-shi. This Jonin should be regarded as a person in the organization who has a knack for making money. Sir, or, let Snake G sell something. When Fujian Kishi went to Snake G's place to deliver food, every time he saw that there were a lot of things in the room out of thin air. These things should be worthwhile. A lot of money. Sell her things. After listening to Fujian Chi-shi's words, Wanjun looked in the direction of Snake G's laboratory. After so many days, I don't know if anything has been researched. Master Snakeheim has a lot of things every day, and Lord Snakeheim released the Orochimaru yesterday. Lord, you have to let Master Snakeheim pay attention. Speaking of Orochimaru, Fujian Chi-shi unconsciously went to himself. The room I lived in before took a look, or, sell him? I think Orochimaru's bounty is not low. Wanjun was reminded by Fujian Chi-shi, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, Haiden and Orochimaru are also valuable. Your suggestion is good. Okay, you can cook, I'll go to Snake G's place to see. Wanjun said, patted Fujian Chi-shi on the shoulder, which counted as a reward. Fujian Chi-shi was shot by Wanjun, and he immediately smiled. Okay, my lord, I will go now. After the two said, they walked in two directions respectively. When Wanjun arrived outside the Snake G gate, he knocked gently, opened the door and walked in. Wanjun entered Snake G's laboratory this time, and the scene he saw was very different from the last time. The whole room is now full of bottles and cans, and the busy people in the room, besides Snake G, also have an Orochimaru. At this time Orochimaru was holding a small knife at Haiden's arm on the table in the center of the room, and when he saw Wan Jun coming in, he grinned, even if he said hello to Wan Jun. Master Manjun. Unlike Orochimaru, Snake Heim greeted her with more enthusiasm. After seeing Manjun, this Snake Heim, who was basically the same as Orochimaru except for his gender, immediately leaned towards Manjun. After leaning against Wan Jun, Snake Ji pointed to the position where she stood just now and said to Wan Jun, "Sir, I am going to buy some more things. This thing needs some more things." What Snake Ji is talking about at this time is the Rinnegan that Wan Jun brought back from Minato's time and space. "Do you want money?" Wan Jun asked, looking at Snake Ji. Snake Ji thought for a while, and replied, "This, I should have it. The money is almost running out, what else do you sell?" "I really didn't sell it, these two are fine too," Wan Jun said, turning his head to the direction of Orochimaru and Haiden. "Orochimaru is not bad." As soon as Wan Jun looked over, Snake he helped Orochimaru talk, he can save a lot of things. As soon as Snake he's words came out, Wan Jun's eyes when looking at Snake he was wrong. Seeing that, Orochimaru is still doing well here? If Orochimaru can't work, just Haiden, you should have studied him about this time. Since Orochimaru can't work, Haiden is the only one left. This guy has been in a semi-comatose state and has no idea what is happening in the room, so Wan Jun doesn't worry about what this guy will leak. Yes, it's useless. Snake Ji has cut off a lot of material on Haiden, so there is no need for this guy to be here. That's okay, I'll let Chi Shi send it to exchange the bounty tomorrow. Wan Jun smiled after receiving the affirmative reply from Snake Ji. Although only one can be sent in the past, it is no matter how Akatsuki is at the level of the organization, and should be able to change a lot. However, before Wan Jun had time to be happy, Orochimaru said next to Haiden, "I think it's useful to keep it." Konoha Sunan, who has always been obsessed with immortality, Haiden is very attractive to him. "It doesn't count what you said here." Snake Ji smiled at Orochimaru and said. Chapter 59. Orochimaru was looked at by Snake Ji, but didn't say anything. With a stroke of the knife in her hand, after making a stroke on Haiden's hand, Orochimaru turned around and fiddled with something. Wan Jun saw that Orochimaru could still be deflated in Snake Ji, but he rarely saw Orochimaru like this. "Then you guys, I'll go out." Wan Jun had nothing to help in this room, so after watching for a while, he said hello and walked out of the room. After dealing with Snake Ji's side, Wan Jun waited for Fujian Chi Shi to cook. When the team had all eaten at noon, Wan Jun went to Chi Shi again. "Chi Shi, take the guy on the table of Snake Ji, let's change it for the bounty." Outside the hall, Wan Jun stopped Fujian Chi Shi and said. Hearing Wan Jun's order from Fujian Chi Shi, he turned around and asked, "Lying down?" "The guy who feeds me some food every few days." "Yes, that's it. Bring him out and let's go together." Wan Jun nodded and replied. It's okay to stay in the courtyard recently, Wan Jun also wants to go out for a walk, anyway, the black market is in Sicheng, not too far away. "Okay, I'll go now." Fujian Chi Shi, who was worried about not having enough money, hurried to Snake Ji's laboratory after hearing the good news. It didn't take long for Fujian Chi Shi to carry Haiden and walked out of the room. "Let's go, you lead the way." In the team, apart from Namikaze Minato, who had often been on mission before, it was Fujian Chi Shi who knew the black market best. "Where are you going?" "I want to go too." When Fujian Chi Shi was about to walk out of the courtyard with Wan Jun thought of Tsunade's voice behind him. "We are going out and have something to do, so stay at home, go and play with your second grandfather." Wan Jun didn't want to go out with a drag oil bottle, so he waved his hand to Tsunade and asked him not to follow him. But children are not so eloquent, especially those a few years old like Tsunade, who nodded, but when Wan Jun had just turned around, Tsunade opened the gate of the courtyard and followed. As soon as Tsunade opened the door, he saw Wanjun, who had already anticipated this. "Okay, you can come, but don't run around." Wanjun knew that this little guy would follow even if he left, and simply said to her directly, "Okay." Tsunade nodded with joy after Wanjun agreed to follow him. "Then go." Wanjun, who added a small member when he went out, had to lead Tsunade to prevent this little guy from running around. When this little guy first woke up, he ran a few times in the forest of the Land of Rain. Wanjun, who has seen Kakuzu land bounty clips, has already thought about the location of the black market is very hidden, but when he really stands in front of the black market in Sicheng, Wanjun knows what imagination is. He thought that the black market was built in the toilet was unexpected, but the black market in front of him was actually behind the regular missions, and the place used was the same building. The only thing separating the two organizations is the wall in the middle that is not too thick. These two houses were run by one person, right? Wanjun asked Fujian Qixi beside him after entering the black market from a shelf in a kitchen. Fujian Qixi carried Haiden to the bounty receiving office of the black market, and replied to Wanjun as he walked, "It is possible, but who cares about him, as long as he can exchange money. The room in this black market is not too big." When Wanjun and Fujian Qixi talked, they had already arrived at the counter to receive the bounty. Sitting behind the counter was a dark-skinned middle-aged man. The man glanced at Haiden on Fujian Qixi's shoulder, then glanced at Tsunade held by Wanjun, took out a pen and asked, "Two together?" "Two? No, only one." Wanjun replied, pointing to Haiden on Fujian Qixi's shoulder. "Isn't this?" The middle-aged man glanced at the infant Tsunade, and said with some confusion. He saw Wanjun bring a child in, and thought it was a child from a big family who had been arrested and sent over. Wanjun waved his hand and said, "There is only one, Haiden, the rebel of Tangyin village in the country of the river." "Let me see, Haiden." After hearing Haiden's name, the middle-aged man opened a small book in front of him and read it. 20 million. When Fujian Qixi heard Haiden's price, he almost dropped the guy he was carrying to the ground. 20 million. Fujian Qixi, who had never seen the world, was obviously shocked by the number of 20 million, but Wanjun, who knew the price of Sarutobi Asuma, had no expression. Sarutobi Asuma's future price on the black market is 35 million taels, while his former companion, Dai Lu, is 30 million taels. Both of these two were former guardians of the 12 guards. As well-known figures in the country of fire, it is normal for the bounty to be larger. And this Sarutobi Asuma is still Hokage's son, and his role after catching it is incomparable with ordinary ninjas. Although Haiden's strength is stronger than those of the two, after all, it came from a small country and a small village. He has not provoked any major organizations now, and the lower reward is understandable. This guy heard that he joined a Xiao Xiao organization. "I heard that the organization is very strong. No one dared to attack them, so this bounty was also withdrawn." The man motioned to Haiden. Put it on the table aside, and walked from one side to the cabinet beside him. The man rummaged in the cabinet for a while, took out 3 folds, and then returned to the counter. "These are all redeemable in the country of fire, a total of 20 million taels, take it." With that, the man handed 3 folds to Wanjun's hand. When Wanjun took over the 3 zigzags, he saw the top of the 3 zigzags, all with the words Kainaba Bank written on them. Manjun was not surprised to see the word bank. When Jiraiya took Naruto to practice, Manjun had already seen it in anime. "Let's take a look, let me take a look." Tsunade, who heard the money, moved agitated beside Wanjun, propped up with his hands, and kept jumping with his little feet, trying to get the passbook in Wanjun's hand. "Children's house, what to look at, just look at this." Wanjun gave Tsunade a blank look, took out a coin with 50 written from Kabuto, and handed it to the infant Tsunade. Tsunade saw the coin, reached out and took it. It was 50, and immediately threw it in the direction of Fujian-chi-shi. I want to see. Won Jun looked at Tsunade, who was still holding out his hand, and stared at the future Hokage. Yet, you still don't think you are too young? Didn't you play for a long time when you were 20 last time? The previous Tsunade was not like this. You can play for half a day with a coin of 10 or 2 and 20, but now the 50 is not enough to satisfy her appetite. Chapter 60. What about this, the head office? Won Jun saw that the 50 taels he took out were useless, so he could only take out another 100 taels from Kabuto. This. The infant Tsunade stared at the 100 coin and muttered for a while, then slowly nodded and said, "All right." Won Jun looked at Tsunade, who was pretending to be an adult and talking. This little guy didn't know where to learn from. Is it possible that Hashirama or Tobirama taught him? My lord, with 20 million, I can buy a lot of things. The one who has been worrying about money most recently is the history of wealth and strength. The squad's nanny, before this, could only watch the money at home getting less and less, and there was nothing he could do about it. But now it's all right. The organization got 20 million back in one fell swoop, and it will take a lot of time for the economy to relax. It's up to you as much as you can buy. You can take this one and find me when you run out. Won Jun threw one of the 3 folds to Fujian-chi-shi and said. After giving a paper to Fujian-kishi, the 3 of them now have money in their hands, and naturally they feel better. Won Jun was so happy that he agreed to Tsunade to go out shopping. However, the 3 players had just walked out of the black market, and the 2 who had been sitting in the black market for a long time quickly followed out. My lord, someone is following us. After Won Jun bought a big dice for Tsunade at the roadside stall, Fujian-chi-shi leaned in and said softly. After hearing Fujian-kishi's words, Won Jun didn't look back, but walked forward as he walked, saying, I have seen it just now. Keep walking and wait for them to come by themselves. Seeing that Won Jun said this, Fujian-chi-shi didn't care about the 2 people behind him. Although his perception ability was not too strong, from the perspective of the opponent's tracking ability, it was only about Chin's strength. With this strength, in my own organization, I don't even have the qualifications to cook. And when the 3 of them were about to walk to their courtyard, the 2 ninjas behind them, who could not wait to see that there were no more people around, they immediately rushed out from the dark, and one of them went straight to Won Jun and Won Junhee. Wealthy and strong are gone. Wood style great forest technique. Wind style wind blade. The 2 ninjas hadn't gotten close to the 2 of Won Jun, but suddenly they saw the 2 ninjutsu in front of them swooping toward them at high speed. This would, 1 wind, 2 types of ninjutsu, before the 2 of them had reacted, instantly hit them. The ninja who had been hit by the blade of Fujian-chi Shifeng lay directly on the ground, and it seemed that he could no longer move. And the ninja, who was entangled in the wood vines that Won Jun stretched out from his arm, looked terrifying, and wanted to break free from Won Jun's shackles. However, although Won Jun's wood style has no talent for building houses, there is no problem in subduing this ordinary Chunin. My lord, it's 2 rebellious ninjas. After Hikari Speed solved the 2 ninjas, Fujian-kishi moved in front of the ninja who had lost combat effectiveness, and after observing, turned his head to report to Won Junhui. Betrayal? Can it be exchanged for money? Now Won Jun is treating these unknown ninjas, and the first sentence he asks is how much is the bounty and how much money can be exchanged. Fujian-kishi consciously took out a small book from his kabuto, flipped it twice quickly, and replied, it's from Iwagakur. Together, the 2 should be worth 1 million. 1 million? That's not bad. The 2 guys will leave it to you. Let's use this million to add meals these days. Won Jun finished speaking, and threw the ninja he had restrained on the ground. Fujian-chi said. Then I will go back again. After Fujian-chi stunned the 2 ninjas, he raised his head and asked Won Jun, who was walking into the courtyard. Go, it's still early for dinner anyway. Won Jun stepped into the courtyard, and his voice came from the door. And then Won Jun's voice came, and there was a slamming of the door. This was when Tsunade brought the door directly to him when he was young. Seeing Tsunade closed the door, Fujian Kishi himself could only carry 2 ninjas and walk towards the black market again. Tsunade, who had just closed the door, but no matter there were people outside, he took the 100 taels of coins and the big dice in his hand and went to look for his second grandfather happily. Is it really taught by Tobirama? Manjun watched Tsunade heading towards the place where Tobirama and Naruto were like wind, and thought to himself. In the past few days, Tobirama, Naruto, and Tsunade got together all morning and night, and they didn't know what they were doing, but then Naruto didn't bother to find his father, so Wanjun didn't bother about it. A few guys. Now it seems that these kids are also thinking about making money. Manjun. When Manjun was about to ask Tobirama what he wanted to do, Senju Hashirama walked out of the room and beckoned Manjun to pass. With Senju Hashirama's shout, Wanjun could only give up his previous thoughts, and instead of continuing to walk in the direction of Senju Tobirama, he turned his head and walked towards Hashirama. What's wrong, first generation? Listen to Tobirama saying that you have already sold what Akatsuki's organization. When Wanjun walked around Hashirama, the first Hokage continued to ask. Yes, just came back with Chi-Shi. Wanjun nodded and replied. Senju Hashirama replied after receiving a positive reply from Wanjun, Tobirama was looking for you just now. He asked if he could get a laboratory for him after the sale. Recently, this kid also wants to study ninjutsu. You mean to get one for him too? Wanjun looked sideways at Tobirama. This kid is only 8 years old. Is it too early to get the laboratory? No, I'm not asking you to build one for him, but telling you not to make it for him. What Senju Hashirama said was a bit beyond Wanjun's expectation. He thought Hashirama was here to help Senju Tobirama as a lobbyist. When Wanjun was puzzled, Hashirama continued, this kid doesn't let me worry about it in the original world. The ninjutsu he got out is too out of the ordinary. I said that I used the laboratory just to coax him. Who knows this? The kid still remembers it, he will ask you later, don't you agree? Hashirama turned out that the younger brother of that world is not a worry-free lord, and in the world dominated by the Senju family, his 3 younger brothers are all alive. The 3 brothers Tobirama, Wama, and Banma, as soon as they were free, they drilled together to study ninjutsu, and every ninjutsu was eventually sealed by this elder brother. It's not that he wants to do this, but that the ninjutsu researched by his 3 younger brothers is really out of the ordinary, the one-time tailed beast bomb made by captive tailed beasts, these things it was all his 3 younger brothers who tricked it out of him. This, okay. At Senju Hashirama's reminder, Wanjun smiled and nodded. It seems that no matter which world it is, Senju Tobirama is very talented in scientific research. The Hokage warehouse has been adjusted. Wake up soon. Chapter 61. Hokage warehouse, inventory 795,800. Waking up, Hyuga Hinata, black belly, 16 years old, growing fast. Konoha's 5th Hokage, the disciple and daughter of 4th Hokage Hyuga Hayashi. As the largest family in the world, the Hyuga clan has been sitting firmly on the throne of Hokage. In the implementation of the distinguished heavenly god's plan, the remaining wake-up time is 39 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 13 seconds. It's actually Hyuga Hinata, Hokage from Hyuga's family. If it is in this main world, the Hyuga clan basically don't think about being a Hokage. But in this Hyuga Hinata's introduction, the Hyuga family is the largest family in the world, that is to say, its family surpasses Senju and Uchiha. And I am afraid that only those eyes can make the Hyuga clan so powerful. Tensagan, I wonder if this black-bellied Hyuga Hinata will be there. Speaking of black belly, Wanjun has only seen Hinata with this attribute in the world of Tsukuyomi. Could it be that the attributes of Hokage Hinata and Tsukuyomi are similar? I don't know if there is Uzumaki Naruto in that world. After awakening this Hokage Hinata, I said that I can't even make a spark with the Naruto who is playing with Tsunade in the yard. Manjun was thinking about the new Hokage, but Senju Tobirama threw off his follower Tsunade and came to Manjun's side. When Hashirama, who was standing in Manjun's fear, saw Senju Tobirama approaching, he quickly gave Manjun a look, then turned around and went back to the room. Tobirama glanced at his brother with some confusion. Why did he enter the room when he came over? But this future second Hokage took a look, then leaned against Manjun and looked up and said, "Hey, Manjun, I heard Tsunade said that this guy sold a lot of money this time." "Yes, it's okay." Manjun nodded, and said to Senju Tobirama, who is still growing up. Then, "Master Manjun, can I get one for the laboratory my brother said before? The Snake G has spent several million taels. Most of the money in the team in the past few days is spent. It was spent by Snakeheim and Orochimaru, which is why Senju Tobirama suddenly wanted to get a laboratory. When he wants to come, if it is later, maybe this courtyard will have to be sold by Snake G. You are still young now. What kind of laboratory do you have? If you are really idle, go to your snake girl's place to play." Senju Hashirama just told Manjun. This time Manjun will of course not agree to Senju Tobirama. Besides, Manjun had no intention of allocating money to Senju Tobirama. What's so interesting about her? It's all eyes and flesh. I want to develop ninjutsu, different from them. Senju Tobirama saw that Manjun was not going to give money, and was a little anxious, so he quickly explained. When Manjun heard that this kid wanted to study ninjutsu, he was determined to refuse. Ninjutsu? That's even worse. Manjun has seen a lot of ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama, and he doesn't want any accidents in this courtyard. Why? Did your brother tell you something? No, I have to find him. After thinking about it, Senju Tobirama immediately thought of his brother Senju Hashirama. For a while, he was the only one who had been opposing his own research. Ninjutsu. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he walked directly to the room he and Senju Hashirama lived with. When Manjun saw this, he didn't care about it. It was useless for outsiders to take care of the affairs of the two brothers. The only thing in the team that can make both of them obedient, may only be the princess of the Senju family. And now this Princess Tsunade is in a corner of the courtyard, playing with Uzumaki Naruto in the sand. In this scene, who can tell that these two will be the Hokage of their respective time and space? Just when Manjun's team was recuperating in Sicheng and waiting for Namikaze Minato to return to the world, Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sunin, had also arrived in the border city of the country of fire and the country of rain. After having an upset with Konoha's executives, Jiraiya ran away from Konoha on his own and came to look for the people who attacked Konoha that day. Among these people, the one Jiraiya wants to find most is his disciple, Namikaze Minato. When Hitaki Kakashi brought back the news that Namikaze Minato was still alive, Konoha, the teacher of Minato, always wanted to see his disciple. But because of his nature, when searching for Manjun and his party, he did not forget to collect materials from the spot along the way, which caused the distance between Jiraiya and Manjun and the others to become farther and farther. Until today, Jiraiya has found Sicheng. This city is still the same as before. Jiraiya walked on the streets of Sicheng and commented on the surrounding scenery. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru once stayed in this city when Ninja Wars and Rain Country fought. Jiraiya recalled that in the past, he didn't look for his goal. When he came to a crossroad, he stopped a passerby and asked him, "Why is this road different from before? Isn't it a bathhouse?" In Jiraiya's impression, there should be several bathhouses in front of where he is now, but now, he sees none of them. "My lord, here are two ninjas who didn't know where they came from before. They ruined this area. Now these shops have only been repaired and have not yet opened for examinations. Passers-by saw the identity of Jiraiya ninja, and quickly Wei replied with a bow. They write about civilians, but they dare not provoke these superior ninjas. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. 2 ninjas, what kind of? Speaking of ninjas, Jiraiya temporarily set aside the bathhouse and continued to ask the passerby. I was too far away to see what they looked like, but neither of them called the big snakes from somewhere, one white and the other purple. It was these 2 big snakes that smashed the shops in this area. The passerby said. At the time, he also used his hands to sign the size of a 10,000 snake, put his hands in the air, and drew a big strip. Snake. Speaking of Orochi, the first thing Jiraiya thinks of is his teammate and his fellow Doro Orochimaru. Yes, the big snake, it's huge, it smashed a piece at once. Passers-by continued to sign, pointing their right hand to the place that should be a street in front of the bathhouse. But at this time Jiraiya has not listened to the passerby. This toad sage is frowning and thinking. 2 big snakes, did Orochimaru meet the enemy? Also the one who signed the summoning contract with Rika Cave? I have never heard of anyone other than Orochimaru who has been in contact with Rika Cave. My lord, can I leave? Just as Jiraiya thought about it, a passerby asked with a smile on his face. Let's go. Jiraiya waved his hand and walked towards the newly built new street. Chapter 62. 2 big snakes, 2 big snakes. Jiraiya walked on the newly built street, still reading the news just now. While Jiraiya was shopping, in Wanjun's courtyard, Snake Ji also walked out of her laboratory. This Ishin only thinks about the researcher Snake Ji. Just now I learned that Wanjun has sold Haiden and returned. At this time, she also wants to get some money from Wanjun. Compared to Tobirama, Snake Ji took money from Wanjun so much more smoothly. As soon as this Snake Ji opened her mouth, Wanjun gave her 1 million taels, but now Fujian Chi Shi is not in the courtyard. Snake Ji, I can only go shopping by myself. That's how you are going. When Snake Ji was about to walk out of the courtyard, Wanjun stopped her and pointed his finger in the direction of the laboratory. Would you leave Orochimaru alone there? Wanjun's meaning was obvious. He was not relieved that Snake Ji left Orochimaru alone in the laboratory. Don't worry, Rin-egan, I've already placed it at first generation. Snake Ji knew what Wanjun was worried about, so just after Wanjun finished talking, she directly informed Wanjun where Rin-egan was going. Okay, but I'd better let first generation watch, and don't let that guy run away. Although Snake he said so, Wanjun was still a little worried about Orochimaru. If it was Hoshigaki Kisame, Manjun didn't think so much. However, this person was Orochimaru, so Manjun had to be cautious. Snake Ji also agreed to Wanjun's caution, but after she went to find Hashirama, there was a small attendant behind her. It's hard to see Tsunade as a child of Snake Ji once, and when he saw Snake Ji coming out of her grandfather's room, he immediately followed. Snake Ji, who was about to buy something, didn't plan to bring an oil bottle, so she categorically refused Tsunade's request, but Tsunade was not obedient. She held Snake's legs and stopped spreading. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who had been playing with Tsunade, failed to pull Tsunade off Snake Ji's leg. After rushing for a long time without driving away Tsunade, Snake Ji had no choice but to agree to Tsunade's request, stretched out a hand to lead the Princess Senju, and went out of the courtyard. The courtyard where Wanjun was located was not too far from the smashed street. The snake girl who was holding Tsunade didn't walk long before he arrived on the newly built street. At this time, Jiraiya also happened to be in the middle of the newly built street. Hey, it's Orochimaru. Jiraiya, who was thinking about Orochimaru, happened to see Snake Ji and Tsunade walking to another street around the corner. There is a kid. Jiraiya, who was about to learn about the situation in Zyasua City, hurriedly speeded up, preparing to catch up with his former fellow. However, when Jiraiya had just turned the corner of the street, A handful of kunao ran across Jiraiya's neck. It's been a long time, Jiraiya. Snake Ji said while holding Tsunade with one hand, and placing kunao in front of Jiraiya's neck with the other. It's been a long time. When Orochimaru betrayed Konoha, Jiraiya went to chase him, but since then, Jiraiya hasn't seen Orochimaru much. After Jiraiya finished answering, he looked at Snake Ji's body, and when his gaze swept under Snake Ji's neck, the whole person instantly froze. You, how are you? Snake Ji smiled and said, what's the matter? What did you do to yourself? Jiraiya has been following Orochimaru for so many years, and he also knows some of the weird researches that this fellow once did. At this time, he thought that Orochimaru had succeeded in some experiment and turned himself into a female. What I can do to myself, it's you, just like that person, I tell you, don't follow me. Snake Ji smiled, and put down the kunao in her hand. Although Snake Ji speaks calmly, she seems to be just warning a stalker. But Jiraiya was not as relaxed as her, because this toad sage found a familiar figure behind Snake Ji. Tsunade. No, it's not Tsunade. Tsunade can't be this small. How is this going? When Jiraiya saw the small head that appeared behind Snake Ji, he asked Snake Ji again and again. What's the matter? Snake Ji turned around and hugged the infant Tsunade in her arms. You are still frizzy. Don't scare her. Tsunade, how come you have such a small Tsunade? Are you doing some forbidden technique again? Mr. Hiruzen is right, I should catch you back. Jiraiya is very excited now. If something appears in his eyes childhood Tobirama, young age Minato, he would not be so excited, but what Snake Ji is holding now is Tsunade. What is your kid talking about? I'm not polite to shout again. Snake Ji's most unfavorable thing about Jiraiya is to call out as soon as nothing happens. Now the Orochimaru in her laboratory is not bad, quiet and non-noisy. Master Snakeheim, do you know this person? Tsunade, who was held in her arms by Snakeheim, turned her head and looked at the white-haired Jiraiya, and asked Snakeheim. Little Tsunade, let's ignore him. Didn't you say that you want to go to the casino to have a look? Let me take you there. Snake Ji didn't care about Jiraiya, holding Tsunade, she was about to leave. And after this young Tsunade heard that he could go to the casino, he immediately gave up and continued to observe Jiraiya, patted his hands, and smiled and said, okay, go quickly. The voice is also the same, also blonde, the main thing is that I also like the casino. Jiraiya, who watched Snake He's departure, became less and less calm. Before he thought, this Orochimaru not only turned herself into a woman, could it be possible that she also caught Tsunade and made her smaller? This is no good. Even if Orochimaru is not captured, he will have to bring Tsunade back to Konoha. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's heart slammed, his feet pushed back hard, and the whole person quickly rushed towards Snake Ji. However, before Jiraiya rushed behind Snake Ji already felt the movement behind her. Why, Jiraiya, do you still want to do it? You hand over Tsunade to me, and I assume I haven't seen you this time. Jiraiya stopped her actions when she heard Snake Ji's words. Tsunade leave it to you? That's not okay. Shiji smiled, with a sly face on her face, even if I agree, no one else will agree. Others? Someone else with you? Jiraiya frowned. Of course, if you really want to take Tsunade, you can talk to those two people. If they agree, Tsunade can give you. Snake Ji looked at Jiraiya with a slightly teasing look. What she said, those two were the two grandfathers of Tsunade in the team. Jiraiya wants to take away Tsunade, naturally, the consent of these two people is needed, but with Jiraiya's small body, Snake Ji doesn't think he can take Tsunade away from Hashirama's hands. Chapter 63. The two people you mentioned are your new companions, right? Jiraiya did not connect the two people mentioned by Snake He to Konoha's first generation and second Hokage. Now he still thinks that Orochimaru is the partner of him. New companion, what experiment did with Tsunade? Snake G thought for a while, and now it seems good to use the name companion to describe first generation and second generation, new companion? The same can be said. Sure enough, this guy had already left the Akatsuki organization and joined some new organization. And looking at it now, the new organization seems to be even more mysterious. Wait, the new organization, Orochimaru, Minato. Jiraiya looked at Snake G, went through the news that he had in his head for a while, and then came to a conclusion, is Minato one of them? Seeing that you are usually stupid. I didn't expect to be a little smart at this time. You are right, Minato is also there. After Jiraiya said her guess, Snake G praised Jiraiya in a rare way. Sure enough. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and continued, then you can't take Tsunade away. Although you don't know what your purpose is, you have already taken Naruto and ruined half of it. Konoha, now I have to take Tsunade away. Jiraiya's current expression makes Snake G a little funny. She turned Tsunade's head in her arms to look at Jiraiya, and said, what if you don't agree, right, little Tsunade? Yes, yes, let's go shopping first. The young Tsunade didn't know Jiraiya, and after looking at the white-haired weirdo in front of him, he turned his face back and urged Snake G. Look, she herself doesn't want to follow you back. Snake G saw the infant Tsunade let Jiraiya eat and laughed. Before she was doing Hokage, in her free time, she just teased her follower Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, in this world, I can still meet Jiraiya with the same personality, which gives Snake G a feeling of going home. And Jiraiya, who was ignored by Tsunade, also looked puzzled at this time. It seems that Tsunade's memory seems to have a problem now. Looking at her, she doesn't recognize herself anymore. But even so, Jiraiya does not plan to put Tsunade in Orochimaru's organization like this. If possible, it is better to persuade Orochimaru and Minato to return to Konoha together. Of course, he himself knew that this possibility was extremely remote, and when Jiraiya was not prepared to give up this plan, there was no possibility of giving up what he determined. Just tell me, how can I take her away? Perhaps seeing Orochimaru is already a woman, Jiraiya did not choose to launch ninjutsu, but walked to the side of Snake G and asked her sideways. Road. Snake G was surprised by Jiraiya's actions by following her, so she didn't drive Jiraiya away, but she who was holding Tsunade didn't answer Jiraiya's question either. If you give me Tsunade's, I can persuade the old man to let you return to Konoha and cancel the wanted for rebellion. After buying Tsunade for a snack, Jiraiya continued to talk to Snakeheim. Offensive. Rebellion? When I was rebellion, don't talk nonsense, you kid. Snake G gave Jiraiya a blank look. In her world, she is Hokage. Where can it be rebellion? This kid should be talking about this passage. Orochimaru, who spent time researching with himself, said, I am imprisoned by Renan, but I won't give you that person. I can keep it for you. However, the person involved, Jiraiya, did not understand the meaning of Snake G's words. The guy was confused and said, who is it? Don't worry about whoever you are. I won't give it to you. I am in a better mood in the future. You may come to me again. Snake G stopped at a jewelry spot, staring at a pair of earrings, as if some like it. Jiraiya followed Snake G's gaze. The earrings also had the element of a snake. No wonder the one next to him stared at him for so long. However, Jiraiya didn't mean to buy Snake G, he just bought snacks for Tsunade, he still feels distressed about the money. Master Snake G wants it, I have money, hee. Although Jiraiya was puzzled by the style, Tsunade in Snake G's arms took out the 100 taels of coins that Wanjun gave him before, and placed it in Snake G before his eyes. Here, I'll give it to you. Haha, I still have money, so I don't want Tsunade. Snake G was amused by Tsunade's action, and she stretched out her hand and scratched Tsunade's nose and said, "The little Tsunade in my arms is much better than the original big Tsunade, and I know I can give myself money." Snake G's original world, Hokage Tsunade was sorting out the trust of the snake's laboratory items, but he sneezed again inexplicably, making Shizune behind him very worried. Snake G didn't know that the spit in her heart actually made Tsunade in that world react. At this time, she had already given up the pair of necklaces, turned and walked towards another stall. Jiraiya, who was following her, couldn't help it. His heart was squashed, his feet stomped, and his hands stretched out to Tsunade in Snake G's arms, ready to take it hard. However, just as Jiraiya's hand stretched out halfway, a small white snake sprang out of Snake G's clothes, standing on Snake G's shoulder, staring at Jiraiya. White. Jiraiya stopped when he was so startled by the little white snake. He became curious about the color of the snake himself. This Orochimaru not only changed his gender, but also his aesthetics. But the white one is better than the old grey snake. No, why do I think of this? I'm going to snatch Tsunade back now. Jiraiya, who confirmed his belief, glared at the little white snake, and stretched out his hand to the infant Tsunade again. "Little Tsunade, shall we go find a bathhouse? The one here seems to have not been opened yet. Let's go to the bathhouse on the other side of the city, how about?" Jiraiya's hand went around the white snake just about to touch Tsunade. Snake Hiei sentence made him froze again. Bathhouse? Bathhouse. Okay, okay. What this little Tsunade likes most is to play dice with his grandfather at home, and the second one is to take a bath with Snake G. So Snake G just made this suggestion, and Tsunade clapped and agreed. "Is the bathhouse? I'm familiar with the bathhouse. Why don't I take you there?" Jiraiya stopped moving, a ghostly word popped out of his mouth. "Of course I know you are familiar." Snake G still smiled on her face, turned her head and asked Jiraiya. And when she turned around, the little white snake on Snake G's shoulder also retracted into her clothes. Chapter 64. Will you guys not go to the bathhouse on some day? Although Snake G spit out Jiraiya, he finally let him lead the way, and the group of three walked towards the bathhouse. I don't know if it was because of going to the bathhouse or some other reason. From the time he arrived at the bathhouse, Jiraiya didn't think about taking Tsunade away. After getting to the men's bathhouse, Jiraiya patted his head. He didn't come to take a bath. But when he thought of this, he had already eaten, and now he has changed his clothes and can only stay in this bathhouse. However, after taking a bath, Jiraiya still squeezed to the partition separating men and women, ready to see if there were any holes in the wall. But while Jiraiya was scanning the partition of the bathhouse, Snake G had already taken Tsunade out of the bathhouse. The little Tsunade in her arms didn't know what was going on. She raised her head and asked Snake G, who was holding herself, "Snake G sister, how did we leave? Didn't we say we should take a bath? Let's go back to soak later, or go shopping first, what do you think? You take this, and you can play 2 more games with your grandpa later." Snake G coaxed Tsunade in her arms. Put a 100 tael coin into Tsunade's hand. After receiving a coin, Tsunade didn't care about whether to take a bath or not. After all, money is the most important thing. In this way, Snake G easily got rid of Jiraiya. This was also his usual trick in the original world, but it was also very practical here. When Jiraiya got out of the bathhouse, he remembered that there was Orochimaru Tsunade, but at this time, Snake G had bought everything and returned to the courtyard. And he has already informed Wanjun about the encounter with Jiraiya. Is Jiraiya here? Wanjun had already seen Jiraiya when he was in Konoha. However, Jiraiya at that time was an existence that was killed by Hashirama. From beginning to end, he basically stayed in the prison made by Hashirama using Earth style. Well, I still want to take Tsunade away, right, little Tsunade? Snake G smiled and touched Tsunade's head and said. When I came back just now, Tsunade had already confronted Snake Ji, so he nodded and said, yes, a white-haired uncle just wanted to snatch me over. Little Tsunade said, and gestured with Jiraiya's appearance with his hands, struggling with both hands in the air, trying to circle Jiraiya's hair. But before Tsunade could draw out Jiraiya's appearance, Senju Tobirama, who was sitting next to Manjun, couldn't help it. Anyone else wanted to grab his granddaughter? Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, Tobirama patted his chair, stood up, and was about to rush out to find Jiraiya. However, the impulsive Senju Tobirama was stopped by Manjun. Last time you were beaten by Ray's Nan from someone else. How about going this time? My lord, this guy is the one who hit you directly on the wall with Ray's Nan in Konoha last time. I advise you not to go. Kishi Tokaki, who was winked by Wanjun, grabbed Senju Tobirama's shoulder. Said. It doesn't matter if Fujian-chi doesn't say it, Senju Tobirama is even more annoyed by that. It's him? Then I'm going even more. Senju Tobirama has long wanted to take revenge, but Senju Hashirama hasn't let him go to Konoha, and he didn't make it. Otherwise, the current Senju Tobirama he has been locked up in Konoha's prison for research. Wanjun glared at Fujian-chi. If this guy is okay, he said how to pick Senju Tobirama's sore spots. Fukin Kishi knew that he had said the wrong thing at this time, but he didn't dare to let go of his hand, so he closed his mouth and grabbed Senju Tobirama's arm. Tobirama. Just when Tobirama couldn't hold on, Senju Hashirama finally walked out of the room. The ninja god has been rejuvenating in the room recently, and the previous battle was a bit too traumatic. Brother, Tsunade said that someone wanted to snatch him. That's the guy from Konoha's White Fang last time. Senju Tobirama heard his brother's voice and stopped breaking free, turning his head to Senju Hashirama. When Senju Hashirama heard of white hair, he first thought of Hiruzen's disciple, Jiraiya. Yes, it seems to be the name. Senju Tobirama nodded after reminiscing. This little guy is here too. Recently, Sachang is quite lively. Senju Hashirama walked slowly to the bench where Tobirama was sitting, and sat down. That group of Xiao Xiao organized a fight. Brother, we are talking about Jiraiya, he wants to take Tsunade away. Senju Tobirama saw Hashirama digress, and quickly brought the topic back. Oh, Jiraiya, Tsunade can't be snatched by him, of course, but it's not easy to snatch it away. Senju Hashirama shook his hand, and reached out to Tsunade in Snake Ji's arms with a smile. When Tsunade saw Hashirama's hand stretched out, he quickly broke free of Snake Ji's embrace and ran towards Senju Hashirama. Among these people in Wanjun's team, Tsunade's favorite is his grandfather. After Tsunade ran in front of Hashirama, he was carried on his lap by Hashirama. That Jiraiya is your disciple, can you still kill him? Disciple. Senju Tobirama was taken aback. No one here told him about Konoha Sunan. What about the disciple? It's not our Senju family. Just kill it. You didn't mean that my apprentice is now Mu is Yi's Sarutobi Hiruzen? Let's go straight to kill these Konoha people, brother, can you sit in that Hokage position? Senju Hashirama also had a headache for his younger brother who was still thinking in the Sengoku era. Just when he wanted to speak to Konoha, Senju Tobirama preemptively said, with you here, can we just snatch Konoha over? The Konoha here is the Konoha here, and we are ours. Senju Hashirama still insisted on the idea when he arrived in this world from the beginning. From the beginning, he never thought about taking the Konohagakure from this world. He also talked to Wanjun after he came into this world. You, me, this. Senju Tobirama was a little annoyed, but he didn't want to attack his brother, so he walked angrily to the room made by Hashirama with wood style, and then slammed the door of the room. The second grandfather is angry. Tsunade, who was held by Hashirama, asked Hashirama as he looked at the rattling door. It will be fine for a while. Hashirama didn't go to see Tobirama, but said to Tsunade with a smile. By the way, Senju Hashirama also took out a coin from Kabuto. Shall we also play dice today? Okay, okay. No matter what happened just now, Tsunade patted his hands vigorously, obviously agreeing with Hashirama's opinion. After Wanjun and Snake G looked at each other, they walked back to their rooms. As soon as Snake G opened the door of the laboratory with a large bag, Orochimaru put down a small grey snake in his hand and said, "It's really useful." The grey snake that was put down by Orochimaru, and the little snake staring at Jiraiya on Snake G's shoulder just now, are no different except for the color, the length, the size of the eye pupils, and the size. Chapter 65. The two kinds of snakes can actually achieve the effect of transmitting information. Orochimaru is very satisfied with the results of this research. Although this can only work on him and Snake G, it is a successful experiment. In addition to being able to deliver messages, it has no other effect. Although Orochimaru still approves of this experimental product, Snake G does not seem to be satisfied. She casually put the little white snake hiding in her body aside. "You and Jiraiya should be familiar, right?" "Jiraiya? Did you meet him?" Orochimaru looked at Snake G and asked when hearing Jiraiya's name. "Yes, when I was on the street just now, I met." With that said, Snake G put the Rinnegan just brought back from first generation on the table again, and Snake G is the most important to Rinnegan. "That guy is not a good thing, you have to pay attention." Orochimaru's mouth was grinning in an arc, and this smile made people look a little scary. "Of course I know him." Boom! Before Snake G finished speaking, she heard the sound of something smashing from outside the house. "I guess it's the Jiraiya you said is here." Orochimaru still had a smile on his face, pointed to the outside of the room, and said to Snakeheim. Snake G frowned and ignored Orochimaru's words, picked up Rinnegan on the table and walked outside. Orochimaru behind her also wanted to see how Jiraiya made a fool of herself, so she put aside his work and walked out with Snake G. When Snake G walked out of the laboratory gate, what she saw was Jiraiya, who took her to the bathhouse on the street just now. Jiraiya, who smashed the courtyard gate with a punch, entered the courtyard and was frozen in place at this time. In Jiraiya's eyes, on the left side of the courtyard is Senju Tobirama standing in front of the wood-style room, in the middle are Snakeheim and Orochimaru, who just walked out of the laboratory, and on the right is Senju Hashirama watching Tsunade and Naruto playing. What's happening here? Jiraiya's mind was short-circuited in an instant. He just jumped to the highest point of Sacheng, and after searching for a long time, he found the figure of Snake G again. After tracking it, he opened the courtyard gate with a punch, but first generation and second Hokage appeared in front of him, and, one Tsunade and two Orochimaru? Didn't I come to find Minato? How can I find so many? Find out so many Hokage here? Before Jiraiya could tell what was going on, Tobirama's shuriken had flown in front of him. Fortunately, Jiraiya's reaction ability is still good. When the shuriken was about to be nailed to his head, he bowed his head and avoided the past. Jiraiya, who had avoided the shuriken, raised his head and looked at Senju Tobirama. The welcome ceremony for the kid who looked like second Hokage was a bit chic. "Little Tsunade, this is the guy you are talking about." Jiraiya's hair is too easy to recognize. Senju Tobirama, who heard the noise, walked out of the room and saw Jiraiya's white hair. Tsunade, who was several meters away from Senju Tobirama, nodded, which is considered to have identified Jiraiya. "Sure enough, you dare to run here. Since you are here, don't leave," Senju Tobirama said, rushing to fight Jiraiya desperately, but before taking 2 steps, he was bound by Senju Hashirama's wood style. "In place. Brother." Senju Tobirama, who was trapped in the air, turned to look at Hashirama. "Let me go. You guys should just stay here first." Senju Hashirama pushed Tsunade and Naruto behind him before moving towards the center of the courtyard. As for Jiraiya, who invaded into the courtyard, his breath was getting thicker, and he seemed to see something that he shouldn't see. Wood style, first generation. The one who attacked Konoha with Minato that day must be the first generation adult in front of him. But why is first generation still alive? And why did you help Minato attack Konoha? And most importantly, why are there two Orochimaru? This is unscientific. How could there be two identical people in this world? Although the two are now a man and a woman, Jiraiya can be sure that these two are definitely Orochimaru. Now there are too many doubts in Jiraiya's mind. Although he knows the real body of the person who attacked Konoha that day, this does not seem to be good news. And even if he brought this news back to Konoha, the pedantic and stubborn guys at the top would not believe it. Hey, is Jiraiya here? Wanjun was the last to walk out, but he first looked at Senju Tobirama, who was tied up in the air by a wooden slat, and then he saw Jiraiya, who had not moved at the courtyard gate. After saying hello to Jiraiya, Wanjun did not forget to tell Fujian Kishi next to him, bring Tsunade and Naruto into the house. Yes, my lord. Fujian Kishi didn't want to stay here. If he fights, it must be another terrifying battle. It's not suitable for his little Jainin to stay here. It's him. Among the people in the courtyard here, the only person Jiraiya saw when Konoha was attacked was Wanjun. Since it's here, one of Konoha's Sunin will stay. It just so happens that you still have a fellow apprentice here. Wanjun said, pointing to the captive standing behind Snake Ji. It was still Xiao before. Orochimaru of a member of the organization. Jiraiya has now seen everyone in the organization except Minato and Kisame. At this time, of course, Jiraiya can't be let go at will. If the news of his party is revealed to Konoha, then this day will not be so peaceful. Although it is not very peaceful now, it is better than having ninjutsu to greet his courtyard every day. Want to keep me? Haha. Although Jiraiya is smiling in his mouth, he is not so hard in his heart. When he was in Konoha, he had been trapped by first generation for so long. Now there are several people on the other side. Jiraiya actually has no confidence to win the next step of fighting. It would be great if we could catch one first. First generation, Snake Ji, Wanjun, and others will definitely not work. The only ones left are the white-haired child who looks like second generation, as well as the little Tsunade and Naruto. Jiraiya, I advise you not to make any other ideas. Orochimaru said to Jiraiya with a smile. Now since Jiraiya, plus the little Tsunade next to him, the previous team can be gathered. You are Orochimaru. After Orochimaru spoke, Jiraiya distinguished the difference between the two Orochimaru. The female fellow was not Orochimaru who grew up with her and learned together. You kid, did you just see it now? Snake Ji gave Jiraiya a blank look. This kid was too slow, and he kept rejecting him, which seemed to be the right choice. Chapter 66. I can see it, but now I can see how I can get out of this courtyard. I didn't feel any difference in this courtyard when I was looking up from a height just now. Now it seems that this is completely a wolf den, and most of the houses are Hokage level characters. Although Jiraiya hasn't seen Wanjun make a move, but seeing this person speak, he can directly instruct the people in this organization. The identity is definitely not ordinary. This identity is not ordinary, and the strength is definitely not ordinary. Therefore, Jiraiya did not target hit Wanjun's body. Just this kid who is bound by wood style, even if he is a real second generation, his strength must not be good if he can't get rid of the constraints of wood. Just take him directly. After thinking about it, Jiraiya was ready to act, but before he put his hands in front of him, the eyes of Snakeheim, Orochimaru, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Manjun all looked at him. What do you want to do? Looking at Jiraiya's action, Wanjun knew that this guy was going to be hard. You don't even look at how many people are here. They dare to go, really iron-headed baby. However, Jiraiya didn't stop his actions just because of Wanjun's prompt. He only saw the knots in his hands and yelled, "Ninfa random lion hair technique. Very good, the iron head baby is different." When Wanjun complained in his heart, his hands were not idle. Just when Jiraiya used ninjutsu, Wanjun's Jian was also coming to an end. During this period of time, he has been practicing hard, and Jian's hand speed has obviously improved a lot. Wood-style wood ingot wall. Although Wanjun's hand speed was slower, but fortunately he was closer to Senju Tobirama. Before Jiraiya's white-haired lion head reached the wooden bar that bound Senju Tobirama, Wanjun's wooden ingot wall had already stopped him in front of him. Boom! The two ninjutsu breaks collided, Wanjun's wooden ingot wall was crushed, but Jiraiya's white-haired lion head also stopped in front of the wooden ingot wall. Another wood style. When Wanjun's wooden ingot wall blocked Jiraiya's ninjutsu, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He just thought that Wanjun would be a strong man, but he didn't expect that he would still be a wood-style guy. What does this mean? People other than first generation can also use this blood to inherit the boundary. Jiraiya was still thinking, but the snake girl beside Wanjun was not ready to give Jiraiya a chance to rest. A group of white pythons sprang out from her and rushed towards Jiraiya. It's white again. It seems that this is the difference between her and Orochimaru. After seeing the snakes of summoning, Jiraiya woke up. He should have thought of it just now. In fact, this is not to blame Jiraiya, it is mainly because Orochimaru's previous research on ninjutsu is too weird, making him think that the snake has changed his own S***X. He never thought that this would be a real female snake girl. Because of the presence of Snake He and Wanjun, Senju Hashirama, who had been a little overworked before, didn't make any more moves. He is standing next to Orochimaru, watching Snake G's performance. After Orochimaru came to this courtyard, he rarely had close contact with Senju Hashirama. Now that the ninja god is next to him, he hastily seized the opportunity and said to him, "Master First Generation. You kid, why did you think of betraying Konoha?" Senju Hashirama still remembered Orochimaru's defect to Konoha, and after a glance at Orochimaru, he asked. "Master First Generation, Konoha now is different from before." Orochimaru smiled and said, "The Konoha now is not your Konoha at that time. It has decayed from the root. I just think, help them mend it, but they are not willing." For Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama certainly does not believe it all, but because of the previous incidents of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, Hashirama also remembered this. Although he told Wanjun after he came to this world that he didn't want to make any changes to Konoha in this world, but last time because of Minato, he has actually destroyed a lot of Konoha's buildings. Seeing Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru seemed to have heard some of it, and immediately wanted to brainwash him, first generation lord. However, when Orochimaru spoke, he was stopped by Senju Hashirama's hand and said, "Don't say it, I will see it myself." Now that Senju Hashirama said so, Orochimaru had to stop his half-truth and half-truth, and returned his gaze to the battle between Snake G and Jiraiya. The strength of Snake G and Jiraiya is not much different. And because Snake G was scrupulous about her own yard, and Jiraiya scrupulously worried about Orochimaru and Senju Hashirama next to her, they didn't use the strongest ninjutsu. They basically only used physique and simple ninjutsu to fight. Master Wanjun. Snake G in the battle, after entangled Jiraiya with a white python, turned her head and shouted to Wanjun behind her. The knowing Wanjun directly killed the binding technique silently, and a wooden bar also stretched towards the god Jiraiya, and together with the white snake, he prepared to tie Jiraiya in the middle. Seeing that he was about to be completely controlled, Jiraiya stopped worrying about the ninja god next to him. Before wood style came, he quickly used the summoning technique to bring out the Toad Manto summoning of Mount Maiboku. "You kid, don't smash this house." Senju Hashirama saw that a large summoning beast was about to appear, and he didn't care about his waist. With a slap with both hands, a wood style appeared directly. Wood style, the sea of trees has a birthday. A wood-style ninjutsu, which is slightly smaller than the birth of the tree world, rose from the ground to cover the entire courtyard. When the toad text appeared too, the whole body was directly ejected from the courtyard by the sea of trees. Ahem, Jiraiya, what's the situation? Toad Buntat, who was almost thrown off the pipe in his mouth, looked at the place in front of him protected by wood style and asked Jiraiya on his head. I encountered a hard stubble this time. Jiraiya didn't immediately tell the opponent how hard his opponent was, but just stared at the courtyard covered by wood style and printed on both hands, Fire Style Big Flame Bomb. Chakra, which had been refined into oil by Jiraiya, was lit, followed Jiraiya's mouth and flew directly to the courtyard. But before the fire reached the courtyard, it was blocked by another huge figure. Snake G's white giant snake once again appeared in this main world. Master Snake G. The white giant snake greeted Snake G softly after blocking Jiraiya fire style with venom. What happened to what I told you last time? Snake G did not care about Jiraiya, who was still staring at her, but first asked the white giant snake under her feet. I'm sorry, Lord Snakeheim, I didn't return to the original Rika cave, but went to a strange Rika cave, where I saw the guy before. The guy in the white big snake mouth, obviously it's Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes. Chapter 67. Didn't go back. The Snake G was not too disappointed when she heard this. She had only guessed that it would be best for the white giant snake to return to the original world, and it would not affect her. Big. If you can't go back, you can't go back, let's solve the opposite Jiraiya first. Snake G did not continue to struggle with this problem, but returned her attention to Jiraiya. When the white giant snake was brought by summoning, he had already noticed the toad Wenta on the opposite side. He just answered Snake G's question and could not observe carefully, is Lord Jiraiya also here? But why are we fighting against Lord Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya is not. Okay, don't say anything, why do you have more words than me? Come on. Under the urging of Snake G, the white Orochimaru no longer had 8 trigrams anymore, and moved quickly forward, opening his mouth and biting towards the toad man too much. I haven't figured out why the other party has the toad Buntat of Rika Cave or Akai Cave. The toad Buntat, who is in a dazed state, has been entangled by the white giant snake before the big sword from his waist can be taken out. Jiraiya. The opponent's summoning beast is at the same level as himself. Toad can't break free for a while, and can only hope that Jiraiya can provide some help to him. But at this time Jiraiya has also fallen into a fierce battle with Snake G, and now it is not very helpful to Toad when, you wait first. After leaving a word, Jiraiya concentrated on starting a battle with Snake G. Ninfa Toad Oil Bomb. Jiraiya jumped from Wenta's head into the air, from mid-air, transformed chakra into oil, and sprayed it at the snake girl on the head of the white giant snake. The Toad Oil Bomb has a relatively large range, and after opening, it covers a large area around the snake girl. However, for Jiraiya's tricks, she has long been familiar with it. Before the Toad Oil Bomb reached her side, Snake G had already stretched out her right hand, Ninfa Evil Snake Wrist Burst. As soon as Snake G's voice fell, a few white pythons rushed out and collected all the oil bombs, without giving Jiraiya a chance to detonate them with fire style. Damn it! Jiraiya, who was about to attach the great fireball to the back of the Toad Oil Bomb, had a headache when seeing Snake G digest all the Toad Oil Bombs. I advise you to obediently, you can't win, little Jiraiya. Although she is still fighting, Snake G's words are still gentle, and there is still a smile on her face, she said to Jiraiya. Looking at Snake G's face, Jiraiya was a little moved, but when I recalled Orochimaru in the courtyard just now, Jiraiya was a bit uncomfortable. He really couldn't separate Snake and Orochimaru into two people. Orochimaru, that's a man. What are you doing? You can't change your mind just because the other person has become beautiful. However, it's impossible to take away Naruto, Tsunade, or the white-haired child who resembles second generation. Now, as long as I can get away and go back and tell Konoha other things, let the old man of third generation think about it. Var. After deciding to retreat, Jiraiya's battle is no longer so desperate, and there is no sage transformation to upgrade the battle. Instead, ninjutsu is mainly placed on the big white snake, so that the toad can get out of it too. Bondage. The battle between the two started in Wanjun and others. It was not too fierce, but for the surrounding residents, it was another disaster. The new street that was finally built was destroyed again. Brother, let me go. Tobirama, who was still constrained by Senju Hashirama, shouted to his elder brother. You kid, stay with me. Senju Hashirama didn't let Tobirama do what he wanted. Instead, together with Manjun, Orochimaru, and Tokinaki Kishi, they rode a fast-growing giant tree and headed towards Snakeheim. Hashirama didn't plan to bring Orochimaru, but Wanjun was afraid that Konoha-sunan, who was a little thoughtful, would run away, so Hashirama would also bring Orochimaru. That's bad. When Jiraiya saw the fast-growing giant tree, she knew that the situation was not good. Although Jiraiya didn't dare to be 100% sure of the identity of the other party's first generation, but the strength was 100% strong. After coming over, it will be difficult to run away. Wentai! Jiraiya yelled and directed the Toad Bunta at his feet, and was about to run away. I know. Toad Wen vomited a ring of smoke too much, and his whole body pressed down, and he was about to jump out of the city with his legs. However, under Wanjun's instructions, Senju Hashirama wouldn't let Jiraiya leave so easily. After the tree at his feet was level with the snake girl next to him, Senju Hashirama slapped both hands, wood-style thorn-killing technique. This ninjutsu was not actually developed by Hashirama himself, but he came to this world. Wanjun told him that this kind of ninjutsu is not too powerful, and Senju Hashirama didn't use it much before. And Wanjun, who was inspired by Yamato, told Senju Hashirama about the general form of ninjutsu. After Hashirama slapped both hands, ninjutsu appeared directly. But this time, I was dealing with a large summoning beast like Toad Wenta, so this time the thorn-killing technique was very huge, and the surrounding wooden boards were basically as thick as the summoning snake of Snake G. After blocking the path of Toad Wenta, a vine appeared in the middle of a dozen planks, and quickly rolled Toad Wenta in it. Jiraiya, you are the guy you provoke this time. It's not quite right. Compared to the more perceptive snake summoning beast Wan Shi, after the Toad Man was too tied up by the vine, I felt that the other ninja who used the wood style was somewhat unusual. It's really wrong, Wentai, you go back first. Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Wentai, saw that his summoning beast could no longer move, so he could only return it directly to Mount Maiboku. When Wentai left, in front of Wanjun and others, there was only one opponent, Jiraiya. How about it, do you want to come? Snake G saw Jiraiya alone and surrounded by first generation's wood style, and yelled to Jiraiya with some amusement. Jiraiya didn't bother to care about Snake G's ridicule, and saw that he jumped from the vine that had bound Toad Wenta to the huge wooden plank closest to Wanjun and others, and said, Master First Generation. What's the matter? Senju Hashirama had been uncomfortable in his waist after fighting with Akatsuki from the Minato world before. At this time, he was sitting on a chair made of wood style. Will you return to Konoha? Jiraiya stared straight at Senju Hashirama, trying to get from this first Hokage the question he had been thinking about since entering the courtyard. Chapter 68. Back to Konoha. Senju Hashirama smiled when he heard Jiraiya's question. Is the will of fire in Konoha? Jiraiya was caught up in Senju Hashirama's words for a while, and I don't know how to refute it. Yes, the will of fire must always be in Konoha. Is Konoha necessarily the owner of will of fire? Where there is the will of fire is the real Konoha. Little guy, let's talk. Senju Hashirama saw that Jiraiya was not like the Konoha shinobi who had seen this world before, so he directly invited Jiraiya and prepared to take him back to the courtyard to have a good chat. Seeing that Senju Hashirama had given Jiraiya such a chance, the snake girl on the side also persuaded Jiraiya, "Come on here, little Jiraiya," regardless of the stupid thing the fellow maid had just committed. "Don't call me little Jiraiya." Jiraiya is not used to the name Snake Ji, but after refuting Snake Ji, he jumped on top of the white Orochimaru's head. "I can talk." Seeing that Jiraiya actually agreed to his proposal, Wanjun no longer embarrassed him, greeted the surrounding Hokage, and returned to the courtyard. The wooden planks made by Senju Hashirama using wood style just now were taken back directly by Hashirama, leaving more than 10 large pits for the residents of Sicheng. After returning to the courtyard, the sea of trees to bounce off Tobirama had long since disappeared, but Senju Tobirama is still bound by wooden slats. This is the only wood-style ninjutsu left by Hashirama. "How did you bring this guy back?" Senju Tobirama, who had always wanted to avenge his granddaughter Tsunade, said angrily when he saw Jiraiya again. Now he is not just because Tsunade is about to be robbed and can't understand Jiraiya anymore. The account he was bound by Hashirama just now has also been counted on Jiraiya by Senju Hashirama. "When can your kid change this temper?" Senju Hashirama said to his younger brother as he lifted the bondage of Tobirama. But Tobirama didn't listen to this sentence. As soon as he was put down by Senju Hashirama, he rushed directly to Jiraiya, preparing to give this disciple a combo punch. But before he rushed to Jiraiya's side, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands again. From the wooden house where Fukin Kishi lived, he stretched out a wooden slat, rolled up Senju Tobirama, and carried it directly into the house. "Elder brother." After Senju Tobirama left these two words, the whole person disappeared in front of Wanjun and others. "You are a bit cruel to your brother." Seeing Senju Tobirama being dragged away like this, Wanjun said to Senju Hashirama a bit amused. Although Wanjun made a complaint, Senju Hashirama didn't take it seriously. This kid still has to shut down. While Manjun was talking with Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, who came back together with their hands, stared in the direction where Senju Tobirama disappeared, and said nothing. "Brother, is this really second Hokage Senju Tobirama? Then, why has it become smaller? Could this organization be the same as Orochimaru's research, thus making Tsunade and second-generation adults younger?" Thinking about it this way, Jiraiya felt it was very possible. Otherwise, how can I explain that both Tsunade and Tobirama are so small? And what I want in the end is that there is Orochimaru in this organization. With this guy, I have to make Jiraiya think in this direction. However, Wanjun didn't let Jiraiya think for too long by himself. After Tobirama disappeared, he led everyone into the lobby of the courtyard. "Chi Shi, go and pour some water." As soon as he sat down, Wanjun commanded Fujian Chi Shi, the nanny in the organization. After locking Tsunade and Naruto in the house just now, Fukin Kishi has been watching the battle between Snake Ji and Jiraiya in the courtyard. After watching the battle, he secretly sighed about the use of his hard-working Jainin. At this moment, I was still thinking about Fujian Chi Shi of Big Toad and Big Snake. After hearing Wanjun's words, a Jiling quickly responded and went to find the cup. Not long after sitting down, Jiraiya couldn't help it, looked at Hashirama, and said, "Master First Generation. Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" Hashirama beat her waist, lowered her head, and didn't look at Jiraiya. Why did Master First Generation leave Konoha? What Jiraiya wants to know most now is this, and it's not just why First Generation left, but also Second Generation and Fourth Generation Minato, and now Orochimaru and Tsunade are added. Why did these Hokage and strong men who used to Konoha choose to leave Konoha one by one? Why? Senju Hashirama raised his head and looked at Manjun. Of course it is because of Mr. Manjun. Manjun? This is the only person in this room that you don't know except for the one who carries the water. Is this the key to the first generation lords leaving Konoha? But why? Don't think about it, you can leave for a meal. Say to your third generation when you go back. Don't send anyone. Wanjun asked Jiraiya to stay and talk, mainly because he didn't want to be continued by Konoha's ninja. The annoyance has continued, and a few of these 2 days, I really can't bear it. If you come again, don't blame us for looking for him again. If someone else said that, Jiraiya would certainly not take it seriously, but for Wanjun, it would be different. Although I don't know why the first generation people will be an organization with this person, and this person named Wanjun seems to be the leader. He said that, but it doesn't mean that he went to Konoha alone. As long as he has been, his organization will definitely reach Konoha. That would be the same as the last time Konoha was attacked, at least half of Shinobu village would be destroyed again. Master First Generation. Jiraiya still pinned his hopes on Senju Hashirama. As Konoha's first Hokage, Jiraiya naturally trusts him. The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. Senju Hashirama turned his head to look at Jiraiya and said, "The will of fire is not to impose pain on a child, nor does it cause Uchiha to annihilate the clan, let alone seize their eyes after annihilation." Senju Hashirama didn't speak loudly, as if he was telling a bedtime story. But the content in it shocked Jiraiya. Listening to Mr. First Generation's words, I seem to have been very disappointed with Konoha. Jiraiya guessed right. Senju Hashirama already knew a lot of information in the last battle where Wanjun took everyone into Konoha. There was no Uchiha who came to fight against himself and others. Danzo's right arm and right eye concealed only Uchiha's eyes, and the spurned nine tails Jinchuriki Naruto. All the things he saw made this ninja god not want to connect Konoha in this world with the will of fire he wanted to inherit. His Konoha was just the Shinobu village that had been peaceful for decades. The place where the Uchiha family worked together, that has been passed to the village of Nawaki. Only there is his Konoha. Chapter 69. Senju Hashirama has already made it very clear. Jiraiya is not a dull person, so I can understand what Senju Hashirama means. This first Hokage is not ready to return to Konoha. Go back, and tell your third Hokage that Konoha needs to change. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, he stood up and left the room, leaving Jiraiya to face Manjun and Snakeheim. For these people in the house, Jiraiya didn't know what to say for a while. In this, Orochimaru was rebellious from the beginning, and he had nothing to say about himself. In addition, the guy who looks like the leader, although he knows how to use wood style, does not look like a person from the Senju family. In the past few decades, not many people from the Senju clan have come out. As a teammate of Tsunade, he also knows Senju. A family situation. And the most important thing is that I still don't know him well, there is nothing to say. After these two people were excluded by Jiraiya, Jiraiya thought that only Snake G could talk to each other in the house. This woman who went shopping with him and went to the bathhouse just now. How do I feel that you and Orochimaru are the same? After Senju Hashirama left, the room was silent for a long time. Jiraiya held back for a long time before staring at Snake G to ask, and his usual speaking style was fully revealed in the words. You can't be polite when you speak. Snake G leaned on the table and did not sit down. After hearing Jiraiya's question, she glared at Jiraiya. What is it? Not what is it, what do you have? Relationship. This. When talking to this snake girl, Jiraiya has never taken the initiative, so after the snake girl said this sentence, she directly made Jiraiya not know how to pick it up. Jiraiya's tentative questioning stopped, but Wanjun on the side couldn't stand it anymore. After taking a sip of the water brought in by Fujian-chi Shigang, he said to Jiraiya, "Are you going straight away, or are you going to eat? Leave after dinner." Jiraiya wanted to leave immediately, but after taking a look at Orochimaru and Snakeheim, he changed his mind and said, "I will leave later." "That's okay, Chi-shi, and remember to prepare a copy for this ninja from Konoha later." Won Jun put the water glass down and said to Fuji Unchi who was standing by, "Yes, remember to take it. Money, this food is not cheap." When Fuji Unchi heard that he could still collect money from Jiraiya, he was overjoyed and smiled, "Okay, my lord. Do you want to collect money?" Jiraiya was stunned by Won Jun's words, "And staying together to eat is for this meal?" Seeing that Jiraiya was squashed, Won Jun was a little funny, stood up and said, "Well, can you still eat for nothing? Where can you go to eat without spending money?" Seeing that being charged was inevitable, Jiraiya did not continue to fight, but moved the chair under him in the direction of Snake Ji. However, seeing Jiraiya approaching, the snake girl over there backed away and came to Orochimaru's side. "Ahem, are you Orochimaru or is he Orochimaru?" Jiraiya was still a little unwilling to give up. After moving to the side of Orochimaru and Snakeheim, he asked them. This was a question he was confused from the beginning. Although the two looked different, Jiraiya just felt the same breath as Orochimaru and Snakeheim at first, so she directly regarded Snakeheim as Orochimaru. But now because of the appearance of the main world Orochimaru, Jiraiya is becoming more and more curious about Snake Ji. The Snake Ji Zime in front of him smiled and bends down slightly, his head is less than a palm distance from Jiraiya. "Didn't I tell you, what does it have to do with you?" Orochimaru, who was next to Snake Ji, saw this and said, "Jiraiya, how about you also be a traitor? I know who it is." From the conversation between the two, Jiraiya has roughly guessed who the real Snake Ji is, but now, the Snake Ji's true identity has become the most information Jiraiya wants to obtain. Jiraiya wanted to find out the true identity of Snake Ji, but Snake Ji was not ready to continue to deal with this silly big one. She turned around and said directly to Won Jun, "Master Won Jun, this thing may take some time. Find out all of its information, and then, I can only put it here again." Snake Ji said. She took out Rin-Egan who was on her body and put it on the table. Not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, Snake Ji also deliberately placed the jar with Rin-Egan in the center of the table so that Jiraiya could also see it clearly. After hearing Snake Ji's words, Won Jun glanced at the jar on the table and nodded, "It's okay, you can use it first." After speaking, Won Jun also glanced at Jiraiya at the table, the master of Nagato. He didn't know how he would react after seeing this Rin-Egan. Snake Ji, she must have known something from Jiraiya in her original world before taking Rin-Egan out. Unexpectedly, Won Jun's eyes were straight when Jiraiya saw the Rin-Egan and stared at the jar. Rin-Egan. These are the eyes he has only seen in Nagato, the son of prophecy. Thinking of this, Jiraiya turned his head abruptly and looked at Won Jun. "What did you give him? That guy is fine, he's better off than you." Won Jun stretched out his hand to stop Fuji Unchi who wanted to stand in front of him, and said to Jiraiya. He knew that Jiraiya, who had just seen the strength of his team, would not take it lightly anymore. If this guy continues to do something, Won Jun can't guarantee that this guy can walk straight out of the courtyard. Wait! Jiraiya, who stood up and was about to have an attack, suddenly thought of something, glanced at Won Jun, and then looked at Rin-Egan on the table again. Could it be? The prediction can't be wrong, but why did Rin-Egan appear here? If the prediction is correct, then it is his own guess that appeared? Thinking of this, Jiraiya was shocked. Could it be that the real prophetic son is not Nagato, but the organization he is now in? However, when you think about it carefully, the strength of this organization is indeed amazing. There are Lord First Generation, Minato, Snakeheim, and Orochimaru. This strength cannot be said to be the real existence that can save the ninja world. But is this really the case? If this is the case, do you want to stay and observe for a while? Because Jiraiya had been thinking about the son of prophecy in his heart, Jiraiya had been standing for a long time without speaking. Won Jun didn't want to accompany this guy to the station, so he walked out of the room and was ready to play with Tsunade. During this period of time, Won Jun's favorite thing is to play with Tsunade and play with this little girl. As long as he gets gambling, Tsunade will lose. Won Jun has won a lot of things from Tsunade since he was a child. Although these things will eventually be quarreled by Tsunade to go back, Won Jun still enjoys them. Chapter 70. When Won Jun approached Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, who was standing in the lobby, was determined to stay and observe the organization. Whether it's the Hokage of the past, the two Orochimaru, or the Sons of Prophecy mentioned on Mount Maiboku, these are all questions that haunt Jiraiya's heart for answers. Orochimaru, and, how do you call this person? Jiraiya has never asked her name since she misidentified Snakeheim. Now that Orochimaru Snakeheim is standing in front of her, Jiraiya still doesn't know why she is not called. Name, you just call me Snake G. Snake G reached out and tapped Jiraiya's forehead, then picked up the bottle with Rinnegan on the table, and left the room directly. When she passed the door, Snake G returned. He turned his head and smiled and glanced at Jiraiya. After Snake G left, only Konoha-san's two teammates, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, were left in the room. Orochimaru looked at the door, and no one else showed up before he proactively said to Jiraiya, "The old man is okay, but I think it should be okay. With Danzo here, his old man's life should not be counted." Too bad. Danzo's roots have always been responsible for the dark side of Konoha, and third generation did not worry too much about these things. He shouldn't want to hear your greetings. Jiraiya has always been very sad about Orochimaru's defection. The teammates then turned into enemies, and no one can let them go for a short time. Besides, I don't plan to go back anymore. After Orochimaru heard Jiraiya's words, he kept asking, "What? You're not going back? Why? Are you planning to be a betrayer? Or, are you planning to stay? You don't need to worry about this." Jiraiya didn't want to talk to Orochimaru too much. After speaking, he walked out the door and said as he walked, "I don't think you are like a member of this organization, right? Captive." Orochimaru just wanted to go back, but Jiraiya had disappeared at the gate. After Jiraiya walked out of the room, he scanned the surroundings. At this time, there were not many people in the courtyard. They were sitting beside a stone table beside a wooden house made by Senju Hashirama wood style. There were 3 people including Won Jun, celebrities, and Tsunade. "Let's play this today." Tsunade, holding the big dice that he just bought, waved in front of Won Jun's eyes. Regarding gambling on this thing, after Senju Hashirama demonstrated to her, the little guy's enthusiasm for this project was overwhelming. Every day he was pestering his grandfather, or Snake G or Won Jun, insisting to bet something. "What makes me feel better? Okay, play this today." Won Jun nodded and said. What is used to bet against Tsunade is no different for Won Jun, anyway, in the end, he will win. By the way, sitting next to him, Uzumaki Naruto, who is not too happy, is also one of Tsunade's sufferers. Good. Tsunade is at the age of fun. It doesn't matter if you lose or not. As long as you can play, the most important thing is that you should be able to return what you lose. After placing the dice on the table, Tsunade took out a coin from her kabuto, which was the 100 taels she had to pass from Won Jun before. "Today I use this, Naruto, and you." With that, Tsunade looked up at Naruto. Won Jun's gambling capital Tsunade did not need to be confirmed. But Naruto is different. This guy doesn't necessarily have money, so Tsunade asked this specifically. "I still have it. I won from you last time." Naruto, who was stunned and silent, recovered from the trance after hearing Tsunade's questioning and placed 2 coins on the table. However, the total of the 2 is only 70 taels, which is lower than Tsunade. But Tsunade didn't care about the face value of Naruto's coins. What she valued most was her main rival, Won Jun. Naruto didn't have much money in total. Won Jun saw Naruto's Tsunade staring at him after asking, and smiled, and took out a few coins from kabuto, the smallest of which was 500 taels in face value. Seeing these coins, Tsunade's eyes straightened. Today, I have to put all these coins in my pocket, or my grandpa will make fun of me again. I'll start today. Tsunade, who stared at Wanjun's 500 and 1,000 coins, grabbed the dice on the table in his hand. And just as Tsunade was going to catch the dice, Jiraiya happened to be behind her. Jiraiya, who was idle and fine anyway, could only come to this only place where people were active. Manjun, who saw Jiraiya walking by, looked up and did not stop the enemy just now. Instead, he nodded to Tsunade and said, "Okay, let's go first today." After Tsunade heard Wanjun's promise, he quickly threw the dice onto the table. Because of the harder force, the dice went around the table several times before stopping. And when it finished its last lap and lay on the table, the side with the 5 dots was facing the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 o'clock. Tsunade counted the points, with a smile on her face. She had never shaken such a big number. "It's your turn. It's your turn." Happy Tsunade pushed the dice in front of Naruto. "Naruto, hurry up." Naruto, who had been listless, had no choice but to throw the dice randomly at Tsunade's urging. The dice rolled around on the table and fell quickly. 6 o'clock. Why is it 6? Tsunade looked at the 6-point-up dice with a disappointed look. He finally rolled a 5-point. How could Naruto throw the only number larger than himself? However, there is still a chance. I still have a chance before Master Wanjun throws it away. I can't let Grandpa Hashirama laugh at me anymore. At this time, Tsunade can only pin his only hope on Wanjun, hoping that he can roll a point below 6 so that he can win once. Boom! While Tsunade was still praying, Wanjun had already dropped the dice and, like all previous betting games, a 6 o'clock, directly hit Tsunade, who was happy just now, back to his original shape. "Here you are." Although he lost, Tsunade pushed the coin in front of Manjun and Naruto. "I'm gone, no more. I still have it." When Tsunade was about to jump off the stool and went back to find his grandfather for some coins, Jiraiya reached out and stopped her. But Tsunade didn't like this guy who wanted to take him away on the street just now. When Jiraiya's hand was about to touch her shoulder, Tsunade drew sideways and said, "Hey, I don't want you." Tsunade, who jumped off the stool, was still puzzled, and stopped halfway to Hashirama, turning his head back and making a tortoise face at Jiraiya. Wanjun didn't care about Jiraiya and Tsunade's play, but reached out and put Tsunade's coin in front of Naruto. "Naruto, what happened today?" Naruto was asked by Wanjun, and raised his head, which had been low. At this time, his eye sockets were a little red. "Master Wanjun, I miss my father, I miss Mr. Irika, Sakura, Chiji, and others." Chapter 71. This. After hearing Naruto's words, Wanjun didn't know what to do for a while. Minato chose to stay in his world temporarily, but Naruto felt that he had lost his father again. And this time, Naruto has not been accompanied by his friends. Even though Tsunade is with him every day, Naruto still thinks about his past in Konoha. "Although I have been called a demon fox for a long time, I also met friends at the ninja school, Chiji and Shikamaru, little Sakura, Hinata, and the ramen of the handmaid uncle." All these thoughts caused Uzumaki Naruto to burst out suddenly while Minato was away. Although he found his father back, the ninja school also has friends he has always had, a teacher he respects, and the Hokage position he has always longed for. "Manjun-sama, will we still return to Konoha? Will he take me back to Konoha when my father returns?" The tears that swirled in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes had already overflowed, wet Naruto's cheeks. When asked about this, Wanjun really didn't know how to answer. He and others have already invaded Konoha once, and speaking of it, the Hokage that he awakens is only a character in parallel time and space, and Konoha who cannot return to the main world does not have much impact on them. But Naruto is different. He is a native character in the main world and possesses all the memories and past of Konoha from his childhood to the present. Even if he is called a demon fox and is disliked by everyone, there are still things he cherishes, and there are still people he has always liked and liked him. Jiraiya, who was standing on the side, saw the situation and immediately became energetic. Seeing this, does Naruto want to return to Konoha? Isn't that right? I can take him back to Konoha in a while. You. Wanjun glanced at Jiraiya and waved his hand. Forget it, wait until his father comes back. I won't let you take him back now. Just when Manjun and Jiraiya were in the courtyard discussing who would take Naruto back to Konoha for a round. In the world where Namikaze Minato lives, Konoha's fourth Hokage is discussing matters with his disciple, 5th generation Uchiha Itachi. How about? Is this I still used to it? Namikaze Minato, who was only wearing a tight ninja suit, looked a little thin and tired. He half squinted his eyes and felt like he had to fall asleep all the time. He was busy rebuilding the village for Konoha for a while, and he hardly had a good night's sleep. After questioning, Namikaze Minato took a stool from the side and sat down. While lying on the bed, Uchiha Itachi hadn't recovered, reached out and touched his right eye. At this time, his Sharingan has been removed by the medical ninja in the village, and replaced with the one taken from Uchiha Madara when cleaning the battlefield. Senju Hashirama, who killed Uchiha Madara in this world, didn't take this eye because it was too troublesome. This allowed 5th Hokage to pick up a bargain. Teacher, this is Rinnegan. Uchiha Itachi said with some shame. In his opinion, he who succeeded Hokage did not fulfill his duties. Konoha was losing ground in the battle against Akatsuki, and even Konoha was almost destroyed. Had it not been for his own teacher, Konoha's 4th Hokage had brought back the reinforcements and wiped out Akatsuki's organization. Perhaps Konoha would have long since ceased to exist, and the entire world had already lived under Akatsuki's rule. You don't have to blame yourself. Namikaze Minato reached out and patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder. After all, it was caused by me. If it weren't for me, Konoha would not be like this. If it weren't for me, Kushina would not die, and Master 3rd Generation, Mrs. Jiraiya, Obito, Kakashi, and Lin would not. The more Namikaze Minato said, the more he recalled his own memories, all because of himself. If it weren't for the help of Master 1st Generation this time, the ending might have ended in Konoha's destruction. Teacher, it's a thing of the past. Uchiha Itachi didn't know how to comfort Minato, so he turned to the subject. Does teacher have any plans for the future ninja village? A few days ago, Uchiha Itachi learned from Minato that his teacher would leave soon, so he wanted to ask him about his future plans for Konoha while his teacher was still in Konoha. Namikaze Minato had already thought about this for a long time, and saw him ponder for a moment, squinting his eyes, and said in a low voice, 5 countries, only 1 shinobu village is needed. A shinobu village? Uchiha Itachi was a little puzzled. Is his teacher preparing to unite the 5 countries? This matter is not so easy to handle. The 5 major countries have never belonged to each other, and their respective hatred can be traced back to the Sengoku era. This kind of hatred, but it is impossible to remove it for a while. Regarding Uchiha Itachi's question, Namikaze Minato nodded firmly, and said, yes, a shinobu village, and the 5 big countries don't need it anymore. What? What do you mean? Uchiha Itachi was shocked by Namikaze Minato's words, and his teacher's meaning was already very obvious. The world only needs a country of fire, and shinobu village needs only 1 Konoha. Namikaze Minato said, standing up, you have a good rest, I will take advantage of the rest of the day to deal with these things. After speaking, Namikaze Minato didn't wait for Uchiha Itachi to speak, and left the room, leaving only Uchiha Itachi, who was staring at the door in a daze. In the next few days, Uchiha Itachi on the hospital bed continued to receive information from the outside world. Because the other 4 ninja villages had escaped from the Akatsuki organization and fled to Konoha, Namikaze Minato was able to go directly to Konoha. Opened the 5 Shadows Conference. And because they didn't support Minato's plan, the new players of Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure were directly killed by Minato. Although the remaining ninjas of the 2 major ninja villages rebelled, they ended up in front of the Konoha shinobi who had fairly complete combat power. Was suppressed. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, after seeing this situation, chose to compromise. When everything was handled by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi also walked out of the ward and stood on Hokage Rock again. His teacher, Namikaze Minato, had already waited on it. Teacher. Uchiha Itachi opened a Rinnegan, a Mangeki Sharingan who was about to go blind, and sat next to Namikaze Minato. It's been a long time since I've been sitting here. Namikaze Minato, who was busy with his plan, felt relieved. Because of the relationship that he was about to leave soon, he eagerly wanted to turn this world into what he wanted, and now, the world is moving in the direction he expected. Teacher. Uchiha Itachi didn't know how to evaluate his teacher's blood-stained Konoha behavior. When he was young, the adult 4th generation he knew was Hokage who smiled like the sun all day long, but now, his teacher seems to have melted into the darkness. Chapter 72. On the Hokage Rock. After Minato sat on the rock and had done everything he could for the world, Namikaze Minato suddenly felt that he was relieved. Now Konoha has their 5th Hokage, and the entire ninja world will only be left with this ninja village at his feet. When Konoha's burden was removed, Minato knew that it was not only Konoha in his mind, but also Kushina. Teacher, what will you do when you go there? Uchiha Itachi is still very curious about the world Namikaze Minato went to, and he listened to his teacher, and he might also go to that world later. Me. Namikaze Minato, I thought for a while, looked at the only white cloud in the sky, and said, I want to rest first, and then I might go to Akatsuki. Is there an Akatsuki organization in that world? Uchiha Itachi looked at Minato and asked. For Akatsuki's strength, Uchiha Itachi has a personal experience. What he gave was an arm and a worn-out Mangeki Sharingan. When Tsunagakure was first defeated, Uchiha Itachi couldn't even believe it. He once followed his teacher Namikaze Minato to surprise the Akatsuki organization's base. At that time, the number of enemies was not large. Under the leadership of Minato, Konoha's ninjas directly destroyed their base. After that, Minato disappeared in this world, but because Konoha has always been crushing Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi believes that even without his own teacher, Konoha under his own leadership will be at an advantage. However, the result was far beyond Uchiha Itachi's expectations. The 4 major ninja villages missed one after another, and the shadows of the major ninja villages were also killed one after another. When the remnant ninjas of several big ninja villages gathered in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi knew that the word strong is no longer enough to describe an opponent. Of course there is, but the opponents seem to be different. Their leader will use space ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato once played against Obito when he was in the forest of the Rain Country, so he still remembers the space ninjutsu he used. Space ninjutsu. When Uchiha Itachi heard this ninjutsu, he muttered for a moment, I think there are not many people who can use this. Well, besides Flying Thunder God, this is the first time I have seen you. Namikaze Minato nodded and replied, the opponent is very strong, even stronger than Akatsuki here, but I will still send them underground. Because the affairs of this world are over, Namikaze Minato is free and easy. After that, his main goal in returning to the main world is Akatsuki organization. As for the unified ninja world discussed with Wan Jun, after the Akatsuki organization was destroyed, it was never too late to do it. When Namikaze Minato talked about Akatsuki, the smile on his face disappeared altogether. Although separated by a world, Minato still cannot forgive these people. Uchiha Itachi wanted to give some comfort, but he looked at his teacher's profile with that determined expression, and in the end he chose silence. Everything, so be it. By the way, Naruto here will be handed over to you after I am gone, you have to help me watch it. Namikaze Minato did not go to see Uchiha Itachi, but still looked at the sky and said to Itachi. A few days ago, you didn't take care of that kid, you know how to play all day long. He is at the age of playfulness, so he is good for fun, Uchiha Itachi said with a smile when Namikaze Minato mentioned Naruto. Indeed, because he was the son of his teacher, Uchiha Itachi took care of Naruto after he took the Uchiha clan to defeat Shimura and became Hokage. He not only gave him a house, but also invited someone to take care of him. Although Naruto didn't like the people who took care of him in the end, Uchiha Itachi insisted on this expenditure. The age of playfulness? You don't look at how old he is. Namikaze Minato recalled the scene when he and Manjun entered Naruto's room and laughed. However, the smile did not last long on Namikaze Minato's face. When it comes to the treatment of Naruto in this world, Namikaze Minato has to think of Naruto, who he recaptured from Konoha in the main world. The child who suffered so much in Konoha, the son of Hokage whose parents both lost their lives on the night when Nine Tails attacked the village, the two were compared, and the treatment was really different. Together, this idea strengthened his idea of separating him from the main world Konoha. Teacher. Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he saw Namikaze Minato, and yelled softly. Oh, I just thought of a person. Namikaze Minato, who was screamed by Uchiha Itachi, retracted his gaze from looking at the sky. That guy named Sasuke in your family, I didn't see you making him playful. Yesterday I saw him outside your ward, and I'm still asking about your condition. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi smiled unconsciously when he mentioned his brother. He is not the same as Naruto. Minato stood up and patted his pants. What's different is Konoha's future. He's still my brother, Uchiha's child. Seeing Minato stood up, Uchiha Itachi also supported the ground with his only arm, and stood up. He needs Sharingan. Sharingan is not very familiar to me. I don't know what's going on with you, that kid in your family, you should take care of it yourself. Namikaze Minato didn't want to take care of these children's affairs anymore. After speaking, I only saw him. Opened his arms, facing the sunset, he whispered softly, this world now is the world I want. That world also needs to make this change. Minato didn't say the latter sentence, but silently read it in his own heart. Your arm, you can go find Orochimaru, maybe he can make a new one for you. Minato, who has been on the Hokage rock for too long, is ready to go home. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Uchiha Itachi. One sentence. Because Namikaze Minato has been in contact with Orochimaru in this world for a long time these days, I also know that this teacher Jiraiya's fellow is studying the cells of Master First Generation. But he didn't want to worry about it. If you want to study, just study it. As long as Konoha can continue to be strong, and the 5 great nations will not reappear, Minato won't mind the others. After speaking, Namikaze Minato jumped under the Hokage rock without waiting for Uchiha Itachi to reply. It was almost time for dinner now, and he was rushing home to have dinner with Naruto. Uchiha Itachi looked at the teacher who was leaving and squeezed the empty arm on the other side. There is nothing wrong with one hand. Uchiha Itachi on the Hokage rock smiled. He was not going to find Orochimaru to repair his arm. This was a memorial to this war, a punishment for not being able to hold Konoha. Chapter 73. When Tenten, the world time Minato was in, passed, Wanjun of the main world was also urging Jiraiya, who was staying in the courtyard, to leave. This Minato teacher, after paying for dinner that day, stayed in this courtyard. Although Wanjun urged him to leave every day, Jiraiya treated him as a deaf ear. At night, he consciously came to the wooden house where Fugen Kishi was and slept in the wooden house hall. After a long time, Won Jun and others are too lazy to chase people, as long as this guy has to pay every day, stay and stay. Boom boom, boom boom. Just as Jiraiya was about to hand over the food for the day to Fukin Kishi, the gate of the courtyard suddenly knocked. Hearing the noise, Fukin Kishi grabbed the money in Jiraiya's hand and ran to the door. Who is it? Big, sir, I am the person sent by the Lord of Sicheng. It's too much. You give me some back. Jiraiya, who was taken away by a lot of coins by Fujian Chi-shi, chased him, but he didn't have much money, and now I can save some. After breaking off Fujian Kishi's palm, Jiraiya took out a 1,000 tael coin from it, and nodded in satisfaction, okay. Fujian Kishi glanced at Jiraiya disgustingly, put the remaining coins in Kabuto, and opened the courtyard gate. City Lord Su? Who is that? Fujian Chi-shi doesn't know any city master Su, even if he is the name of the Kingdom of Sand and the Kingdom of Rain, he doesn't care about it now. Which name can have this yard? People's Congress? Day, sir. The man outside the door was a little trembling, his clothes were not luxurious, but there were no patches. At first glance, he was not a commoner, it should be the person working under the name of Sicheng. But even so, these people are still very afraid of ninjas. Ninjas, but they are all murderous guys, none of them are easy to talk. Let's talk, what's the matter? Fujian Chi-shi said when he saw this man speak slowly, somewhat impatiently. The people outside the door swallowed, and then continued with trepidation, my lord, there was a battle here a few days ago. I heard from the residents next to you that it's your yard. Before this person finished speaking, Fujian Chi-shi stared at him, and stopped talking in fright. What do you mean? Are we going to lose money? No, no, I didn't mean it. The man was so frightened by Fujian Kishi's kick, the whole person started to shake. After the city lord knew about it, I specially asked me to come, in order to give you a bigger one. The courtyard is really too small in the place where the lord of the city surrendered his house in Blacken, saying that you can live there. What? Fujian Chi-shi didn't expect that the other party brought good news. The city lord of Sicheng didn't know what was going on in his mind, and he thought of giving up his house. Wait, I'll go back and ask. Fujian Chi-shi didn't dare to make his own decisions about this kind of thing. After closing the door, he quickly ran to Won Jun's room and knocked on the door lightly. Master Won Jun. Chi-shi? What's the matter? The room was looking at the ninjutsu encyclopedia written by Senju Hashirama, and after hearing the voice of Token Kishi, he opened the door of his room. My lord, someone came outside, saying that it was a guy sent by City Lord Su who wanted to give us his own house in Blacken. Fujian Chi-shi pointed to the door and relayed to Won Jun what the person had just said. Send the house. Won Jun was also taken aback when he heard this. Has his luck improved recently? First came a Jiraiya who paid automatically, and now came a town lord who gave the house. Is it because I often win during this time? Changed my fortune. From this point of view, I have to increase my efforts to bet against Tsunade. Yes, he said so. Fujian Chi-shi nodded and replied. Let me go and see. Won Jun said, pushing away the Fujian Chi-shi who was blocking him, and walked towards the courtyard gate. Fujian Chi-shi, who followed Won Jun, surpassed Won Jun early and helped Won Jun open the door. As soon as the door opened, the person was still standing at the door with the same slightly bowed posture. When he saw the door opened and Fujian Chi-shi faced Won Jun's expression, he knew that the person must be the person in charge of the courtyard. My lord, good day. As he spoke, the man's bowed body was bent further. When Fujian Chi-shi saw this, he was anxious. What does this mean? Why didn't you tell me just now? In fact, it's not to blame the person outside, who is replaced by an individual, and will not regard a person responsible for opening the door as the head of a group of ninjas. I heard Chi-shi said that your city chief gave me a house. Won Jun asked this person directly without going around. Yes, my lord, the lord of the city told me before I came that I must ask the adults to accept the house. The cronies didn't look up into Won Jun's eyes, but still bowed his head and said to Won Jun. Okay, I accept it. Since it was a door-to-door delivery, Won Jun had no reason to drive people away, and this was still a delivery house, which was valuable. Ah! Oh! Good lord, then I will go back and tell the city lord that if he knows that you accepted it, he will definitely be very happy. After hearing Won Jun's reply, everyone was taken aback. Let's talk about it. Before he came out, the city lord had already told him not to go back if he didn't send the house out. He had lived with the city lord all his life, and he really couldn't imagine what he could do after leaving. Fortunately, Won Jun agreed to the gift from the city lord, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to go back. After the trustee of the city owner was grateful for Date's departure, Fujian Kishi closed the door and said to Won Jun in a puzzled manner, My lord, is this a bit weird? Also usse? It's not surprising that others will rush to send the house over. Won Jun patted Fujian Kishi on the head and said, Isn't the northern city of Sicheng just the backer, except for the one he gave us? In the city lord's mansion, there are no other houses. It seems that there are too many houses destroyed these 2 times, and he can't stand it anymore. But that's okay, the house can be bigger, it's still in the city, not bad. After Won Jun's analysis, Fujian Kishi remembered the layout of this city. Apart from the city lord's mansion, this northern city really has no houses. The other party's mind should be what Master Won Jun thought, right? After that day, the city lord of Sicheng made a special trip to the courtyard. After agreeing on a date to move out, the over 60-year-old city lord looked happy. Finally, I no longer need to listen to the complaints of the vendors and residents every day. After sending these ninja adults to Blacken, I should be able to clean up a lot of time. In fact, besides this level of relationship, this city lord had deeper considerations. He had already seen the previous battle in the city lord's mansion. The big snakes, big trees, big toads, at first glance, were the existence of amazing destructive power. Compared with the previous ninja leader Hands of the Salamander, the ninja leader of the country of rain, Hands of the Salamander. The Lord of Sicheng was thinking about letting Won Jun and others put himself on the throne of a big name, but Won Jun didn't have time to pay attention to him. It's been more than 10 days since I moved out of the courtyard, plus Jiraiya's days in the courtyard. The new Hokage, Higa Hinata, is not far away. Chapter 74. The city lord's mansion where Won Jun lives now is still very large, and everyone in the team also has their own room. Even Jiraiya, the eater, got into the same room directly. In the organization, Orochimaru, who needs to be stared most now, was placed between Hashirama and Snakeheim by Won Jun. In this way, there is no need to worry about this guy running away. And when Snake G's laboratory was re-established, Naruto, who had done her help, had nothing to do again. After learning that Higa Hinata would come to this team, Naruto directly approached Won Jun. Master Manjun, I heard Master Tobirama say that Hinata will come. Uzumaki Naruto leaned on Manjun's room door and asked Manjun who was reading in the room softly. Manjun heard Naruto's voice and put down the ninjutsu encyclopedia. Yes, Hinata is coming, well, let's calculate the time, it will be there soon. Really? Hearing the news, Naruto finally smiled. He has been away from Konoha for too long and misses his former friends too much. Of course it's true. Won Jun smiled and took the ninjutsu encyclopedia in his hand, turned around, and continued to Naruto, Come in, are you a bit boring these days? Although Naruto has been helping Snake G organize the things in the laboratory these days, it can be seen that this little guy has always been a little absent-minded. From time to time, he would forget to get something. In these days when Minato hasn't returned, this little guy doesn't seem to be normal anymore. Although Naruto was thinking about coming to a friend of Konoha, the Hyuga Hinata that he awakened this time was not the gentle and shy Hyuga eldest that Naruto had always known, but the kind of bad girl in the Tsukuyomi world. I don't know if this Hinata will surprise Naruto when he comes out. My lord, if Hinata can come, yes, can younger Sakura come too? Naruto has been thinking about the girl named Harano Sakura since enrolling in school. Although Hinata is also familiar with him, he is still better than Harano Sakura. I hope little Sakura can come. Wanjun looked at this Naruto's longing eyes, a little funny. If you let this bad Hinata know that you are thinking about the girl from Harano's all day long, I wonder if you will be beaten. Harano Sakura? I don't know, let's talk about it later. However, when your father comes back, you can ask him to take you back to Konoha, but when you go back, you have to look after your father, don't let he demolished your classmate's house. Wanjun teased Naruto, the current Namikaze Minato. If it really returns to Konoha, Konoha's destroyed things will definitely be more than the last time. Well, Dad comes back and I will let him take me back. Naruto didn't know that Wanjun was teasing, and nodded vigorously, remembering the matter in his head. After talking about Hinata and little Sakura, the idle Naruto turned his attention to the book of ninjutsu in Manjun's hands. This ninjutsu encyclopedia was specially written for Wanjun by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. It contains 3 escape techniques, wood style, water style, and earth style, as well as some forbidden techniques that Snake G added to it. This kind of existence similar to the forbidden technique scroll is generally not seen in other shinobi villages. But now, the book was put on the table by Wanjun casually. Do you want to see? Seeing that Naruto kept focusing on the book he had just put down, Wanjun reached out and picked it up. If you want to see it, let's take a look first. I'll see how long Hinata will be here. Can I read it too? After being allowed to read this book by Wanjun, Naruto excitedly stretched out his hand and took the ninjutsu encyclopedia over the whole time. Naruto is eager to learn ninjutsu, thank you, Master Wanjun. After speaking, Naruto sat down opposite Wanjun obediently, opened the book, and started to read it. Although I have only entered the ninja school for more than half a year, Naruto can still recognize ordinary characters. When Naruto started reading, Wanjun's consciousness also entered the Hokage warehouse. At this time, on the screen outside the warehouse, it took less than 2 minutes for Hinata to wake up after being transformed by distinguished heavenly gods. Life flies a bit faster. Wanjun sighed as he watched the time passing by on the screen. In a flash, Minato has been away for almost 40 days, and I don't know if the flow rate of the world has changed. When Minato comes back, will he have become the same old man as Hashirama, right? Thinking of this, Wanjun's mind suddenly drifted over to a picture of an elderly Minato. Wanjun shook his head and threw the picture out of his head, so don't think about it. Even if Minato can't stay in his 40s or 50s like Senju Hashirama, he won't become old-fashioned, right? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Wanjun was thinking about what old Minato should be like in his mind, the countdown to the wake of the bad Hinata on the screen in front of Wanjun has gradually become 0. It's almost here. After seeing that there were only 10 seconds left, Wanjun directly exited the Hokage warehouse and headed to the main world, waiting for the arrival of the new members of the Hokage warehouse. Hyuga Hinata, bad, has woken up, please check. Following another reminder from the Hokage warehouse, after a long time, the Wanjun team is finally about to usher in a new Hokage. The room that Wanjun is now in is the same room that the city lord lived in, so the space is very large. There is no problem in awakening Hyuga Hinata here. So Wanjun, who heard the news, directly chose to receive it, and awakened Hyuga Hinata into this main world. Hyuga Hinata, bad. The eldest daughter of Hyuga family, 4th Hokage Hyuga Hayashi's daughter, under the love of her father, Princess Hyuga, who will eventually take over as Hokage, becomes a bad girl in Konoha. Although Hyuga Hayashi had repeatedly admonished, but in the end, Hyuga Hinata was regarded as a deaf ear. In Konoha, the bad organization headed by Hyuga Hinata has more and more members. Among them are his brother Niji and sister Hanabi. Organization, Wanjun Team. Ninjutsu, A. Physique, S. Illusion, A. Awakened by Hokage's warehouse, the bad girl Hinata finally appeared in front of Wanjun. With big red lipstick lips and short shorts and hot pants, Hinata, who just appeared, was looking at Wanjun and Naruto, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a pair of hollow Byakugan. Master Wanjun. What? It's not interesting at all. Hey, Naruto is there. Hinata folded his hands on his chest and looked at Naruto, who was reading with a disdainful expression. After Hinata stood for a few seconds, he saw that Naruto was still quiet, which made the bad girl very annoyed. She flicked her hands and stepped behind Naruto. Slap! Hinata slapped Naruto's head firmly. What are you looking at? Just when Naruto was slapped violently in the room, Wanjun also received the next upcoming Hokage message from the Hokage warehouse. Wake up soon. Chapter 75. Hokage Warehouse, Inventory 794,800. Waking up, Shimura Dans, steady, 42 years old, peak period. Konoha's third Hokage is extremely cautious. Every time you go out to perform a task, you will definitely carry more than 300 detonating charms, a short blade, 2 long knives, and a few other endurance tools. Because there are too many things, you carry a backpack all the year round. Before each battle, he would improve his plan throughout the night, be down to earth, and stay on the ground step by step. It is because of this habit that he won the appreciation of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. In the implementation of the distinguished heavenly god's plan, the remaining wake-up time is 79 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 47 seconds. Shimura Dans? When Wanjun saw the name Shimura Dans, he was stunned. He had never thought that this time he would get the famous Pot King out. However, the world that Snake G lives in is the Hokage that Shimura Dans became, so Wanjun had already prepared. After determining who the next Hokage will be, Wanjun also withdrew from the Hokage warehouse. As soon as his consciousness returned to his room, Wanjun saw Naruto holding the book and turning his head to Hinata's direction, with a surprised expression. Hey? Ah! There were 2 exclamations, one was because I saw the arrival of this suspected Hinata, and the other was surprised at how Hinata became like this. Is this really Hinata? In Naruto's impression, Hinata is a cute child who is always shy. However, the person in front of me now feels completely different. Snapped. Just as Naruto was stunned, Hinata slapped his forehead again. Look at it, don't think you can run away when you get here. I snapped. What am I? You snapped. What are you? I didn't expect to meet you here. It just so happens that you will be my little brother from today. The guy Niji didn't follow, and you will be responsible for carrying the bag for this eldest lady in the future. Rewarded again. Hinata, who took Naruto's hand, ignored the dumbfounded guy in front of him, and strode directly towards the door of the room. When passing by Wanjun, Hinata stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and said, Master Wanjun, I'll go out for a stroll. After speaking, he walked out of the room without waiting for Wanjun to reply. However, after crossing the threshold, Hinata stopped and turned back again. Naruto, come here, don't you let you follow me? What are you doing in a daze? Ah? Oh, okay. Naruto didn't know why he answered like that. After answering, he threw down the book and said hello to Wanjun, then ran out of the room and followed Hyuga Hinata, not knowing where to go. Went. After both of them disappeared, Wanjun shook his head. This is really bad. Naruto was cleaned up and obedient, and a few slaps made this 4th-generation son a follower. However, as soon as the 2 of them left, Won Jun was free. No one bothered in the room. He took the book that Naruto had put down again in his hand. However, less than 2 minutes after Won Jun sat down, before he finished watching a ninjutsu, the door of his room was knocked again. Won Jun heard the sound and looked up, and saw that Tsunade was looking at Won Jun with his big eyes open. What's the matter? Won Jun beckoned Tsunade to enter the house, then hugged him onto the stool. Someone robbed me just now. As soon as he sat down, Tsunade complained to Won Jun. Tsunade, who was about to find Won Jun to play, took the coins and his dice he had just brought from Hashirama. When he came to Won Jun's room, he suddenly met Naruto and a woman with Byakugan on the way. And that person is Hyuga Hinata, who just left from Won Jun. After the two met, after a few words of conversation, Hyuga Hinata took the dice from Tsunade's hand without saying a word, and called it a 2-day loan. No, Tsunade, who used to hold things in both hands, now only has 1 coin in his hand. It was robbed. Won Jun never expected Hinata to take the dice from Tsunade's hand. Is it just for you? Nothing to say. Hey. After Won Jun's question, Tsunade tried hard to recall the scene just now. It seems to say that she won't be ugly again next time. Now, Won Jun knows why Hinata had taken the dice from Tsunade's hand when he was young. You said that others are ugly? How can you say that others are ugly? Don't say it again next time. Won Jun said to Tsunade amusedly. You were probably not beaten because you were too young. After laughing, Won Jun decided to comfort the child who had been robbed of his beloved thing. He took out 2 coins and handed them to Tsunade. Come on, here you are. 1,000 hey, hee hee. After seeing the face value of the coin, Tsunade suddenly turned from worries to joy, and smiled and put 2 1,000 tael coins into his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Won Jun. After thanking him, Tsunade jumped off the stool and rushed towards the door. Where are you going? Won Jun asked suspiciously when he saw this little girl running so fast. I just gave you money, so I don't want to stay and play for a while. The white-haired uncle said that I had 1,000 taels before betting with me. I have it now and I'm going to win him. Little Tsunade stretched the coin in his hand into the air and shook it, then the whole person quickly ran over to the room where Jiraiya lived. I said how to run so fast, it turned out to be a bet with Jiraiya. But what makes you think you can win? After losing for so long, are there really no points? After Tsunade interrupted like this, Won Jun didn't want to read the book anymore. After putting the ninjutsu book in the drawer, he was ready to go out to see Snake G's research. As for the 2 masters who use snakes, it seems that they are trying to fiddle with something recently. NS. Boom. Bringing the door to his room, Won Jun heard a bang before he turned around, and something seemed to fall behind him. Won Jun turned his head and found Senju Tobirama lying on all sides behind him, looking straight at the direction of the garden. What's wrong? Why were you beaten at home? In this city of Su, Won Jun felt that no one could bully this young second Hokage. Not only was his elder brother Senju Hashirama sitting here, he also had the strength of Jainin himself. How could he be beaten here? Moreover, it looked pretty miserable. Is it the newcomer? Hinata, he is the 2nd-generation adult. While Won Jun was guessing, Naruto's voice had already given Won Jun's answer. Master 2nd generation? How could Master 2nd generation be him? Hinata stood in the garden with her waist in the garden, with a disdainful expression. Also, call me the boss, don't call my name. Chapter 76. Damn it! On Manjun's side, Senju Tobirama, who was hit by Hinata's gentle fist, endured the pain and got up from the ground. After standing up and swearing, Senju Tobirama didn't drag his feet, and rushed towards Hyuga Hinata again. Because it was in the garden, Tobirama did not use ninjutsu, but directly attacked Hinata with physique. And Hinata, who was already stronger than Jainin's physical skills, Didn't take much effort at all, so he was able to withstand all of Tobirama's attacks. After 2 or 3 confrontations, Hyuga Hinata pushed his palm and knocked Senju Tobirama back to Wanjun's side again. "Damn it, you guy from Byakugan!" Senju Tobirama, who lay back next to Wanjun again, was still a little unconvinced. If it weren't for fear of demolishing his house, Senju Tobirama would have used ninjutsu. "I used ninja surgery, and this woman from the Hyuga family definitely couldn't beat herself." Senju Tobirama thought about this, and was about to continue to stand up and confront the enemy, but as soon as he moved his feet, Tobirama realized that the chakra cup ointment on his body had been blocked by Hyuga Hinata. This damn gentle fist! In the Sengoku era before Senju Tobirama, Uchiha and Hyuga were both strong rivals, so Tobirama still has some understanding of the moves of the Hyuga clan. However, what he didn't expect was that the opponent looked not much older than him, but he had the strength to surpass him. "Okay, don't fight, this is a new player." Seeing that Senju Tobirama was blocked by the chakra cup ointment, Wanjun wanted to go to fight, and quickly reached out and grabbed him. "I know." Senju Tobirama didn't try to break free after being pulled by Wanjun. The reason for the battle between the two has already been mentioned in the conversation between Naruto and Hinata. After Tobirama admitted that he was the second Hokage, Hinata, who was outgoing, couldn't help it. "This actually pretended to be my grandpa." Hinata said that you can't be second Hokage, and it annoys Tobirama, although he doesn't agree with Konoha. But the title of second Hokage, but inherited from his brother, is it right if you say no? Therefore, the latter result can be imagined, and the two of them fought directly without 2 or 3 sentences. And because Senju Tobirama is slightly inferior to Hyuga Hinata in physical skills, that's why Wanjun saw Senju Tobirama lying on the ground just now when he went out. "Second Hokage is my grandfather and 3rd generation is my father. How could it be him?" Hyuga Hinata in the garden is still struggling with this question. Hinata's grandfather has always been her role model and the main reason why Isshin wants to become Hokage. In the world where Hyuga Hinata is located, Konoha happened shortly after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were founded. Something different from the main world happened. Most members of the Uchiha clan there still trusted Uchiha Madara and Izuna, so in Uchiha Madara after breaking with Senju Hashirama, the two clans broke out again. As a result, the two clans consumed a lot of combat power and Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama and Izuna were killed one after another. 2 or 3 kittens left by the two clans. This ending directly led to the rise of Hyuga, and the position of second Hokage also fell directly on the head of the Hyuga patriarch. It is precisely because of this that Hyuga Hinata said that second generation could not be the white-haired boy she did not know, second Hokage, obviously his grandfather. On Tobirama's side, after being defeated, he still refused to admit defeat. "You, Master Wanjun, let me go." All right." At Senju Tobirama's strong request, Wanjun directly retracted his hand holding Tobirama's shoulder. However, as soon as this hand was retracted, Senju Tobirama was stunned. Why, did he really let go? Although he didn't want to fight this Hyuga guy anymore, Manjun had let go of his hand now, and Senju Tobirama could only bite the bullet at this time. Hyuga Hinata didn't expect Senju Tobirama to come over. He had blocked most of his opponent's chakra acupoints just now, and even under such circumstances, the opponent still dared to fight again. "Tobirama." Just when Senju Tobirama stepped into the garden, his brother Hashirama's voice came from the corridor on the other side. "Brother." Senju Tobirama stopped when he heard his brother's shout. After Tobirama stopped, Senju Hashirama walked out from the corner of the corridor. The movement in the garden just now was quite big. After hearing the movement, Hashirama was also going to come and take a look. At this look, Tobirama wanted to go up and continue looking for troublesome scenes of Hyuga Hinata. "Isn't that Hyuga's little girl, what are you doing?" Hashirama walked slowly between Manjun and Tobirama and asked Tobirama. Tobirama just wanted to file a complaint with Hashirama, but thinking that he was defeated by a girl who was not much older than him, he couldn't say anything. While Senju Tobirama was thinking about whether he should say it or not, Hyuga Hinata in the garden paused looking at Hashirama, and then asked Naruto next to him with a surprised look, "This is Master First Hokage?" In the world where Hyuga Hinata is located, there is no Senju Tobirama on the Hokage rock, which also prevents her from recognizing the powerhouse of the Senju family. However, Hashirama's head is still on the Hokage rock, so Hinata suddenly appeared after Hashirama. "Recognizes First Hokage who just showed up?" "Yes, it's Master First Hokage." Uzumaki Naruto replied after Hinata's question. "I told you that the one you just beat was Master Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, but I didn't expect you to win second. Master Generation Senju Tobirama." In Naruto's eyes, although Senju Tobirama is only slightly bigger than himself, his strength is extremely powerful. He really didn't expect Hinata beside him to defeat second Hokage with just a few moves. Senju Tobirama. Hearing this name, Hyuga Hinata was taken aback. Why is this name so familiar? Hyuga Hinata's memories of Tobirama are basically from legends. She has never seen the strong man in the Senju family, but her father did say that the Tobirama is grey-haired, if it weren't because of the Uchiha family and the Senju family. Struggle, this person will be the second generation who succeeds Hashirama. If it is as his father said, then maybe the person in front of him is really the younger brother of Master First Generation? It's First Generation and Senju Tobirama again, this world is really strange. While Hyuga Hinata was thinking about it, Hashirama comforted Senju Tobirama over there. Senju Tobirama always obeyed his brother's words. Then, is he really the second generation? From this world? Hyuga Hinata couldn't figure out the current situation. That Hyuga kid is also Hokage. Hashirama looked at the strange Hyuga girl beside Naruto and asked Manjun. He also heard Wanjun say that there are new players who will join him, and now it seems that it should be the Hyuga clan who played against Tobirama just now. Yes, it's her. Wanjun didn't expect this to happen, and Hinata defeated Tobirama. The talent for physical skills is pretty good. When Tobirama was defeated just now, Hashirama could see it clearly. This Hyuga kid looked not very old, but his strength was already very good. Chapter 77. But her eyes seem to be different from ordinary Byakugan. I have never seen a Byakugan like this. Senju Hashirama said to the two people beside him after staring at Hyuga Hinata for a while. Hashirama's words make Senju Tobirama a little unclear. So, brother, aren't Byakugan all the same? Is it possible that Byakugan can slowly become stronger like Uchiha's Sharingan? I don't know, it just feels a little different. Hashirama couldn't tell where the difference was, so there was no way to explain it to Tobirama. Don't talk about this, you kid, why did you fight with others? He said that I could not be the second generation, and that I was pretending to be Hokage. Senju Tobirama couldn't hear these things, so after hearing Hinata's words, he argued with her, and after speaking, the two directly compared got physical surgery. This situation, in Senju Hashirama's opinion, is not a problem at all. As long as it fits, does it matter who does Hokage? Well, so is your kid, just fight because of this. Let's go, don't look, I'll see the ninjutsu you said yesterday. In order to take away Senju Tobirama and tell him not to fight Hinata anymore, Hashirama also specifically mentioned the ninjutsu that Tobirama asked him to mention yesterday. Good. Speaking of ninjutsu, Tobirama doesn't care about Hinata anymore. Like Snake G, he is also very interested in research, especially the research on ninjutsu. At the end of the two sentences, Senju Hashirama took his brother away smoothly. Hyuga Hinata, who was still in the garden, ended his attacking state because of Senju Tobirama's departure. Naruto, is it really the second generation? Hyuga Hinata is a little confused now. Really, he is Senju Tobirama-sama. Naruto said to Hinata with certainty. Then, tell me what's going on here. Hinata said, sitting directly on the grass in the garden, looking like this, he was ready to ask everything clearly. Ah? You really don't know this? Seeing Hinata still asking, Naruto had to sit down and said, then I will tell you about it. What? Second generation item Senju Tobirama, third generation item Sarutobi Hiruzen? Fourth generation item Namikaze Minato, wait, isn't that your father? With Naruto's constant explanations, Hinata also kept asking questions. What surprised Hinata most was that Naruto's father Namikaze Minato became Hokage. In the world of Hinata, Namikaze Minato does not have Flying Thunder God developed by Tobirama. Although there is still Raise Nan, but lacks the displacement ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, the strength is not very good, and it can only barely rank above the elite Jonin. Yet, my father is Hokage. When it comes to this, Naruto is quite proud. After knowing that his father is fourth generation, Naruto has always been proud. I didn't expect it. The world line of this world really surprised Hyuga Hinata. It turned out that this world is so complicated. Wanjun in the corridor saw Hinata and Naruto chatting, but didn't bother him. He was going to find Fuji Unchi first to see how this guy's money was spent. Then, you can find Snake G again. During this time, Snake G and Orochimaru seem to have fiddled with something. Is the girl from Hyuga's house just now? Wanjun just left, refused to bet Jiraiya with Tsunade, and said while looking at the Byakugan girl in the garden on the other side of the corridor. When Tsunade came to look for him just now, he was actually preparing to win the 10,000 tael in the hands of the two Tsunade, but after thinking deeply, Jiraiya still chose to refuse. Since there are two Senju Hokage adults in the city lord's mansion, he still shouldn't bully the smaller Tsunade too much. Are you really not going to play this dice? Behind Jiraiya, Tsunade asked Jiraiya holding the dice in his hand. Don't play, don't play. Jiraiya waved his hand to Tsunade without looking back. Humph, forget it, I'm going to look for Sister Snake G. Seeing that he didn't have the chance to win back the money he lost to Jiraiya, Tsunade snorted and was about to turn around and leave. Wait, you are going to find Snake G. Upon hearing Snake G's name, Jiraiya immediately turned to look at Tsunade. Go, let's go together. After moving to the city lord's mansion, Jiraiya has never seen Snake G. This time, taking advantage of this opportunity, he might be able to see what is going on in that laboratory. Nagato's Rinnegan, has they researched anything? I won't take you, Sister Snake G said that she can't take you. Jiraiya's request was directly rejected by Tsunade. After saying this, Tsunade stopped paying attention to Jiraiya, turned around, and walked towards the room where Snake G and Orochimaru were. Oh, wait for me, if you take me there, I will return this to you. Jiraiya quickly caught up with Tsunade and took out the coins previously won from Tsunade. I don't want it. After 10,000 taels, Tsunade couldn't look down on the coin in Jiraiya's hand. Although Tsunade refused all the time, Jiraiya stayed by her side until she reached the gate of Snake G's laboratory. Boom! After reaching the gate, Tsunade reached out and knocked on the door. Squeak! The door of the laboratory was opened, and Snake G's head stuck out from it. It's Tsunade, come in. After seeing Tsunade, Snake G stretched out her hands and hugged Tsunade. Why are you here? After picking up Tsunade, Snake G also saw Jiraiya standing on the side, and after a blank glance at him, she asked. Jiraiya was asked by Snake G, and scratched her head, come and take a look. Want to come in and have a look? It's not impossible. Snake G hugged Tsunade, turned sideways, and let out a path. Jiraiya didn't expect Snake G to be so generous this time. Before she could ask, she just let out the door. When Jiraiya was about to lift her leg into the house, Snake G said again, but not yet. Haha, I knew it was not that simple. Before Snake G finished speaking, Jiraiya laughed loudly. Boom. Before Jiraiya's laughter was over, Snake G closed the door. The loud sound made Jiraiya's laughter abruptly stopped. What's wrong with this? Snake girl, Snake girl. Jiraiya, who didn't know what he did to annoy Snake girl, knocked on the door while shouting to Snake girl inside. Squeak. The door was opened again, and Snake he had already put Tsunade on the ground. At this time, the little guy had ran to Orochimaru's side and watched him fiddle with a jar. What else do you want to say? Snake G asked coldly with her arms folded. It doesn't matter if you don't get it right. Boom. Before Jiraiya's words fell, the door was closed again. Chapter 78. What's the matter? After Snake G closed the door fiercely again, Jiraiya still didn't want to understand what he had done wrong. I haven't finished the 2 sentences, why does my face become so fast? While Jiraiya was puzzled, in the room, after Snake G closed the door, Tsunade quickly squeezed out a few hairs from Kabuto, and handed it to Snake G like a treasure. Sister Snake G, here you are. Snake G has been using Hidden Cell Test Rinnegan some time ago, but the effect is not great, it can even be said to have no effect. Although Hidden Cells proliferate very fast, it is of little use to Rinnegan. The proliferation of Hidden Cells is completely insufficient for Rinnegan's consumption. Therefore, Snake G started Senju Hashirama's idea. 2 days ago, she had asked Tsunade to pick up some hair from her grandfather. Although the hair is full of dead cells, Snake G and Orochimaru still have a way to activate them. Tsunade is so good. After receiving the hair that Tsunade had brought from her grandfather, Snake G changed her expression to Jiraiya just now, knelt down and smiled at Tsunade. Hee. The praised little Tsunade also followed Snake He and smiled. After having Hashirama's hair, Snake G immediately picked up Tsunade and returned to the experimental platform. Today, she will try Hashirama's cells plus Rinnegan. Can she surprise herself? When Snake G was about to start the experiment, Wanjun, who was standing outside Fugen Kishi's house, suddenly fell under his feet with a flying stone from nowhere. What's the matter? Wanjun looked up and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. My lord, I'll go take a look. Fujian Qi, who was standing opposite Wanjun, volunteered. However, Fujian Qi just wanted to leave, so Wanjun stopped him. Because Wanjun has already seen the owner of the stone throwing, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was beaten by Namikaze Minato before and joined the team. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame had just jumped off the wall of the castle mansion and waved to Wanjun. Kisame was already wearing Akatsuki's iconic red cloud trench coat with black background, and same hata was carried on his back. He jumped off the wall and walked towards Wanjun after waving his hand. This kid, are you so blatant undercover? Wanjun was amused by Kisame's operation. You came in directly wearing Akatsuki's trench coat and didn't know how to change your clothes. Manjun-sama. After arriving in front of the two, Hoshigaki Kisame greeted Manjun. Why did you just come here? Just use your clone to come here, and even if the main body comes, you should also change your clothes. Wanjun said silently. The honest man Hoshigaki Kisame is really not suitable for undercover activities. Ah, I forgot. Hoshigaki Kisame scratched his head and said. Hoshigaki Kisame ran over at this time, and the news it brought was definitely not simple, so Wanjun didn't say these digressions anymore, but directly asked, this time, did Akatsuki have any actions? Yes, that Pain said that there was a battle in Sicheng some time ago. Let me and Ataka come over to see. They seem to have suspicious of Sicheng. That teammate will visit Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame answered Manjun's question truthfully. It was normal for Sicheng to fight several times in a row, and it was normal for the outside world to be more vigilant. After all, every battle was very fierce and basically destroyed half of Sicheng. Wait, Uchiha Itachi is with you, what about Itachi? After Wan Jun finished talking at Hoshigaki Kisame, he suddenly noticed an important point. His teammate, Uchiha Itachi, should have acted with him. Itachi was thrown away by me. Hoshigaki Kisame said triumphantly. Did you throw it away? Although Hoshigaki Kisame spoke very confidently, Wan Jun did not believe him. Comparing the IQs of Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, Wan Jun still believes that Uchiha Itachi is higher. Yes, I said I would take something and let him wait for me at the gate. Hoshigaki Kisame pointed in the direction of Simon and said to Wan Jun. Because Sicheng is backed by a mountain to the north, there is no gate in the northern city. The closest to Wan Jun is Ximen. Are you sure? Manjun still didn't believe Hoshigaki Kisame's judgment very much. Yes, yes. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was asked by Manjun again, didn't believe him. Then I will go back and have a look. I'll come again when there is news. After speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame was about to go over the wall and leave again. Remember to come here with the avatar next time. Don't forget to change clothes. When Hoshigaki Kisame just jumped on the wall, Wan Jun told the undercover Kisame, who is not very professional. Kisame nodded, then jumped off the wall. However, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had just jumped down and was about to walk towards the west gate, suddenly saw the corner of the street, standing with his Akatsuki teammate, Uchiha Itachi. Hey, this! I got the things, let's go! Hoshigaki Kisame, who came to Uchiha Itachi, pretended to be calm. It seems that Master Wan Jun is right, he has not deceived this Uchiha guy. But how did he guess that I was lying to him? Let's go! Uchiha Itachi stared at the enclosed city lord's mansion for a few seconds, then nodded, and then walked in the direction of Ximen first. Did this guy see? Should I kill him? Hoshigaki Kisame walked behind Uchiha Itachi, thinking silently. But this idea only passed through his mind once, and was rejected by Hoshigaki Kisame himself. Although he and Uchiha Itachi have only been teammates for not long, this new teammate has an appetite for Kisame. Compared to the previous Kirigakure teammates and the Wan Jun team who beat him up, Itachi is much better. What are you thinking? Uchiha Itachi, who was walking in front of Kisame, asked Hoshigaki Kisame without looking back. Me? I didn't think about anything. Kisame answered Uchiha Itachi's sudden question. Let's stay in this Sicheng for another day. After Hoshigaki Kisame answered, Uchiha Itachi stopped suddenly and said. Stay one more day? Aren't we going to the country of fire? Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned. Is it true that he has been exposed? The task clearly stated that after exploring Sicheng, the two would go to Konoha to search for the intelligence of a previous organization to attack Konoha. Why would they stop in Sicheng for another day? Uchiha Itachi turned around slowly and fixed his eyes on Kisame. The eyes that didn't feel glamorous made Hoshigaki Kisame a little at a loss. Then, let's live another day. Uchiha Itachi did not answer any more, but nodded slightly. But the more Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, the more nervous Hoshigaki Kisame became. Following Itachi, his right hand tried to reach Samehada behind his back several times. What should I do? Chapter 79. After a short period of thinking, Hoshigaki Kisame finally did not choose to do it. Whether it was Wan Jun's plan to unify the world of ninja, or the vision of the future that Akatsuki explained to him, they were all very attractive to him. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Although Hoshigaki Kisame gave up attacking Uchiha Itachi, who was walking in front of him, was still thinking about the castle mansion. It seems that Hoshigaki Kisame joined Akatsuki with a purpose, and the key is definitely in that city lord's mansion. According to the news I got before, the people in that wall should be those who fought Orochimaru last time. Last time, he saw several Hokages in the distance. Thinking about it this way, is Hoshigaki Kisame still collaborating with these previous generations of Hokage? If this is the case, should I? While Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were fighting in the spirit of Sacheng, Wanjun in the Lord's mansion received a message of assistance from the stable version of Shimura Dance. This is just beginning at the stage of preparing to wake up. Why is there danger? After receiving the prompt from the Hokage warehouse, Wanjun said with some confusion. It took him less than an hour to wake up Hyuga Hinata, and he didn't expect that this stable Hokage was about to meet with him. Agree to assist. For this Hokage who is about to join the team, Wanjun is of course going to help, otherwise it is not good to be disabled like the last Hokage Uchiha Itachi. After Wanjun agreed to this assistance, the screen of selecting personnel reappeared in front of Wanjun's eyes. After having the previous experience, Wanjun also directly started the selection process. Hey? Why is Minato black? In the options that appeared this time, Namikaze Minato's head was black. However, Wanjun thought about it, Namikaze Minato is still in World 04 at this time, and should not be able to participate in this battle, so it is reasonable to not be able to choose. However, when Wanjun looked down, he saw that under Minato, the heads of Hashirama and Tobirama also turned black. Still black. After seeing the situation of the Senju family, it is not only the reason that they are not in the main world, but the last time they participated, they can't continue to participate in the assistance? In that case, Wanjun could only bring other people in the team. Snakeheim, Hinata, the only ones left are Fukinkishi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who are counted as squad members. After Wanjun stared at the selection screen for a while, he finally chose Fukinkisame. Hoshigaki Kisame is right next to Uchiha Itachi, so it's better not to pull him away rashly. However, after the selection, Wanjun didn't click to confirm right away. He had to go to Hashirama to tell him about the team. The Orochimaru in the laboratory can't let this guy make trouble in the laboratory while Snake G is away. What? Are you going again? I can't go yet? That's okay. He had the experience of helping Uchiha Itachi last time, so Senju Hashirama also knew the specifics. However, Hashirama didn't mind if he couldn't participate. In the last battle, his waist hadn't slowed down. Yes, but what I'm going to this time is not the world before. Minato is not there. Wanjun explained to Hashirama. Well, okay, then I will go to the laboratory and watch that Orochimaru. Hashirama nodded and agreed to Wanjun. Accompanied by Senju Tobirama, he went to Snakehe's laboratory. After Senju Hashirama temporarily took over the laboratory, Wanjun confirmed his choice to the Hokage warehouse and took the three of Snake G to the world of Shimura Dance. Tomorrow is the Five Shadows conference, maybe the other four Shinobu village guys will be disadvantageous to Konoha. Just thinking about it is too dangerous. I have to think of a perfect solution. Shimura Dance was sitting at this time in Hokage's office, staring at the portrait of second Hokage on the wall in front of him. Oh, why did the teacher choose me as Hokage? Shimura Dance, who has been cautious all his life, feels that this job is not so good, and the dangers he faces every day are too much. Why is it here again? Is it possible that there is a fixed login point? And here, it seems that there is no danger. Just when Shimura Dance was full of distress, Wanjun had already appeared on Konoha's Hokage Rock with Snakeheim, in the same position as Uchiha Itachi last time. Manjun, standing on the head of first generation on Hokage Rock, looked at Konoha who was very calm, and wondered what the assistance was this time. Here, isn't Konoha? Hyuga Hinata, who was transferred to this assistance team, stared at Byakugan, looking at Konoha who suddenly appeared in front of him. She didn't expect to chat with Naruto, and went straight back to Konoha. Snake G, who stood beside her, calmed down a lot. When Won Jun took Senju Hashirama to the laboratory just now, he had already told her that she would leave. Moreover, he had the experience of Won Jun disappearing in front of him last time, and Snake Ji also knew that this was not the original world. Sure enough, like what I thought, I could go to other worlds. Snake Ji looked at Konoha, whose layout was slightly different from that of her own village, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Okay, since it's here, let's go down and take a look. Without directly observing the battle, Won Jun could only take everyone into the village to see the situation. This is the second time Fukin Kishi has come to Konoha, and this time he was inexplicably transferred to the plane, and he is still in a state of brain crash. Kishi, let's go. When Won Jun took Snakey and Hinata and walked down Hokage Rock, he saw Fujian Chi-shi still stunned on the spot and shouted back. Ah, oh, here, Lord Won Jun. Although Fujian Chi-shi still didn't understand how he came to Konoha from Sicheng all at once, he still followed Won Jun with his legs. Master Won Jun, where are we going? Fujian Chi-shi asked beside Won Jun after trotting a few steps to catch up with Won Jun. Go to the village first. Won Jun also knew why this assistant didn't see any battles, so he could only answer like this. Let's make it. When Won Jun and others walked down to Hokage Rock, a female ninja suddenly rushed up from below. The female ninja had white hair and a large scroll on her back, and ran over the group in a hurry. After the female ninja ran over, she also chased another female ninja behind her. She was wearing a green coat and blonde hair. It was Tsunade, one of the Sunnins in this time and space. While chasing, she shouted loudly, Jiraiya, stop for me. Since Jiraiya. When Tsunade chased Jiraiya and disappeared before and after the eyes of Won Jun and others, Won Jungkei turned his head to look at Snake Ji, and some did not believe that the female ninja he saw was Jiraiya. Like Won Jun, Snake Ji also looked incredible at this time, staring in the direction where Tsunade disappeared. Chapter 80. Is that really Jiraiya? Seeing the female ninja dressed just like Jiraiya, and Tsunade who was chasing after her and calling her name, Snake Ji widened her eyes and asked Won Jun. Seeing the shocked expression of Snake Ji, Won Jun smiled suddenly. You now know why the Jiraiya in the previous world had this expression when he saw you. Really, incredible. Snake Ji was still a little bit unable to understand why Jiraiya was like that, but now, after seeing and feeling it with her own eyes, she understands it. It seems that I should change my attitude towards him. Okay, let's go. Regardless of them, we are not here to find them. Let's find Shimura Dance first. I don't know what danger he is facing. In order to return to the main world earlier, Won Jun did not let him. Snake Ji thought for too long, and under his leadership, the four of them continued to walk down the Hokage Rock. In Konoha, if you want to find Hokage, the first option is of course the Hokage building under the Hokage Rock. This iconic building is where Hokage is located. However, because Won Jun and four of them belonged to outsiders, they could not enter directly. If there are Senju Hashirama or Namikaze Minato in the team at this time, Won Jun doesn't even think about it, just go in. But this time Won Jun was carrying the three of Snake Ji. At this time, he had to consider the long-term plan. There are quite a lot of people in Uchiha. Because he couldn't enter the Hokage building temporarily, Won Jun took the three of Snake Ji into a pastry shop next to the Hokage building. And now Won Jun is commenting on the ninjas who come and go outside the shop. There are many ninjas with the Uchiha emblem on the back. Perhaps it was because the Five Shadows Conference was about to be held in Konoha. At this time, there were so many ninjas in this generation, and one of them passed the hand in front of Won Jun and Won Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the one just passed, was it Obito? Obito? Who? As Tsunagakure's ninja, Taken Kishiko has never heard of a character named Obito. Is it a celebrity? Uchiha's people, you don't know, Snakeheim, do you know? Won Jun didn't ask how Snakeheim was in the world, nor did she know what Obito was like in the world she was in. Uchiha Obito. Snake Ji frowned and thought, and finally shook her head. No, there are too many people in Uchiha. I have never heard of Uchiha. As a science and technology expert, Snake Ji is in the laboratory every day in the original world, so she has no time to pay attention to Uchiha's affairs. The most important thing is that Obito is not considered a genius. If he is not a genius, his popularity will be even lower. If it's Uchiha Itachi or Shisui, Snake Ji can often hear the names of these two people. Well, it seems that you don't know. Won Jun can only feel this wonderful moment by himself at this time. Now Obito, who looks only 2 years old, should be about the same size as the little Tsunade in his own house. At this age, it happens to be a good time to bully him. However, for the sake of the overall situation, Won Jun chose to give up this idea. My lord, Konoha's Hokage has come out. Hey, it's not Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has a backpack behind him. After Shimura-dan's walked out of the Hokage building, Fukin Kishi, who was in charge of monitoring, quickly reported to Won Junhui. However, this Hokage seems a little different. When he attacked Konoha with Won Jun and Hashirama last time, the Hokage didn't look like this. The appearance of this Hokage now looked a bit like the Konoha high level who had arrived first, the guy who covered half of his eyes. It's not Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing Fukin Kishi's report, Won Jun quickly put down the pastry in his hand, stood up, and prepared to follow Shimura-dan's who was about to go home. Why so many ninjas? As soon as Won Jun walked out of the pastry shop, he saw in the Hokage building, behind Shimura-dan's, 5 or 6 ninjas came out one after another. Look at the vests hanging on these ninjas, they should all be of Jainin level, and there are many acquaintances Won Jun knows. After these ninjas walked out of the Hokage building, they were scattered around Shimura-dan's. The principal Danzo is carrying a huge backpack. If it is really like the introduction of Hokage warehouse, it should be full of ninjas and detonating charms. Good guy, are you so cautious in Konoha? You can do it. Won Jun was a little speechless when he saw the battle. You said that you are a Hokage, and you need 6 Jainin guards to commute to and from Konoha, and the ninja backpack on your body will not leave you for a moment. This is too exaggerated. My lord, what do we do next? Fujian Qi-shi, who didn't know what mission this trip was a little puzzled. Suddenly coming from Sichang to Konoha, this Fujian Kishi was still a little uncomfortable for a while. At this point, it's time to make dinner. If you go back later, the adults in the family will definitely be unhappy. Follow up. The Hokage warehouse's prompt must be correct. Last time Uchiha Itachi, when he and Minato passed by, there was already a battle. Wait, prudent Shimura-dan's, did he think it was dangerous just now, that's why he triggered the Hokage warehouse's help prompt? According to the current situation, the so-called danger of the warehouse has not appeared. It is very likely that it is just as Won Jun guessed. The prompt just now only triggered the assistance because of Danzo's strong sense of crisis. But if this is the case, doesn't this Hokage's nerves tighten every day? Won Jun couldn't imagine what he would be like if he had this character. Wait a minute, wait until I finish eating this. When Won Jun was about to catch up with Shimura-dan's, Hyuga Hinata, who was still sitting in the pastry shop, shouted loudly. Won Jun heard the sound and looked back. The princess of the Hyuga family was holding a piece of pastry in one hand, with a sesame seed remaining in the corner of her mouth. Anything else? As Hyuga Hinata said, he handed the pastry in his left hand to Won Jun. Although his movements were very generous, Won Jun could still see the reluctance in Hinata's eyes. I'm not hungry, you can eat. Won Jun waved his hand and said. Although Won Jun has been in contact with this extroverted Hyuga Hinata not long ago, he still thinks this Princess Byakugan is very good. The personality is indeed as extroverted as Hokage Warehouse introduced, but it is still gentle. After Wanjun refused, Hinata smiled slightly. Hey, what about Lord Snake G? I don't want it either. Snake G glanced at the cakes in Hinata's hands. She didn't eat this kind of stuff. If Hinata is holding Sharingan or Byakugan in her hand, she might be interested. Chapter 81. After Fukin Kishi paid the bill, the four followed Shimura-dan's guards to the home of Hokage. Wanjun is also very familiar with this place. Every generation of Hokage has basically lived here, and it can be regarded as Konoha's village. There are still 3 people left. Wanjun stood on the corner and looked at Shimura-dan's room. He saw that only 3 of the 6 people who had been escorted just now walked away. The remaining 3 were at the front entrance, one on the roof, and the other. One didn't know where he went. This teacher is too cautious. As a disciple of Shimura-dan's, another time and space, Snake G also felt that her teacher had done too much. Being a Hokage, Konoha's strength must be second to none, and there is an Anbu protection in the dark. With so many guards on the bright surface, Snake G can't stand it anymore. Wait, it's still early. I'll see it later in the evening. Wanjun said helplessly, staring at Hokage's residence. If nothing happens at night, let's just go back. It has been almost an hour or 2 since Wanjun came to this world, but Konoha showed no signs of danger. Wanjun had reason to suspect that this so-called danger was just what the steady Master Hokage had in his mind. Just when Wanjun and others were going to look at the situation outside Danzo's residence, Konoha's third Hokage was in his bedroom at this time, holding a pen and paper, planning the 5 shadow meeting for the next day. Well, we must call all 3 of Tsunade tomorrow, as well as Hitaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato. These 2 little guys seem to be pretty good. By the way, we have to discuss with Fugaku and Hayashi and let them do too. Send more people. Shimura-dan's used a pen to write and draw on paper. It didn't take long for him to draw a rough picture of the meeting place tomorrow without wasting every place in the meeting place. Except for the center where the 5 shadows are, Shimura-dan's has written names on every corner of the surrounding area. I just said that the 5 shadows conference should not be held in Konoha. Hiruzen, this guy does not agree. Although Shimura-dan's had called back many ninjas who were doing tasks outside before the 5 shadows conference, he still felt that it was not enough. Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, Fengying, alas, it's really a headache. Master Hokage, Kirigaku's people have arrived. While Shimura-dan's was still thinking about dealing with various impending crises, an Anbu suddenly came to his table. Minato, I've said it many times, remember to knock on the door. Shimura-dan's raised his head when he heard the voice, already squeezing kunao in his hand. If it hadn't been for the sound to be too familiar, Danzo's misery would have been thrown out. Okay, Lord Hokage. Although wearing Anbu's iconic mask, Minato with blonde hair looks quite handsome. To get this effect, we have to thank second generation Tobirama for the Anbu costumes and masks. You said that the Kirigaku people are here? Third Mizukage is better than the third Reikage guy. In Shimura-dan's risk ranking list, third Reikage is a dozen or so higher than third Mizukage. According to your instructions, Hiruzen-sama has taken them to rest. Minato reported the news he had just received to Shimura-dan's. As an Anbu guard appointed by Shimura-dan's, Minato has always worked hard. Shimura-dan's put down the pen and nodded, okay, I see. Tomorrow you and Shimo will pay more attention to the third Reikage from Cloud Shinobi village. This guy has the worst temper. Okay, Lord Hokage. Minato responded to Danzo's order. By the way, where did Jiraiya and Tsunade go? Tsunade and Jiraiya are both disciples of Shimura-dan's in this world, and they were chosen by Senju Tobirama for him. At the beginning, Shimura-dan's was also happy to see them become. After all, with the 3 people who just started to practice ninjutsu, Danzo doesn't need to perform any dangerous tasks. But all this was broken by the rapid growth of the Tsunade trio, and the trio quickly reached the strength of Jainin. The tasks they are taking on are becoming more and more dangerous. It was precisely because of Shimura-dan's careful leadership that each task was perfectly solved by him, thus slowly winning the position of Hokage. It seems that the two adults ran behind Hokage Rock. I think Jiraiya-sama was overtaken by the mountain. It should be Jiraiya that provokes Tsunade-sama again. Minato reported to Danzo truthfully. When are these two uncomfortable guys? They are still playing foolishly. Hey, Orochimaru is better. At this time, Shimura-dan's only felt that of his three disciples, only Orochimaru was more obedient. Shimura-dan's was thinking about Orochimaru, the only one of his disciples who could not worry about him, but was immediately stabbed by Minato. Master Orochimaru is gone. What? Didn't I just call him back? Why did you run away? Shimura-dan stood up excitedly. Now, at the critical moment of the Five Shadows conference, why Orochimaru is also starting to lose his chain. He said that the two adults in Tsunade are too noisy, and he will be back tomorrow. Minato is quite competent as a guard, and every news is given to the master by Shimura-dan's. Hey, that's good, that's good. Shimura-dan's was relieved to learn that Orochimaru would return. This is Konoha's first Five Shadows conference since he became Hokage. Since this plan was implemented, Shimura-dan's has always been in a sense of crisis, for fear of what will happen tomorrow. By the way, how did the Flying Thunder God that I gave you some time ago learn? In order to strengthen the strength of Muai, Shimura-dan's recently brought out a lot of Konoha's forbidden technique. Among them, there was the song Flying Thunder God technique, which was given to Namikaze Minato by Shimura-dan's. And his disciple Orochimaru took impure world reincarnation from him. I'm already very skilled, Hokage-sama. After Danzo's question, Namikaze Minato took out a handful of kunao with the mark of Flying Thunder God from Kabuto. Shimura-dan smiled and nodded, and affirmed to Minato, that's good, practice hard. After Danzo finished speaking, he smoothly took the kunao in Minato's hand. Namikaze Minato glanced at the kuna who was pinched by Danzo in his hand, and did not ask for it. Now that the information has been reported, Minato is not going to stay in Hokage's house anymore. Master Hokage, I'd better go to Master Tsunade first. Good. After Danzo responded, Namikaze Minato instantly disappeared into Danzo's house. Chapter 82. After Namikaze Minato left, Danzo didn't want to continue tinkering with his plan on paper. Thinking about the next day, Danzo walked slowly to the window, worried. Although members of the Hokage guard were guarding outside, Danzo was still holding kunao in his hand. There are more and more people coming from the outer village. Danzo came to the window and sighed, and he saw Wanjun and 4 people standing on the corner of the street. However, when he looked at Wanjun's face carefully, he was stunned. Isn't this Wanjun? How do I know him? Shimura-dan's, who is still in the awakening stage, already has Wanjun's memory in his mind. It seems that I really know him, but I can't remember it. The more Shimura-dan's thinks about it, the more he feels puzzled. There seems to be nothing wrong with his memory, why can't he remember it anymore? No, I have to go and have a look. After making up his mind, Danzo did not forget his backpack, and went to the office desk, directly carrying the huge backpack on his back. Although the distance from his home to the corner of the street is not far, the necessary guard is still indispensable. Who knows if he will encounter an enemy? Even if this is Konoha, I have to guard against it. In this way, after putting on his own characteristic backpack, Danzo opened the door of his house and walked out directly. Hokage-sama. The ninja who was guarding the door heard the movement of the door and turned around, just to see the fully equipped Hokage Shimura-dan's. Well, let's go over and take a look. Danzo pointed his finger in the direction where Wanjun was, and said to the guarding ninja. Danzo is not going to let anyone else who can increase his defense level, not to mention that this person is his Hokage guard. This ninja seems to have gotten used to it. After Danzo finished speaking, he nodded and said, "Okay, Lord Hokage." After the two had finished speaking, Danzo took the guard and leaned in the direction of Wan Jun. On Wan Jun's side, when Danzo opened the door, he was seen by Fujian Qi-shi, who had been in charge of monitoring, and Fujian Qi-shi, who saw this scene, quickly reminded Wan Jun. "Master Wan Jun, he's here." Fujian Qi-shi swallowed and said. In his opinion, although the opponent is not the Hokage he knows, he is really a shadow, and his strength must be very powerful. However, there are Master Wan Jun and Master Snake Ji on his side, and there must be no problem. Thinking of Man Jun's wood style and the fighting power of Snake He who fought against Jiraiya, Fujian Qi-shi felt relieved in an instant. The distance between Danzo and Wan Jun and others is not too far, but this Hokage hasn't walked to Wan Jun's for a long time. When he came to the middle of the two, he stopped. At this time, Danzo was thinking about whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend. If it is an enemy, how to prevent it, what method they will use to attack, and which ninjutsu defense should I use. In this way, Danzo had already deduced in his own heart before they met, and any way of attacking him had already been passed through in his mind. Wan Jun didn't know that Danzo was simulating fighting with himself in his mind. At this time, he was looking at Danzo, who was staring at him inexplicably. "Snake Ji, what do you think this Hokage is doing?" "This." Snake Ji couldn't figure out this Danzo's temper for a while. "Forget it, maybe it's waiting for us to pass. Let's go, and take a look." Wan Jun really didn't want to stare at Danzo here, so he directly greeted Snake Ji and others, and took the initiative to walk towards Danzo. However, as soon as Wan Jun and others left, Danzo immediately took out another shuriken from his ninja bag. "You stop first." Because there was always Wan Jun's message in his mind, Danzo resisted the urge to throw the shuriken in his hand. The guard behind him saw that his Hokage looked like this, so he had to start to guard. In fact, he who often follows this Hokage has long been accustomed to the operation of this Hokage master, and every time he prepares for a big fight, he basically ends up without disease. Wan Jun was called by Danzo and stopped. Although he didn't know what was going on with the opponent, it was the opponent's home court after all. Let's listen to what the opponent Hokage said. "I seem to know you." After staring at each other for a while, Danzo finally said, "Where did I see it?" After hearing Danzo's words, Wan Jun knew why the other party came to communicate with him. If this person can come, it seems that the distinguished heavenly gods project of Hokage Warehouse has already started. "We're here to help." Wan Jun stood there and simply replied, without revealing too much news about himself. "Help?" Danzo started looking straight into the other person's eyes after Wan Jun finished speaking. Although he didn't have Sharingan and Byakugan, and his eyes were not sharp, he seemed to see something when he frowned. "Wan Jun, help! Hey, I seem to know it. I called you here. I have been too busy during this time and I have forgotten a little." Danzo, who seemed to think of something, put on an expression that suddenly realized, then put all the weapons in his hand back into his bag. The guards behind Danzo once again witnessed the resolution of beautiful misunderstandings, smiled and put away his fighting posture. His Hokage is good at everything, regardless of his strength or his brain, he is a top-notch existence, but, be too cautious. "Go, let's go back first." Although the crisis Danzo thought was relieved, this Hokage still felt that it was not too safe outside. So under Danzo's guidance, everyone went straight to his home. "Sit down." Danzo put his big backpack on the table and turned around to greet everyone. After a few people sat down, Danzo also sat across from the crowd. He was already impressed by the distinguished heavenly god's plan and his impression of Wan Jun. He no longer takes Wan Jun as an outsider. "Why did Mr. Wan Jun come to me?" "Ns. There seems to be some danger here, so I came over, but now it seems that it should be a misunderstanding." Won Jun sat in the middle of the sofa, scanning the layout of the room. He has also seen several Hokage's homes, but Danzo's windows are very small, and there is a room with a layer of iron lining in the house. This is the first time Won Jun has seen him. There seems to be no danger for the time being, but there will be a 5 Shadows conference tomorrow. I think it is necessary to ask Mr. Won Jun to help. Speaking of the danger, Danzo remembered the 5 Shadows conference that will be held the next day. 5 Shadows conference. Won Jun really didn't expect that this time he would be able to catch up with this kind of thing. This kind of meeting hasn't been held a few times, and it seems pretty good to meet it. So Won Jun nodded directly and said, "Okay, then we will go back tomorrow." After Won Jun agreed, Danzo was obviously relieved. For him, Konoha can now add a few more helpers. Danzo dropped a little in his heart, and only then began to observe the other people in Won Jun's team. "Hey, how is this disciple like me?" Danzo was looking at the Snake G in the team now, and the disciple in his mouth was Orochimaru, who had already gone out. Chapter 83. Like who? Snake G knew who Danzo was talking about, so she smiled and asked him. "Well, it's nothing." Danzo still didn't say Orochimaru's name after hesitated for a while, and told a woman that she looked a bit like a man. Danzo felt it better not to say it. After telling her, "Maybe this person will directly injure me?" "Still do not say, do not say." Snake G didn't know that Danzo had thought about so many things in a short period of time. In fact, she didn't necessarily ask for an answer, so after Danzo was silent, she did not continue to ask. "It's too early today. I will live here by myself. Would you like to live here tonight?" Danzo usually doesn't invite others to live in his home, but because of the 5 Shadows meeting tomorrow for the sake of Won Jun and others, Danzo finally decided to leave Won Jun a few people. "Big deal, I live in the basement today." Won Jun had already prepared to return to the main world before. If it hadn't been for the 5 Shadows conference mentioned by Danzo, Fujian Kishi might have already started cooking at home. But now that he wants to stay, it would be better if Danzo can provide the house directly. Therefore, Won Jun directly agreed after Danzo's proposal. A group of 4 people lived in Hokage's home that night. Early the next morning, when Won Jun got up and went downstairs, he was seeing Shimura Dan sitting at the table, and he didn't know what he was writing about. "Get up so early." Won Jun walked to the table and said to Danzo, who was writing at the desk. Danzo heard Won Jun's voice and raised his head. His eyelids were already a little unstoppable at his own command, and he drooped halfway down. Last night, due to Won Jun and others staying in, Shimura Dan's was very uneasy despite the basement. After thinking about it, he went back to the table and improved his plans for tomorrow. This change was for a whole night, and this Lord Hokage, who had been working hard for the safety of tomorrow's 5 Shadows conference, did not even squint his eyes. "Well, is it all morning?" Danzo said listlessly, looking sideways at the sunlight coming through the gaps in the curtains. "Hey!" While Won Jun was chatting with Danzo, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Last night, Namikaze Minato, who had looked for Danzo, went back to this room again. Perhaps it was already known from his colleagues that Won Jun existed. Minato, wearing an Anbu mask, was not surprised why there were outsiders in this Hokage room. After standing still, Minato did not go to see Won Jun, but directly said to Shimura Dan's, "Master Hokage, the 4 Shadows are already preparing to go to the meeting place. Last night, the Shadows of Shinobu Village, the 4 great powers of Fengtou Lei Shui, have all arrived at Konoha one after another. It's just that the next few came too late, and Minato didn't come to disturb Danzo." "Have you all gone? Then we have to hurry up." Danzo was also ready to leave when he heard the news. As the host, Danzo didn't want to be the last person to arrive at the venue. Danzo needs to prepare very few things. Most of the items have been put in his backpack first. After Won Jun called Snake G, Danzo was already carrying the backpack, standing at the gate, and ready to go. How about Jiraiya and Tsunade? Have they passed yet? Danzo asked Minato on the way to the venue. The two adults have passed, and Orochimaru-sama has passed since they came back this morning. Namikaze Minato, who is basically Danzo's secretary, reported to Danzo in detail. Knowing that his 3 disciples were all ready, Danzo was relieved. Now that the 4 of Wanjun joined, and the 3 disciples have returned to Konoha, Danzo now only feels safe and safer. It's not too far from Danzo's home to the venue of the 5 Shadows Conference. The location is near the Hokage building. At this time, the venue is full of ninjas from the 5 countries. Because of several ninja battles, some ninja villages are not in harmony. This led to the fact that outside the venue, each ninja village consciously separated several areas according to their closeness. 3rd Hokage, it's a little early. The first person to arrive at this venue was 3rd Mizukage from Kirigakure, and from the words, the Mizukage-sama, who had been a Mizukage escort for 2 times, seemed not to be satisfied with Shimura-dan's. It might be said that he is not satisfied with the country of fire and Konoha. Because of its own existence, the land of water wants to expand its power and must extend to the land, while the land of fire is always a fortress that the land of water cannot avoid. However, due to his strength being weaker than Konoha, Kirigakure was unable to break this fortress. Every battle in the ninja world ended in failure or peace talks. The cautious Danzo didn't answer the conversation after hearing this. He didn't want to talk more with this 3rd Mizukage. As an outsider, Wanjun and the others, when they saw Danzo did not speak, they would naturally not pay attention to them. Anyway, there was nothing to do with them. For Wanjun, it is best not to have any battles. After the meeting is completed, the 4 of them can go back to the Lord's world directly. Humph! Danzo, Wanjun and others ignored the Mizukage, but Raikage, who had just arrived behind them, gave a cold snort. Cloud Shinobi Village, a shinobi village known for its martial arts faction, is also the shinobi village that forged a beam with Konoha because of the death of 2nd Hokage. After Raikage arrived, Feng Ying and Tsuchikage also followed. After arriving, Wu Ying also entered the venue. As soon as they sat down, all these people stared at each other glaringly. These 5 ninja villages, in fact, didn't deal with them very much from the beginning. Except for the fact that the country of wind and the country of fire are relatively peaceful on the bright side, the other ninja villages are all in a hostile state. This time, if it were not for the loss of the tail beasts of the major ninja villages, the 5 major ninja villages would not have gathered in Konoha. As soon as he sat down, the hot-tempered Raikage pointed in the direction of Mizukage and asked, "The person who took our second tail Matatabi last time fled in the direction of the water country. This must be Kirigakure's. Those guys did it. Absurd, our 3 tails is also lost." Mizukage also did not show weakness, and stared at his opponent under Raikage's questioning. Ugh! Seeing this, Shimura-dan sighed deeply. This Hokage is really not good. Hokage, look at it this way, it's just that your village has never lost a tail beast. Tsuchikage, who has not spoken, suddenly looked at the silent Danzo and said, "Nine Tails has always been well protected by us. It is normal not to lose it. Konoha hasn't encountered anyone who came to snatch the tail beast, so Danzo didn't know how the other 4 ninja villages lost the tail beast. Unusual things. Once released, countless ninjas must be gathered before they can be sealed again. So, let's talk about what you know now." Danzo's meaning is already obvious. He doesn't want the trouble to continue to increase, nor does he want the potential danger to continue to increase. Just as Wu Ying was discussing intensely, Snake Ji, who was standing behind Danzo, smiled slightly. Tailbreaker, this is a good way. Chapter 84. What's there to say, I'll just kill these guys next time I see it. Raikage said very hacky, and while speaking, still staring at Mizukage next to him. In his mind, there was still only Kirigakure's idea of intercepting the tail beast. Humph! Mizukage didn't pay attention to Cloud Shinobi Village, a muscular Raikage, but looked at Shimura-dan's and said, "We will find the tail beast ourselves, so I won't bother you." The opinions of several shadows did not seem to be unified in a short period of time, and in the following time, they all became blushing. Boom! Seeing this, Wan Jun walked up from behind Danzo and tapped the table lightly. The sudden appearance of the abnormal noise made the influence of several shinobu villages instantly quiet, and all of them looked in Wan Jun's direction. This person seemed to not know him. Ahem, guys, maybe I know who snatched your tail beast. In order to allow these other shinobu people to leave Konoha earlier, so that his group of 4 can return to the main world, Wan Jun, I am ready to tell these people directly. You know. Tsuchikage looked suspiciously at Wan Jun. He had never seen Konoha such a person, but it was certainly not ordinary people who could speak directly on this occasion. Wan Jun smiled at Tsuchikage Onoki, who will also have a bad waist in the future, and said, "Of course, and I also know that it was Uchiha Madara who snatched your tail beast." Uchiha Madara. Onoki was shocked when he heard this familiar name. This name was too shocking for him. The strength Uchiha Madara showed in front of him back then was unparalleled. Isn't he dead? After fighting with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of End. This is a thing recognized by the ninja world. How could he be alive? Believe it or not, it's up to you, but it is Uchiha Madara who wants to catch the tail beast. Wan Jun said directly, regardless of whether the other party believes it or not, I advise you to unite to deal with him, otherwise, there will be no consequences. It will be great. The world where Minato lives has already been given a wake-up call, and the scattered ninja village can't fight against the group of Akatsuki. Although Uchiha Madara's plan in this world has been advanced a lot, when Obito had just learned to walk, he had already started collecting tail beasts. But without Obito, without Akatsuki, there would be other strong men on the other side, and a shinobu village alone would definitely not be able to resist. It doesn't matter whether Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Madara's, it's all slaughtered. Raikage still spoke with the same majesty as before. Although Raikage doesn't care about the existence of Uchiha Madara, other people in Ninja Village still want to care. Feng Ying, who had never said anything, said to Danzo, "We will cooperate with Konoha." Although the news is not known whether it is true or not, the ability to snatch the tail beast Jinchuriki in a short time is definitely not to be underestimated. Even if the opponent is not Uchiha Madara, the strength is certainly not trivial. The only tailed beast in their ninja village, Shao or He, has not been robbed yet, but they are the weakest, but they are also the most worried. After Danzo heard the words of Feng Ying, he said, "Okay, the country of fire and the country of wind have always been allies. Of course it is the best to cooperate. In fact, Konoha now has the strongest strength among all shinobu villages. Sunan, Hitaki Sakumo, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, etc., have surpassed the existence of elite Jonin. The number of ninjas of their level, other ninja villages are hard to reach. We can also consider." After hearing the words Uchiha Madara, Onoki had been silent for a long time. Although he still couldn't believe it, in the end, Onoki decided to try to cooperate. After all, the country of the earth and the country of fire have not reached the point where they are drawn. Their own tail beast has also lost one. No matter who the opponent is, this kind of cooperation is still possible. We can too. Mizukage had already chosen to agree to see the country of the earth and the country of the wind, and said after they followed. He thought about the same as Onoki, no matter whether there was such a thing or not, there was no harm in agreeing first. After all, his own tail beast is really lost, and if you can find it together with the 5 ninja villages, the chances of finding that tail beast will definitely be greater. The 4 of the 5 ninja villages have already chosen to cooperate, but Raikage has been silent for a long time. I saw this. Raikage looked around and stood up, we will find the tail beast ourselves." After speaking, this Raikage pulled away the chair directly and walked out of the venue. Perhaps they had seen this Raikage's temper a long time ago, so everyone did not try to dissuade him, letting the hot-tempered Cloud Shinobi village boss leave. After Raikage left, Danzo's advisory team came up with the prepared information, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom Wanjun was familiar with, was also among them. In the following conversation, Wanjun had no interest. Although the Hokage warehouse still did not relieve Danzo's dangerous assistance, Wanjun had decided to return directly. If Danzo is called for assistance next time, Wanjun will never come again. This guy is simply too cautious. It should be called persecution delusion. The cooperation of several big ninja villages could not be negotiated quickly. Wanjun and the others left the meeting place directly after staying in the meeting place for a while. "My lord, are we going back?" The first time I saw Fujian Qi in such a big scene, his feet trembled a little, but for the first time he saw so many shadows. Especially the wind shadow of Tsunade, the country of wind. Every time Fujian Qishi's eyes swept over him, there was a feeling that he was about to be recognized. Fujian Qishi can only pray in his heart, and the other party should not recognize himself as a betrayal. "Yes, we are going back." Wanjun has already left the street where the three of them are at the venue. Ninjas are already very rare. "Hey, I can finally leave," Fujian Qishi Chong said with a sigh of relief. Although he had always wondered that the Feng Ying standing opposite him was not the one in charge at this time, the other party's aura was stronger than the one he had seen before when he was in Tsunade. "Okay, get ready, we're going back now." Wanjun, who had made up his mind to return to the main world, walked directly into the Hokage warehouse after speaking to everyone. After arriving at the Hokage warehouse, Wanjun came to the screen outside the warehouse, which was showing the progress of Wanjun's assistance task. After spending a whole day in this Danzo world, the progress on the screen has not progressed at all, it is still 0. Wanjun, who already knows Danzo's personality, doesn't care whether the task is completed or not. If he follows the progress on the screen, Wanjun feels that he will never want to leave the world for the rest of his life. Because this Mr. Hokage Danzo, every day, every moment, feels that he is very dangerous. Chapter 85. The operation of returning to Hokage's main world is very simple. After Wanjun just pressed a confirmation, everyone disappeared into the world where Danzo was. "Master Wanjun, you are back." As soon as Wanjun appeared in the city lord's mansion, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been waiting aside, happily leaned over. The first day he had a good chat with Hinata in the garden, but the friend who had just appeared not long before disappeared. After he asked about second-generation Tobirama, he knew that Hinata was out with Wanjun. "Well, I'm back." Wanjun nodded to Naruto, "You shouldn't be waiting for me, Hinata is behind, you can find her." After Wanjun finished speaking, he and Snake Ji walked towards the laboratory where Hashirama was. Fujian Qi, on the other hand, consciously walked to the kitchen, looking at the time. It should be almost noon now, it is time to prepare lunch. When Wanjun and Snake Ji arrived at the laboratory, they just saw Hashirama and Orochimaru sitting on the bench in front of the flower table, basking in the sun in front of the door of the laboratory. Perhaps because of boredom, Jiraiya and Senju Tobirama have also entered the ranks of the elderly, while the little Tsunade ran in front of the four, not knowing whether it was to catch bugs or go shopping. The elderly care group led by first Hokage all lay reclining on their chairs, looking at Tsunade running around with a smile on their faces. "I'm back." The first person who noticed the two of Wanjun was Senju Hashirama, who was closest to Wanjun. When Wanjun came just now, he had already caught his attention. As soon as Senju Hashirama's voice fell, everyone moved their eyes to Wanjun's side. Among these people, Orochimaru had the fastest reaction. When the others were still sitting on their chairs and watching, he stood up numbly, and when he came to the side of Snake Ji, Orochimaru grabbed her immediately. With his arm, he walked in the direction of the laboratory. I finally came back, I thought of something, you come in with me, do you think so? Upon seeing this, Jiraiya also followed, ready to see what tricks Orochimaru was doing. Since Wanjun and Snake he left, Hashirama took over the laboratory, and after entering, Hashirama also saw the hair that was secretly taken by Tsunade. Although Orochimaru explained in various ways, Hashirama finally took the hair back. It is estimated that Orochimaru was so in a hurry, it was for this matter that she consulted with Snake Ji to discuss countermeasures. Wanjun. At this moment, the playing little Tsunade also found Wanjun who had returned. He didn't see his Tsunade for a day, and ran straight towards him. Wanjun stretched out his hand and hugged Tsunade, this 2-year-old little guy, his appetite was not low these days, and his body chme had increased a lot. Where did you go yesterday? I said I wanted to play with you. Sister Snake Ji is not there. Only Grandpa can play with me. Little Tsunade cared about it all day long and still played. But the welcoming greeting to Wanjun today is because she has lost all of her money. Although Jiraiya did not bet against her, she tried her best to lose the money to Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at you like this, don't you have any money? Wanjun saw Tsunade's thoughts at a glance, but after a trip to Danzo's world, he didn't encounter any battles. When he was happy, he sent it again. I gave Tsunade 10,000 taels. Hey hey! After receiving 10,000 taels, Tsunade smiled, and was about to break free to the ground. As soon as his feet fell on the ground, Tsunade threw his legs and passed in the direction where Wanjun had just arrived. She, the princess of Senju's family, is going to take revenge on her opponent at the gaming table again. When Wanjun completed the assisting task and returned to the main world, Minato was also ready to return to the main world. Teacher, you want to leave early? On the top platform of the Hokage building, Uchiha Itachi was asking his teacher. There was a long time left in the 90-day period, but his teacher was about to leave early. Yes, I'm leaving, Naruto, I'll leave it to you. Minato smiled and patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder next to him. He knew that he would not be able to return to this world in a short time. But in the end, Minato is still going to return early, because in another world, there is another Naruto that most of Konoha hates. Naruto here is well treated, has many friends, and has the same cheerful and generous personality. The other Naruto, only 7 years old, has nothing, enduring everything alone, and I have become his only light. So the more you stay here, the more Minato wants to return to that world. Naruto brought him out of Konoha himself, and I can't just leave him alone. Haha, father, you can go without worry, I'm fine. This Naruto has already learned a lot about Naruto in the main world from Minato, and Naruto also hopes that dad can take good care of the other self. Namikaze Minato nodded in satisfaction, his son is still very sensible, next time I have a chance, I will let Master Wanjun bring him over. Really? That's great. Naruto grinned and said to Minato. Listen to Itachi, and clean up the house. I don't want the house to be so dirty when I come back next time. Namikaze Minato once again shot his son, who was almost as tall as him, and said. Don't worry, it will never happen. Naruto showed Minato a no problem to clean up. This sentence, he has heard Minato say several times in the past few days. Okay, then I'll go first, Itachi, please. Namikaze Minato retracted his hand on Naruto's shoulder and nodded slightly to Uchiha Itachi. He asked not only his own son, but also Konoha, and the entire ninja world that had become one. Don't worry, sir. Uchiha Itachi looked at Minato with a smile he hadn't had in a long time. When Uchiha Itachi responded, Minato looked up at his statue on Hokage Rock and let out a long sigh of relief. Goodbye, my world. Namikaze Minato Blacken applied to return, do you agree? In the main world, Manjun, who was sitting next to Senju Hashirama, received a notice from the Hokage warehouse. Isn't this time yet? With this doubt, Won Jun entered the Hokage warehouse. The outer wall of the warehouse was marked with the message of Namikaze Minato's application to return. The residence time is not reached, the income is halved, and the settlement income is Kyo 31,978. Because the world has not been conquered, the income is managed by the warehouse. More than 30,000 Ku now? How much does it cost? Seeing the income data of Kyowu, Won Jun first thought of the value of Kyowu. The daily consumption of this family has made Won Jun very sensitive to money, can't withdraw it. Is there any use? But it's okay for Minato to come back early, and let him go out to work again. Recently, there seems to be a lot of renunciation near Sicheng. Chapter 86. Agree. Under Manjun's confirmation, Namikaze Minato, who was still in the 04 Hokage world, also returned to the main world. Won Jun also quit the Hokage warehouse after agreeing. Several adults, long time no see. As soon as Namikaze Minato appeared in the garden, he smiled and said to Won Jun and others. After saying hello, Minato looked around and found that the scenery here does not seem to be like the previous courtyard. Hey? Are we no longer in Sicheng? It's still in Sicheng, just moved a place, now it's quite big. Won Jun sat down again and said to Minato, why do you want to come back early? The things over there have been handled, so I came back early. Minato looked around, trying to see where Naruto is. After scanning, Minato didn't find his son. As soon as Won Jun saw Namikaze Minato's actions, he knew that this guy was looking for Naruto, so he pointed to the direction where Tsunade disappeared and said to Minato, Naruto is over there. Tsunade has just passed by. Go if you want to find him. Haha, then I'll go there first. After Namikaze Minato smiled, he walked towards the area where Naruto was. When Minato disappeared in the corridor, Hashirama, who had not spoken, said, Minato's spirit seems to be much better. Since Minato joined the team, Hashirama has been paying attention to Konoha's fourth Hokage. At that time, although his face was always smiling, his heart was not as sunny as his face. But now after returning from another world, Minato seems to have changed. I think so. After Hashirama said that, Won Jun also compared the changes before and after Minato in his mind, and nodded in agreement. That's good too. Hashirama is thinking about old age not just after the team has more and more people. After Hashirama got a lot of information about this world and other worlds from Won Jun, Hashirama suddenly felt that it was necessary to make some changes to this world. By the way, didn't you mean to discuss the future plan last time? Now Minato is back, and it happens to be also about this matter. Won Jun said to Hashirama before that, now that there are more and more people, the most detailed plans should be made. You can't spend your days in Sicheng every day, because the money won't be enough. However, at that time, Minato was still in another world, so it was not implemented immediately. Now Namikaze Minato has returned from another world. This plan can be done. Well, Minato is back, but we can have a meeting. He originally made this suggestion, so Won Jun certainly supported it. I'll talk to Minato later. After speaking, Won Jun looked back at the laboratory, call Orochimaru and Jiraiya at that time. These two guys are considered half-team members. Then ask them if they want to join the team. If they join, then you can listen to them. Here. Won Jun doesn't know how to arrange the two people who have been living in his own home. When that happens, they will all go to the meeting, but don't let Orochimaru run away. Therefore, Won Jun is also going to call these two people directly. Okay, it's okay. Senju Hashirama doesn't matter. Both of them are Konoha's ninjas. Although he is not satisfied with Konoha's many ways now, it belongs to Konoha. Hashirama is very happy with Konoha. The words are still very emotional. That's it, you will tell Snake G and the others later. I'll go to Minato, and after lunch, we will discuss it directly." Wanjun finished speaking, stood up and went to find Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama jumped off the bench after Manjun stood up, and quickly walked to Manjun's side. "Tell Tsunade, don't play with that Naruto, she can't win." Senju Tobirama has been seeing Tsunade lose money these few days, so he couldn't bear it, and he asked Wanjun to remind him that he was looking after Hashirama here, but he didn't have time to take care of his granddaughter. "Okay, I'll talk to her after I go over." Wanjun smiled and nodded to Senju Tobirama, and said. From the laboratory area where Hashirama is located to the little garden where Naruto is located, it is actually not too far away. After bypassing a corridor, the garden directly enters Wanjun's eyes. But what Wanjun expected was that Namikaze Minato, who had rushed over just now, did not go to the garden to find his son, but stood silently at the corner of the corridor. Why not? Wanjun came to Minato and saw in the garden, Naruto was chatting with Tsunade, and Tsunade was rolling in the garden with his dice. Naruto seems to be having a good chat. Namikaze Minato also looked at his son and said to Manjun, "Is this Hyuga girl, the Hokage you brought out?" Wanjun replied directly, "Yes, Hokage from another world, Hyuga Hinata, happened to know your son." "Hyuga Hinata? Hiss, was it the one you said last time?" Although Snake G talked the most in the team, they all talked about some research topics, or some unmarginal words. But Namikaze Minato is different. He rarely talks, but he talks with Wanjun the most in private. And he, from Wanjun's mouth, learned a lot of things behind this world. Among them, there are some things about Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto. Before heading to his world, Minato knew that there would be such a daughter-in-law in the future. Yes, that's the Hyuga Hinata. However, she is not the Hinata of this world, and she may not necessarily be interested in your son. To prevent Namikaze Minato from forcing the two together, Wanjun first told him, "Now that Konoha Hinata, I like your son. You can consider going to Konoha to grab it again." Of course, the following sentence from Wanjun is a joke. Then Hyuga Hinata has nothing to do with people like Wanjun. Is it possible to directly say to Hyuga Hayashi, "This is my future daughter-in-law"? Wanjun believes that even if this Namikaze Minato is from Blacken, he will definitely not be able to say it. Unexpectedly, after Manjun finished speaking, Namikaze Minato waved his hand again and again. "This matter, I'll talk about it later, let's talk about it later. By the way, Minato, when you leave, your son is thinking about Konoha's friends. You can do it yourself." Minato's departure made Naruto think that he had lost his father again. The incident also made Naruto suddenly think of Konoha's friends and classmates. Naruto was snatched back from Konoha. Namikaze Minato fought with Konoha's ninja because of what happened to his son. He really didn't think of anything else. "You can talk to Naruto about this tonight. I am looking for you because of another matter. I discussed it with first generation. After lunch, I am going to have a meeting to discuss our next plan." Chapter 87. Something else? What is it? Minato didn't know the changes in the team during this period, so he couldn't guess what Wanjun wanted to say. "First generation and I are going to let everyone discuss how to take the road behind. It's too idle to stay in Sachang all the time," Wanjun explained to Namikaze Minato. "Is that so? That's okay." Minato felt that unifying the ninja world was a very good decision to just solve the matter of his own world. After the unification of the ninja world, the war in the world he was in would also stop and betray ninja. The number is also decreasing sharply. Seeing that Namikaze Minato had no objection, Wanjun smiled and said, "Haha, it's so decided, let's go and see how your son is talking with Hinata." After Wanjun finished speaking, he walked in the direction of Naruto and Hinata before Namikaze Minato. However, before reaching the two of them, Wanjun was blocked by Tsunade, who was still rolling in the grass. "Wanjun, I lost again." Seeing Wanjun's arrival, Tsunade, who was rolling, immediately stopped, lay on the ground, and waved the dice in his hand at Wanjun. Seeing the appearance of Tsunade, Wanjun smiled and bent down and hugged Tsunade up. "Isn't this a normal thing?" "Why, it was Naruto who lost again." "No, she was the one who lost today. She is a newcomer, I don't know him." Tsunade pointed at Hyuga Hinata and said to Wanjun. "Yes, it's a newcomer, Naruto's friend, her name is Hyuga Hinata." Although Tsunade met Hyuga Hinata yesterday, she never came forward to communicate, so she never knew the other person's name. Today, she came here to find Uzumaki Naruto for revenge, but when she came, she met Hyuga Hinata. Before Naruto had time to introduce her, Tsunade invited Hyuga Hinata to bet. But in the end, it still made Tsunade very disappointed. This newcomer, she also failed to win. Master Tsunade. Although Tsunade didn't know each other, Hyuga Hinata had already learned about it from Uzumaki Naruto. "Hey, how did you know my name is Tsunade?" Tsunade held the dice in both hands and looked at Hyuga Hinata with a puzzled look. Hyuga Hinata smiled and pointed to Uzumaki Naruto next to him and said, "He told me." Little Tsunade wants to say something, but Namikaze Minato has already walked in front of everyone. When Uzumaki Naruto saw his father, he quickly got up from the ground and ran to Minato's side. "Father!" After yelling in excitement, Uzumaki Naruto hugged Namikaze Minato and said in a choked voice, "I thought you left me again." Minato stretched out his hand and rubbed Naruto's hair, and said softly, "How can it be, how can it be? Master Minato." When the two father and son were embracing deeply, Hyuga Hinata also stood up at this time and said hello to Namikaze Minato. After Hyuga Hinata greeted Minato, Wanjun directly greeted everyone and walked towards the hall. Next, it was the business to be done today. When Manjun arrived in the lobby with Minato, Senju Hashirama had already brought Snake Jiraiya and others over, and the table in the lobby was full of meals prepared by Tokenkishi. Minato. In the room, Jiraiya was looking in the direction of the door, and when Namikaze Minato walked into the hall with Uzumaki Naruto on his back, Jiraiya stood up and stared at him in a daze. "Ms. Jiraiya." Minato saw his teacher and his reaction was not as intense as Jiraiya. The fourth Hokage bowed slightly to his teacher, and then put Uzumaki Naruto down. Jiraiya left Konoha and came to Sicheng in order to find Namikaze Minato. He wanted to ask his disciple why he left Konoha. But when he saw Minato entering the hall with Naruto on his back, he didn't know what to say. Is it questioning? Or blame? Naruto was like that in Konoha before, do you qualify? After a light sigh, Jiraiya did not continue to speak, but sat down at the table again. Minato saw that Jiraiya didn't ask questions, and he didn't take the initiative to ask. Naruto, who was stunned without knowing what happened, pushed to the table, and Minato sat down with him. Everyone's meal became extremely quiet because of this small episode. After the meal was over hastily, Fujian Chi-shi quickly cleaned up the dishes. Because Fujian Chi-shi was also a member of the team, Wanjun did not immediately start the meeting. When Fujian Chi-shi returned, Wanjun said to the people sitting in the hall, "I asked everyone to stay today to say something. Matter. By the way, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you are not members of the team." Before starting the meeting, Wanjun turned his head and looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were sitting side by side. If the two are willing to join, they can be together. Participate, do you want to join our organization? Among the two, Wanjun was not too relieved of Orochimaru. Joining and quitting were often done in one go. This kind of operation seemed to be commonplace for this one. Of course I can. The first answer was Orochimaru, whom Wanjun didn't believe very much. For him, the organization is not a constraint to him. Orochimaru easily agreed, but Jiraiya fell silent. He is Konoha's ninja. He is not a traitor. He has no reason to join this organization. But in this organization, there are first generation, second generation, and their own disciples fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, who are also representatives of Konoha. So Jiraiya hesitated in this choice. The organization and Shinobu village do not conflict, but our team is higher than Shinobu village. Wanjun saw the reason for Jiraiya's hesitation and said, if there is no conflict, you can be Konoha's ninja, but once there is a fight between the two sides, I hope you belong to the organization first. Wanjun had already made it very clear to Jiraiya that after joining the team, Konoha would definitely not be above the organization. After rethinking, Jiraiya looked at first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and took a deep breath, you can join. Seeing that Jiraiya had no objection, Wanjun tapped on the table, scanned the crowd, and said, well, if that's the case, the meeting will begin. We are now mainly discussing the goals of the organization. After Wanjun finished speaking, Hashirama took the lead and said, let me talk about it first. I hope that the ninja war can be stopped, just like what I did in this world in the past. Well, then unify the ninja world, master first generation. In the room, the familiar voice sounded. The owner of the voice belongs to 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Chapter 88. What? Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Jiraiya was shocked again and stood up. The 4 words for unified ninja are very simple to say, but Jiraiya, who has experienced several ninja battles, knows how much battle and blood it takes to exchange for this plan. Sit down before starting the discussion. Why are you so excited? Sit down first. Seeing that Jiraiya was so excited, Wanjun quickly patted the table and motioned him to sit down. At Wanjun's urging, Jiraiya sat down, but still kept looking at his disciple Namikaze Minato. He couldn't believe that this kind of plan came from his disciples. Minato hasn't finished talking yet, what did you say you stood up for? Although Jiraiya sat down, Wanjun continued to say a few words. The meeting should look like a meeting. You, a newcomer who just joined the organization, even Minato's teacher, can't interrupt. After teaching the newcomer Jiraiya a few words, Wanjun said to Namikaze Minato, Minato, do you have any plans for this? Except for Konoha, the 4 scattered ninja villages were taken out separately, but they are not particularly powerful. With our current manpower, it is not a problem to defeat them individually. At this point, Namikaze Minato is still from the Akatsuki organization in his world. I learned it. The gap between the 5 ninja villages is not small. Even if one ninja village is attacked, the remaining ninja villages will not immediately think about uniting. If the plan here goes smoothly and swiftly, before the 5 ninja villages think of the alliance, there is no problem in breaking through 2 or 3 ninja villages. As long as the breached ninja village is willing to join, the power on his side will only grow stronger, and even if the remaining ninja village unites at that time, it will not be able to compete with him. And the most important thing is that if the plan is further delayed, Mr. Wanjun will be able to bring in more team members, and the more people there are, the greater the chances of winning the organization. Minato. Although Wanjun had just said a few words, after listening to Minato, Jiraiya couldn't help but speak. He has always been looking forward to the prophetic sun in the prophecy, and what he expects is that the prophetic sun can bring stability to the ninja world. But now Minato's words are full of gunpowder of war, and the words of each break are very simple. But behind the words, there were battle after battle, and it was the situation he least wanted to see. Jiraiya, be quiet. Isn't this still undecided? You said what you have been excited about. If you speak again, you will be disqualified from participating in the meeting. Wanjun glared at Jiraiya. This guy is always surprised. What's doing? First generation, you haven't finished talking just now. Manjun, who had taught Jiraiya another sentence, remembered that Senju Hashirama was also interrupted by Namikaze Minato just now. After Manjun asked again, Senju Hashirama, who was silent for a while, said again, Minato and I have different ideas. War can't solve all problems. But this war can solve the problem we are talking about. Namikaze Minato raised his head, but instead of talking to Senju Hashirama who looked towards him, he stared at his teacher Jiraiya and said, as long as this problem can be solved, why bother with the process, right, Mrs. Jiraiya? Minato, we don't need to end the era of the 5 great ninja villages, but we can also keep the ninja world at peace. Senju Hashirama continued after Minato said. However, Namikaze Minato did not disagree with first generation's words. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Hashirama and Manjun, and said, Master first generation, that kind of peace cannot last long. Once the hand that controls peace disappears, the ninja world will fall back into the quagmire of war. Didn't the 3 ninja world wars come about like this? Senju Hashirama also learned from Manjun and Minato about the cause of the outbreak of the 3 ninja wars. Indeed, as Minato said, once he does not exist in this ninja world, without himself, the god of ninjas above everyone else, war will break out at any time. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was silent, Wanjun said to everyone, apart from Minato and first generation, who has suggestions? Under Wanjun's question, Hyuga Hinata, who had just joined the team, did not intend to speak, and Tsunade, who was not interested in this meeting at all, still played with the dice in his hand. Senju Tobirama crossed his chest and sat next to Hashirama. Although he did not speak, everyone knew that this guy must support his brother. Snake Ji, who was sitting on the other side of Wanjun, opposite Hashirama, smiled and was silent, but from the time she looked at Minato, she seemed to support Minato's plan. Let alone Fujian Chi-shi, even if he had something in his heart, he wouldn't dare to say it at this time. For the rest, Uzumaki Naruto was still confused, while Orochimaru learned from Snake Ji and didn't speak. Among the few people, the only one who wanted to speak was Jiraiya. After hearing what Minato said, he always wanted to refute, but he was stopped by Wanjun. Although Wanjun asked him to say this at this time, this one didn't know what to say. Isn't there any more? Wanjun looked around at the few people sitting at the round table. Then there are only 2 plans, first generation and Minato. Well, since you don't say anything, then vote directly. Whoever gets more votes, use whose plan. For Wanjun, the unified ninja world mentioned by Minato is actually more attractive. It is indeed a very exciting plan to unite the 5 major ninja villages. This can be seen from the excited expression on Fujian Chi-shi's face after listening to Minato's speech. I support my brother. Senju Tobirama spoke first after Manjun asked. This answer didn't surprise anyone. Although he supported Minato in his heart, but Minato's opponent was his brother. I support Master First Generation. Hyuga Hinata paused, and finally chose to support Senju Hashirama. I choose my father. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands and said loudly. Minato smiled and rubbed his hair when he heard Naruto's words. I support Minato. This is the answer Snake Ji gave to everyone. Minato's thoughts are no different from hers. Snake Ji also believes that only by winning the war can long-term peace be maintained. I also support Minato. Orochimaru, who had just joined the organization, grinned. This is the lord who is afraid of the world. Minato's plan is exactly what he wants. I support Master First Generation. Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Minato with a calm face, and slowly spit out these words. Oneself, must not let the war happen. If all the shinobu villages were destroyed as Minato planned, Konoha would never be spared. If this is the case, then this battle is definitely more tragic than the previous 3 ninja wars combined.